Introduction. Robin has been granted an extraordinary opportunity to traverse the realm of Game of Thrones. Fortuitously, he becomes an immortal subhuman. Unfortunately, he finds himself ensnared by a malevolent deity known as the God of Lust. Chapter 1. The beginning of the journey. Congratulations, chosen human, you are about to embark on a journey into the world of Game of Thrones. At the outset, you possess a singular chance to draw from the lottery. Would you like to confirm your desire to claim a reward now? Draw. Before Robin's eyes appeared a towering yellow slot machine, its center adorned with 3 blank reels, while to the right rested a red, bulbous lever. You must pull the lever to reveal 3 prizes from which to select one. Robin grasped the lever on the right side of the machine and pulled down, accompanied by a series of clicks as the reels spun rapidly, a whirlwind of patterns flashing before him. Click! The lever returned to its original position, and the reels came to a halt. Subhuman ability, subhuman world. T-virus, serum, resident, evil world. Psychic ability, overpowered world. Upon sighting the first prize, Robin's gaze sharpened. An ability that grants infinite resurrection? If this indeed were the case, he would be exceedingly fortunate. He reached out to explore the detailed description of the subhuman ability. Subhuman, a new species immune to unnatural death. Upon being slain, one resurrects immediately, possessing physical attributes indistinguishable from humans. Though some subhumans manifest unique abilities that allow them to summon black phantoms invisible to ordinary mortals. I choose subhuman ability. You shall utilize customized points to craft your initial narrative and achievements in the world of Game of Thrones. Current customization points, 0. Achievement customization limit, 100 points. There are 6 achievements in total. Please allocate your points wisely. What's your gender? Male. You are a robust male human with a sturdy physique and rugged build. Customization points, 1. Male trait, strength 1. What are your appearance, physique, and height? A visage of unparalleled beauty, a flawless physique, standing at 6 feet 3 inches. You possess an astonishing beauty, deemed almost unnatural. Upon your birth, the dark deities of the subspace cast their gaze upon you, joyfully bestowing blessings. Customization points, 30. Superb charisma, charisma 10, attractiveness 80, fertility 40. Received blessing. Cherished of joy, you can enable barren women to conceive once more, even allowing those who have lost their menstruation to bear children again. Maidens mature in your presence. Mothers conceive twins or triplets under your blessings, and young girls transform into menstruating maidens beneath your smile. Robin furrowed his brow. The setting of such beauty had even drawn the attention of a dark deity. Was this peculiar trait intended to cast him as a paragon of procreation within the Game of Thrones? What is your race? First men, Undulls, Roiner, Ironborn, Valyrians, Dornish. Robin examined the details of each race and discovered that the initial selection of a race consumed merely 1 customization point. However, the consumption increased significantly with the age and power of the bloodline, for instance. Enhancing the ancestral bloodline to that of the Green Prophet required a staggering 50 customization points. As he continued his exploration, he noted that the Valyrians' ancestral bloodline was that of true dragon blood, presumably originating from the same source as the Targaryen family, to which the mother of dragons belonged. After all, the Targaryens descended from the royal dragon lineage of the Valyrian freehold. Valyrian Dragon King. You possess the essence of true dragon blood coursing through your veins, granting you remarkable resilience to heat, though not absolute immunity to fire. Furthermore, you are capable of hatching, taming, and forging contracts with mighty dragons. Customization points, 50. True Dragon Bloodline. Charisma 2, Fire Resistance 80, Mental Resilience 50. Why, Robin pondered, was the mental resilience halved? He recalled the lore of the Game of Thrones, contemplating whether the Valyrian Dragon King's bloodline bore a resemblance to the Targaryen legend of madness. This legend spoke of the Targaryens' propensity for producing extreme personalities, humorously suggesting that when a dragonborn child was born, the gods would toss a coin to determine whether the child would embody greatness or madness. What is your familial background and status? Before him materialized a translucent interface, presenting a paginated list of content. Targaryen family, 60 points, firstborn, 30 points, secondborn, 20 points, bastard, 15 points. Stark family, 25 points, firstborn, 20 points, secondborn, 10 points, bastard, 0 points. Baratheon family, 65 points, firstborn, 50 points, secondborn, 20 points, bastard, 15 points. Lannister family, 25 points, firstborn. 20 points, secondborn. 10 points, bastard. 0 points. Tully family. 25 points, firstborn. 20 points, secondborn. 10 points, bastard. 0 points. Mormont family. 15 points, firstborn. 10 points, secondborn. 5 points, bastard. 10 points. Karstark family. 20 points, firstborn. 15 points, secondborn. 5 points, bastard. 5 points. Reed family. 15 points, firstborn. 15 points, secondborn. 5 points, bastard. 10 points. Tarly family. 20 points, firstborn. 5 points, secondborn. 10 points, bastard. 10 points. Brass family. 10 points, firstborn. 5 points, secondborn. 2 points, bastard. 10 points. Landowning knight families. 10 points, firstborn. 5 points, secondborn. 2 points, bastard. 10 points. Merchant families. 10 points, firstborn. 5 points, secondborn. 2 points, bastard. 10 points. Commoner families. 10 points, firstborn. 0 points, secondborn. 2 points, bastard. 15 points. Chieftain families. 15 points, firstborn. 10 points, secondborn. 3 points, bastard. 10 points. Wildling families. 15 points, firstborn. 0 points, secondborn. 2 points, bastard. 15 points. As Robin gazed upon the extensive array of familial options, his attention was drawn to the Baratheon family, prompting a moment of contemplation. The customized points associated with each family clearly indicated their standing within the realm of power, revealing that the Baratheons surpassed the Targaryens in points. This disparity suggested a significant alteration in the power dynamics. The Baratheons had usurped the Targaryen throne, elucidating the rationale behind the numerical difference. Upon exploring the details of these families, the options became even more elaborate, encompassing the various origins of bastards' noble clandestine births, incestuous unions, adulterous conceptions, and legitimate bastards. Notably, most bastards would typically incur a reduction in customized points. He cast a glance at his current point total, 81 points. With only 19 points remaining, he realized that aligning with prominent houses, such as the Tyrells, was largely unattainable. After flipping through several more pages, he encountered a plethora of peculiar families, including the offspring of slaves. A particular family name caught Robin's eye, the Hightower family of Harrenhal. He recalled that this near-elite house had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self, leaving only a very elderly countess by the time the narrative of Song of Ice and Fire commenced. Choosing this family would guarantee that the bastard-born would ultimately ascend to the status of a legitimate heir. Hightower family, bastard. Your father, the Count of Hightower, is a grand noble of the Riverlands, ruling over the continent's largest fortress, Harrenhal, and its surrounding territories. He is sworn to House Tully, ever ready to heed their call to arms, accompanied by his retinue to the battlefield. In a drunken stupor at a feast, the Count violated a silver-haired handmaiden, leading to her pregnancy and subsequent death following childbirth. Thus, you entered this world, fraught with intrigue and innocence. Customized points, 5 points. Bastard, prestige 50, honor 2. In your youth, what path did you tread? Raised in a noble court, 1,030 points. Apprentice to a craftsman, 5 points. Merchant's aide, 5 points. Clerical assistant, 0 points. Assistant scholar, 0 points. Street urchin, 5 points. Mime artist, 0 points. Slave, 15 points. Blacksmith apprentice, 3 points. Assistant scholar. During your childhood, you were sent to the academic town of Old Town, one of the few literate boys among your peers. Life in the academy was stringent, playtime was scarce, yet you devoted your hours to study and assisting at the scriptorium, drafting wills and reading letters for the townsfolk. Customized points, 0 points. Current customized points, 86 points. In your later youth, how did your life inevitably transform? Knight, 10 points. Faceless man, 20 points. Unsullied, 20 points. Scholar, 2 points. Monk, 2 points. Servant, 0 points. Free farmer, 8 points. Minstrel, 2 points. Night's watchman, 5 points. Blacksmith, 5 points. Poacher, 2 points. The beggar, 10 points. Ron clicked on the details of the Assistant Bachelor's Advanced Career Bachelor and discovered that by investing an additional 10 custom points, the bachelor's rank could be elevated to that of a doctorate. Thus, he decided to invest all remaining 14 points into this endeavor. Bachelor Doctorate. Based on the points invested, one possesses 14 bachelor's chain links. If any material is repeated on the links, it signifies a profound mastery of that particular field. Please select the material for each link. Black iron, Raven Studies. Bronze, Astronomy. Red copper, History. Silver, Medicine. Valyrian steel, Magic and Mysticism. Select all Valyrian steel. Before becoming a bachelor, you were assigned to a room adorned with black glass candles for a night watch. Regrettably, the glass candles remained still. As a specialist in mysticism, you felt disappointed, yet you did not abandon your pursuit. Rather, you delved even deeper into the knowledge of the arcane. Finally, upon reaching the age of 18, you successfully cast your first spell, summoning a ghost. The overseers of the Citadel, witnesses to this miracle, were astounded. They unanimously acknowledged your expertise in mysticism as worthy of the title Master. You were conferred the title of Doctor, entering the Citadel as the youngest doctor in Westerosi, participating in the management of the scholarly city. Mysticism Doctor, Intelligence 3. Did selecting a doctor in mysticism truly expose the ghost of a subhuman, merely for the sake of narrative coherence? Customization complete. Countdown to traversal. 3, 2, 1. Year 292 of Conquest. The academic city, early morning. In the bedroom adjacent to the chancellor's hall. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting a white beam onto the bed, becoming the sole source of light in the room. A young man lay quietly on the bed, with long silver hair partially obscuring his forehead. His facial features were sharply defined, his chin strong, and his fair skin radiated a youthful glow. The morning sun illuminated his visage, resembling a slumbering divine statue. Joyful and vibrant birdsong echoed from outside, seemingly awakening the sleeping statue as he slowly opened his eyes. Robin gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling, inhaled deeply, and murmured to himself, "Game of Thrones, I'm finally here." Note: Robin has caught the attention of the color sin, which is why he did not fall to his demise upon landing. In the year 292 of the Conquest, the world of Game of Thrones was still under a magic prohibition. During this period, all magical energies and sorcery were utterly ineffectual. It was as if the subspace and the world of Game of Thrones were completely isolated. The Red God, the Cold God, the Many-Faced God, the Drowned God were all trapped in subspace, unable to cross over. As a significant figure, the Color Sin held a unique status. Chapter 2. Wizard Robin. The memories of over a decade of customization left his mind somewhat clouded, prompting him to let out a muffled groan. Rubbing his temples, he alleviated the sensation of his head, feeling as though it might burst. He propped himself up and sat on the edge of the bed, surveying his surroundings. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only the essential pieces of bedroom furniture. Various animal pelts adorned the floor, serving as a makeshift carpet, exuding an air of cleanliness and order. Dressed in a loose-fitting white robe, Robin descended from the bed and ambled to the sole window of the room, throwing it wide open, allowing a wave of humid air to envelop him. The sunlight cast a gentle golden hue upon his handsome visage. He gazed into the distance at the towering edifice, which he estimated to be at least 300 meters high. This structure, the tallest in the world, was renowned as one of the 9 man-made wonders and currently served as the stronghold of the Hatter family. It functioned both as a castle and a lighthouse, perched upon the battleground island of the Old Town, where the Honeywine River met the expansive mouth of Whisper Bay, its pinnacle ablaze with an eternal flame. Turning back, he retrieved a heavy white robe from the wardrobe and donned it, securing his silver hair at the back of his head with a simple leather band. He adorned himself with the Valyrian steel bachelor's necklace, a symbol of his mastery in the arcane arts. Its unique silver sheen and flawless surface distinguished it from all others. The 14 linked rings contained enough material to forge a short sword, accompanied by a Valyrian steel signet ring, a testament to his status as a postdoctoral recipient from the Academy. The intricate craft of Valyrian steel had been lost following the cataclysm of ancient Valyria, rendering it a non-renewable resource. Only the techniques of smelting and reforging remained, of which he possessed vivid memories from his past achievements. The rings and signet he wore were crafted by his own hand. In order to issue him the Valyrian steel credentials, it was rumored that the Academy had depleted centuries' worth of its stock, for otherwise, Robin's meager financial means would render him unable to procure such a treasury and item valued beyond price. He opened a concealed compartment beneath the bed, storing a collection of money, confidential letters, poisons, experimental records, and other precious secrets. Upon reviewing his assets, he counted 4 gold dragons, 3 silver moons, 10 silver stags, and several copper stars, amounting to approximately 130,000 RMB. Robin's previous sources of income were threefold. Firstly, the forging of Valyrian steel, a venture that yielded profits infrequently but generously. Secondly, his role as a shaman, aiding those afflicted with maladies beyond the remedy of herbalists, such as patients suffering from the gray scales, who often sought his assistance, despite his healing success rate being less than 20%. Thirdly, his practices in prophecy and divination, particularly through the use of a magical mirror. The grand merchants of the Old Town typically sought him for predictions before embarking on long voyages. Although the results were often ambiguous, his modest fees made this enterprise Robin's most substantial source of income. With his eyes closed, Robin sank into contemplation, pondering his future plans and aspirations. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and a multitude of dark particles began to swirl around him. These dense, mist-like particles coalesced into a form, revealing a towering, 2-meter-tall, black mummy. Its spectral visage bore complete features, yet all were hollow and shrouded in darkness, emitting a continuous stream of black smoke. Robin circled around it, and the ghostly head followed him in a complete 360-degree turn. After scrutinizing its own spectral form, which bore a resemblance to a human shape but appeared rather unremarkable, Robin declared, "From now on, you shall be called a mumu." The ghost stared blankly at Robin, showing no sign of acknowledgement. Robin reached out to touch it, feeling a surface akin to sandpaper, and mused it must have just been created, lacking any fundamental awareness. After guiding the ghost through a series of movements to familiarize himself with this avatar, Robin allowed it to dissipate into the air. The heiress possesses two principal abilities, the summoning of spirits and the gift of undying resurrection. The recent experiment with the ghost served to validate whether the heiress's powers were indeed manifesting within him now. It was time to assess the capability of resurrection. Robin hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a purple vial from a hidden compartment. This contained the venom of a manticore, a toxin that typically acts instantaneously, capable of killing a robust man within 2 minutes. Drawing a dagger from his boot, Robin meticulously coated the blade's edge with the venom and then found a strip of cloth to gag himself. Seated on his bed, he gazed at the dagger shimmering with a violet hue, repeatedly fortifying his resolve. This step is inevitable. The resurrection will restore the heiress's body to its healthiest state in life. Devouring any foreign substances within once revived, the poison will vanish. It's a minor hurdle. You can do this. A true man must be resolute with himself. Damn it. With a fierce determination, Robin gritted his teeth and thrust the dagger into the artery of his wrist. With a sickening sound, the dagger pierced cleanly through. He fell back onto the bed, his body convulsing violently from the pain as the veins in his arm darkened. Robin fixed his gaze on the ceiling, fervently wishing for the poison to take effect swiftly. 3 minutes elapsed, and his veins turned entirely black. His face seemed to be ensnared by a dark web, and his skin took on the pallor of death. His taut body gradually softened. He had succumbed to death. A surge of black particles erupted from within him, devouring the toxins coursing through his body as his heart began to beat robustly once more. After 3 seconds, the black mist dissipated, and Robin sprang up from the bed. He had returned to life. A faint smile graced his lips as he raised his hand to examine the wound on his wrist, which was restored to its pristine state. He picked up the dagger from the bed. Now shattered into 2 pieces, the blade had traversed his wrist, and during the restoration, the black particles consumed all foreign objects within his body, causing the dagger's blade to vanish entirely. In this world rife with ambition and conspiracy during the medieval era, this was his greatest trump card. Calming his mind and contemplating his future aspirations, Robin began to formulate a vague plan. The heiress's gift of resurrection, however, bore a significant flaw. Immortality did not equate to invulnerability to aging, for the heiress would ultimately succumb to the ravages of time. Eternal life is not a realm accessible to ordinary humanity, yet remains a shared aspiration among countless individuals, and Robin is no exception. He yearns for immortality. The world of Game of Thrones, though a fantastical tapestry, is inhabited by divine beings, and to many modern eyes, deities are merely a more potent form of life. Robin mused, if gods can attain immortality, why should humanity be denied? I must establish a vast research organization, gathering the world's foremost intellects, collecting all manner of rare treasures, and mobilizing the globe's resources to advance this grand ambition. Straightening his attire, Robin rose and made his way toward the door. The corridor of the Grand Overseer's Hall was bustling with hurried, scholarly assistants. These apprentice scholars shouldered 99 of the menial tasks, allowing the scholars to devote themselves entirely to the pursuit of knowledge. A familiar scholar greeted him, Dr. Wizard. Robin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He was quite renowned within the academic city, as he exclusively pursued knowledge related to the arcane arts and often resorted to various forms of sorcery for sustenance. A certain Dr. Valen, known as Sour Vinegar, had bestowed upon him the moniker of Wizard, which eventually resonated with the other scholars, leading them to adopt the title as well. Initially, Robin was indifferent in the preordained narrative of his life. He was but a tool, following a scripted path. However, in order to maintain his persona, Robin found himself compelled to accept this nickname, albeit temporarily. After finishing breakfast in the Grand Overseer's Hall, Robin exited and headed toward the Scholar's Tower, where he intended to meet his mentor. Scholar Coben. An erudite individual, Coben had been Robin's guide since his early days in the academic city, where he served as an assistant in Coben's laboratory, acquiring much of his knowledge in the healing arts from him. Coben frequently imparted wisdom. Only through understanding illness can one hope to cure it, and the sole means of understanding illness is to study those afflicted. Indeed, in Robin's heart, Coben was a master, whether from the series of Game of Thrones or the memories of his preordained accomplishments. Coben exhibited exceptional talent. Were it not for the current lull in magical tides, in this environment devoid of magic, Robin firmly believed that Scholar Coben would have already devised a 2.0 version of the White Walkers. Robin's grand design necessitated that this master play a pivotal role within it. Chapter 3. Evolutionary Theory. The Tower of Mysticism, situated at the farthest edge of the scholarly city, took Robin over 10 minutes to reach on foot. Its remote location is closely tied to the peculiar status of mysticism within the academic realm. In contemporary scholarly circles, the majority of scholars regard rational inquiry with a silent disdain for religion and magic. This perspective has become predominant among the vast community of scholars, who staunchly oppose the influence of magic and its manifestations in Westeros. Consequently, the Tower of Mysticism has been relegated to the outskirts of the city, akin to the marginalized position of the Doctor of Mysticism within the core circles of power. The Tower's master, Dr. Marwyn, is currently away on a journey to the distant Essos across the narrow sea, and Robin seldom sees him throughout the year. Upon entering the tower, Robin found the spacious hall attended by a solitary scholarly assistant, who greeted him with a respectful bow. Acknowledging the greeting with a nod, Robin proceeded towards the entrance of the basement on the right. He unlocked the heavy wooden door with a black iron key, revealing a dimly lit tunnel that descended below. The only source of illumination was an orange oil lamp hanging on the wall, while the air was thick with a pungent aroma, an herbal scent used by scholars for disinfection and preservation. The sound of his light footsteps echoed in the quiet basement. Upon reaching the second underground level and arriving at the door marked 103, he discovered it to be Cobain's exclusive laboratory. A man clad in a gray robe was bent over the workbench, engrossed in chiseling something. As Robin approached, he noticed the body of a patient afflicted by the gray plague laid out on the table. This affliction is a malignant variant of the grayscale, proving more difficult to cure than grayscale itself. Cobain, sensing his presence, turned to see Robin and handed him the hammer in his right hand. Raspy voice requesting assistance. Come help me remove the plaster. My age hampers my strength. With a smile and a nod, Robin rolled up his sleeves and accepted the hammer. Cobain steadied the chisel with both hands as the two worked in unison to break apart the petrified bones. The plaster extracted from the gray plague victim can inhibit the spread of grayscale, embodying a concept of combating poison with poison. In pursuit of extra income, scholars in the academic city often repurpose deceased patients. However, in a treatise titled An Exploration of Plaster Techniques in the Transformation of Human Anatomy, Cobain had also mentioned an alternative use for the plaster. Master, I have an idea to establish a research center outside the scholarly city. Robin proposed while busy with his task, envisioning a place akin to the Tower of Scholars for study and experimentation. Cobain looked up, puzzled, and queried, Do you possess such financial means? Funding is not a concern. I have avenues for generating income. Robin replied as he assisted Cobain in packing the chiseled plaster into specially designed boxes. I wish to invite you to lead research projects at the new base. A gentle smile emerged on Cobain's face, recognizing the imaginative spirit of the child he had watched grow. What research topic? I have temporarily named it the proactive evolution of living beings. Robin pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. The genesis of this topic lies in my observation that humanity, from the ancient era of heroes to the present day, has been incessantly adapting to its environment, passively evolving its corporeal form. In my view, such passive evolution constitutes a regression, as the physical strength of humanity continues to diminish. Upon hearing this, Cobain became intrigued, his expression growing earnest as he offered his perspective. However, humanity, through passive evolution, has become the dominant force on the continent. Consider the forest dwellers who resisted passive evolution. They have receded from the stage of history, now rendered nearly extinct, with not even a living specimen to be found. After organizing the valuable plaster, the two proceeded to the wash basin, applying disinfectant herbs to cleanse their hands, while the assistant scholar tidied up the remaining refuse. While passive evolution may be beneficial for the species as a whole, it is rather cruel for individual lives, as their physical forms weaken, lifespans shorten, and long-lived beings transform into short-lived ones. Is this not a form of cruel regression? Robin elucidated before turning to Cobain with a question. Cobain found himself momentarily at a loss for a counterargument, his face reflecting deep contemplation. He began to grasp his disciple's line of thought. Robin was advocating for the growth and evolution of the individual, for individual greatness. What a fascinating notion, Cobain murmured, wholeheartedly agreeing, proclaiming, excellent. I shall join this initiative of active evolution. With the mentorship of Cobain, the project was destined for immense success. A subtle smile graced Robin's lips. I must consult the library tower for relevant materials, Cobain stated. I appreciate your guidance, Mentor, Robin replied, maintaining his smile. As they exited the basement and prepared to leave, an assistant scholar on duty approached them with a salute. Dr. Wizard, I was just informed by the council that your presence is required at this weekend's convocation for a resolution. The assistant scholar conveyed. I have received the message. Robin nodded in response. This weekend? In 3 days, Robin mused momentarily before inquiring of the assistant scholar. Did the council specify the nature of the resolution? It appears to pertain to the experiments of Scholar Cobain, the assistant scholar respectfully replied. Cobain's face fell in astonishment. He paused at the threshold of the tower, glancing back at the assistant scholar, then swiftly at Robin, who was equally focused on him. In their shared gaze, they understood that the matter was far more complex than anticipated. For years, Cobain had been conducting human vivisections to validate his academic theories and researching necromancy. These unethical experiments had repeatedly led to the rejection of his doctoral nomination by the council, earning him the ire of self-proclaimed righteous individuals within the council. This forthcoming resolution was likely a trial targeting Cobain, and even Robin, as his disciple, could find himself implicated. Yet, Robin remained remarkably composed, unperturbed. Let us proceed outside, he suggested. Nodding in agreement, the two exited the Scholar's tower. Although Cobain was the central figure in this matter, he lacked the access to the council's chambers, a privilege reserved for Robin, who bore the title of doctor. Rest assured, Mentor, I shall resolve this issue. The research topic proposed by Robin requires extensive consultation of materials, and now is not the opportune moment for Cobain to leave the academic city. Cobain glanced at him once more. Robin remained as composed and unflappable as he had been from the outset. Robin's collected demeanor instilled in him a considerable sense of security. This time, I must rely on you, Cobain stated earnestly. Let us not be so formal, Robin replied with a smile, gesturing towards the entrance of the academic city. I need to step out and prepare some leverage. The old man of the old town has a rather substantial appetite. Cobain nodded, understanding Robin's intention. He sought to pursue an aristocratic route and exert pressure on the powers that be. The old man of the old town was the patriarch of the contemporary Hightower family, which had long been the most significant patron of the academic city. Indeed, even the land upon which the city stood belonged to the Hightower family, underscoring their immense influence over the locale. After parting ways at the city gates, Robin strode purposefully out of the academic city, flanked by towering green sphinx statues, creatures with the body of a lion, wings of an eagle, and tails of a serpent. He had no inclination to leisurely admire these colossal figures, and instead made his way directly to the eastern bank of the Honeywine River, which led to the port of Old Town. The coastal city was pervaded by a damp climate, and the cobblestones beneath his feet were somewhat slippery. Navigating through narrow alleys and along the broad road by the river, Robin traversed the winding heart of this ancient city. Yet, amidst his journey, he felt a disquieting awareness. He sensed the scrutiny of some residents, the conspicuous white robe he wore betraying his identity. The people here had recognized him as a wizard from the academic city. It seemed that, in any realm, humanity harbored an immense curiosity for the extraordinary. Robin noticed that those gazes averted contact with his own, revealing a hint of trepidation. The maritime trade of Old Town was exceptionally developed, ranking as the second most significant port in Westerosi, second only to the capital, King's Landing. A steady influx of grain, ironware, and jewels arrived daily from the free cities across the narrow sea, such as Slaver's Bay and Karth, supplying the needs of Westeros. Moreover, many adventurers venturing to the continent of Essos in search of treasure would bring their hard-won spoils to Old Town for sale. Before long, Robin arrived at the bustling port. The lively scene could hardly be described as merely busy. He ambled through the throngs of people, his destination being the black market adjacent to the docks. More precisely, he sought the slave market within the black market. In Westeros, slavery was despised and strictly prohibited. However, as a superport connecting the continent to the outside world, Old Town had attracted many affluent merchants from Essos who had established themselves here. These individuals owned vast enterprises and lands. Without slaves, their quality of life and economic prosperity would undoubtedly suffer. The affluent expatriates also provided substantial tax revenue to Old Town, leading the Hightower family to tacitly permit the slave trade within the black market. Robin opened a gate emblazoned with the emblem of a harpy and stepped inside. The guards at the entrance remained motionless, all of them recognizing Robin, a regular patron. This was also one of the reasons why Robin sought to resolutely resolve Cobain's trial. As a direct disciple of Cobain, Robin had participated in many of Cobain's dark experiments, including the procurement of slaves as test subjects, which Robin could hardly withstand scrutiny. Upon entering the compound, the first sight that greeted him was a multitude of bare-bodied individuals. Some, clearly bearing the features characteristic of Essos, were appraising the slaves as if selecting livestock. The overseers of the slave merchants were vociferously calling out to potential buyers. Come and see. A prime specimen of a Dothraki. Look at that physique, those teeth. Whether for farming or as a guard, he would excel in any role. Slaves from Pintos not only read, but also possess managerial skills. My lord, do not let this opportunity pass you by. Here we have a fine selection of sheepmen from Lazarene, affordable and abundant. Do you wish for your offspring to learn the High Valyrian tongue? Purchase a skilled slave to take home. They scrutinized not only the physique and wounds, but also the condition of the teeth, as poor dental health indicated an unhealthy slave, making such individuals less desirable for purchase. Greetings, wizard. At that moment, a slave owner noticed Robin and greeted him warmly. Robin turned to see it was a familiar slave trader, distinguished by his long braided hair, a characteristic of those in the slave industry. Hello, Ramon, Robin replied with a smile, and they embraced heartily. Are you here to buy sheepmen? My family has just received a fresh batch of fine specimens. Although the wizard typically bought only one or two at a time, the continuous demand made him a valued customer, and Ramon was eager to serve him. Robin shook his head, saying, I require 4 mute servants, preferably nimble. Not a problem. We have trained, discreet varieties that will surely satisfy you, Ramon replied with a grin. Lead me to them. Ramon guided him to a chamber within the courtyard, and beyond it was a shed. To the left were some robust men and women, while to the right were a group of seemingly ordinary individuals. The slaves on the left clearly enjoyed better treatment, merely bound at the wrists and ankles, whereas those on the right were all shackled to a wooden post. These are the mute slaves. What do you think? Ramon pointed to a voluptuous woman on the left. Robin nodded, indicating that Ramon should inspect her. Ramon promptly approached and began to examine the woman. Open your mouth, he commanded. The slave trembled slightly, but immediately complied. Ramon inspected her mouth and then examined her body. This one is quite good, very healthy. How much? Robin inquired. The ones on the left are 10 silver moons each, and the ones on the right are 20 silver stags each. My old friend, the prices are fair. Robin nodded, finding the quoted price reasonable. I'll take that woman from the left and select 3 from the right. No problem, same as usual. Ramon grinned, revealing his blackened teeth. The woman accompanied me as we departed, while the other 3 discreetly delivered the goods to the back entrance of the Tower of Mysticism, adhering to our customary arrangements. Following the completion of the transaction, Robin disbursed a sum nearing 13, causing his savings to dwindle by nearly half in an instant. After a flurry of activity, the clock approached noon, prompting Robin to escort the woman to a nearby eatery for a modest luncheon before they proceeded to the port's vegetable market. As he walked, Robin reminisced about the intricate process of crafting white sugar from beets and cane. Once a scribe, mastering the art of sugar production was an essential skill. The steps included 1. Collection and preparation of raw materials. After harvesting the cane or beets, they must be washed, peeled, and sliced. 2. Crushing and juicing. The cleaned cane or beets are pressed to extract their juice, which contains moisture, sugars, and various impurities. 3. Filtration and clarification. Impurities, solid particles, and contaminants must be removed from the extracted juice. 4. Crystallization and separation. Once the sugar concentration reaches a certain level, crystallization occurs, forming sugar crystals. In the realm of Game of Thrones, the sugar-making process exists, albeit in a rudimentary and coarse form, with impurities inadequately eliminated. The sugar Robin had encountered often appeared yellow or black, lacking the sweetness of refined white sugar. The crux of white sugar production lies in the third step. The techniques in that world fail to thoroughly filter and clarify the sugar water. Robin's method involves adding calcium hydroxide to the extracted juice, allowing non-sugar molecules to precipitate out as calcium sulfite, thereby absorbing the colloids and pigments present in the sugar juice. In simpler terms, it requires the addition of lime water. The crystallization and separation phase is the most straightforward, employing a cotton thread for crystal retrieval, yielding white sugar crystals within 2 to 4 days. Lime is available at the Bachelor's Tower, while the sugar-rich plants must be procured from the market. Accompanied by the enslaved woman, Robin selected suitable ingredients at the bustling market, where the influx of ships ensured a plentiful supply of sweet produce. He instructed the woman to sample each item, purchasing 100 pounds of any sufficiently sweet selections, arranging for the vendors to deliver them to the Tower of Mysticism. By the time they emerged from the muddy market, dusk was approaching, and Robin had cataloged over 10 varieties of sugar-rich plants. To ensure success in sugar production within the next 3 days, he intended to conduct multiple experimental samples. This necessity was also the reason for acquiring a mute slave. The task of juicing was too labor-intensive for one individual to manage alone, necessitating assistance. Trusting an assistant bachelor entirely was out of the question, given the immense profit potential of white sugar. As General MacArthur once stated, if half the profit drives one to madness, a full profit spurs recklessness, tenfold profit incites risk-taking, and 100-fold profit can trample all laws of humanity. White sugar embodies this capacity to violate moral and legal boundaries, its creation valued even above gold. Moreover, there would be no shortage of buyers, for the human penchant for sweetness is innate. Were it not for his immortality, Robin would not dare to engage in such ventures. On the return journey to the Bachelor's Tower, Robin walked in contemplative silence, refining his plans. The art of sugar production can be replicated, inevitably attracting the scrutiny of the powerful. However, what if I were to proclaim the process of creating sugar as a form of sorcery? An irreplicable formula would naturally extinguish the avarice of some individuals. Though this may slightly affect sales, sugar is inherently a commodity in high demand. Returning to the Tower of Mysticism, Robin discovered that the vegetable vendors had arrived even before him, with over a dozen handcarts laden with various plants queued at the entrance. Robin summoned his assistant to settle the accounts with the vendors. The public accounts for the Department of Mysticism. By the time Robin directed the slaves to transport nearly a ton of plants to the basement, the sky had darkened, and the damp weather had birthed a thick fog that enveloped the winding alleys of the scholarly city. After a modest meal, Robin began directing the slaves to work overtime, classifying and juicing the plants. At that moment, Coben returned, holding a hefty tome. Observing the storage room brimming with vegetation, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is this the bargaining chip? Robin nodded and pointed to the samples of sugar water that were undergoing filtration. I intend to create a type of sugar that has never graced Westeros before, crystal clear white sugar. This sugar will captivate the world. It's worth rivaling or even surpassing that of gold. High society's banquets will be deemed upscale only with the presence of white sugar. Princes and princesses will regard their childhood as complete upon tasting it, and humanity will prostrate itself before the allure of sugar and its delectable derivatives. Coben watched as Robin casually painted a grand vision of the future, as if such a scene were destined to come to fruition. This transcendent confidence was something Coben had never encountered, leaving him both curious and astonished at Robin's intellect. Suddenly, Coben realized that the crisis of opportunity before Robin was insignificant. Perhaps under Robin's guidance, humanity would truly embark on a path of proactive evolution. Lost in thought, he returned to reality and remarked to Robin with a light chuckle. Humanity ought to be grateful to you. Robin smiled and shrugged, inquiring if there had been any discoveries within the library tower. Indeed, significant findings, Coben replied. Chapter 5. This damned sense of responsibility do tell, Robin said, setting down the clarified liquid and facing Coben with curiosity. Despite thousands of years of adaptive regression, wherein the majority of heroic bloodlines have become indistinguishable from ordinary folk, some extraordinary lineages persist tenaciously in the world. Coben placed the hefty tome on the table and began to flip through to the relevant section. Robin leaned closer to observe the page Coben indicated. The descendants of the city builder Brandon, the Stark family, possessed the ability to commune with wolves. The progeny of the Grey Sea King, the Targaryens, can discern the currents of the sea. Among the descendants of the Green Hand, Gars, the women are typically prolific, while the women of the Client family retain the shape-shifting ability to transform into cranes. Robin was already familiar with much of this information, finding little value in it. However, Coben's focus on these noble bloodlines as a potential breakthrough in his research seemed promising. After finishing his explanation, Coben looked at Robin and asked, "Do you remember the words I once imparted to you?" The two individuals spoke simultaneously. Only through understanding diseases can we cure them, and the sole method of comprehending diseases is by studying those afflicted. The mentor implied they should perhaps capture some nobles for research. Robin calmly replied, exhibiting no reverence for the aristocracy. "I believe you ought to reconsider whether to pursue this topic," Corbin stated, his voice tinged with trepidation as he gazed into Robin's eyes. "If we proceed, we shall find ourselves at odds with the entire continent." Robin, unfazed, retorted, "Let us continue our research. We shall fight to the bitter end." Corbin smiled and nodded, tucking away his large tome before turning away. "Truly, you are my disciple." Returning to the laboratory, Robin meticulously recorded the ratios of sugar-water concentration and clarified liquid in each container. With little time for sequential testing, he prepared multiple proportions for each plant. The slaves were tasked with extracting and filtering the sugar water while Robin focused on the clarification process, laboring until late into the night before finally completing the treatment of the extracted sugar water. He secured 4 slaves in their quarters before dragging his weary body back to the shared bedroom on the upper level of the tower to rest. The sugar production process was of utmost importance. He had even replaced the lock on the door to the second underground level with one that only he could open. Gazing into the copper mirror at his somewhat haggard visage, Robin noted that fatigue and exhilaration often leave one vulnerable. He rubbed his temples and began to mentally review his actions and encounters since his arrival. However, fatigue overwhelmed him, and all he desired was slumber, his body feeling unsteady. Leaning back in his chair and staring at the ceiling, an idea struck him. He retrieved the broken dagger from his boot and examined it closely, the remaining edge still glimmering with a bluish hue. It shall suffice." With a swift motion, he drew it across his wrist, the familiar sharp pain piercing his nerves. Ignoring the involuntary convulsions, Robin closed his eyes, calmly awaiting the effects of the poison. Black particles began to rise, prompting him to open his eyes instantly and skillfully return the broken dagger to his boot. After stretching his limbs and sensing his energy rejuvenate, Robin mused, fully revitalized. Fatigue entirely erased, an essential skill for a ruler. Seated once more before the mirror, he resumed his mental review of past actions and encounters. 1. Inviting Corbin to join the plan. No issue here. I have known him since childhood, devoid of guile, a research enthusiast, and trustworthy. 2. Purchasing slaves for sugar production. Flawless. The slave owner is an acquaintance, and only a mute slave was present during the transaction. 3. Upcoming negotiations with the authorities. Conceal the replicability of the formula with sorcery, quelling the avarice of the Hightower family, thus securing both my and Corbin's positions in the academic city. He closed his eyes again, pondering, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, the crisp sound resonating in the stillness of the night. Double profits, tenfold profits, hundredfold profits. There is an issue with the third matter. The clear tapping abruptly ceased. The notion of concealing the formula through sorcery proves futile. The insatiable greed inherent in humanity cannot be suppressed. How can I ensure that those beasts, blinded by avarice, will not turn their attention towards my magic, or even abduct me outright? The imagery of the slave market flashes through my mind. Indeed, humanity itself is a commodity, and I too could become one. We return to the starting point. Without sugar, how can I negotiate with the Hightower family? Perhaps I have overlooked something essential. After a moment of contemplation, Robin recalls a skit by Shun Tung titled Catering to Their Preferences. It is said that an old man in the old town often studies magic tomes with one of his daughters atop the towering spire. As one of the few capable of casting spells during this era of magic prohibition, a faint smile graces Robin's lips. As midday approaches, the sun breaks through the clouds, revealing its face. Dr. Sourgrapes leads a small contingent of guards leisurely through the alleys of the academic city, the accompanying guards jesting and sharing lighthearted banter. These guards are clad in deep brown leather armor, smooth to the touch and embossed with the emblem of 3 black castles, the sigil of House Peak. The guards of the academic city are composed of soldiers drawn from the nobility of all Westeros, yet the majority of their ranks consist of local nobles from the Riverlands. "Sir, do we not require a search warrant for the tower? Would this not be improper?" The captain of the guards whispers into his ear. Dr. Sourgrapes raises an eyebrow and chuckles. My informant reported yesterday that that wizard has acquired 3 more goatmen. We shall surely catch him red-handed. Very well, the captain replies, rubbing his ear, for the sharpness of Dr. Sourgrape's voice is akin to a blade scraping against a copper mirror. Captain Zeit, a vassal of House Peak, serves the second son of the family. Although he was stripped of his surname upon becoming a scholar, Dr. Sourgrapes regained a portion of the family's influence after earning his doctorate. Thus Captain Zeit is obliged to heed his commands. Noticing the captain's reluctant response, Dr. Sourgrapes turns and remarks with derision, "Can you truly tolerate the sight of living beings bound to the operating table, allowing creatures like Coben to gnaw at their flesh and blood? In the name of the Holy Mother, protect the weak and the innocent." Captain Zeit believes himself to be upholding the oaths sworn upon his knighthood. Dr. Sourgrapes pats the knight's shoulder with a slight smile. "We are upholding the morals and conventions of Westeros, walking the path of justice." Captain Zeit nods solemnly, choosing not to speak further. Internally, Dr. Sourgrapes scoffs at the notion of morality. What value does it hold in gold dragons? The targeting of the mystic arts is but a result of various political forces colluding together. The group arrives at the entrance of the Tower of Mysticism. Dr. Sourgrapes produces a key forged of black iron, preparing to unlock the grand door of the Tower of Mysticism. Each scholar possesses a key, ancient and weighty, capable of opening every door within the academic city. It is a privilege reserved solely for scholars, who either carry it on their person or keep it in a secure location. Oh, Dr. Sour Vinegar twisted the keyhole several times in vain. The thick wooden door refused to budge. Damn it, these maggots dared to change the lock on the Bachelor's Tower without permission. Dr. Sour Vinegar felt a surge of frustration. As his eyes darted around, he pondered, has the news of my arrival leaked? Has that damned rat betrayed me for another payment? He ordered the guards to pry the door open and turned to Captain Zeit, urging him swiftly, "Hurry. The basement of this tower connects to the Mead River. If Coben hears the commotion and destroys the evidence, we will have come for naught." Captain Zeit frowned, hesitated for a moment, then gestured to a tall guard. Following the command, the guard unfastened his warhammer, attempting to smash the iron lock directly. He swung the hammer with ferocity and speed. Sparks flew as the hammer struck the lock. Again and again, he struck. On the 5th blow, the lock shattered, and the chains clattered to the ground with a resounding noise. Dr. Sour Vinegar was certain that everyone inside the Bachelor's Tower must have heard it. Robin was awakened by the thunderous noise beneath the tower. Alert, he immediately understood that something was amiss and hastily donned his clothing to descend. Bachelor Coben arrived at the tower entrance even before him. While Dr. Sour Vinegar was struggling with the lock, the assistant bachelor on duty had already descended to inform Coben, who was conducting experiments. Coben had personally replaced the lock cylinder that very morning. Although his political acumen was lacking, his instincts told him that sugar was an invaluable commodity. Sugar would serve as a long-term funding source for his research. He had grown weary of scrimping for experimental materials and would naturally safeguard the confidentiality and security of sugar. Upon being informed that guards were attempting to force their way in, Coben immediately thought that Robin's secret about sugar production had been leaked, failing to realize that the guards were actually there to investigate him. Emerging from the basement, Coben confronted the squad of guards barging in, along with the menacing Dr. Sour Vinegar. What do you intend to do? To intrude upon another's Bachelor's Tower so recklessly could warrant a death sentence. Coben stood defiantly before the intruders, questioning loudly. Does the council permit such chaos? Show me your search warrant. We have no warrant from the council. We are acting under the orders of the chief steward, Dr. Sour Vinegar scoffed, search away. Anyone who obstructs us can be executed on the spot. There was no room for negotiation. His tone was not merely harsh, but edged with menace. Robin, whom Coben had raised since childhood, shared a bond that transcended the ordinary teacher-student relationship, and they were united by a common vision and ideals. Memories flooded Coben's mind. Now, he and Robin were striving together for their shared aspirations, a profound and intricate bond that filled Coben with strength and a sense of responsibility. For those engaged in scientific research, their thought processes are often direct and unadorned. Coben glared fiercely at Dr. Sour Vinegar, arms outstretched to block the guards, and resolutely declared, "If you seek the formula, you must first step over my corpse." Dr. Sour Vinegar was momentarily taken aback. What formula? Chapter 6. The madwoman. Upon descending the staircase, Robin's gaze was immediately drawn to Coben, who presented himself as a figure prepared for a noble demise, blocking the path of Swan Cu and 5 guards. After Coben inadvertently let slip a crucial detail, the crowd reacted with a myriad of expressions. The formula has been leaked. Robin, what formula? queried Swansea. We came here to search for the formula, added a guard. It seemed as if every individual had seized upon the key phrase, their eyes fixated intently on Cobain. Though Cobain possessed a simplistic emotional intelligence, he was not foolish. In an instant, he comprehended that he had spoken out of turn, yet he found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless and frozen in place. Robin's mind raced as he observed the reactions of Swansea and the others, piecing together the events that had transpired. These individuals were unaware of the significance of white sugar. They had come for Cobain, yet Cobain, in his confusion, mistakenly believed that Swansea was after white sugar, leading to a comical misunderstanding. Dr. Swansea, is there some sort of misunderstanding? Robin inquired, stepping closer to Cobain with a smile. An unwarranted search is a grave offense. If you return now, I shall act as if nothing has occurred. Wizard Doctor, Swansea scoffed, retrieving a scroll from his sleeve and unfurling it. This is a search warrant signed by the chief supervisor. I expect you and your mentor to cooperate. In the academic city, only the chief supervisor possessed the authority to issue administrative orders, and search warrants fell under the jurisdiction of the judiciary, requiring the approval of the council, did it not? This is not in accordance with the rules, Robin countered with a smile. With one hand concealed behind his back, Swansea signaled Captain Zeit of the Peak family, apprehend him. Captain Zeit stepped forward with an inscrutable expression, suddenly delivering a punch to Robin's abdomen, causing turmoil within him and inducing a wave of nausea. Immediately afterward, Zeit employed a grappling technique, twisting Robin's wrist behind him, rendering him immobile. Robin, Cobain roared. Yet he too was restrained against the wall by two other guards. Swansea seized Robin's hair, forcing him to bend forward and look up at him. Boy, my words are the law now. If we uncover evidence of you and Cobain conducting live experiments, along with whatever malevolent formula Cobain just mentioned, you are doomed. Robin's facial muscles twitched, but a smile re-emerged on his face. You are courting death, he declared. His words incited a mix of embarrassment and rage in Swansea and Zeit. Just as Captain Zeit contemplated delivering another brutal blow to Robin, he noticed a dense cloud of black smoke beginning to emanate from Robin's form, suddenly dousing his fury with an icy chill. Zeit instantly recalled that this fellow was a wizard, delivering a swift kick to Robin's side, using the recoil to create distance between them. The Black Spectre coalesced for merely a second or two. Swansea, lacking Zeit's agility, was gradually lifted by the spectre, which gripped his throat. His eyes bulging in exaggerated horror, mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. The phantoms of demi-humans are typically invisible to ordinary individuals, unless the spectre harbors murderous intent towards someone, in which case they become visible. Initially, the guards observed only that Dr. Swansea was levitating inexplicably, unaware of the spectre's presence. Amu Mu, eliminate them all, Robin commanded, clutching his abdomen as he rose from the ground. The tone conveyed a hint of disquieting madness, causing Zeit's heart to constrict sharply. No sooner had the words left his lips than a black mummy materialized layer by layer from the haze into the tangible realm, coming into the sight of the guards. With a crack, Acidity's neck was twisted, hurled by Amumu towards the guard controlling Cobain, forcing the guard to relinquish Cobain in order to evade the strike. Both Cobain and the lifeless body of Acidity collapsed to the ground. Acidity was dead, and if Zeit chose to flee at that moment, he would forsake the honor of a knight, bringing an end to his future and career. Only one path remained for him, to rise and fight. Kill the wizard. Zeit bellowed fiercely, a glint of bloodshot fury igniting in his eyes. With a metallic clang, he drew his long sword from his waist. The four guards, obeying the command, simultaneously unsheathed their weapons. A resounding thud echoed, followed by a scream, as one guard was pierced through the chest by the ghostly claws and mercilessly flung against the wall. Amumu's cavernous mouth gaped wide, stretching to an exaggerated degree, the corners almost reaching his ears, as he unleashed a silent roar towards the guards. Robin stood impassively behind Amumu. To take a life, one must have reason. Engaging in discourse is futile. Robin reminded himself internally, recognizing that this was not a modern society governed by law, where legal principles served as the sole guideline. In light of the secrets surrounding white sugar, Robin felt compelled to silence any potential leaks. Zeit's expression turned wooden, his body stiffening as cold sweat began to seep from his back. Beads of perspiration slowly formed on his forehead. The ghost's swift action had been so instantaneous that even he had failed to perceive it. Such speed was beyond the reflexes of even a well-trained knight. The probability of slaying the wizard was infinitely close to zero. Gather around me. We must charge out. His voice trembled slightly. The remaining three guards, their faces pale, clustered closer to Zeit, four of them forming a protective circle as they slowly edged towards the exit. A shadow lunged towards Zeit's abdomen. Clang. Drawing upon years of combat instinct, Zeit managed to block Amumu's claws. A sigh of relief escaped him, with their backs pressed together. The four of them could barely defend against the ghost's onslaught. Amumu began to attack with increasing ferocity, claws and weapons clashing, producing a symphony of sharp metallic sounds and muffled grunts. Hold strong, Zeit urged, rallying their spirits, occasionally assisting the guards in fending off attacks. Yet these ordinary soldiers were still left with deep gashes from Amumu's claws. Robin lowered his hand from his aching stomach and retrieved a pouch from his sleeve. Seizing the moment when Zeit and the others were focused on Amumu, he abruptly scattered the contents of the pouch towards the guards, even tossing the empty pouch into their midst. A gray powder enveloped the guards, and immediately one cried out in pain, unable to resist scratching at his wounds. This was the lime that Robin had filtered from the water the previous night. At that moment, a gap appeared in the four-man defense. Boom. Zeit's robust body was violently thrust away, crashing into a wooden table in the hall, rolling a considerable distance while leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The remaining three individuals displayed despair, abandoning their defense to recklessly charge towards the door. With a swift motion, Amumu caught up to them, delivering the finishing blows. Zit stood up, propping himself against the table, his flaxen hair matted together with blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. He had reached the end of his strength. Just as Amumu was about to rush forward to eliminate the last foe, the door of the bachelor tower creaked open, allowing blinding sunlight to pour in, prompting Robin to instinctively shield his eyes, struggling to discern the visitor in the harsh light. He squinted and could vaguely make out the silhouette of a woman clad in a long dress. The Bull's Banner Tavern, situated along the honeyed river, was fortuitously located beside the bachelor tower of mysticism, separated only by a narrow alleyway. The tavern was well lit, basking in abundant light, and boasted exquisite decor that was both elegant and understated, subtly exuding luxury. However, Lady Maroya Hightar, having encountered countless lavish and precious possessions, surveyed her surroundings with a detached interest, akin to a nobleman expressing admiration for the natural beauty of a village. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, with a slender waist, long legs, and a generous bosom. Her face was captivating, adorned with enchanting, doe-like eyes that often conveyed a sense of vulnerability. Particularly when gazing directly at someone with her large, clear eyes, her piercing gaze could induce an acute sense of inadequacy, compelling others to avert their gaze. Yet, the Chancellor of the Academy dared not overstep his bounds. He respectfully pulled out a chair for Lady Maroya, who seated herself without any pretense of politeness. This chair was the most esteemed position in the private room, overlooking the honeyed river and, more importantly, providing a full view of the bachelor tower of mysticism. Lady Maroya Hightar was the eldest daughter of the Old Town Elder, second among her siblings. Like her father, she was deeply enamored with the study of mysticism. In Old Town, she was renowned for her capricious temperament. While she typically exhibited grace and gentility, any slight displeasure would unveil a more tyrannical aspect of her personality. Consequently, those who provoked her often found themselves on the experimental table, earning her the moniker, Madwoman Maroya. A dark-skinned servant approached with an elegant tray, bearing a jug of wine, royal wine from Qingting Island, the only vintage Lady Maroya would partake in. The servant also presented a delicate glass cup, and as the wine was poured, its intoxicating aroma enveloped the air. The Chancellor watched eagerly as Lady Maroya consumed her drink, and once she had finished, she exhaled contentedly. With a wave of her hand, she beckoned, "You should have some too." Dare not, dare not," the Chancellor chuckled nervously. "I wouldn't presume to drink in the presence of a lady." However, before he could finish, the servant had already filled his glass. The servant remarked, "My mistress is known for her decisiveness. When she requests you to partake, it is imperative that you comply. To refuse would render the occasion incomplete." Thus, the Chancellor had no choice but to acquiesce. Moments later, the madwoman observed Dr. Vinaigrette entering the bachelor tower through the window. Only then did she gently speak. "The incantation for summoning spirits must be secured. It is a directive from my father." "Indeed, my lady," the steward replied without delay. "Vinaigrette is off to investigate Cobain's heinous deeds. I trust there will be fruitful results." The steward dared not linger, glancing towards the bachelor tower with a sigh. "Regrettably, when I attempted to barter for the spell with Robin using the golden dragon, he outright refused. Otherwise, I would not be resorting to such coercive measures." As the madwoman toyed with a glass cup, she inquired, "Are you certain of success?" Robin considers Cobain both mentor and father. Leveraging Cobain against him should pose no issue. Just as the steward finished his assurances, Chaos erupted within the tower, followed by piercing screams, cries, and the clamor of clashing weapons. The madwoman sprang to her feet, causing the steward to pale and tumble from his chair in fright. "Fool! Something has gone awry," she scolded, her finely crafted features twisting in rage. The steward, trembling, clambered back to his feet, disoriented and uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, the glass cup shattered against his forehead, leaving him dazed. Incompetent. The madwoman's chest heaved with fury as she stormed out of the tavern, leading her kin directly to the bachelor tower. Upon flinging open the grand doors of the tower, she was met with the gruesome sight of a blood-soaked battlefield. The bloodied Captain Zither floated in midair, suddenly pierced by 5 gaping wounds in his chest, his heart exposed. Blood spilling forth like a torrential rain. "Good afternoon, Lady Moroya," a clean and gentle voice broke the silence, pulling the madwoman back to reality. She turned to see a young man with a serene smile, bowing respectfully towards her. Chapter 7. The Unwise Hightower. How dreadful. Not a single survivor. The madwoman feigned ignorance, clucking her tongue in mock admiration. The black slave's expression was grave as he attempted to position himself between the madwoman and Robin, but she brushed him aside effortlessly. "Is that so, Lady Moroya? You are unaware." Upon hearing the commotion, I hastened downstairs, only to find the massacre had already concluded. I did not see the murderer. "But the bloodshed here is staggering," Robin remarked, shaking his head repeatedly as he surveyed the scene. "What has transpired?" The steward rushed into the hall. "Ah!" he screamed, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from shock. Robin cast a glance at the 3 kin guards behind the madwoman, noticing one attempting to stealthily depart, presumably to relay a message. Yet, before the soldier could take a third step, his throat was severed by an unseen blade. "Damn it, all fools," the madwoman lamented, her face a mask of despair. As she spoke, she drew a jeweled dagger from her waist, kneeling to slice open the steward's throat with practiced precision, ensuring not a single drop of blood splattered onto her gown. Robin remained silent, his hands interlaced within his sleeves, merely observing her with a detached expression. "Drag that unfortunate soul and the foolish pig on the ground inside." After issuing her command to the enslaved man, the madwoman turned to Robin with a sincere smile and said, "I believe we must engage in an earnest and candid conversation. What do you think?" Robin remained noncommittal. Cobain, standing nearby, tugged at his sleeve and nodded towards the madwoman. The doors of the bachelor tower closed once more with a resounding thud. As Robin contemplated how to deal with the aftermath of confronting the envious one, he realized that eliminating a scholar was no trivial matter. One option was to flee to the free trade city across the sea. Another was to compromise with the Hightower family and surrender the recipe for white sugar. Both alternatives left Robin feeling as though he had just been subjected to a rigorous defense, which fueled his profound anger. It was not until the madwoman opened the door that Robin unraveled all the intricate threads of the situation. The envy seemed directed at Cobain, yet the true target was himself. The outside world remained oblivious to white sugar. His only invaluable asset was the ghostly sorcery he possessed. Thus, the situation appeared to offer a glimmer of negotiation. "You desire ghostly sorcery, do you not? I shall present to you a token of such sorcery." The madwoman gracefully approached Robin, only to discern his visage up close. His flawless countenance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a Targaryen, exuding an air of calm assurance. His eyes, seemingly gentle, concealed an undercurrent of immense confidence, akin to that of a true dragon. This was the madwoman's initial impression of Robin. How could the Hightower family possibly bear a Targaryen heir? Who was Robin's mother? Suppressing her inner questions, the madwoman refocused her thoughts and smiled as she inquired, "Shall we converse here?" Robin reassured Cobain with a pat on the arm, then extended his right hand from his sleeve in an inviting gesture, leading the way up the tower. "Ladies first," he said. The madwoman's gaze flicked momentarily to Cobain before returning to Robin, her demeanor unchanged as she followed him upstairs. Upon reaching the study on the 2nd floor, Robin leaned casually against the window, betraying no hint of the recent carnage he had wrought, as if nothing had transpired, his smile unwavering. "Lady Moroya, what would you like to discuss?" he asked. "About misunderstandings," she replied. "And then?" Robin queried, puzzled. The madwoman smiled confidently, though her assurance differed markedly from Robin's. Her confidence was one of superiority, tinged with disdain, stemming not from self-assurance, but from the power she wielded and indirectly controlled. "You possess a rare form of magic in this world, while my family commands the pinnacle of strength in Westeros. Our conflict is merely a misunderstanding." She approached the prominent chair on the right side and seated herself gracefully, one leg elegantly crossed over the other, the deep slit of her skirt revealing glimpses of her mysterious allure. The madwoman reclined, her fingers interlaced, elbows resting upon the armrests of the chair, and gazed intently at Robin. If our opposition results in grievous losses for both sides, why not extend a hand in reconciliation? Robin maintained his smile, realizing that, as the master of phantoms, he had now earned the right to engage in equal discourse with these ancient aristocrats at the negotiation table. The spectral manifestations at his command were capable of myriad actions: poisoning, assassination, and intelligence gathering. Should he fail to eliminate his adversaries in one fell swoop, the nobility he offended would likely find little rest. It is no wonder the powers of the old town expended such effort in their schemes. Who would not covet such a potent ability? Reconciliation requires a foundation of trust. How shall we establish mutual confidence? Robin inquired. To naively concur and resolve the conflict could lead to an immediate encirclement by the military that night. He was unwilling to take such a risk, and it was unreasonable to expect harmony without addressing the underlying grievances. Trust begins with mutual understanding, the madwoman replied with a faint smile. The predicament of the school of mysticism reflects the will of my family. The Hightower lineage has relied on magic since ancient times. Within the towering spire lies a comprehensive repository of necromancy, alchemy, divination, and other arcane arts. We regard magic as a cherished possession. Whenever a scholar displays a natural talent, they are invited to join our family in the pursuit of magical mysteries. Those who reject our goodwill may find themselves subject to the punitive reach of the family's influence over the school. Robin stroked his chin, recalling a memory fragment where an individual clad in a black robe, claiming to be from the Hightower Academy, had invited him to forsake his scholarly identity and join the Hightower family. However, he had been outrightly refused. The scripted narrative dictated that he remain a scholar, and he would not deviate from that path. It appeared the madwoman intended to extend another invitation to join her family, yet Robin was reluctant to accept a subordinate position. The era of magic has receded for over a century. Those spells and alchemical formulas are now but scraps of parchment. What value does your feudal adherence hold? Robin shook his head. The ebbing of the magical tide does not equate to its demise. This is a consensus within the entire realm of mysticism, the madwoman insisted, gripping the armrest tightly. Please, continue. Robin nodded, feigning agreement. Observing her rising agitation, he wished to avoid provoking her further, as an outburst could lead to an abrupt end to their dialogue. He scoffed at the Hightower family's obsession with magic. A century ago, during the tumultuous blood dragon rampage, the Hightower family had played a significant role, yet had they ever unleashed fireballs or storms? In the ancient era dominated by heroic kings, could one truly contend with demigods through mere fireballs? In the century since the magical tide receded, if the Hightowers had devoted themselves to technological advancement, they might have already risen again. The madwoman spoke earnestly. If you share your knowledge of phantom magic and join the Hightower family, all fractures will mend beneath the bonds of our kinship. You too have a penchant for the study of mysticism, do you not? Within the towering spire, all spells are laid bare before you. As she spoke, she rose and approached Robin, her body pressing against his, her ample form asserting dominance. The family shall select youthful and beautiful maidens for you, to establish a household and ensure your lineage perpetuates. As the largest port city on the continent, you must be well aware of our family's wealth. You need not fret over funding for the experiments you and Corbin are conducting. Pausing, she noticed Robin's silence. The madwoman fixed her gaze upon his eyes and smiled anew. Surely, you are curious about the fate that befalls those who offend the Hyder family. Old Town is not merely an academic hub. It once served as the headquarters for the Church of the Seven, with half of all bishops in Westeros hailing from the Hyder lineage. In due time, sinners shall be deemed heretics, facing the wrath of both gods and men. Even if you were to flee across the narrow sea, just as the madwoman was about to elaborate on her formidable prowess, she suddenly felt her skirt lifted abruptly, a hand slipping through the slit. You. Her cheeks flushed crimson, yet her body did not resist. Do you know the origin of ghostly sorcery? Robin whispered softly against her ear. How does it arise? The madwoman gradually shed her sense of shame, fully acquiescing. My type of magic, akin to the wolf spirits of House Stark, is a legacy of ancient bloodlines, unattainable by others. If your Hyder family desires such power, are you prepared? Smack. Robin playfully clapped his hands. The madwoman scoffed, pushing him away with her hands, shooting him a glare before she willingly shed her garments. Whether I am prepared or not is irrelevant. I have long rendered myself permanently sterile through potions, though. She licked her alluring lips. I would not mind experiencing it nonetheless. Chapter 8. A scarcity of talent. The madwoman confidently revealed her figure, her eyes narrowing with a sultry smile. She was tall and slender, with an hourglass shape that epitomized classic beauty, a hint of aristocratic grace enhancing her allure. Perhaps I could offer you a delightful surprise. Robin regarded her with a knowing gaze, recalling the peculiar blessing he received upon maximizing his aesthetic attributes. Dubbed Child of Delight, it granted him an unnatural fertility, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. The madwoman, somewhat discontented with Robin's lack of enthusiasm, leapt towards him. Downstairs, the black slave, accompanied by 2 clan guards, exchanged bewildered stares with Corbin, neither party making a move. Moments later, sounds cascaded from above. Corbin, momentarily taken aback, soon realized the nature of the activities occurring above, a paternal smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. The black slave, expressionless, retrieved a pipe from his pocket, nonchalantly lighting it and taking several deep puffs. The 2 clan guards internally reacted with disbelief. Is this how negotiations are conducted? We have just lost a brother, after all. Ahem. Corbin cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Given the developments from above, it seems the matter may have been resolved. Shall we not first attend to the cleaning of the floor and the bodies? The 2 clan guards looked towards the black slave, who shrugged, inquiring where the bodies should be moved. In the basement, I am called Cobain. Cobain approached the black slave and extended his hand. The black slave swatted his hand away, turning to assist his kin in lifting the corpse. Nevertheless, the black slave responded, "Poisonous insect." "What? My name, poisonous insect," the black slave murmured. Cobain nodded in understanding. If it were not a nickname, naming after an insect adhered to the naming customs of the Unsullied of Astapor. Together with the black slave, they placed the body in the storage room. The Unsullied are castrated slave warriors, trained from a young age in Astapor, characterized by their absolute obedience to their masters and their fearless demeanor in the face of war. Once they had nearly cleaned the hall, Robin and the madwoman leisurely descended from upstairs. Upon entering the hall, the madwoman commanded her subordinates, "Return." Robin and Cobain escorted the group, led by Hightower, to the door. "Ah, I feel so relaxed." She tilted her head back and stretched extravagantly. This posture could provoke desire in any male, and it could be said that 90% of men would be unable to resist stealing a glance at her peaks when she was unaware. Robin remained unfazed. He had seen all that was to be seen and was not tempted by this morsel of allure. He said to the madwoman, "Please convey my regards to Lord Leighton." "No problem. Insect, give him a level 1 access card for the Tower of the Great Library," the madwoman replied. "I reside on the 10th floor of the tower." Her tone gradually became more cheerful, a hint of sickly beauty blossoming on her cheeks. "Here's the key, but don't come looking for me." With that, she handed Robin a copper key and departed with poisonous insect. Watching the madwoman saunter away, Robin shook his head and sighed. The lives of the nobility are truly decadent. Cobain remarked somberly, "You have yet to witness the depravity of those fallen nobles. They are as filthy as the muck at the bottom of a cesspool. The very worst of the worst." Robin raised an eyebrow, sensing some resentment in Cobain's words. He inquired, "Have you encountered such a fate?" "My wife was once captured by a noble," Cobain replied, casting a glance at the card bearing the sigil of House Hightower in Robin's hand before turning back towards the scholar's tower. Robin rubbed his nose and followed him inside. The two returned to the underground laboratory, where Cobain and the black slave had already placed Dr. Vinegar on the stone examination table. Robin prepared various beakers, test tube racks, and bottles for their work. "What was the outcome of your conversation with that girl?" Cobain asked while dismembering Dr. Vinegar. "I entrusted the ghostly sorcery to Hightower. He no longer targets us and has granted us access to the great library of the tower," Robin responded. He handed over a sharp knife, and in a harmonious collaboration, they soon had Dr. Vinegar dismantled. "I thought you would join House Hightower," Cobain remarked. "I have my own plans regarding entering the noble system." Robin hesitated, but ultimately shared the matters of his family with Cobain. "The Heian family. You are the illegitimate child of the Heian family, cursed by the shadows of Hellenberg," whispered Cobain, digesting the information relayed by Robin. "Recently, I received news that Count Heian has fallen gravely ill. It appears that your return to claim your rightful status as an acknowledged illegitimate son is imminent." Robin skillfully preserved various organs, sealing them within jars filled with preservative fluid. "However, before returning to inherit Hellenberg, I intend to orchestrate a grand undertaking," Robin stated calmly, his hands never ceasing their work. "How grand?" Cobain inquired. "The academic city is vast. I have dubbed the initiative of proactive evolution as the grand scheme. The execution of the grand scheme is indispensable for the academic city and must be firmly within our grasp." Robin turned to Cobain, clenching his right fist with determination. "Our ambitions thus overlap with the power of the Hightower family, as the academic city currently flourishes under their protection." Cobain continued. A gentle smile, familiar to Cobain, graced Robin's face. Therefore, I must wrest control of the academic city from Hightower, or usurp them directly. You certainly have a penchant for chaos, Coben teased with a chuckle. Robin smiled, but offered no reply. Meticulously organizing the precious noble materials at hand before washing his hands at the sink, he departed the underground laboratory, intending to return to the manor for a well-deserved rest. Upon exiting the Bachelor-S Tower, he strolled along the banks of the Mead River, where the fragrant blossoms of the riverside garden wafted through the air. The gentle breeze caressing him was an unparalleled delight, imbued with the refreshing essence of water and the subtle aroma of moonflowers, invigorating his spirit. The tautness in his nerves seemed to gradually dissipate. Perhaps the journey of a traveler encompasses not only war and strength, but also poetry and distant dreams. Recollecting his scattered thoughts, he acknowledged the multitude of tasks awaiting him. The allure of immortality beckoned enticingly. Returning to the present, he recognized that to usurp a particular power, one must possess a complete and loyal management organization. Perhaps he could initiate this endeavor through the Merchant Guild, as he conveniently had sugar to trade as merchandise. Once the madwoman discovers her pregnancy, it will be intriguing to witness her choice. Should she decide to keep the child, I will have a valid reason to infiltrate the Hightower family. Utilizing her energy to safeguard the Merchant Guild, this child shall be the future master of the Towering Spire. Conversely, if she opts to terminate the pregnancy, more drastic measures must be taken to eradicate every trace of the Hightower family. Ascending the spiral staircase of the manor tower, he returned to his chamber. Sweet dreams. The following morning, he arose before dawn, the city still shrouded in twilight. Robin, bleary-eyed, opened the window to gaze outside. As the first light barely illuminated the skyline, the flames atop the towering spire blazing fiercely, seemingly eternal. With no time to admire this splendid view, he donned his white robe and quickly finished his breakfast. Robin needed to recruit several key individuals from the talent market. As merely a writer, he understood that professional matters required the expertise of specialists. The task of establishing a power base from scratch was indeed arduous, he sighed inwardly. There were two venues in the old town resembling high-end talent exchange markets. A place known as the Document Station is officially operated, where bachelor's assistants help individuals with various tasks. Job information for some graduates is also posted here, and one can schedule interviews for potential employment. However, due to the need to pay agency fees, both job seekers and employers are reluctant to incur such costs, desiring free services, which results in some delay in information dissemination. There exists another venue, not officially sanctioned, formed through spontaneous actions resembling a recruitment corner, named Featherpen Tavern. This establishment, a hotel in the old town, has reportedly never closed its doors for 6 centuries. Inside, there is a large bulletin board filled with various notices, including numerous job postings and recruitment flyers. While the information here is relatively current, the quality of job seekers can be quite mixed. Robin first visited the Document Station at the city gate, paying 10 copper stars to post a recruitment notice, seeking 10 sales representatives. He then perused the list of job seekers provided by the Document Station, noting 2 candidates from obscure academic disciplines while the rest were all bachelor's degree holders, lacking anyone with a background in business administration. He sighed and returned the list. In the evening, he planned to visit the Featherpen Tavern to try his luck. He then headed to the slave market to see what wares were available. After that, he wandered to the port, where dozens of docks lined the waterfront, with countless ships moored in the harbor. Feeling a bit weary, Robin contemplated establishing a rickshaw business in the city, aptly named Didi Rickshaw Service. There are many slave owners' yards, and Robin resolved to assist a longtime friend with his business. "Ah, wizard, do you have new demands?" Ramon greeted him warmly. "Help me find a few slaves with experience in commercial management," Robin replied. "Dear wizard, you have come to the right person. There is nothing I cannot procure. Our family is a leading name at the Millen headquarters," Ramon said, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of a substantial deal, his service becoming even more enthusiastic. "This way, please. The goods are in the single room at the back." He led Robin into a dimly lit large room with a low ceiling. On the thick earthen walls, there was a carved niche holding a pair of scented candles. Robin noticed he was standing on a mille-fleur-patterned carpet, with a tapestry hanging on the wall beside a bed. "Miss Rose?" Ramon called out, lighting the candles and opening a paper window to let sunlight stream in. A delicate voice, as faint as a whisper, responded. Amidst the flickering light, Robin discerned a woman sitting on the bed, her face partially obscured by a black veil. From her eyes and skin, along with the contours of her face outlined by the veil, Robin recognized her as a strikingly beautiful woman. Ramon approached to remove her robes. When he reached her short shirt, he forcefully tore it down to her navel. The woman seemed unfazed, standing up and slowly turning to showcase herself to the buyer. Ramon, you know I am not looking for a courtesan. I need someone with commercial management skills. Robin frowned and stated. Hey, this is exactly what you want. The finest of the finest. Ramon exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration, as if Robin were haggling. Miss Rose's father was one of the governors of the Free Federation of Mel. From a young age, Rose was immersed in her father's enterprises, proving herself to be exceptionally adept at managing the business association. He beckoned Robin forward, gesturing towards the young woman, revealing that her father had succumbed to failure in a commercial wager, leading to the bankruptcy of the association and an inability to settle debts, ultimately forcing the family to liquidate their assets. We incurred significant costs to acquire Rose. She was initially intended for the auction at the year's end. As you are a valued patron, I have brought her forth for your consideration. Is that so? Robin mused, gently stroking his chin as he began to reassess Miss Rose. Chapter 9. The sincere Robin indeed. My lord, my father was once a member of the governor's council, Rose replied softly. Robin noticed her lingering discomfort with the shift in her status, her voice tinged with timidity. Let us proceed thus. I shall pose 2 questions regarding the calculation of goods. Should you answer correctly, I will purchase you and accord you due respect and treatment. Very well, esteemed sorcerer, feel free to test me, Lamont chuckled, patting Rose's back with an air of confidence. Listen closely, Robin admonished her seriously. In my shop, I acquire a batch of goods at a wholesale price of 3 copper stars each for retail. If the retail price is set at 4 copper stars each, I estimate selling 120 items. Should the price be reduced by half a copper star, an additional 20 items could be sold. How many should I procure from the supplier? And what should the selling price be to achieve maximum profit? Lamont's expression faltered. Rose's mouth fell open in astonishment, as if she could fit an egg inside. Huh, sorcerer, do not jest. Who can possibly solve such a problem? Lamont erupted in boisterous laughter, attempting to amuse the sorcerer and evade the challenge. He was aware that the woman's scholarly credentials were no mere facade. She possessed genuine intellect. Robin shook his head, sighing in disbelief, as if to convey that such a simple task was beyond their grasp. My lord, perhaps you could pose a simpler question? Rose implored with a look of distress. Robin ceased his teasing and methodically tested her with problems ranging from simple to complex. The conclusion drawn was that this woman, educated in the realm of power games, possessed only the mathematical acumen of a middle school student. He then inquired about basic commercial knowledge, to which she responded with remarkable fluency. Well? Lamont interjected, not waiting for Robin's response. He leaned in conspiratorially and whispered with a smirk, She is still a virgin, you know. Robin nodded. Please step outside for a moment. I wish to speak with her privately. We shall discuss the price shortly. Huh. Very well, Lamont replied, departing with a chuckle and ensuring the door was securely closed behind him. Rose, lift your gaze to me, Robin instructed as he approached, assisting her in adjusting her clothing and gently patting her shoulder. Do not be anxious, relax. I wish to discuss your future. Yes, she responded. Her clear eyes locked onto Robin. You are destined to become a slave soon. Do you wish to remain one indefinitely? Robin inquired, taking a seat before her and smoothing her fallen bangs. My lord, what do you mean? Her cheeks flushed slightly. Serve me earnestly for a year, and I shall grant you your freedom in return. Robin gently spoke to her, his mind wandering to a year hence when she would likely be expecting their second child. With a serious expression, he continued, I, Robin, swear by the 7 gods that if Rose remains loyal to me and diligently applies herself to her work, I shall grant her freedom. He grasped the young woman's shoulders, drawing their gazes into close focus. I will also inscribe this promise within the contract of servitude, retaining 2 copies, to take effect automatically after 1 year. Tears glistened in Rose's eyes. This man was earnest, and there was no need for deceit. She pressed her lips tightly together to conceal her stirring emotions. Robin embraced her, patting her back gently, and after a moment, sensing that Rose had regained her composure, he produced a small pouch. Now, there lies a predicament. I do not possess sufficient funds to purchase you, Robin stated earnestly. Rose's eyes widened, still red from her earlier tears, rendered speechless. Robin spoke the truth. Given the current market for slaves, a person of Rose's caliber, skilled in commerce, of noble lineage, a virgin, and possessing a complete education in court etiquette, would command a price well into the hundreds of gold dragons. Converted, that would amount to several million. But I have the means to acquire you, Robin continued, maintaining his gaze upon her large, expressive eyes. Therefore, you must assist me in devising a plan to sell a commodity known as white sugar at a lucrative price. He placed a grain of white sugar into her mouth and handed her the pouch containing more of it. In truth, Selling white sugar to Ramon posed no considerable challenge. Robin intended to sell the exclusive rights to its trade, commonly referred to as a franchise fee. Given the potential of white sugar, any astute businessman would recognize the high profits associated with such rights, and they would surely vie for the opportunity. He merely sought to test this delicate girl. For simply stating intentions without action would be to her detriment if she were to be placed in a position of responsibility. As Rose tasted the white sugar, her eyes flickered with realization, a pure sweetness blossoming upon her tongue. In a world devoid of confections, cane sugar was scarce, with sweetness stemming primarily from honey, brown sugar, and a few other sources. Brown sugar, due to its processing, lacked the true sweetness that white sugar offered, and she quickly discerned the value of the latter. Mill was regarded as one of the most advanced free cities, boasting a thriving handicraft industry and reliant on export trade for its economy. Growing up in such an environment, Rose possessed a keen sense for business opportunities. "How does it taste?" Robin inquired. "Delicious," Rose exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Coming from the ruling class of Mill, she had never before experienced such unadulterated sweetness. "Master, do you wish to sell the finished product or the rights to resell?" Rose's question struck at the heart of the matter. Hearing her inquiry, Robin nodded in approval, affirming her capabilities. He explicitly stated his needs: resale rights. "I can produce approximately 500 pounds per month, with a supply price of 1 silver deer per gram." Upon hearing Robin disclose the figures concerning white sugar, Rose's sharp mind quickly comprehended that her future master was indeed testing her. Fortunately, her answers remained on point. "I propose that the master enter into a contract every 6 months, with a turnover qualification of 1,000 gold dragons for each half year." As Rose elaborated on the business plan, she appeared to regain her confidence within the commercial realm. She then assisted Robin in analyzing the reasoning behind the conclusions drawn, indicating that based on the master's output and unit price, both the master and Ramon would generate a monthly transaction volume of 1,000 gold dragons, amounting to 6,000 over 6 months. Once the goods from Westerosi reach the free cities, their unit price typically doubles or even exceeds that, ensuring Ramon a minimum profit of 6,000 gold dragons. Thus, selling the resale rights for 1,000 gold dragons is quite appropriate. Robin pondered seriously for a moment, confirming that there were no oversights, before revealing a satisfied smile. "Please wait a moment, don't rush. I may need to converse with Ramon for a while." He stood and walked outside, preparing for a rigorous negotiation with Ramon. Although Robin had never engaged in a business deal exceeding 10 million, the seller's market presented him with minimal pressure. In the courtyard, Ramon was chatting casually with his subordinates when he spotted Robin emerging and hurried over to attend to him. "Dearest wizard, do you approve?" Robin nodded, gesturing for Ramon to step aside, then retrieving a bag of white sugar samples from his possession. "Ramon, let me show you a treasure. Do you recognize this?" Robin said mysteriously, offering the white sugar to Ramon. "What is this?" Ramon inquired, puzzled. "White sugar, an exquisitely sweet delicacy. Do give it a taste." Robin replied with a smile. Ramon placed a few pieces of white sugar in his mouth and savored it. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he quickly grabbed a small handful to consume further. After a long moment, a look of astonishment crossed his face. "What a marvelous treasure. It's so sweet." "This is white sugar, refined from brown sugar through sorcery. Are you interested?" Robin explained. "How much per pound?" Ramon asked. 1 silver stag per gram, equating to 2 gold dragons per pound," Robin answered. "That's exorbitant," Ramon exclaimed, taken aback. "This isn't just sugar, it's akin to consuming gold. Such a luxury is only within the reach of knights and nobles. Naturally, it is expensive. Selling it cheaply would diminish its worth." Robin smiled and placed an arm around Ramon's shoulders. "I do not retail. I only supply partners with resale rights, which are sold separately." "How are the resale rights priced?" Ramon inquired, intrigued. His merchant instincts sensed that white sugar could sell remarkably well in Myr, fully aware of the excesses of the slave owners. "I manage the sales rights for Westerosi myself, while the resale rights for the 9 free cities are independently distributed. Each resale right comes with a supply of 500 pounds, signed and sold every 6 months at a price of 2,000 gold dragons." Robin clarified the selling standards, giving Ramon's shoulder a reassuring pat. "We are old friends, which is why I am presenting this opportunity to you. If I were to grant the resale rights to those merchant guilds that frequently seek my divination, the price would not be the same, as you understand." Robin offered him a knowing look. Ramon's eyes darted as he contemplated the possibilities, pacing thoughtfully in the corner of the courtyard. "Hey!" He clapped his hands, seemingly having made a decision. Ramon invited Robin into a tea room. personally preparing an exquisite brew of fine tea for him. He expressed a desire to delve into the specifics of the negotiation for the resale rights before engaging in haggling. Robin, having anticipated this, engaged in a vigorous exchange of words during the business discussion, and after consuming 5 pots of tea, they finally settled on a price. Ultimately, the cost for the resale rights was established at 1,500 gold dragons. Once the contract and other formalities were completed, it was nearly noon. The number of available personnel was still quite limited, necessitating his direct involvement in every matter. Fortunately, he now had his first subordinate. Robin led Rose out of the courtyard, concealing a gold ticket worth 1,200 gold dragons in his pocket, while his right hand clutched a small package containing a slow-acting poison to control Rose. The old town boasted the presence of banks, and not merely one. The gold ticket provided by Ramon was issued by the most reputable branch of the Iron Vault. After finishing lunch, Robin and Rose returned to the academic city. Along the way, Robin handed Rose a pen and paper from his sleeve, instructing her to jot down the tasks he was about to assign. 1. Register 3 guilds at the main chamber of commerce in the city. Shunfeng Logistics Guild, which manages freight transport between cities and urgent deliveries within the same city. Didi Carriage Guild, which oversees hand-pulled cart passenger transport. And Cornerstone Guild, which deals with sugar-related food products. Rose diligently recorded the information. She was determined to perform well in her first task assigned by her master. You may not be very familiar with the old town. I will arrange for 2 familiar assistant scholars at the clerical station to assist you. They can help guide you and ensure your safety. As scholars are respected in the old town, and no one would dare to trouble you. Yes, master, Rose replied. Additionally, the legal representative for the guilds need not be my name. Signing your name will suffice, Robin suggested, contemplating that this could also serve as a foundation for future offspring. Understood, master. 2. Proceed to the port, the entrance of the academic city, and the Weeping Dock to secure 3 well-located shops as bases for the guilds. They need not be too large, but the locations must be prime. All right, Rose quickly noted. For now, let us leave it at that, Robin encouraged, patting Rose on the shoulder. You may not finish today, but return to the Master Tower in the academic city before nightfall. I await your good news. Master, I promise to work diligently. Please rest assured, Rose declared, cradling her notes against her chest, her voice filled with determination. In her yearning for freedom, the slave Rose eagerly joined in the construction of the grand plan. A faint smile played on Robin's lips. Chapter 10. What is a surprise? The beacon atop the Tower of Ascendancy flickered in the evening mist, resembling a hazy, magical orange moon. At the 30th floor, the apex of the tower, resided the sovereign of the old town, the venerable elder, Count Leighton Hightower. On the balcony, the elder and a madwoman sat together, a brass tea table beside them, as they gazed down, admiring the twinkling lights of the old town. The elder, seated by the tea table, exuded an aristocratic, gentlemanly demeanor, an aura that was immediately recognizable and as refreshing as a spring breeze. Nearby, a servant named Poison opened a bottle of wine, pouring it before presenting it to the father and daughter duo. Do taste this newly arrived batch of Qingting wine. The elderly man's slightly graying eyebrows quivered when he smiled, rendering his entire visage remarkably amiable. As they clinked glasses, the madwoman merely sipped a small amount. The batch of Qingting wine was freshly delivered and still somewhat astringent, unsuitable for copious consumption at this moment. With the passage of time, it would become more fragrant. What is your opinion of that wizard lad? The old man inquired directly. Setting her glass down, the madwoman observed the teal-hued liquid slowly sliding down the sides of her cup. Cruel and cunning, she replied, extending her tongue to wipe the wine stains from the corner of her mouth. Regarding spectral sorcery, I am uncertain if he spoke the truth. I was coerced into the situation, and any errant actions could have led to dire consequences. The old man gently swirled his glass to aerate the wine and continued. And the specter? The information is scant. By the time I arrived at the scene, the battle had concluded. What I can ascertain is that the specter can attack while cloaked. I am unsure if it can summon multiples, she responded. She gestured towards the poison insect, whose years of service had instilled an understanding of the madwoman's desire for sustenance. His sorcery resembles that of the Shadowbinder of Ayasha. Though the Shadowbinder's shadows cannot become invisible, the old man downed his drink in one gulp, sighing, what a headache. The poison insect carefully presented some sashimi and salad, placing them on the modest tea table. It is unwise to continue probing. No one knows the specter's limits, and I certainly do not wish to become the next casualty. The madwoman lamented, delicately savoring a slice of sweet melon. Who could have anticipated the specter's strength? Back when the wizard nominated for doctoral certification, the specter could merely float a cup of water. This clearly indicated the depth of his cunning. The old man speared a piece of sashimi with his silver fork, savoring it slowly. This silver moonfish sashimi is exceptionally delightful, he recommended with a look of pure enjoyment. The madwoman, upon hearing this, picked up a slice of sashimi. But as she gazed at the translucent delicacy, a wave of revulsion surged within her. The old man cheerfully waved the fork in encouragement, urging her to taste it before it lost its freshness. The madwoman frowned, placing the sashimi in her mouth. Instantly, a feeling of nausea overwhelmed her, and she could not bear it, promptly expelling the untouched fish slice. Ugh! The poison insect hurriedly offered her water to rinse her mouth, trembling with anxiety over potential repercussions. After some time, the madwoman, regaining her composure, exclaimed vehemently, "Damn it! Drag that chef out and have him executed." The old man, peering through his bifocals directly at her, understood very well what such a reaction from a woman entailed, being a father of 10. Morning sickness, he pondered. Though his daughter had been deemed incapable of bearing children since her early teens, which was the very reason she had not married outside their family. Was this a miraculous intervention from the Holy Mother of the Seven Gods? He remained incredulous, repeating his action of carefully sampling another piece of sashimi, which appeared perfectly fine. "Listen to me, Moroya," the old man urged, gently restraining the increasingly agitated madwoman. Calm down. I want to butcher everyone in the kitchen." The madwoman shouted in a fit of rage, feeling that slaughtering a chef would not suffice for her fury. "Daughter, listen to me," the old man said as he rose. Embracing the agitated madwoman, "Child, you are experiencing morning sickness." Slightly calmed by the old man's assessment, the madwoman was momentarily bewildered. "But I haven't been with anyone else," she exclaimed. "I only engaged in a liaison yesterday, and today I exhibit clear signs of pregnancy. Has the world gone mad? Or is it I who am insane?" Regaining her senses, she broke free from the old man's embrace and dashed towards the tower. "Robin!" The old man reached out but only grasped at her fleeting shadow, helplessly commanding, "Poison Worm, take a battalion of soldiers and follow, ensure Moroya's safety." Poison Worm nodded in obedience and hurried down, needing to rally the city guard before pursuing the madwoman. The madwoman stumbled through the alleys of the old town, heading towards the academy city. She gasped for breath, having descended 30 flights of stairs. Her physical endurance had reached its limit, sustained solely by sheer will. A tumultuous storm of emotions enveloped her, compelling her to confront that man and demand clarity. No, it was merely a joyful encounter. She was uncertain of what questions to ask. It was an instinctive yearning to see the man who had surprised her. Recalling how she had transformed from the town's jewel to its madwoman in her teenage years, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, a curse from that wretched forest witch. Perhaps he was the divine gift bestowed upon her as a husband. The sound of synchronized footsteps approached from behind. Poison Worm had caught up with a battalion of city guards. He trotted beside her and gently suggested, "My lady, may I carry you?" The madwoman shook her head, ignoring him, and continued her unsteady advance. After what felt like an eternity, she arrived at the main tower, standing before Robin's chamber door. She pulled up her sleeve to meticulously wipe away the traces of tears and brushed off the dust from her skirt before inserting the black iron key into the lock. With a click, the lock turned, and the door swung open. A foolish smile, which she deemed gentle, spread across her face as she stepped into the room. What met her eyes was a slender, fair-skinned beauty perched atop Robin, swaying her body like a sprite, dancing joyfully. The madwoman's smile froze, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed heavily onto the floor. Robin, with a swift motion, flipped over, pinning Rose beneath him, draping a blanket over her head. "What is happening during class?" "Do not move," Robin whispered. Rose obediently nodded beneath the covers. He quickly donned a robe and stealthily approached the door, preparing to check for the madwoman's breath. At that moment, Poison Worm, sensing something amiss, entered the room. Upon seeing the fallen madwoman, his expression twisted into a snarl, and with a roar, he drew his short gun, aiming it at Robin, eyes glinting with lethal intent. The soldiers in the corridor outside, upon hearing the commander's roar, immediately entered a state of readiness, drawing their short swords and raising them against their round shields. The sound of clashing metal reverberated, revealing that these soldiers were exceptionally well trained, far superior to the guards of the academy. What on earth is happening? Robin swallowed hard. The Poison Worm approached the madwoman with a crouched tactical stance, coldly warning, "My lady the sorceress, I strongly advise you against any rash actions. There are 100 elite soldiers outside. Even if you were to kill us all, the city garrison has already received orders, and should a battle ensue here, over 2,000 regular troops will swiftly encircle this place." Robin glanced at the madwoman on the ground, striving to piece together the situation, He seemed to have grasped a clue. Wait, how did Lady Maroya come to be here? Our master is pregnant and insists on meeting you, the poison worm replied. Blast, Robin exclaimed, slapping his thigh, recalling the madwoman's smiling face upon entering. He immediately understood the sequence of events. Please do not move. We must take our master away, the poison worm said as he lifted the madwoman onto his back. At that moment, he noticed a lady's undergarment on the floor, and in an instant, he comprehended how the madwoman had fainted. My lady the sorceress. It would be wise for you to come to the Tower of Celestial Trees and apologize. Robin closed his eyes, massaging his forehead with one hand while gesturing to the poison worm with the other to leave quickly. As the soldiers and the poison worm departed, Robin slammed the door shut. What a surprise. Rose returned too late, prompting him to cancel his plans to visit the Featherpen Tavern, instead opting to guide her in card skills. Alas, their master Rose whispered timidly from beneath the covers. Today was the day the cardinal would hold a council meeting. Rose had only registered 3 merchant associations yesterday and had left early after her morning exercise to seek out shops. After lingering in bed for a while, she finally dressed and made her way to the cardinal's office. The cardinal's office was the venue designated for the scholars' debates, where the significant decisions of the academy were primarily made. The weather remained chilly, prompting Robin to tighten his robe, despite gaining immortality. His physical constitution remained akin to that of an ordinary person. He mused about finding a knight to instruct him in physical training, ideally one of the water dancers from Bluffus. As he passed a grand natural fountain, the outline of the cardinal's office came into view. The entire structure cloaked in massive stones and bricks, emanating an air of ancient solemnity. Robin presented his doctoral credentials and the Wagong ring to the assistant scholar at the entrance. Guided by the assistant scholar, he entered the assembly hall of the cardinal's office. Numerous doctors had already gathered, most of whom, like Robin, wore rings corresponding to their respective fields, indicating their authority was not particularly high. Esteemed doctors were required to possess a complete set of ring, mask, and staff to signify their leadership within their professional domain. By the time the deliberation commenced, around 20 doctors were seated in the hall. A few seats remained vacant. Some were not occupied due to the absence of individuals traveling, while others were rendered unable to attend the council due to advanced age. Presiding over the meeting was an elderly gentleman clad in a dark iron suit, known as Wogref, whose hair was strikingly gray. He commenced the session with a brief introduction to its purpose, to elect the next chancellor, with the agenda focused on recommending suitable candidates for the position. Originally, the topic was intended to address the punishment of Cobain, but under Robin's influence, Hightower withdrew that agenda, notifying the attending scholars of the new subject matter. Several scholars exchanged knowing glances towards Robin, as they could surmise the reason behind the alteration of the agenda. Power and wealth remain the paramount currencies of human society, proving to be remarkably effective at all times and in all places. The academic city, under the economic sway of the Hightower family, resembled a young girl, easily manipulated. Robin maintained a facade of detachment, appearing entirely unconcerned. Throughout the subsequent expressions of opinion, discussions, and debates, he conducted himself like an actor, articulating his thoughts in a balanced and impartial manner. He realized that he was the most nominated candidate, pondering, I have given a child to the madwoman. Will Hightower grant me a position in return? At that moment, Robin's stance was one of acceptance without rejection. Neither proactive nor declarative, he would accept the sweets while deflecting any potential projectiles. Ultimately, Wogref struck the gavel upon the wooden block and solemnly declared, I hereby announce the appointment of the 103rd Chancellor of the Academic City, Dr. Robin. Chapter 11. The mercenary the scholars had grown accustomed to Hightower's meddling in the affairs of the council. Despite their profound dissatisfaction, the annual generous funding from Hightower silenced most of their grievances. Following the announcement of the Chancellor's appointment, no one approached to offer congratulations, as such connections were deemed unworthy of their deference. Moreover, most scholars believed the role of Chancellor to be a thankless endeavor, one that would divert them from their earnest work. Seated beside Robin was a man adorned with a silver mask, appearing to be in his early 40s, who seemed particularly interested in Robin. This individual, bedecked with silver rings, a silver scepter, and a silver mask, was a leading figure in the field of medicine. The man tilted his head and spoke. Sorcerer, I hear you have impregnated the madwoman? Robin responded with a composed smile. Ambrose, he introduced himself, extending his left hand to Robin, or you may refer to me by my moniker, Butterfly. Robin shook his hand and replied with a smile, Dr. Butterfly. It is a pleasure to meet you. That nickname, bestowed by that scoundrel, is truly unforgettable, he chuckled. Butterfly smiled at his self-deprecation and continued, do you know? The madwoman's fertility is a conclusion I reached personally. Did she not self-administer sterilization? Robin inquired, puzzled. Butterfly shook his head, stating, the madwoman was cursed by a forest witch. I do not know the specifics, but when I treated her, she was beyond healing. Reflecting on the matter, Butterfly remarked, you truly are a miracle. He fixated on Robin with an almost perverse intensity, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Robin, pulling down the robe that draped his lower body to shield himself from the butterfly's gaze, placed a hand over his mouth and conspiratorially whispered, would you like to know how I accomplished this? Having devoted decades to the study of medicine, he now encountered a phenomenon that defied the very laws of nature. Igniting his curiosity, the butterfly leaned in closer and murmured, of course, I am eager to hear. Is there a hesitation? Is the academic secret inconvenient to share? Name your price. All can be negotiated, Robin replied coolly. You are aware of the living experiments conducted by Bachelor Cobain, I presume? He continued. Indeed. Are we investigating a subject titled Active Evolution, specifically an experiment on bloodline ancestry? The butterfly inquired, a tremor in her voice. Precisely, Robin whispered. Would you care to participate? Curiosity pricked at the butterfly's heart like a playful kitten, stirring a relentless desire to explore and comprehend more. I shall consider it. She hesitated, murmuring to herself. The green hand, the gardener. Robin nodded lightly, patting her shoulder before departing with an airy step towards the Tower of Mysticism. Upon reaching Cobain's laboratory, he found the door unexpectedly closed. Evidently, crucial experiments were underway that warranted solitude. A chilling scream echoed from within. Robin adjusted his white coat and gently rapped on the door. Enter. Cobain's voice resonated from inside. Robin pushed open the wooden door, revealing a dimly lit laboratory. A fleeting glance revealed a test subject bound to a table, writhing in distress, while Cobain, wielding a scalpel, was implanting a coagulated mass of flesh into the subject's abdomen. Robin retrieved the experimental records from the wall, poring over the details with meticulous attention. Cobain set aside the scalpel and picked up a small vial, delicately unscrewing the cap. With tweezers, he extracted a slender, black worm and placed it into the subject's abdominal cavity, swiftly suturing the incision with fine thread. Overwhelmed by agony, the test subject succumbed to unconsciousness. Any progress, Mentor? Robin inquired as Cobain completed his task. The minuscule biological tissue I implanted is the concentrated essence derived from acidic flesh. I am attempting to utilize the bloodworm to awaken latent human potential, or, as I might term it, vitality or bioenergy, Cobain replied, panting as he wiped his hands with a cloth. If fortune smiles upon us, and the subject experiences no rejection, this ordinary individual's physical constitution should exhibit a slight enhancement. We shall record this augmentation and analyze the underlying processes to gradually unravel the mysteries of bloodlines. Cobain took the notebook from Robin and leaned over the table to add new entries, swiftly noting essential factors: date, conditions, materials, and process. The acidic flesh can only undergo 5 more implantation tests before the experiment must be halted, Cobain cautioned Robin. Do not worry. I shall devise a solution, Robin assured him. As dusk approached, Robin and Rose set foot on Crow's Nest Island. There was no need for a small boat to reach the island. A weathered wooden suspension bridge connected it to the eastern shore. Upon entering the island, they encountered a fork in the road. To the left lay the oldest edifice in the scholarly city, the Crow Tower. Robin's destination, the Quill and Tankard, required a right turn. After walking a few minutes along the moss-covered stone path, they beheld a tall wooden house leaning southward, reminiscent of a drunken apprentice. This tavern had stood for 6 centuries, serving wine, ale, and strong cider to travelers, sailors, blacksmiths, singers, monks, nobles, and the apprentices and assistant scholars of the city. Robin pushed open the tavern's grand door, and a cacophony of noise greeted him, causing him to frown as he stepped inside. His eyes fell upon groups of gray-robed scholars, merchants, sailors, craftsmen, and mercenaries clustered in circles. The pair approached the bar and ordered 2 glasses of the tavern's renowned strong cider. A waitress balancing a tray approached and inquired if they required any service, for merely a modest tip. Emma, over 30 yet possessing a full figure and enduring charm, was the tavern's eldest waitress. She immediately discerned that Robin and his companion were first-time visitors to the Quill and Tankard, and such patrons often proved more generous than the regulars. Please, find us a quieter private room, Robin said with a smile, nonchalantly flicking 2 copper stars onto her tray. Sir, please follow me, Emma replied, her eyes alight with surprise. She led them to a private room on the 2nd floor, which boasted a terrace offering a view of the Honeywine River. Do you have a compiled list of job openings on the bulletin board? We need to hire capable individuals. Rose addressed Emma. Certainly, but the prepared list comes at a small fee. No matter, bring it forth, she replied. Please wait a moment. Emma smiled and stepped out to retrieve the booklet. Is there a structured organization for the merchant guilds? Robin asked as he wrapped his arm around Rose's waist. How many employees do the 3 guilds require? The master will have someone come in, Rose playfully chided. Once Robin's hands ceased their mischief, she continued. To establish a preliminary framework for the 3 guilds, the DD Carriage Company will need at least 50 people, the Shunfeng Logistics will require 100, and the Cornerstone Guild will need 20. She produced a notebook she always carried and placed it on the table, meticulously detailing the number of individuals needed for each guild, the specific roles, and the associated costs. We also need a main headquarters. The shop purchased in the city is only suitable as a reception front, Rose stated. Robin nodded. I believe the Crow Tower on Crow's Nest Island would be quite suitable. It occupies a vast area, located in the heart of the old town, somewhat secluded at the southernmost tip of the island. The Crow Tower is the oldest structure in the scholarly city, having always been an idle asset of the institution. Now that I am the chief supervisor of the scholarly city, securing it with a 1 copper star rental agreement poses no challenge. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, Rose called. Emma handed over a stack of papers. Madam, here are the latest job applications from the bulletin board. Rose meticulously sifted through them, jotting down the names of the desired candidates on a separate sheet. A few minutes later, she presented her compiled list to Robin for review. He quickly scanned it, noting that accountants, procurement officers, salespersons, and warehouse managers were all included. Nodding in approval, he returned the list to Rose. Please contact these individuals. If they are currently at the tavern, bring them to me, Rose instructed. Emma took a look and was astonished to find dozens of names on the list, including some major clients. She dashed downstairs, calling out a long string of names, which incited a stir among the patrons of the tavern. The ensuing scene resembled Robin's past interviews. Emma would call out a name, and the individual would enter the private room to present their qualifications to Rose. Rose posed several questions to assess their truthfulness, verifying the authenticity of their skills, marking those who passed on the list. Robin leaned against the terrace, growing increasingly bored as he awaited the marathon-like interviews to conclude. His gaze drifted towards the distant starry cathedral, which stood nobly and solemnly in the sunset, its grand stone blocks and towering columns creating a sight that was both awe-inspiring and reverent. Inside, candidates entered with hope, some leaving with joy, others with disappointment. Bored, Robin picked up the stack of job applications beside him, deliberately focusing on the mercenaries, as Rose had only planned for management personnel, neglecting security forces. He intended to form his own private army. Upon reaching the last page, a mercenary's name caught his eye. Balin. Emma, Robin called out. Sir, how may I assist you? The waitress hurried to his side. Robin pointed to the job application. Please summon this mercenary. Also, arrange a private room for me to meet with him. A moment later, in the adjoining private room, Robin encountered Balin from the application. He was of medium build, with a robust physique and muscular frame. His hair was thick and black, slicked back into a prominent style that accentuated his high hairline. His eyebrows were thick and arched, framing a pair of deep brown eyes perfectly. Upon entering, Balin spoke with ease. My lord, do you have any difficult questions for me? He casually grabbed a bottle of cider from the table, taking a generous swig. Noting the mercenary's impudence, Robin smiled. Indeed, I do. Very challenging ones. Greetings, I am Robin. Robin extended his hand, his handsome appearance and unique aura fostering an immediate connection. Hello, Balin. Robin quickly released his hand, gesturing for Balin to take a seat. Mr. Balin, may I inquire how long you have been a mercenary? Approximately 10 years. He replied. And what is your annual income? Robin asked. Balin remained silent, merely gazing at Robin, lifting his cup to sip from it once more. The work I entrust to you necessitates mutual trust. You understand that mutual understanding forms the foundation of trust. Robin clasped his hands together and pressed them against the edge of the table, continuing, without trust, we are akin to 2 isolated islands devoid of any connection, rendering any interaction between us impossible. When the market is favorable, 10 gold dragons can multiply several times, said Boron, tilting his head slightly, his left hand gesturing outward. I possess a sword. You require someone who wields one. It's as simple as that. Boron, perplexed, inquired, why are you asking these questions? Because I need not just an assassin. I require a leader, a commander for a legion, Robin elucidated. Boron raised an eyebrow. I don't quite grasp your meaning. Are you intending to form a mercenary group? A similar entity, which I prefer to call a warband. It will not accept external contracts for hire, but will serve solely as the standing army for my merchant guild's security, Robin explained. Warband. Standing army Boron pondered Robin's words, lifting his goblet for another hearty sip of apple cider. A merchant guild that is not merely establishing guards, but rather forming a legion? What kind of guild can sustain such a voracious beast? Boron stood, tightened his belt, and turned to Robin, stating, Robin, is it? If your jest has concluded, I believe it is time for me to depart. What kind of absurdity is it for a stranger to offer a princely sum to become a legion commander? 100 gold dragons, Robin replied, a smile dancing in his eyes as he met Boron's gaze, enunciating each word, per year. 100 gold dragons. After a brief pause, Boron's lips curled into an awkward smile, and he willingly returned to his seat, saying, let us discuss your remarkable warband and merchant guild. Robin placed a gold note valued at 200 gold dragons on the table. This is your startup capital. Remember the tasks that follow. Boron straightened, his eyes fixed intently on the gold note. Firstly, I have 3 merchant guilds, and you must utilize the startup funds I provide to establish a warband to safeguard these guilds. The warband will be stationed on Blood Island. Blood Island is a small isle not far from the coast of Old Town. No problem, boss, Boron replied earnestly. Can you write? Robin inquired. A little, Boron answered honestly. Then write it down. Robin pushed the paper and pen toward him. Boron, with a slight smirk, transcribed Robin's instructions onto the paper. The 3 guilds will pay the warband's wages monthly, contingent upon the warband's performance and their profits. I will liaise with the guild heads to finalize the specifics, Robin said, leaning in to ensure Boron made no errors. He continued, secondly, the warband will be divided into 2 factions, the White Hand and the Black Hand. The White Hand is responsible for the guild's security, while the Black Hand will undertake the gray tasks I assign. Gray tasks? Boron asked, realizing Robin's true intentions for the warband, an assassination organization. Cunningly, Boron contemplated whether to abscond with Robin's initial funds. He was reluctant to wade into murky waters. Indeed, it is as literal as it sounds. Tasks involving assassination, espionage, kidnapping, and infiltration. Robin replied calmly with a nod, stating that the monetary rewards for each mission would be dispensed separately, with greater risks yielding higher returns. He summoned 50 operatives for open assignments and 15 for covert ones, instructing them to obey without question. If funds fell short, they could seek approval from the guild leader. Very well, Boron noted, continuing to take notes. Boss, is there anything else? That will suffice for now, Robin said, lifting a glass of apple cider to soothe his throat. Boron cautiously reached for the gold bills, and Robin, observing with amusement, swiftly swatted his hand away. Isn't this meant for me? Boss, I must get to work, he replied, his hand discreetly resting on the hilt of his sword beneath the table. Regarding your compensation, we have yet to conclude. Robin offered a gentle smile. I believe the current wage you proposed is sufficient, Boron responded with a grin, the blade having already slid out by half an inch. Robin retrieved a small package from his pocket. This contains a slow-acting poison to control Rose, crafted by Yilin, renowned for its quality. Boron, about to rise in protest, suddenly felt as if an invisible force was pinning him to his seat, rendering him immobile. After several futile attempts to break free, terror gripped him. He sensed that this man was the orchestrator of his predicament, foreseeing a disastrous encounter. Robin appeared oblivious to Boron's subtle movements, preoccupied with unwrapping the package and extracting a small blue pill. This is called joy. One must consume it once a month to experience happiness. Without it, sorrow prevails. Robin approached Boron with a smile. Boron managed a smile that looked more like a grimace. Is it possible to abstain? Robin shook his head impassively, commanding the specter to pry open Boron's mouth and forcibly administer the pill mixed with alcohol. Once Boron regained his composure, Robin clapped his hands, prompting him to focus. Mr. Boron, this is merely a desperate measure. We need a foundation of trust. I, Robin, swear by the 7 gods that 1 year hence, I shall restore Mr. Boron's freedom. Should I violate this oath, I shall perish instantly. By the Kraken, I have truly fallen today. May death come for me. Boron gasped, having exhausted considerable energy resisting the specter. Clearly, he harbored no belief in such empty vows. Robin recalled Boron's character and background from the series, a man of lowly origin, devoid of a surname or family, lacking emotional attachments, honor, or wealth, a person with no vulnerabilities. No, the absence of wealth is indeed a weakness, Robin mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. Boron, what I require is someone capable of assisting me in my endeavors. Your current attitude will not suffice for effective work. I would rather die than lift a finger for you, Boron retorted, his expression fierce. 200 gold dragons, Robin asserted confidently, fixing his gaze upon Boron's eyes. articulating each word deliberately every year. 200 gold dragons. For Robin, money represented merely a string of numbers, akin to sugar or future inventions that would elevate him to the status of the world's wealthiest. At this moment, he urgently needed a forceful ally, and Boron was a fitting candidate. Boron's struggling body came to a halt, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, 300 golden dragons. Agreed. Robin promptly acquiesced, smiling as he stepped forward to grasp Boron's left hand. Welcome, Mr. Boron, to my grand scheme. Allowing Robin to hold his hand, Boron hung his head in despair, momentarily feeling as though his soul had been lost. Damn it. By the time Rose finished her interviews, it was already midnight. To celebrate the addition of the new member, Boron, Robin sent a servant to summon Cobain from the Bachelor-S Tower, and the four of them feasted on a sumptuous banquet at the Feathered Quill Tavern. Chapter 13. The Hand's Mission. Robin ordered a glass of juice for Rose, as it was prudent for her not to consume alcohol during her early pregnancy. He poured himself a glass of apple wine and stood to toast, addressing the group. To our mentor, to Rose, and to Boron, let us raise our cups. To our grand endeavor, cheers. To the grand plan, Cobain echoed, lifting his glass. Cheers. Rose giggled, holding her juice aloft. Cheers. Boron gulped down his drink in one go, still feeling dizzy and as though he had not yet regained his senses. How had he found himself aboard this pirate ship overnight, with his life now in someone else's hands? Even more astonishing was the sudden acquisition of a job with an annual salary of 300 golden dragons. What a concept! He had once toiled through perilous endeavors just to earn a fraction of that sum, and now this happiness had arrived with such unexpected swiftness. Ms. Rose, will my salary be issued by you? Boron inquired softly, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Indeed, Mr. Boron, Rose replied, taking a sip of her juice. According to our master's established rules, salaries are disbursed on the 23rd of each month. There are no withholdings, and you will receive your pay for the current month in advance. My salary is 25 golden dragons each month. Does the boss truly have that much money? Boron's voice lowered. It was no wonder he harbored doubts. Many of the great nobles in Westeros, those without a financial backbone, collected only a few hundred golden dragons in taxes annually. How could a mere mercenary earn such a sum? 7 gods, 300 golden dragons a year. The mere thought of that figure sent shivers down his spine. There is no cause for concern. You must trust in our master's capabilities. He will provide for us. Rose reassured him with a smile, clinking her juice glass against Boron's wine glass. All right, I believe, Boron said, gulping down another drink. Boron, hold your horses. I must address everyone regarding our unified plan and organizational structure, Robin interjected, pressing down on the table to gather their attention. The group set down their glasses and utensils, listening intently to what Robin had to say. First and foremost, we belong to the same organization, aptly named the Umbrella, signifying a protective force for the grand plan, safeguarding its interests from harm or interference. Rose and Boron may not be fully aware of what the grand plan entails. It is a research initiative aimed at tracing the origins of human bloodlines and guiding humanity towards voluntary evolution into extraordinary beings. This endeavor is currently under Cobain's stewardship. Robin inquired of Polong and Rose whether they understood, confirming their comprehension before continuing. The purpose of the Umbrella Organization's existence is to serve the grand plan, ensuring its smooth progression. The organization is divided into 3 departments: the Research Institute, overseen by Cobain, the Keystone Treasury, managed by Rose, and the Combat Group, led by Polong. Though these 3 departments operate independently, they are interdependent. The Research Institute is the core department, and both the Keystone Treasury and the Combat Group must unconditionally meet its demands. As Robin scanned the room, he noted their acknowledgement and nodded in response. This delineation of functions is crucial. Without clear divisions of labor, this newly established organization will falter. Rose understood her responsibilities well. She managed numerous merchant associations to generate profits, subsequently providing research funding. Furthermore, she was tasked with calculating and disbursing salaries and bonuses for all personnel within the Umbrella Organization, whether from the Research Institute, merchant associations, or the Combat Group. Any financial request had to be submitted to Rose, with substantial amounts requiring Robin's approval. Polong grasped Robin's message as well. The Combat Group serves as the security force for the 3 departments, tasked with handling and eliminating threats, regardless of their nature. This meeting could be deemed our inaugural working conference, with future sessions scheduled for the 23rd of each month during payroll. Robin took a sip of wine, moistening his throat. Acknowledged, Master, Rose replied. No issues here, Cobain added. Understood, Polong affirmed. Robin then settled down and addressed Rose, regarding the deed for Crow Tower. You and I will go to the Overseer's pavilion tomorrow, and I shall hand it directly to you. The sugar production facility must be constructed at Crow Tower without delay, employing only mute slaves. Rose nodded in agreement. As for you, Cobain and Polong, the bases for the Research Institute and the combat group will be established on Blood Island. That isle is sparsely populated, home to an abandoned village inhabited by some tax-evading wildlings. We must capture these wildlings to serve as laborers and transform the village into a fortress. Robin looked at Polong with a steady gaze, speaking gravely. I expect to see the wildlings under control within a week. Understood, boss, Polong replied solemnly. Cobain smiled silently. Aware that these wildlings would ultimately find themselves on his experimental table, Robin was considerate of this newcomer, refraining from overly explicit details to avoid distressing him. Robin nodded and clinked his glass with Cobain's. With a satisfying clink, they drank in unison. Robin was pleased with Polong's attitude. For him, 300 gold dragons represented an immense fortune. If Polong could not overcome his mental barriers, there would be no reason for his existence. The path he had chosen was destined to be littered with corpses, an inevitability that could not be avoided. Whether commoner or noble, king or beggar, all must comply and lie beneath if necessary. As the hour grew late, Robin rose first, with Rose linking her arm with his as they departed together. 2 days later, on Crow Island at Crow Tower, Robin and Cobain walked outside the ancient castle. The Crow Tower, during the Age of Heroes, once served as a stronghold for pirate lords, who resided there, plundering ships that drifted downstream. Cobain recounted this to Robin, who observed the walls shrouded in moss and vines, where crows had supplanted archers atop the battlements. The small moat surrounding the castle had long since dried up, leaving the place in a state of severe disrepair. It would take considerable effort to restore it. Robin remarked with a shake of his head. Cobain nodded in agreement as they ambled along, engaging in casual conversation. Crossing the drawbridge, they noted the absence of chains, suggesting it had never been raised. Upon entering the castle, a chill and dimness enveloped them. Looking up, Robin spotted a few members of the merchant guild assigned by Rose working within the tower. The sugarcane had successfully been harvested in the valley behind the castle, with over 2 weeks remaining before the delivery deadline to the slave trader Ramon. This fortress boasted 4 towers, their names lost to the annals of time. Robin designated them as East, West, South, and North Towers based on their positions. A craftsman tidying up mentioned that a nest of white crows had been discovered atop the West Tower. I must go take a look, Cobain declared. I shall check on Boron and the mercenaries' training, Robin replied as they parted ways at the castle gate. Beyond the inner gate lay the courtyard, dominated by an ancient fishbeam tree. The trunk bore faces carved into its bark, while a thick layer of purple moss enveloped its pale branches. Half of its limbs appeared withered, yet some still exhibited a few vibrant red leaves, serving as a favored roost for the crows. Continuing deeper, faint shouts of voices could be heard. Beyond the courtyard lay an expansive training ground where a dozen mercenary-clad warriors unified in their swordplay. Boron, dressed in a black top and gray trousers, navigated through the ranks, occasionally correcting the soldiers' stances. Displeased, he would deliver a sharp kick to a warrior's ankle, and those who fell to the ground dared not express their frustration, promptly rising to resume their training. Clearly, they were accustomed to Boron's temperamental demeanor. When Robin spotted him, Boron also noticed Robin's entrance. Boron, Robin waved his hand in greeting. All right, everyone hold on, Boron shouted, prompting the warriors to pause. Let us take a break. He jogged over, and the mercenaries regarded Robin with curious glances. Without acknowledging the warriors, Robin and Boron moved to a nearby pavilion. Robin informed Boron, much like he had with Rose, that he would not present himself publicly. Neither the combatants nor the guild members needed to know his identity. Are these warriors satisfactory, boss? Boron asked bluntly. Robin, unfazed by his casual demeanor, recognized that one's status as a boss was not inherently superior. Those with capability and strength deserved his attention and respect. It was commendable to assemble a decent squad of warriors within 2 days. They are adequate, Robin replied, occasionally glancing at the soldiers resting on the ground. Boron, select a few trustworthy warriors for a covert task tonight, Robin stated matter-of-factly. Balin glanced at Robin, slightly tilting his head. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. No problem. What is the task, and how much is the reward? An illegitimate son of the Flore family, 5 gold dragons. Robin handed him a piece of paper. This contains detailed intelligence. We will personally oversee the first mission. There must be no mistakes. Balin took the paper, studied it intently, folded it into a square, and tucked it into his pocket. See you tonight, boss, he replied calmly, exiting the pavilion and heading toward the training ground. All right, lads, continue your training, he announced loudly. clapping his hands. The field quickly regained its earlier state. Robin stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing them sweat, contemplating that it was time to elevate his own training regimen. Enhancing his physical combat abilities would significantly boost the combat prowess of his shadow clone as well. Chapter 14. The Somber Byla Old Town Port. The Stinking Goose Tavern. Nestled in a remote corner of the port, the tavern was filthy, cramped, and dilapidated, permeated by the stench of pig manure and rotten fish. Many nearby shanties lay abandoned, as residents could no longer endure the squalid conditions. Clearly, the patrons frequenting this establishment were not of noble descent. In the dead of night, two mysterious figures clad in black cloaks stealthily entered a narrow alley beside the tavern. "Shet, which scoundrel is defecating here?" One of them cursed. "Enough, Balin. We are here to supervise the assassination mission. Can you be a bit quieter?" The other retorted, adding, "Damn it, I stepped in it too." The two were Robin and Balin, overseeing the underworld's execution of the task. It seemed they had not mastered the art of stealth. "Quick, climb onto the roof. The target will arrive soon," Balin whispered urgently. "You crouch down, and I'll step on your back to get up." After some effort, they finally found a suitable observation point on the second floor of an abandoned building, enduring the unforgettable odor as they awaited the appearance of their target. "Is your intelligence reliable?" Balin inquired. Almafer is the illegitimate son of the Count of Brightwater. After being cast out by his mother, he came to Old Town to engage in smuggling. I obtained this information from a trustworthy slave trader. He frequents the Stinking Goose Tavern every night, waiting for customers. Robin explained. "What about the two assassins we arranged?" "They will arrive when the chapel bell tolls. I practiced with them repeatedly before coming. You need not worry." Balin replied nonchalantly, sitting by the window and tossing a gold dragon up and down. Noticing that Balin still harbored some reservations about him, Robin smiled and said, "Your former dream was to possess an endless supply of gold dragons, wasn't it?" "That is the aspiration of every mercenary," Balin nodded. "In some strata where wealth is unattainable, the pursuit of riches becomes the foremost goal. However, but what?" Balin raised an eyebrow. "But the shelf life of wealth is merely a decade. Power may endure for a century, yet both succumb to the ravages of time." Robin grasped Poland's hand and earnestly proclaimed, "Only through the endeavors we pursue does the individual's greatness become the immutable cornerstone of our existence." Poland withdrew his hand, casting a sidelong glance at him, and nonchalantly replied, "It's futile to speak such things to me. If you wish for me to continue assisting you, you must be prepared to offer more gold." The look in Poland's eyes made Robin feel as if he were a mere naive fool, and he could only shake his head in resignation while managing a wry smile. The chime of a bell rang out. "Where are they?" "Ah, there they come." Poland indicated towards two mercenaries approaching the tavern's entrance. Robin followed his gaze and calmly inquired, "Are they reliable?" "Turnip and Lemon, both ruthless and capable hands." Poland replied in a low voice, "That bastard is engaged in smuggling operations. As long as we lure him out under the guise of negotiations, the Bachelor Cobain's potion will prove useful." Moments later, the two mercenaries indeed emerged alongside a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. The trio conversed at the tavern's entrance, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Just as the bastard was about to resort to violence, the taller mercenary swiftly covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. The bastard's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply. The stocky mercenary deftly hoisted the unconscious man onto his back, and they hurried towards the Mead River, where their small boat awaited. "All set," Poland declared as he prepared to head back. Suddenly, a cat's meow echoed from the alley beside the shed. Robin immediately leaned out to peer down, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow disappearing around the corner. "We are being followed," Robin exclaimed. "After them." Poland's reaction was swifter. He had already vaulted through the window. Yet, by the time Poland reached the corner, there was no sign of their pursuer. No chance of catching up, Poland signaled back to Robin, who closed his eyes and summoned a specter, directing his consciousness into the ethereal form. The specter executed a perfect 360-degree flip onto the rooftop, racing in pursuit of the direction the shadow had taken, with many soft surfaces offering no leverage. The specter used all limbs to increase its contact area, crawling with the agility of a nimble creature. Arriving before a towering stone edifice, it embedded one hand into the stone wall and ascended to the pinnacle of a spire, perched like a spider upon the tower's apex. The specter searched the heights for any sign of the stalker. "Found you." The direction pointed towards the city guard's barracks. Robin realized who had dispatched the tracker. The Hightower family had indeed been surveilling him. With a leap of faith, he soared from the rooftop, rapidly pursuing the elusive figure. This tracker was evidently a seasoned spy, desperately fleeing while remaining alert to the sounds around him. Upon hearing the noise above him, The tracker sensed impending danger. When assigned this surveillance task, he had received detailed intelligence on Robin. Fearing the Spectre's extraordinary sorcery, he had kept his distance, which was precisely why Robin had failed to detect him until now. At that moment, on the rooftop behind him, the swiftly approaching creature could only be the ghost of Robin. Without hesitation, he decisively retrieved a long wooden tube, attached with a string, from his pocket and aimed one end towards the night sky, pulling the string. Whoosh! An orange firework erupted in the dark expanse above. Robin glanced at the small firework, his urgency intensifying, and seized a wooden plank from the rooftop, hurling it towards his pursuer. Bang! It missed its target. Robin leaped down, but still found himself rolling on the ground to evade capture. The man was exceedingly cunning. Realizing he could not shake off the ghost, he darted into the winding alleys. This impoverished district was densely populated with irregularly spaced houses, resembling a labyrinth to the unfamiliar. The nearly 3-meter-tall ghost faced considerable limitations within the narrow passageways. Just as it was about to close in on its quarry, a squad of armored soldiers charged in from the side. The soldiers formed a protective circle, encasing the pursuer within their round shields. The ghost, undeterred, lunged forward, clawing through the gaps in the shields, accompanied by the pursuer's agonized screams. A bloodied arm was snatched away. Yet, more soldiers surged in response to the commotion, leading to a fierce melee within the alley. With severed limbs and dismembered bodies being hurled through the air, the soldiers fought valiantly, retreating strategically, though the alley constrained the ghost's agility. They too struggled to leverage their numerical superiority. The ghost attacked with wild ferocity, transforming the battleground into a scene of devastation. With splintered wood and shattered stones flying in all directions, the residents of the ravaged houses screamed in terror, their cries echoing through the still night, awakening an increasing number of people in the port's residential area. After incurring the loss of over a dozen men, the soldiers finally retreated to the edge of the slum. During this tumultuous period, a great army had gathered in the port square outside, igniting a glimmer of hope for the combatants. This was dire. Reinforcements had arrived in the square. Robin frowned. Countless soldiers surged into the fray, leaving the ghost at the mercy of these skilled fighters. Enough, sorcerer! A furious roar resonated throughout the square. The pursuer, upon hearing the shout, brightened with joy, stumbling towards the source of the voice. The soldiers embroiled in combat quickly retreated towards the military formation in the square. Robin commanded the ghost to follow suit, and they exited the slum, only to find dozens of soldier formations already arrayed in the square. Each formation comprised approximately 10 elite soldiers, standing resolutely like statues, akin to weapons poised for slaughter. Beller Hightower stood behind a kite-shaped shield, revealing only his upper body. As the eldest son of the old town's lord, he was the heir to the largest city in Westerosi, known as the Laughing Beller. At that moment, his eyes widened with fury, fixated on the black ghost emerging from the shed-lined alley. I see it. That monster. He was uncertain why he could see it. Was the sorcerer deliberately revealing the spirit's form? Was this a demonstration of power? Robin, aware within the spectral body, also noticed Beller's intense gaze. He mused inwardly that the man's emotions were exceedingly agitated. Spirits can manifest visibly under two circumstances. Either they emanate a murderous intent towards someone, or they are perceived during moments of intense emotional upheaval in humans. The spirit tilted its head, a voice like sandpaper emerging. Sir Beller? It is I. Do you seek to provoke the dignity of Hyder? As Beller's words fell, the soldiers synchronized their short swords against their shields, creating a formidable clamor. What do you mean by sending someone to follow me? The spirit stepped forward. Beller pressed his lips tightly together, sweat beading in his clenched palms. A dark monstrosity faced off against an army of hundreds at the dock. The atmosphere thickened with tension, as if a great battle could erupt at any moment. What will you do? Beller gritted his teeth. Hand over that rat to me, and ensure I am no longer monitored. The spirit stood silently before the military formation. Beller remained silent for a moment, then coldly articulated each word. What if I refuse? At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. A magnificent white steed charged from the direction of the towering spire, its rider none other than the madwoman, who halted between the two factions. Brother, she called out as she dismounted. Get back. Beller shouted at the madwoman. I intend to make this wretch understand how the Hyder family has ruled Old Town for a millennium. Though the madwoman's face was fraught with urgency, she found herself at a loss for words. A wave of sorrow surged within her. Robin was a bastard. Must my child also bear that label? Robin, let this end here, shall we? Just as I urged you the very first time, she implored the spirit. It seemed her words had an effect. As the spirit slowly retreated into the shadows, Had Robin truly withdrawn? Not quite. He awaited the moment when these emotions would settle, and the spirit would become invisible once more. That would be the moment for the deadliest assassin to strike. Brother, the madwoman's concerns finally began to subside. Beller coldly raised his hand to interrupt her. The child within you is a product of desire and deceit, Maroya. You have brought shame upon our family. Yet Beller interrupted again. Abandon those unrealistic fantasies. What Robin is doing has caused a stir throughout the entire River Bay. My father and I will never consent to your marriage with him. Do you wish to trample our family's honor into the mud? In the past, when suppressing the arcane arts, Hyder had wielded the power of public opinion to propagate the rumors surrounding Cobain's vivisection experiments. Now, those two were beyond rescue. Beller sighed inwardly. His brother's words struck the madwoman's heart like sharp ice picks, repeatedly piercing her soul. Robin, you scoundrel. The sorrow that had accumulated within the madwoman could no longer be suppressed. She could not help but cry once more, shedding tears for Robin for the second time. She mounted her white steed, concealing her face with her sleeve, and departed without a backward glance. From the shadows, Robin felt an inexplicable pang of emotion. Sighing, Bale summoned the tracker to his side, commanding in a low voice, "Tell me everything you have seen and heard." At that moment, Robin had already utilized the Phantom's cloaking mechanism, stealthily approaching while the guards remained oblivious. The tracker knelt on the ground, his face adorned with sycophantic expressions, and respectfully reported. They ambushed someone at the Stinky Goose Tavern. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as a blade pierced flesh, dark claws emerging from the tracker's chest, blood splattering onto Bale's face. Bale's mouth fell agape, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. His guards reacted swiftly, drawing their swords and encircling Robin. A commander shouted urgently, "Enemy attack. The Phantom has not departed. Form ranks. Form ranks." The soldiers, having just disbanded, quickly regrouped around Bale upon receiving the command. Too late, Robin thought to himself. Casting aside the tracker as if he were a mere ragdoll, Robin advanced towards Bale, who was now within arm's reach. The guards launched their assault simultaneously, confronting the Phantom with 5 drawn swords. The sounds of steel meeting the Phantom's form echoed in rapid succession. The guards felt as if they were plunging their swords into tough leather. Robin sensed a blade strike the Phantom's waist, inflicting a non-fatal wound that merely consumed a fraction of the dark energy. Yet, the Phantom's claws had already seized Bale's throat. With a dreadful tearing sound, Bale's laughter was silenced as the Phantom wrenched his throat from his body. His expression froze, blood gushing from his mouth. The world around him halted in a complete, instantaneous silence. All that remained was the light, slowly diminishing, as his existence teetered on the brink of darkness. The future master of the towering spire met his demise at that moment. The Phantom bestowed a gentle, yet terrifying smile upon the guards before dissipating into thin air. In that instant, Robin, cloistered within the shed, snapped his eyes open. Boron had been vigilantly beside him, still engrossed in a game of tossing gold dragons. "Boron, come with me at once," Robin urged, already descending the stairs. Boron promptly followed suit. "Returning? No. We shall take a boat to the Tower of Conquest." Robin replied with a smile as he turned his head. "What purpose does that serve?" Boron asked, bewildered. "To resolve 2 matters. The island of Conquest lies at the entrance where the Honeywine River meets Whisper Bay, a small isle measuring several hundred meters across, upon which the towering spire is constructed. Robin and Boron rented a swift vessel at the harbor, vigorously rowing towards the direction of the island of Conquest. A few hundred meters from the port, it took merely a few minutes to drag the vessel onto the shallow shore. Robin leaned against the ship's railing, closing his eyes and instructed, "I shall rest for a moment. It will not be long." Balin felt a slight tremor in the boat, as if some invisible entity had leapt away. He pondered deeply. Sensing that he had stumbled upon a grave matter, Robin's target might very well be the Hightower family. The waves crashed against the underwater reef, producing a deep, resonant sound. Balin gazed at Robin, who was resting with closed eyes, repeatedly grasping and releasing the hilt of his sword before finally sitting down dejectedly to play with some coins. After transforming into a specter, Robin swiftly leapt ashore and made his way to the base of the great tower, gazing up at this magnificent architectural marvel, where fierce flames blazed atop, illuminating the path for the Hightower family. The base of the tower was constructed from an unknown, rough black stone, forming a labyrinthine fortress. The specter's claws easily nestled into the crevices of the black stone, as the clawed specter was a natural climber, akin to a ghostly Spider-Man, nimbly ascending higher and higher. The commander of Balin's army decided to personally inform the tower of the news regarding Balin's demise. However, how could a mere human compare to the stamina of a specter? Navigating the tower without an elevator was indeed a formidable task. At this moment, the inhabitants of the tower remained blissfully unaware of Balin's death. Scaling the Blackstone base, Robin experienced the thrill of parkour for the first time in his past life. The exhilarating leaps between the towering structures satisfied humanity's primal urge for challenge. And upon conquering the Blackstone base, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and confidence. Now, I shall conquer you, the pinnacle of power in this world. The Great Tower. The specter tirelessly ascended towards the summit. Robin internally lamented, "Why must I submit to the tyranny of this backward world? Why must I be a mere native? Why do these infernal conspiracies continually entangle me?" He raised the specter's gaze and beheld the pinnacle drawing near. Atop the 30-story tower, the old man of the old town sat on the balcony as usual, enjoying the view of the entire town after dinner. The torch at the tower's summit guided the people shrouded in mist, while the Hightower family sheltered this millennia-old city, steering its development. From this vantage point, the old man felt as though he was directing and determining the fate of the old town, a profound sense of glory and satisfaction enveloping him. The sound of stones grinding together echoed frequently from below, particularly noticeable in the stillness at the tower's peak. The old man furrowed his brow and summoned a servant. "What is happening on the lower level? The noise is growing louder," he inquired with discontent. The servant listened attentively and confirmed the presence of the grinding sound, carefully discerning that it seemed to emanate from outside the tower. After speaking, the servant approached the edge of the balcony, leaning over to peer down into the abyss-like darkness below. Robin quickly spotted the servant's head protruding and swiftly changed direction to scale towards that balcony. Abruptly, several claw marks appeared on the balcony's railing. The old man's forehead creased deeply, and in an instant, his cheeks hollowed. His complexion changed drastically as he sprang up to flee, shouting in terror, "Guards! Guards!" Robin initially intended to capture the attendant and interrogate the old man for his whereabouts. But upon seeing the elderly figure in splendid robes seated on the balcony, he realized the true target was right before him. The attendant was swiftly yanked over the railing, screaming as he plummeted from the tower. The ghost's murderous intent revealed to the old man for the first time the horrifying visage of such a creature. Without any pretense, the ghost charged forth, propelling itself off the ground to soar into the air, landing directly before the old man. "Father, my brother is dead." A bear-like man stormed into the room. His physique was equivalent to that of two grown men, clad in gleaming black iron armor, with short hair standing upright like a hedgehog, and a gray earring dangling from one ear, presenting an exceptionally wild appearance. He was the old man's second son, the strongest knight of the old town, known as Grey Iron Gals. "Grey Iron, save me," the wizard's ghost exclaimed. In Grey Iron's eyes, his father's words were abruptly cut short as an unseen force gripped his throat, lifting him into the air. Shocked, Grey Iron gradually beheld the true form of the ghost that held his father aloft. "So this is what a ghost looks like." Grey Iron licked his lips, dark thoughts swirling in his mind. With both his father and brother deceased, what would become of him? Robin regarded the unmoved Grey Iron with curiosity, originally intending to coerce him into rescuing the old man, then ambush this evidently formidable knight. However, to his astonishment, Grey Iron remained as calm as ever, standing still. The atmosphere had grown awkward at that moment. Both the old man and the ghost cast their attention towards Grey Iron. Chapter 16. A change in the wind crack. The old man's neck was snapped. Robin hurled the corpse toward Grey Iron, suspecting that this individual might not hesitate to fight to the death. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor. The guards were coming, and time was of the essence. Bang! Grey Iron effortlessly deflected the body with his sword, exhibiting strength befitting his size. In a flash of cold light, Grey Iron unexpectedly launched an assault on the ghost. With a resounding thud, Grey Iron's longsword was forcefully batted aside by the ghost's keen perception. The ghost advanced, closing the distance, aiming for Grey Iron's throat. At that moment, Grey Iron relinquished his sword, wrapping his arms protectively around his neck as he leaned back. As the martial protector of the old town, Grey Iron had faced countless perilous battles and hunted many fearsome beasts. Even having overestimated the ghost's power, he had to concede. This creature was beyond human strength. Yet, the outcome would not change. The ghost's hollow, emotionless features mirrored the coldness of its movements. With a swift motion, Grey Iron's arms were shredded by the ghost's claws, and he fell heavily to the ground. He rolled and scrambled, desperate to escape from this terrifying monster. A massive black claw descended upon the Grey Iron. The guards rushing to the door were rendered nearly speechless, too late to offer assistance. Bang! The claw came crashing down, obliterating the Grey Iron's head. Without a moment's pause, Robin lunged at the guards, who, in their panic, were swiftly dispatched. Shaking off the blood from his claws, Robin directed the ghost down the corridor, seeking his next target. The old man had 10 offspring, 4 sons and 6 daughters. Among the 6 daughters, only the madwoman remained unmarried, while the other 5 had already become wives. The most renowned was Linny's Hightower, the wife of Big Bear Jorah. Of the 4 sons, 2 had already been eliminated, leaving 2 remaining targets. The tower was in utter chaos, with throngs of guards rushing towards the 30th floor. The ghost remained cloaked in invisibility, passing unnoticed by the throngs. Still no sign of nobility among them. Robin meticulously observed the guards, noting the absence of any nobility in their attire, silently calculating the remaining duration of the ghost's presence. He estimated about 5 minutes left. Robin could summon the ghost 3 times daily, each lasting 20 minutes. This limitation was why Robin refrained from complete recklessness. While the ghost was formidable, it could not be summoned indefinitely, and there was always the risk of being captured and imprisoned. As the time dwindled, he resolved to gather intelligence before attempting another incursion. With a plan in mind, Robin seized a middle-aged man dressed as a steward and retreated into a chamber. Where are the old man's 3rd and 4th sons located? On which floor and in which room? Robin materialized the ghost's terrifying form, his voice like gravel as he demanded answers. The steward's face betrayed a flicker of reverence, clearly intimidated by the eerie being. When he remained silent, Robin tore a piece of cloth to gag the man, hoisting him to the window and extending his arm to suspend him in midair. Shake and rattle, and then I'll pull you back inside. I shall remove this cloth now. Answer my questions honestly, or you will be cast down. Presenting the terrified steward before the ghost, Robin reiterated, "Do you understand?" Tears streaming down his face, the man nodded fervently. Robin removed the cloth from his mouth. "This is your final chance. Where are the old man's 3rd and 4th sons?" "Sir Gonsel is on the 12th floor, and Sir Henfley is on the 13th. They are the masters of those floors, but I do not know their exact rooms," the steward blurted out, overwhelmed with fear and unable to think clearly. The ghost nodded, snapped the steward's neck, and leaped into the night sky outside the tower. Along the coast, amidst the roar of crashing waves, there was an urgent thumping sound. Balin was anxiously strumming his dragon gold, observing the chaos erupting from the towering structure. Even beneath the obsidian base, the clamor was faintly audible, and he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I've truly boarded a ship of thieves." Robin opened his eyes, glanced at him, and then closed them once more. The vessel swayed once more, and this time the specter hastened away. With practiced ease, it ascended the towering structure, swiftly reaching the 12th level. Then came the hunt. The kill. Such was the simplicity of the task. Under the extraordinary might, mortals appeared so fragile, amidst the slaughter. Robin still found the capacity to devise a strategy for the impending night of annihilation. On the 13th level, the Hightower family's influence intertwined deeply within Westeros, entwined with the church, the citadel, and officials in King's Landing, bound by centuries of familial alliances. The web of this family was vast and formidable. One of the daughters, Allery Hightower, had wed the current defender of the Reach, Duke Tyrell. She was also the mother of the young Rose. Once Robin had completed his objective, he intended to conclude his work, but a cry halted the dissipating shadows. "Robin, where are you?" The madwoman shrieked in despair. "Ah!" she screamed as the specter yanked her into a concealed nook, pinning her against the wall. The shadowy, bandaged creature materialized, its hollow features looming before her. "Oh, my foolish girlfriend," it intoned in a voice unrecognizable as human. Robin observed the madwoman tremble in fear. "I have prepared a grand gift for our child. You must not disappoint me," the specter remarked, lightly touching her forehead with a claw before gradually vanishing. Why? The madwoman howled, collapsing to her knees, her cries echoing along the riverbank. Robin rose from the ship's edge, stretching languidly. "Is the task completed?" Boron inquired calmly. "The Hightowers?" Robin nodded and tossed him a paddle from the vessel. "Where to now?" Boron asked. "Back to the crow's nest, summon Rose and Coburn. We need to deliberate." Robin replied, his expression weary, as though he had endured 3 sleepless nights after summoning the specter thrice. With Boron present, he refrained from self-harming to maintain his faade. "What precisely did you achieve?" "All eliminated?" Boron queried. "All eliminated," Robin responded coolly. The pair leisurely rowed toward the Honeywine River, intending to bypass the shore and reach Crow's Isle directly by water. Crow's Isle appeared even more enigmatic and beautiful under the cloak of night, quietly resting in the river's center, enveloped by darkness as if relishing the embrace of its mother. Upon their return to the crow's nest, they greeted the sentinel on watch and instructed him to summon Coburn and Rose. As they traversed the inner courtyard, they startled a flock of crows roosting in the nearby trees, their cacophony resonating in the air. Mercenaries stationed in the south tower emerged to investigate the noise, only to be sternly commanded back by Boron. Half an hour later, in the study of the east tower, Rose was the last to arrive. Her dark hair adorned with a blue ribbon. Her form-fitting black silk gown accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist. Robin averted his gaze, recounting the events that had transpired. The situation unfolded thusly. Yes, all the men, indeed, some witnessed the specter, including my own visage. The study was enveloped in a fleeting silence, with no one daring to speak, uncertain of how to begin. Their expressions betrayed a profound inability to accept the reality before them. Robin surveyed the frozen assembly, shaking his head, realizing they needed further preparation. If I were to slay the king tomorrow, would you all be rendered speechless on the spot? He remarked, sweeping his gaze over the group. Rose exclaimed, her innocence shining through. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the backbone of the Umbrella organization, and it is imperative that you comprehend an exceedingly vital truth. During the ebb of the magical tide, I am the sole individual in the world with mastery over sorcery, and mortals possess virtually no capacity to resist it, Robin emphasized. Continuing, by wielding my ghostly magic as a deterrent, I can instill a profound fear of the potentially unbearable repercussions of retaliation in our enemies, dissuading them from rashly engaging in hostile military actions, thereby achieving the conquest of our adversaries. Forgive me, my lord, but I merely believe that a family that has stood for a millennium on the continent, such as the Hightower, is formidable. I have heard of their might in Meard. Rose spoke softly. Clearing his throat, Robin instructed gently. Currently, the Hightower has but one remaining heir in Old Town, the madwoman, destined to become the Countess of the Tower. As long as I draw breath, the aura of deterrence shall persist. What if Tyrell comes with his army? Boron posed the question. Thus, I must retreat into the shadows. They will not even know whom to confront with their forces. Coincidentally, there is an investment opportunity in Pantos that I must attend to, Robin replied. I will remain on Blood Island for 3 months. During this time, we can dispel any probing from others, and you must swiftly develop the strength to protect yourselves. Understood. Boss, Boron replied solemnly. I will resolve matters on Blood Island as swiftly as possible. Having navigated the era of the internet information explosion, Robin was acutely aware of various crisis communication strategies to minimize the public discourse surrounding the annihilation of his clan. The most effective approach would be to generate a scandal of even greater magnitude. People's attention is invariably limited and easily captivated by more sensational headlines. Conveniently, Robin possessed a sensational revelation concerning a royal family. That very night, he clandestinely set sail for Blood Island. The following morning, as the inhabitants of the largest city in Westerosi awakened, they were met with the sight of well-armed soldiers patrolling the streets. Old Town had entered a state of martial law, with the port sealed by the city guard, prohibiting anyone from venturing outside. A tempest loomed. In the hall of the towering citadel, the madwoman, having endured a sleepless night, bore dark circles under her eyes and appeared remarkably haggard. She sat in the esteemed seat once occupied by the elder, her expression vacant as she gazed at the vassals assembled in the hall. As a top-tier noble, with latent power surpassing that of her liege, the Hightower family boasted no fewer than 5 secondary nobles, not to mention those granted knighthoods and other honors. At that moment, Sir Valen of the Hive City stepped forward and addressed her loudly. Lady Maroya, please issue the command to arrest the sorcerer Robin. Chapter 17. The shadows over the old town. We cannot allow evil to escape punishment. Sir Valen bellowed, his fury ignited by the madwoman's indifference. His son lay lifeless beside the gray iron, his throat savagely torn. The madwoman, her expression devoid of emotion, cast a glance at Sir Valen. Yet her tightly clenched hands resting upon her abdomen betrayed the turmoil within her. Please accept my condolences, Sir Valen. I can empathize with your grief over the loss of your son, said Count Mattis of Golden Tree, as he stepped forward to place a comforting hand upon Valen's left shoulder. Though not a vassal of the Hightower family, he was indeed a relative. His daughter married to the jovial Belair, now left to mourn in solitude. The decision to punish Robin posed a formidable dilemma, the terror of ghostly sorcery sending shivers down their spines. Yet, inaction would not only humiliate the Hightower family but also disgrace the entire noble class, a resounding slap in the face, indeed. A multitude of vassals gazed upon her expectantly. With Hightower reduced to a single legitimate heir in the old town, she stood at the forefront, poised upon the blade's edge. Having grown up amidst the opulence of noble courts, the madwoman had endured profound transformations throughout her upbringing, experiencing firsthand the capriciousness of human nature and the treacheries of power. She was acutely aware of the vassal's sentiments. Should the Hightower family fail to navigate this crisis of annihilation adeptly, her very life would be in jeopardy. If Robin were to face punishment, as a woman, she could easily be coerced by the family's formidable vassals into a marriage, thereby risking the usurpation of the Hightower legacy. Even if Robin chose not to kill her, the fact that she was pregnant with his child would undoubtedly be exploited by those with malicious intent, casting her in a light of complicity with Robin. The alternative would lead to her demise. In such a scenario, the Hightower family would be akin to a beached whale, destined to be devoured by a swarm of sharks. It appeared she had but one choice: to accept the gift Robin had arranged for her. Mariah Mattis calls upon the godless madwoman. She heard. "I am listening, Sir Mattis," the madwoman replied. Valen addressed the gathered vassals. "The sorcerer is not invincible. He possesses a singular, monumental weakness. The sorcerer, at his core, is but a mortal like us, lacking even the knightly training." He raised a finger emphatically, declaring, "Just one soldier. That's all it would take to slay him instantly." The vassals seemed swayed by Valen's words, beginning to murmur among themselves, contemplating the feasibility of his proposal. Blood welled from the madwoman's palm as she clenched it tightly. The situation appeared to be spiraling into a perilous direction. "We must punish the sorcerer," Sir Valen shouted, striving to garner more support and apply pressure upon the madwoman. Mattis echoed his call. "The sorcerer must die?" "We should deliver justice, my lady," urged a knightly lord. "This demon must not escape," insisted another knight. "Kill the sorcerer. Feed his remains to the dogs." While the hall resonated with fervor, the madwoman astutely discerned the discord among the vassals. Of the 20 or so present, only a third stepped forward to unequivocally support the punishment of the sorcerer. 1/3 remained silent, while the final portion merely murmured without expressing any opinion. Observing the demeanor of these individuals, the madwoman found her previously clenched hands loosening. The events had transpired too recently for these people to have fully established a shared interest. She silently committed to memory the names of those vassals who had danced most exuberantly today. The madwoman paid no heed to the spittle-flecked vassals, rising calmly from her seat to survey the entire hall. She intended to prolong the situation for a day, as that evening Robin would teach these arrogant vassals how to become ghosts. "Esteemed guests," the madwoman proclaimed with gravity. The nobles fell silent, collectively awaiting her decision. Suddenly, a scholar burst into the hall, exclaiming loudly, "It's terrible. The sorcerer has vanished." "What?" Sir Valen exclaimed in shock. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of the madwoman's mouth. She had unwittingly adopted Robin's signature smile. Count Mattis stepped forward, grasping the scholar by the collar. Incredulous as he demanded, "From where did you obtain this information?" "The academy," the scholar replied, his expression one of fear. "This morning, when the chancellor sought the sorcerer to sign an administrative order, he discovered the sorcerer was missing." With the news of Robin's disappearance confirmed, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. Not a single soul dared to speak, nor even breathe audibly. It was only when an invincible assassin lurked in the shadows that they understood the essence of true terror. Sir Valen's plan had collapsed before it even began. He had mistakenly believed Robin's weakness had vanished. The old town was vast, with numerous nearby islands. Who could possibly know where the sorcerer was hiding? Sir Valen and Count Mattis exchanged glances, simultaneously placing their hands on their sword hilts as they approached the madwoman, intent on challenging her. Capturing this woman, who bore the sorcerer's child, could provide them with leverage to escape the old town. However, the venomous serpent would not allow them their wish, drawing forth a short pistol to guard the madwoman. With a sharp whistle, the serpent summoned a small squad of immaculates wielding round shields and long spears, who rushed in to encircle the madwoman. The atmosphere in the hall became charged with tension. The nobles standing at the center found themselves at a loss, glancing around to see the previously reticent knights now regarding them with mocking expressions. These silent nobles were the astute ones. In uncertain circumstances, those who jumped out too early met their demise. "Lady Mariah, please allow me to leave the city." Count Mattis's voice trembled slightly. Currently, the entire city was under martial law. Without Hightower's written approval, no one could escape the old town. Sir Valen opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The madwoman stood amidst the four immaculates, surveying the assembly with a cold, disdainful gaze. "The council is hereby adjourned. You shall rest in the Tower of Stalwart. And please refrain from wandering about, for the assassins who targeted my family have yet to be captured." "Yes, my lady," a knight responded. "I shall heed your command." "My lady," a lesser noble added. "By Hightower's will, I shall remain obedient." "Loyal to you, my lady," echoed voices in agreement, mostly from the previously silent and cunning nobles. The madwoman disregarded them and, under the protection of the innocents, made her way to the old man's chamber. Upon returning to safety, she exhaled a heavy breath. "Worm," she addressed, "what is your command?" The obedient creature responded with deference. "Compile a list of the names of those who agreed to punish Robin, along with their residing floor and room numbers, and deliver it to Cobain. These vassals possess their own armed forces, and I have yet to fully seize control of the old town's military. Issuing a decree to execute our own could incite a rebellion. It is quite fitting for Robin to handle this matter, as that man is not lacking in infamy. Inform him that I wish to meet Robin on Crow Island tonight." She supported her forehead with one hand in contemplation, then continued. "Immediately take control of the crow's nest in the academy, and warn those scholars with nests to refrain from disseminating information about the old town. The consequences shall be theirs to bear if discovered. Now, go and execute these orders." With a wave of her hand, she dismissed him. "Understood." The worm bowed and withdrew. She brushed her forehead, where a faint red scab rested at the center of her brow, sending a sharp reminder of her resolve. Do not disappoint him. The madwoman ascended to the observation deck on the 30th floor, a favored spot of the old man to gaze upon the splendor of the old town. Now, the entire city lay still, shrouded in a somber atmosphere due to one individual, leaving a weighty gloom in its wake. "Robin, you are the terrifying shadow that looms over the old town." Blood Island, early morning. This place is situated approximately 3 nautical miles from the old town. Last night, under the guard of 4 mercenaries, Robin rode for half an hour to reach this desolate isle. Were it not for the bright moonlight, Robin doubted they could have successfully located this small island. They were not overly concerned, however, for the towering lighthouse served as a beacon, ensuring they could safely return even if they lost sight of Blood Island. Arriving at the deserted isle in the dead of night, they had to make do aboard the vessel for the night, which was stocked with ample supplies, sparing them the need for survival in the wilderness. The island was home to a unique species of cycad, its lush foliage providing ample shade from the sun. Standing beneath the tree, Robin gazed at the towering lighthouse, pondering the current state of the old town. Captain Bolong had mentioned he would bring all the brothers over in the afternoon. Radish was engaged in light banter with a few companions. With the new recruits, there were over 30 individuals participating in this operation. "It's merely a matter of exterminating a savage village. It shouldn't pose much difficulty," Lemon remarked. "Look, a small boat," a mercenary shouted. Robin also spotted the vessel. Feeling puzzled, wasn't it supposed to arrive in the afternoon? He did not instruct the others to hide. After all, if the small boat were filled with soldiers, it would be nothing more than a mere offering before the specter. The sailor gradually eased the boat ashore, the iron anchor clanking with a distinct sound. Cobain emerged from the cabin. "Master," Robin smiled and stepped forward to embrace him. "This is a message from the madwoman. It appears she seeks your assistance." Cobain handed him a sheet of unsealed paper. Robin calmly nodded and took the paper to examine it. Within lay an extensive list of names and addresses, accompanied by an invitation to meet at Crow Island. It seemed that the situation was unfolding more smoothly than anticipated, Robin remarked with a smile. Chapter 18. Blood Harbor of the Old City. Can we trust the madwoman? After all, you just killed several of her kin, Cobain cautioned Robin. Her trustworthiness is irrelevant. As long as she adheres to my plan, that suffices, Robin replied as he tucked the paper into his pocket. Upon boarding the small boat, he commanded, "Let us depart for the Tower of Ascendancy." After a journey of over half an hour, Robin returned to the familiar shallows, the vessel docking at a prominent low-lying promontory. He retrieved the death list, murmuring, "Valen, Mattis, let us commence with these 2 most formidable nobles." He closed his eyes once more, and the specter coalesced beside him, striding purposefully towards the black base of the tower. Sir Valen and his knightly retinue were fully armed in a chamber, swords firmly grasped in hand. He paced anxiously within the room. "We are in grave danger. The old man and his 4 offspring were slain within the tower. Remaining here is tantamount to a death sentence. However, the madwoman has ordered all doors locked tight," one of the attendants interjected. Upon exiting the hall, "We were forbidden to move. We are like fish in a barrel, awaiting our fate. Damn that wretched harlot," he exclaimed, his fist striking the table. Anxiety gnawed at his mind, driving him to the brink of madness as life seemed poised to abandon him at any moment. At that moment, a towering mummy, exuding dark particles, materialized behind him and snapped his neck with a single grasp. "No, my lord," the attendant screamed. 2 knightly attendants, their combat skills lacking, fell swiftly to the specter S-blade. Next, the raspy voice intoned softly, "Knock, knock." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. "Is it you, my lord wizard?" the bug asked from behind the door. "How amusing," Robin chuckled inwardly, replying in a husky voice, "Indeed, it is I, Bug." After delivering the message, Bug had been patrolling outside the chambers of these rebellious vassals of the madwoman. Upon hearing the sounds of battle emanating from Sir Valen's room, he hastened over. "Please, follow me. I shall take you to the execution chamber. It will be more convenient." "Very well," Robin responded. "Now, let us proceed to systematically eliminate them, one room at a time." The most challenging target was the Earl of Golden Tree City, who was accompanied by over a dozen elite guards. Slaying this individual cost the Spectre an arm. In total, 8 vassals were beheaded, and dozens of soldiers were slaughtered throughout the morning. At the luncheon in the Tower of Ascendancy, the madwoman summoned her vassals to dine. The elongated, oversized dining table was meticulously set with cutlery, and one by one, the vassals entered, bowing in accordance with protocol, most of them plagued by a sense of dread. Not a single one of the powerful figures who had pressured the madwoman in the morning had come. The madwoman appeared to be in considerably better spirits as she sat at the head of the long table, having discerned the superficiality of her loyal vassals. Esteemed loyalists of the Hightower family, she began, lightly clearing her throat to capture their attention. With a smile, she proclaimed, "The perpetrators who conspired against my kin have been apprehended and have met their just fate." A wave of astonishment washed over the assembly, with some perceptive individuals already grasping her implication. "Congratulations," a knight awkwardly chimed in, a forced smile gracing his lips. "At last, justice has been served for Lord Leighton. I believe you are all curious about the appearance of the murderer," the madwoman continued, her smile widening as she clapped her hands. A number of servants approached the side of the table, bearing trays laden with severed heads. "I am eager to behold the heads of the vile sorcerers, Valen and Mattis," she remarked. Gasps of horror echoed through the room, with many drawing in sharp breaths. "These traitorous conspirators who orchestrated the coup and murdered my family have finally received their due punishment," she lamented, her expression sorrowful. An uncomfortable silence fell over the gathering, as fear began to grip the hearts of her audience, rendered speechless by the madwoman's chilling display. Suddenly, she struck the table with force, causing those of a timid disposition to flinch. She glared at the assembled vassals, her voice dripping with menace. "Should you not find solace in the execution of the murderer? Or do you, perhaps," she pointed at a balding man, then another with pockmarked skin, "share a connection with these fiends?" Both men recoiled in terror, their faces betraying their dread. "Speak," she commanded, slamming her palm against the table once more. The 2 men trembled, hastily shaking their heads in denial. "My lord, I do not know them," one stammered. "They are indeed the murderers. I witnessed their heinous acts," the pockmarked man confessed, his voice quaking with fear. The madwoman surveyed her vassals, who maintained an unnerving calm as they focused on the tablecloth. "At this juncture, you still wish to distance yourselves from this affair? If you refuse to board my ship, how can I trust you to depart unscathed?" She scoffed inwardly, snapping her fingers. From behind her materialized a mummified figure, exuding dark particles. "Gentlemen, I shall inquire once more. Are these men the murderers?" she asked, her gaze icy. The previously unfazed assembly began to pale, fear overtaking their expressions for the first time. "A ghost," someone quavered. Panic ensued, their unease laid bare. "Without a doubt, they are the culprits," she declared. "I offer my loyalty." "Excellent," she responded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she nodded at the spectre, who promptly dissipated into thin air. "Let us set aside other matters for now. You must understand the immense wealth possessed by these traitorous lords in their lands and castles." She surveyed the room, continuing, "Whoever retrieves the traitor's subordinates, bearing the heads, shall claim these riches for themselves." "My lord, your will be done," a knight promptly knelt, a sense of urgency in his voice. "I desire the head of the Count of Beehive City." Another knight knelt upon the ground. "I too desire the head of the Count of Honeycomb City. Grant me this honor, my lord. Please, give it to me." The deranged woman laughed maniacally as she overturned the platter of severed heads, observing the nobles scrambling on the floor in a farcical display. Once the tasks were assigned, these vassals promptly descended the tower, setting their course toward the anti-witchcraft factions within the city. The madwoman personally commanded the poison worm to apprehend the loyal city guards still devoted to the deceased Bale, while the specter of Robin assisted in the captures. On this day, a significant event was inscribed into the annals of Westerosi history, the Old Town Massacre. The Chronicles of Westeros recount, in the year 292 of the conquest, numerous vassals conspired within the towering spire of Old Town to instigate a coup. The contemporary Count Hightower, along with his 4 sons, were brutally slain. Fortuitously, the Count's eldest daughter united loyalists and gallant heroes to confront the rebellious traitors in a desperate struggle, ultimately beheading all dissenters and uprooting their vast influence. These rogue soldiers numbered over 2,000, and the prisoners were escorted to the Old Town Harbor for a collective execution. The blood of humanity stained this millennia-old port, as sharks swarmed to devour the bodies of the traitors, painting a scene reminiscent of a bloody hell. In remembrance of the rebellion's grim fate, this blood-soaked harbor was henceforth named Blood Harbor. Legend has it that for over 1,000 years, the souls of traitors continue to wander the Blood Harbor. That evening, on Crow Island, the madwoman accompanied the poison worm to the Crow's Tower, where Maester Corbin led them to the study of the Eastern Tower. Thereafter, Corbin and the poison worm exited the chamber. "Moya, you are far stronger than I envisioned," Robin remarked, as he playfully tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear while his other arm embraced her delicate waist. Clad in a low-cut, form-fitting gown, the stark contrast of her ebony attire against her porcelain skin was striking. "You vile wretch, you have killed my father and brothers. Now all I desire is to exact my vengeance upon you," the madwoman hissed softly. "Do you intend to slay your husband? If you dare, please do so with fervor." "That I might suffer less," Robin replied with a light chuckle. He handed her a dagger from his boot and grasped her hand, positioning the blade against his chest. "Come now, my beloved, bring this sinful life of mine to an end." With a calm demeanor, Robin closed his eyes, embodying a spirit ready to embrace death. Gasping for breath, her bosom heaved violently as she gazed at Robin's insufferable face, gritting her teeth in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. This detestable man had even dared to peek at her with one eye. Were it not for her dire predicament, and if he were not the father of her child, she would have relished the thought of dismembering him for the dogs. Fuming, she discarded the dagger with a scornful throw and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Robin suddenly seized her hands, locking them behind her back, and forcefully pinned her against the wall. After a prolonged period, the two emerged from the study, the madwoman's face still bearing traces of her recent fervor, her delicate complexion flushed. While smoothing the creases of her skirt, she addressed the guard, instructing him to proceed to the White Raven's nest at the conclave. "We shall accompany you," Robin remarked. His demeanor refreshed as he spoke to Cobain, who was seated nearby engrossed in a book. As they journeyed, Cobain inquired softly, "What is our purpose in going there now?" "We must disseminate news of the traitorous House Hightower across the continent, along with the royal scandal," Robin disclosed, withholding no further information regarding this invaluable intelligence. "A royal scandal?" Cobain expressed his curiosity. Chapter 19. The High Court's response. Robin recounted the lineage of Joffrey, the eldest son of House Baratheon, as the rightful heir to the throne. Cobain was utterly astonished. "Pray tell, do you possess any evidence to substantiate this outrageous conjecture?" The madwoman retorted. "It is quite simple to verify. Are you aware of the resilient nature of House Stark's bloodline?" Robin replied. Both the madwoman and Cobain nodded, their expressions contemplative. "The lineage of House Baratheon is robust. The traits of a father are likely to be mirrored in his son. Features such as hair color, eye color, and skin tone typically show little variation. This phenomenon is what one refers to as resilient bloodline traits. Currently, the queen has borne 2 sons and a daughter. Although the youngest prince has yet to reach his first birthday, they all share a common characteristic." Robin traced a circle in the air. "Golden hair," the madwoman exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Indeed, throughout the history of House Stark, every marriage between the Baratheons and Lannisters has invariably produced offspring with dark hair. Robin commended the madwoman's promptness. The method of verification is equally straightforward. King Robert, known for his numerous romantic escapades, fathered many illegitimate children outside the royal palace. By comparing the hair of these bastards with that of the princes and princesses, the truth would become abundantly clear. "We have arrived at the White Raven's nest," Robin. Cobain reminded. The White Raven's nest, situated in the rear courtyard of the conclave, is a heavily guarded stronghold. The White Ravens, as messengers, are primarily tasked with conveying news of natural changes or disasters. There exists another circumstance warranting their use: significant events impacting the political stability of Westeros. Issuing such urgent correspondence requires the conclave's approval, and the privilege of the Hightower family allows them to bypass this scrutiny. The guards at the nest were indeed members of House Hightower, and they encountered no hindrance, even summoning a scholar to guide them. Cobain personally penned 2 letters. The first elucidated the coup d'etat in Old Town instigated by numerous vassals, detailing how the madwoman restored order, while cautioning the guardians of the 7 kingdoms, the Reach, and the Iron Islands against believing in sorcery or witchcraft, proclaiming these to be mere fabrications intended to exonerate traitors. The second letter directly addressed the authoritative conclave of the Citadel. It contained analysis, judgment, conclusions, and determinations, asserting that the princes and princesses are not the king's children. The rationale being the resilient bloodline of House Baratheon, with the evidence of the king's bastards revealing the stark contrast between dark and golden hair. The bachelor procured 9 white ravens and securely bound 2 letters, which these ravens would carry to the principal administrative district of Westeros. Once they departed from the raven's nest, Cobain and the birds separated ways, while Robin took residence in the Tower of the Gods from this day forth. As they walked, they engaged in light conversation. Westeros is on the brink of chaos, the madwoman's side. If there is no turmoil in Westeros, Old Town will face betrayal from all sides, Robin remarked, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. The relationships among the lords of the 7 kingdoms are tense, or they may even ignite into war. As the foremost power on the continent, we will be courted by them. Conversely, if the 7 kingdoms coexist harmoniously, our flawed missives will only deepen suspicions, solidifying our role as the shadowy figures behind the coup of the Tower of the Gods. The madwoman nodded. The Tyrell family had long coveted the grand city of Old Town. They arrived at Blood Harbor, where the rancid scent of blood carried by the sea breeze was nauseating. Even in the dead of night, countless sharks could be seen fighting over the bloody remains. Robin shook his head. A general's success often comes at the cost of countless lives. Upon returning to the Tower of the Gods, both were exceedingly weary and exchanged no words throughout the night. In the Reach, at Highgarden, this was the first stop for the 9 white ravens tasked with delivering their messages. The Duke of Mary's Tyrell, a tall and somewhat portly man, still retained a handsome visage. At that moment, he was enjoying afternoon tea with his mother in the botanical maze. His mother, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna, was widely acknowledged across Westeros for her cunning, and in the Reach, her word was law. Under the Queen's leadership, the Tyrell family was not to be trifled with, as none dared offend the honor of the Golden Rose. An elderly scholar hurried over, bowing as he presented the 2 letters. "My lady, the White Ravens from the Citadel have delivered urgent intelligence," he said respectfully. "Is summer coming to an end?" The Duke lamented, "Alas, I shall have to don those bulky leather robes once more." The Queen of Thorns took the letter and teased her son. "My dear inflated fish is already round enough. With an extra layer of thick leather, one would hardly see its head." The Duke, already somewhat portly, was often mocked by his mother with the inflated fish jest. She hoped her son would shed some weight to maintain his stature as the protector of the South. Feeling somewhat exasperated, the Duke surrendered to his mother's sharp wit, which was as formidable as her political acumen, rendering him speechless. The Queen of Thorns, noticing her son's silence, felt a tinge of disappointment. Finding someone to spar with in Highgarden was indeed a challenge. The Duke, who used to engage in playful banter, had now chosen to lie low, feigning disinterest. She shook her head in dismay. Opening the envelope, the Queen's gaze was immediately captivated by the first line of text. After a brief moment, she sighed and informed her son, "Your father-in-law has passed away. Take a look." The inflated fish's eyes widened in shock at this revelation as he hastily took the letter to read. Meanwhile, the Queen began to open the second letter, this time with a serious demeanor, and indeed, it contained yet another astonishing piece of news. Although she had anticipated the contents of the first letter and mentally prepared herself for significant events, her pulse raced after reading it. The Queen tossed the letter aside, leaning heavily back into her wicker chair, closing her eyes while massaging her temples. The inflated Duke of Fish picked up the second letter that had slipped to the floor, and upon reading it, his countenance darkened even further. "Blast it!" he exclaimed, striking the armrest of his chair with indignation, cursing the 2 women. Though he had been mocked for his lack of political acumen, the fabricated coup d'etat concocted by Robin could only deceive the Na'vi. A simple deduction from the ultimate beneficiaries revealed that both the madwoman and the sorcerer Robin were certainly involved in some nefarious plot. "Mother, what should we do?" He directly posed the question to her. The Thorn Queen shot him a glance, but began to analyze the situation, seeking a strategy. The 2 matters at hand were distinct issues for other realms, yet for us in Highgarden, they were intertwined events. The humiliation of House Stark by House Lannister would inevitably lead to a fierce and irreconcilable conflict, even war. The Queen sipped her tea and continued. "The King and Queen have never been harmonious. The Stark and Lannister factions have always had historical grievances. I fear war is unavoidable. Then what shall we do, Mother?" The inflated Duke poured tea for the Queen. Old Town is a crucial component of the Riverlands power structure, holding a unique position in Westeros. Now, to engage in the dynastic games and warfare, we must court House Hightower, particularly that madwoman, Mariah. You shall send a letter to the Citadel, stating that we acknowledge the outcome of this farce and request that Loras be fostered as her knight. Then let Garland go to Old Town to invite the madwoman. demanding her presence at Highgarden to be bestowed the title of Countess. We need the strength of Old Town. During the last war of the usurpers, Highgarden lost its glory. This time, we shall reclaim it piece by piece. The Thorn Queen articulated the strategy with clarity, laying out corresponding plans one by one. And the next step was to ensure the enormous entity of Highgarden operated according to her will. The Thorn Queen took another sip of tea and calmly instructed. Summon the vassals, Maze. Yes, my lady. In Old Town, at the training grounds of the City Watch, a grayish-black expanse resembling a playground was filled with robust soldiers practicing swordsmanship. Most clad in gray attire, with the rhythmic sounds of exertion echoing throughout. Boron, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the crowd. He was now the commander of the City Watch in Old Town. The soldiers wielded unsharpened iron swords, diligently executing basic moves like downward strikes and upward thrusts. On the periphery stood a tall, muscular figure. Robin, arms crossed, observed the soldiers training quietly, exuding an air of composure and steadiness. He shook his head in disappointment. While the knight's swordplay was not without finesse, it remained fundamentally rooted in the technical aspects of cutting and thrusting. The gap between their skills and the extraordinary fluidity of the water dancers he had hoped for was vast. Now he has utilized the connections of Hightar to lavishly hire water dancers and bravos, yet the likelihood of success remains rather slim. As Balin turned around, he spotted Robin standing at the sidelines and promptly jogged over. Today, Robin had arranged to seek his guidance in swordsmanship. Balin led Robin to a nearby clearing, where he retrieved a practice sword from the long sword rack and casually tossed it to Robin. Robin hastily caught it, feeling its weight, approximately 5 to 6 pounds. The sword measured about a meter in length, with the guard and blade forming a standard cross shape, characteristic of conventional swords. Robin gently swung the long sword, causing it to emit a faint whistle through the air. It seems your physical strength is commendable, Balin remarked, as he too took down an iron sword, casually slicing through the air before him, leaving a fleeting shadow in its wake. However, your foundational sword techniques are rather unrefined, or perhaps entirely absent. As Balin spoke, he gripped his sword and struck towards Robin. Whoosh! Robin felt a rush of wind from Balin's movement and instinctively raised his iron sword to block. The clash resounded with a clang as the iron sword was deflected, leaving Robin's chest vulnerable, with Balin's sword poised at his throat. Balin withdrew his sword and began to demonstrate the fundamental movements: downward strikes, upward thrusts, horizontal slashes, and direct jabs. Robin, shedding any condescension, earnestly observed and practiced alongside Balin, mimicking his motions with his own sword. After a round of practice, Balin continued to feed him techniques, identifying deficiencies and correcting them with detailed demonstrations of the proper forms. This was genuine mentorship, one-on-one hands-on guidance, and Robin became engrossed in the study of cold weaponry. Each lesson cost 1 gold dragon, and Robin purchased 100 lessons in advance. Chapter 20. The Seed of Life. In the evening, Robin, weary from exertion, approached the base of the obsidian tower, gazing up at its towering spire with a sense of helplessness. In a secluded corner, he drew a dagger from his boot, briefly contemplating self-harm before he steeled himself to proceed. Instead of ascending the spiral staircase, Robin made his way towards the underground passage of the obsidian base. Today was the 23rd, the inaugural meeting day for the Umbrella organization, held in the conference hall beneath the obsidian base. With time to spare before the scheduled gathering, Robin decided to check on the progress of the experiments conducted by Cobain and his team. With the resolution of the Hightar family's influence, there was no longer any need for the Research Institute to relocate to Blood Island. Cobain had transferred the extensive project documentation and laboratory facilities to beneath the obsidian fortress. The base of the towering spire, constructed from rough black stone, formed a labyrinthine fortress, its cool surface sending shivers upon touch. This black stone, an enigmatic building material of unknown origin, mysteriously appears in places of ancient wonders throughout the known world. Ancient texts suggest a connection between the black stone and the deep-sea dwellers, a theory now beyond verification or exploration. It has been merely a week since Robin's upheaval of the old town. Currently, the base has been partially transformed into the residence of the Research Institute, where approximately 40 researchers are diligently engaged in various branches of grand projects. Most of these researchers were originally from the Tower of Celestial Scholars, now fully integrated under Corbin's leadership. Robin has also made substantial financial efforts to recruit doctors from the academic city, although the response has been rather meager. However, Dr. Butterfly, whom he became acquainted with during the Synod of Cardinals, readily joined the research team and now serves as the deputy director of the institute. Robin caught a hurried scholar and inquired about the whereabouts of Director Corbin. The scholar promptly replied that the director was in Laboratory 103, conducting experiments on blood factor mutations. Nodding in acknowledgement, Robin allowed the scholar to depart and proceeded to stroll within the institute. He observed numerous craftsmen busily demolishing superfluous walls, transforming the space into various experimental facilities. Robin had previously harbored concerns about whether such renovations might inadvertently compromise load-bearing walls. If, by mischance, the Tower of Celestial Scholars were to collapse, he would undoubtedly bear the blame, for after all, a structure that has endured for millennia is a cultural relic. The craftsmen, undeterred by Robin's doubts, promptly presented him with their illustrious architectural lineage's scrolls, which eased his concerns, allowing him to entrust them with the work. Lost in thought, Robin arrived at the laboratory where Corbin was stationed. The assistant scholar stationed at the door recognized Robin and respectfully opened the door. Upon entering, the acrid scent of disinfectant and herbal remedies assaulted his nostrils. Robin's expression remained unchanged, as he had long since acclimatized to such odors. Corbin and Butterfly were standing by the experimental table, accompanied by 4 gray-robed scholars assisting them. As the gray-robed scholars noticed Robin and were about to alert Corbin, he subtly shook his head to silence them. Approaching the table, Robin observed Butterfly wielding a silver scalpel, meticulously suturing the heart of the experimental subject. Corbin stood beside her, managing significant blood loss to prevent fluid accumulation in the thoracic cavity. Half an hour later, the experiment concluded. Butterfly, weary and with aching limbs, looked up and finally noticed Robin's presence, exclaiming in surprise, "When did the wizard arrive?" "Just now," Robin replied with a smile. "Have there been any breakthroughs?" "Let us step outside to converse," Corbin suggested softly, instructing his assistants to wrap up, and the 3 exited the laboratory. Due to the recent upheaval, which provided a wealth of noble materials, the experiments have indeed made considerable progress. As they walked, Corbin remarked, "We have successfully induced 3 cases of beneficial mutations in vitality alone. This is largely thanks to Ambrose, a leading figure in the medical field. Otherwise, I might not have succeeded even once. After all, my previous research focused on necromancy with a side of witchcraft." Corbin praised Butterfly profusely. "Haha, I am truly not that significant," Butterfly chuckled. "Thank you for your hard work. Doctor, I will instruct Rose to double your performance bonus for this month," Robin said with a smile. "Thank you, but regrettably, we have only achieved a few successful cases, and the extent of the improvement in physical condition remains minimal," Butterfly sighed. "Undeniably, we are on the right path," Robin encouraged, and he continued to propose that rather than referring to this life-inducing bloodline factor, we might call it the seed of life. "Indeed, that is quite fitting." The Butterfly concurred. Cobain also nodded in agreement. "The meeting hall is over here, and it is nearly time for our regular assembly. Balin, Rose, and Maroya should have already arrived to await us." The trio made their way to the Underground Research Institute's meeting hall, where, as expected, Rose and the others were already seated. Rose was the first to rise. She distributed a button to each attendee, adorned with a small 8-petaled umbrella, for of its petals a deep, blood-red hue. Robin took his place at the head of the table, surveying the 5 individuals seated around the oval table, offering them a slight nod. He affixed the button to his chest and began to speak, stating that this emblem represents our organization. To possess this badge signifies one as an esteemed and official member of the umbrella, granting access to the privileges of connections, wealth, and power associated with the organization, while also embodying the obligation to adhere to its regulations. Seeing their nods of understanding, Robin proceeded to lead the meeting. "The Research Institute forms the core of our organization. Let us begin with Director Cobain to discuss the progress made during this period." Cobain rose to report that, during this assembly, the Research Institute has officially been established at Blackstone Fortress. The Grand Plan's research has also achieved groundbreaking advancements. Our developed life seed induction technology can now successfully enhance the physicality of ordinary humans. Furthermore, we have confirmed the existence of the soul and successfully captured it. At this point, all eyes were fixed upon him. Balin felt a surge of trepidation. What kind of ship had he boarded? Cobain paused for a moment, then, with a slight smile, stated, "We have even measured the weight of the soul." The madwoman stood up in disbelief, loudly questioning the validity of the experiment. After some time, and with Cobain's reassurance, she finally calmed down. He began recounting the research from the beginning. This was a serendipitous incident during an experiment. A notable subject perished in extreme agony. At that time, Robin happened to possess a ghost, exploring unknown regions within the Blackstone base, and he observed a transparent specter emerging from the subject. After attempting various methods of containment, we successfully captured the specter using a box made of Valyrian steel. Heavens! The madwoman murmured. May the seven gods bless us. Balin traced a 7 across his chest, muttering incessantly. Robin smiled, but remained silent. If the notion of proactive evolution had previously been mere speculation, the significant breakthroughs regarding both body and soul now rendered this research a tangible possibility. Cobain calmly elaborated that we now pursue 2 principal research branches. 1. The enhancement of human physicality guided by the seed of life, and 2. The amplification of noble bloodline powers through the soul. These 2 branches have further spawned over a dozen related sub-research projects. Thus we find ourselves short-staffed. Cobain presented this challenge to Robin and the madwoman. Robin turned to Maroya and inquired, can we compel the scholars from the relevant academies of the City of Learning to participate in the research? Such a matter cannot be enforced. What if they come and merely engage in idleness? The madwoman retorted, offer them what they desire, land, wealth, positions of power, women. Those who contribute to the research must come forth. Cooperation should yield benefits, while noncompliance shall lead them to the experimental platform. Robin replied with a hint of indifference. Very well, the madwoman hesitated briefly before agreeing. Once Corbin settled comfortably, Rose and Poland began to recount their progress. Rose informed that the initial shipment of sugar had been successfully handed over to Ramon, and a sugar shop had opened in the old town. Due to production constraints, they had yet to pursue distribution rights for the other 8 free city-states, while both the logistics and carriage guilds were still in the process of being established. Poland had effectively taken control of the city guard, eliminating hardliners discreetly and placing his own people in pivotal positions. Expand the numbers of the city guard. With no upper limit, Robin interjected, commanding, and Maroya, you must acquire more unsullied, more slave warriors. In 2 words, bolster ranks. Though the Hightower family was affluent, the madwoman expressed her dissatisfaction. We need not your family's funds. Robin directly shook his head at her. Sea salt, water wheel pressed armor, carbon steel. Are you familiar with these? What? Chapter 21. The blessing approaches cutting expenses is futile. We must enlarge the pie. Robin smiled, or bake a new one. So what you mentioned, sea salt, and what steel, is the new pie? Is it akin to sugar? If you truly could invent several such popular commodities, it might indeed sustain the enormous military expenditures. The madwoman immediately recalled the sugar recently sold in the old town, now a sensation, with stores struggling to meet the demand, and pre-orders extending into the latter half of the year. Not just a few items, but dozens, even hundreds of innovative products akin to sugar. Robin rose, surveying the assembled company at the long table. With these, we shall have the foundation to dominate Westeros. This is also why I collectively refer to all the guilds managed by Rose as the Foundation Consortium. Aside from Corbin, this was the first time Robin unveiled his ambitions before them. Having gained control over the prosperous old town, they reveled in wealth and power once deemed unimaginable. From Poland and Rose, one could distinctly sense a decline in their ambition. Within the umbrella organization, the spirit of initiative waned, as they grew complacent and content with the status quo. This was intolerable to Robin. They regarded the grand plan of the umbrella as Robin's unrealistic dream. And out of deference to his strength and authority, they passively executed their tasks. Such lethargy was insufferable to a leader. Robin needed to provide them with direction, an undeniable goal for their endeavor. When Corbin heard Robin utter these words, he, like the others, displayed a clear expression of shock, coupled with an understanding of as expected. After a moment of inner turmoil, Boron could not help but burst into laughter. Here I am, a mere mercenary, presented with the chance to partake in the struggle for dominion over the continent. I must say, my employer, you truly possess the gift of exaggeration. Yet, I find it delightful. Ha ha. As he continued to laugh, pointing at Robin, he noticed that the madwoman, Cobain, and others were staring at him intently. His laughter quickly transformed into a couple of awkward chuckles before fading away entirely. Robin regarded him with utmost seriousness. Boron, do you really believe that a warband leader deserves such a lofty salary? The sum I offer you is equivalent to an entire year's tax revenue from a count's territory. Boron dared not meet Robin's gaze, his eyes darting about as he offered a sheepish smile. Boss, I was merely jesting. Very well, my apologies. Please, continue. I am all ears. I hope you truly comprehend the gravity of the responsibilities you bear, Robin said, casting a sidelong glance at Boron before continuing. We have long been aware of the subject of proactive evolution, but to what extent must humanity evolve for the grand plan to be deemed successful? I tell you now, it must reach at least the demigod stage for it to be considered accomplished. To propel this endeavor towards that goal, the resources of a mere count's territory in Old Town are utterly insufficient. We require the consolidation of all of Westeros' resources. Inwardly, Robin mused that even the entirety of Westeros resources might fall short. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Alas, we now reside in an era where the tide of magic ebbs away, and we can at most push proactive evolution to the limits of mortals. The butterfly furrowed her brow, voicing her concerns. Cobain nodded in agreement, adding, "My studies in necromancy also face issues of magical suppression, as it pertains to the complete failure of the supernatural. This is an issue of the world's environment, one that human efforts cannot alter." "An excellent inquiry," Robin replied earnestly. "It is precisely due to the prophecy of the impending return of the magic tide that I dare to set such an ambitious goal." The madwoman gripped the armrests of her chair, breathless, having already been astonished numerous times that night, her heart still shaken by this revelation. The Hightower family has persevered all these years, and now magic is finally poised to return. Robin's confident smile and his unpretentious demeanor left no room for doubt. Cobain immediately inquired, "When specifically?" "This prophecy has two interpretations. First, magic will return when dragons hatch anew, or second, in the year 298 of the conquest. When a dragon hatches, I am uncertain which of these must be fulfilled for the magic tide to return," Robin explained. The madwoman pondered, while Cobain's expression shifted to one of understanding, leaving Boron feeling utterly bewildered. "Thus, we must seek out the members of House Targaryen and acquire dragon eggs," Rose stated. "You are partially correct, for I too am a scion of House Valyria," Robin replied with a smile. With that, he removed a burning candle from the wall, placing his hand in the flame until the heat became unbearable, at which point he withdrew his hand. "No wonder your hair and eyes resemble those of House Targaryen," the madwoman teased. "You aren't the illegitimate child of the Mad King, are you? I am a descendant of House Riverland, with the bloodline of the Dragon Kings passed down through my maternal lineage," Robin countered, shaking his head in denial. "Master, perhaps you could impersonate a Targaryen, which would lend credence to our claims in Westeros and assist our future ambitions," suggested Rose. "Not for the time being. The Targaryen lineage still harbors 2 orphans, and we must devise a strategy to capture them," Robin replied. "Should we proceed immediately?" Boron inquired eagerly. Robin shook his head. "For now, our focus must remain on consolidating our strength." The madwoman rose, handing a letter to Robin. "This is the response from the Queen of Thorns. She has summoned me to Highgarden for the ceremonial investiture with her heir, Garland." Upon reading, Robin passed the letter to Cobain and the others for perusal. "The Protector of the South has even sent his young son as a hostage. It seems he is quite desperate for our support," Boron remarked, raising an eyebrow at the letter. "Though Old Town appears subdued under our control, there are still some obstinate factions attempting to disrupt the status quo," Robin analyzed, leaning on the long table. "Moreover, we have yet to receive news from the Crownlands. It remains uncertain whether the Baratheons and Lannisters will ignite conflict. We shall wait until the situation clarifies before making our move." "Very well," the madwoman responded. "Does anyone have anything to add?" Robin inquired. Seeing no one speak, he declared the meeting adjourned. Under Rose's wistful gaze, Robin and the madwoman returned to the tower for rest. A night passed in silence. The Starry Chapel was a formidable edifice, its stained glass windows depicting vibrant legendary tales. Light filtered through the colorful panes, casting a dreamlike palette. As if ethereal beings danced within the chapel, Robin and Rose paid homage to the statues of the 7 gods, and after their reverence, Rose advanced to place a large sack of golden dragons upon the main altar as an offering. The portly archbishop, who had maintained a stern visage, finally broke into a radiant smile reminiscent of a blooming flower. "Your devotion has been received by the 7. They shall forever guard you," the archbishop proclaimed, as he sprinkled holy water upon Robin and Rose. "Archbishop, what of my request?" Robin inquired with a smile. "Rest assured, the smiths of the Starry Chapel are at your command," the archbishop generously replied. "Brother Isu, please escort the Lord Commander to meet the smith's bishop." "My lord, please follow me," the monk gently urged. Robin nodded and followed. The 7 gods embody 7 forms: the father, the mother, the warrior, and the smith, the latter symbolizing craftsmanship and labor. Robin's objective was to enlist the craftsmen of Old Town, as the Smith's Hall maintained a comprehensive register of all artisans in the region. He intended to formally employ these laborers, ensuring they received fair wages and enjoyed the benefits of a 996-work schedule. The Smith's Hall, adjacent to the chapel, had prepared a list of artisans, which the bishop personally handed to Robin. With the documents in hand, they boarded a rickshaw awaiting them outside the chapel. To the outskirts, to the Hightower Forge, Rose instructed the newly recruited rickshaw puller. "Off we go." This novel mode of transportation glided down the streets of the old town, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Upon disembarking, Robin and Rose joined the madwoman they had arranged to meet at the forge, and the group proceeded towards the smithy. This was a vast open-air blacksmith shop, where dozens of smiths were tirelessly crafting weapons, the rhythmic clang of metal on metal resonating throughout the space. The madwoman had already acquainted herself with the particulars of the forge from the overseer, and as they walked, she began to enlighten Robin about the structure and personnel of the establishment. The cost of labor was remarkably low, making the forged weapons a hot commodity in the free-trading city-states. She expounded. "Wait, are you saying your blacksmiths are all enslaved artisans?" Robin exclaimed in astonishment, internally lamenting that such labor practices would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. "Some are distant relatives of the family, but the majority are enslaved craftsmen bought from the slave markets." The madwoman shrugged, explaining. "The High Court's influence in the Bay is rather limited. The Hightower family has its own laws. We, the ancient families with millennia of history, hold little respect for the mere descendants of stewards." Robin nodded. Well aware of the history of House Tyrell, the Tyrells once served merely as the stewards of the King of the Bay, and after the royal family was annihilated by the conqueror, they were elevated to the guardians of the South. They approached the anvil, where a blacksmith presented a freshly forged short sword to the madwoman, standing respectfully at attention. "Behold, this exquisite weapon is one of the best sellers among the armaments at the Old Town's exit." The madwoman proudly handed the iron sword to Robin. Robin received the sword with a perplexed expression. "This is considered exquisite? Haven't your personal guards already been equipped with steel swords? This weapon can merely be deemed subpar." He struck the short sword against the anvil, producing a sharp clang. Upon inspection, he noticed a minuscule chip on the blade. Annoyed, the madwoman retorted. "Steel requires repeated heating and hammering, an arduous process that cannot be mass-produced. A master blacksmith can take weeks to complete a single piece. Such fine weaponry embodies the essence of each family and is not sold to outsiders. Do you not understand the process of heat treatment?" Robin scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the madwoman, irritated by his jest, immediately flared up, attempting to claw at Robin, exclaiming, I understand. Why else would I have you come here today?" Robin, effortlessly pressing her forehead down, noted the considerable difference in their heights and arm spans, rendering her futile attempts to grasp him ineffective. All right. Let us return to serious matters." Robin soothed the irate woman, turning to the master blacksmith to inquire, "Do you have a better iron sword available?" The mere appearance of a chip after a single strike indicated that the forging process used cast iron with a carbon content of approximately 0.4, also known as wrought iron. This material was what characterized the Iron Age prior to the advent of steel weaponry. Wrought iron, processed at around 1000 degrees Celsius, contains a significant amount of impurities. This is the finest iron sword available. If you seek superior weaponry, I can retrieve a steel sword for you," the master blacksmith replied. Shaking his head, "No need," Robin responded. Robin pondered for a moment and realized that he could only teach about heat treatment today, as the specialized tools required for carbon steel production had yet to be custom-made. "Is this individual trustworthy?" Robin sought confirmation from the madwoman. "His family has served Hightower for centuries, and there is no question of loyalty," she replied. "Very well. Once we finish our tasks, we can discuss confidentiality further." Robin nodded in agreement, then instructed the blacksmith to find a secluded forge and clear the area of bystanders. The blacksmith led them to a separate smithy within the forge, while Venom positioned the clan guards around them. "Fetch a quenching tank and some vegetable oil," Robin directed Venom, exchanging a glance with the madwoman. Venom promptly went to summon someone to move the stone tank and retrieve the oil. "First, forge another iron sword using your previous method," Robin instructed the blacksmith. The blacksmith, though a master craftsman, felt the weight of respect for Robin and the madwoman, who were the unrecognized rulers of the old town. He quickly seized his hammer and began to shape the iron into a sword, skillfully transforming the block of iron into a blade. Just as he was about to grind the edge, Robin intervened. "Place it in the furnace until it glows red, then let it cool naturally," Robin advised. The madwoman crossed her arms beneath her bosom, accentuating her curves as she observed Robin's commands, intrigued by yet another innovative technique akin to the crafting of sugar. As Robin watched the sword gradually turn red, he explained that this process was known as normalizing, a treatment to enhance the metal's toughness. By heating the metal component to a temperature of 50 degrees for a period and then allowing it to air cool, the crystallization grains of the metal could be refined, yielding not only admirable strength, but also a notable increase in toughness, thereby reducing the likelihood of cracking. "May I inquire about the rationale behind this method?" the blacksmith respectfully asked. "To enhance toughness. Remember, this step is called normalizing," Robin succinctly replied, then added. forged several more swords to mitigate any unforeseen accidents or misfortunes during our tests. As a writer, knowledge of steelworking was foundational. And while he possessed a general understanding of the craft from his historical writings, he had never personally engaged in the process. Much like the creation of sugar, producing additional samples would ensure that at least one would succeed. With the cooling time post-heating being considerable, Robin inspected the quenching tank and, finding no issues, instructed for it to be moved indoors. The first iron sword was nearly air-cooled. The next step, annealing, Robin announced. Annealing is a metal heat treatment process that cools at an appropriate speed, aiming to rectify or eliminate defects and stresses induced during forging and pressing. Given the limited resources, Robin requested some clay to encase the sword's body, excluding the blade, and placed it in the fire, allowing it to cool gradually within the furnace. This process required considerable time, prompting Robin and the madwoman to step out of the forge, leaving the blacksmith to tend the fire and prevent any mishaps. The trio settled in a nearby tea pavilion to rest, as servants eagerly brought them refreshing cool tea to quench their thirst. Robin addressed the madwoman. "We must continue procuring blacksmith slaves." "How many?" she inquired. "At least 400. We need every slave available at the slave bay," Robin replied. The madwoman opened her mouth, yet said nothing. She had become somewhat immune to Robin's insatiable appetite. There are also confidentiality concerns. The forge and all factories must be relocated to a remote island near the sea, Robin stated solemnly. The loss of any of these crafts would be a significant blow to us. "Does that include the white sugar?" Rose asked. "I mean all," Robin emphasized, then outlined several key points. Implementing a piece rate wage system for the workers, establishing performance bonuses, and negotiating individual goals, essentially, enhancing their labor motivation. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Robin elaborated on the piece rate concept. The piece rate wage system calculates remuneration based on the number of qualified goods produced or tasks completed at a predetermined piece rate. Rose diligently noted down his words, glancing timidly at Robin. Being well-versed in business, she instantly grasped the implications of these management practices. It was a profound exploitation of the workers, both physically and mentally. Was her master truly this formidable, harboring a devil within his mind? Let's leave it at that for now. I will explain further later. Management is an extensive field of study, Robin remarked, his throat parched. He glanced at the setting sun, estimating that the iron swords had cooled sufficiently. They returned to the forge and, under Robin's guidance, completed the full heat treatment process. Robin picked up a newly cast iron sword and placed an older forged sword flat before him. The blacksmith obediently complied. The madwoman and Rose widened their eyes as Robin raised the new sword and struck it forcefully against the old sword. Clang! An evident notch appeared on the old sword, while the new sword bore a much smaller, nearly imperceptible mark. Upon witnessing this result, the blacksmith gasped in astonishment. "This is miraculous, truly miraculous." He tossed aside the old sword carelessly and eagerly took the long sword from Robin, caressing it as one would a beloved. "Oh, 7 gods! This is a miracle. You must be the earthly embodiment of the blacksmith deity." The old blacksmith was on the verge of tears. This technological innovation was a divine blessing for those who had devoted their lives to the art of forging. The madwoman and Rose shared in his exhilaration. Their hands instinctively clasped together, oblivious to their own gestures. Robin felt a rush of relief. He had not anticipated such good fortune with the first sword. There were still 3 untested in the furnace, and he suspected there would be defects among them. "Do you see, Maroya, Rose? This revolutionary craft will create a tremendous upheaval in the world," Robin said, taking advantage of their dazed expressions to wrap an arm around each of their slender waists. "There is much more to come, an abundance beyond measure. We are forging an era." With that, Robin led the 2 women outside. The madwoman cast a glance at him. Breaking free from Robin's grasp, she could never serve a man alongside a slave. "I will immediately arrange for the confidentiality and relocation to the island. What other extraordinary techniques do you possess? Speak swiftly," she demanded, fixing her gaze on Robin. "I am overwhelmed with so many techniques. I am your employer, not your vassal or employee." Robin chuckled lightly. "After traversing through time, should I not indulge myself? Am I to continue as if I were James Bond?" He mused inwardly, recalling how he had slain Count Jinshuching and how the Count's twin daughters had recently been delivered to him, hidden away in a small courtyard behind the steward's residence. He needed to find time to comfort the 2 young girls. "Very well," Robin said, wrapping his arms around the madwoman's waist once more. "I will first compile a list of important techniques. Once you have made significant progress with the relocation and established the necessary confidentiality measures, I shall provide you with the detailed information." "Understood," the madwoman replied, seemingly lost in thought for a moment before whispering to Rose, "Rose, you may return to the Merchant Association." "Yes, my lady," Rose nodded, her eyes flickering as she gracefully departed. Once Rose had distanced herself, the madwoman entwined her arms around Robin's neck, their eyes locking. "Robin," she called softly. "What is it? Did you send Rose away to discuss something?" Robin inquired, sensing her troubled demeanor. The madwoman spoke gently. "I know you will have many women in your future, and your extraordinary fertility leaves me bewildered. What role will I, and our child, play in the future? How do you envision our lives?" She scrutinized the man's expression closely. Robin smiled faintly, tenderly brushing his fingers over the small scar on her forehead, a remnant from the night of annihilation. "Is being the lord of the tower not enough?" He murmured softly. "The tower was destined to be our families," she affirmed, gazing deeply into his eyes, as if seeking to decipher his innermost thoughts. After a moment of silence, Robin replied expressionlessly, "What is it that you desire?" "I desire nothing. I will only accept the gifts you bestow upon me," she replied, pressing her abdomen against him. He tilted his head, chuckling softly, thinking to himself, "This clever woman." Robin revealed a smile reminiscent of their first encounter, looking at her with a gentle expression, and whispered in her ear, "One day, I shall abdicate, and our child will be crowned as king." Chapter 23. The Valiant Galen. Chapter 22 has been reviewed and should be released today. "Are you serious?" The madwoman smiled. "Yet you are unwilling to marry me." "I shall never marry. To me, marriage is a cage." Robin kissed her forehead, adding, "As you said, I will have many children, and confirming an heir early will prevent internal strife." "I love you," the madwoman said, planting a kiss on him. In the small grove on the outskirts of the city, the grass was lush and green, resembling a verdant carpet spread across the ground, as the two strolled leisurely amidst it. However, one must tread carefully, for stepping into the limelight renders one a target for others' attacks. Robin gazed into her eyes and spoke, "Since seizing power, I have already encountered an assassination attempt. We shall face more challenges ahead. After all, our acquisition of influence in the old town is far from honorable. Moreover, our methods of conquering the continent may not be entirely virtuous either." The madwoman paused, nestling against his chest. "Did you not say that with those technological foundations, our conquest of the continent would be effortless? Must we resort to underhanded tactics? I cannot afford to wait. Even with a conventional military force, it would take at least a decade to dominate the continent," Robin remarked, casting his gaze toward the remnants of clouds in the sky. "How many decades does one truly have in life? I strive for the present." As dusk fell, the two returned to the forge and took a rickshaw back to the old town. Upon reaching the academic city, Robin mentioned he had matters to attend to at the Merchant Guild and would not return to the Celestial Tower to rest. The madwoman departed, disappointed, believing Robin was going to be with Rose. In truth, Robin was seeking out the two twins. Rumor has it that the Luo family descends from the daughter of the green-handed Gals, Jinshu Luowan. The progeny of this family are extraordinarily handsome. Upon entering the courtyard, Robin was indeed struck by their beauty. The two sisters sported long, light golden hair, one cascading down the left side, the other the right. Dressed in matching blue corseted dresses, their skirts fluttered gently in the breeze, reminiscent of princesses from an opera. "Greetings, esteemed adults," the sisters chimed in unison. They had come to terms with their fate during their captivity. If not sold into a brothel, they would become the favored concubines of some nobleman. Robin could not discern which was the elder and which was the younger, so he engaged them in deeper conversation to learn more. Rose Boulevard. This grand avenue stretches from the capital, heading southwest through the river bend directly to the old town. The thoroughfare bustles with people and vehicles, and from a distance, the throngs resemble a continuous stream of marching ants. A particularly large caravan caught the eye, as the merchants ahead willingly made way. At the forefront of the procession, a gilded rose adorned the lead carriage, marking it as the convoy of the Tillier family, guardians of the southern realm. This was Garland's entourage heading toward the old town. Garland Tillier, the Duke's second son, though merely 15, already exhibited a robust physique and burgeoning muscles. His elder brother had lost a leg in a tournament, and in medieval society, physical disability was deemed a mark of disgrace, rendering him ineligible for inheritance. Garland thus became the heir to the high court. Although his elder brother had lost his claim to the title, their bond remained unshaken since childhood. Garland was once chubby, and his brother had affectionately nicknamed him Valiant to shield him from ridicule, a title Garland felt compelled to uphold. Riding a magnificent black steed, Garland slowed his horse, approaching a carriage at the rear. "Wild chrysanthemum, how much longer until we reach the old town?" he inquired from within the carriage. The carriage window was ajar, revealing an elderly man with a head of gray hair scanning his surroundings. His eyes, though sunken, retained a piercing brilliance. Ahead lay Hive City. A day's journey would bring them to the old town. The Bachelor of Wild Chrysanthemum replied with a remarkably clear voice. As they neared their destination, Galen intended to discuss the situation in the old town with the Bachelor. It was rumored that the recent coup had ensnared more than a dozen noble families, nearly all of which had been annihilated. Galen expressed his lingering unease. "Oh dear, come inside the carriage. My neck is aching from bending," lamented the Bachelor of Wild Chrysanthemum. Galen offered an apologetic smile and deftly dismounted from his horse, bending to enter the carriage. Although the interior of the carriage was not particularly spacious, it could comfortably accommodate several individuals. At its center stood a tea table, upon which a pot of wild chrysanthemum tea exuded a fragrant aroma. The Bachelor offered Galen a cup, while inwardly reflecting on the Thorn Queen's instructions before her departure, to properly educate this child, instilling the fundamental qualities requisite for a leader of power. The Bachelor interpreted this as a sign that Galen's basic political acumen was lacking. In the great noble houses of Westeros, the education of the firstborn and the second son diverged sharply. The eldest son was typically groomed in the art of political maneuvering and the machinations of rulers, while the second son was taught the knightly virtues of justice. The outcome of this educational dichotomy was that the firstborn became a suitable leader, ensuring the family's survival amidst a landscape riddled with intrigue. Conversely, the second son would often transform into a naive knight, sacrificing himself for the family's honor in battle. Generally, this educational model proved effective. However, should an unfortunate event prevent the firstborn from ascending to the patriarch's position, grave complications would ensue. When a second son assumed the role of patriarch, those knightly virtues could lead a noble family straight into the mire of ruin. The Thorn Queen harbored deep concerns regarding this possibility. Thus, as the chief scholar of House Rose, the Bachelor of Wild Chrysanthemum had closely followed Galen since the alteration of succession, endeavoring to impart wisdom and guidance. Regrettably, the effects were minimal. A mind molded for over a decade could not be reshaped in just a year or two. The Bachelor pondered the success of the second son, Lord Eddard Stark of the North, and lamented his own plight. "Bachelor, what occupies your thoughts?" Galen gently inquired, sensing the Bachelor's distraction. He felt a twinge of sympathy. The Bachelor was too old to accompany him on such a taxing journey. We were discussing the coup in the old town. Please continue," the Bachelor said, taking a sip of tea. "Child, what are your thoughts? I heard from my father that the madwoman might be the mastermind behind all this." "If that is indeed the case, we should not accept Maroya," Galen replied, setting down his teacup with a look of distaste. "If a vicious wolf appears in the sheepfold, failure to eliminate it at once will lead to the demise of many sheep." The Bachelor nodded impassively, reflecting that the strategic compromises and considerations of interests he had previously taught had seemingly been forgotten. "Is there more?" the Bachelor asked. "Grandmother summoned the vassals to confer titles upon the madwoman and sent my younger brother to be fostered at the towering citadel. I find that rather weak," Galen expressed. Galen hesitated at the final word, sensing he had slightly offended the majesty of the Thorn Queen. "Children, the situation is not as simple as it appears. Do not let the dichotomy of right and wrong blind your eyes," said Wild Chrysanthemum, grasping one of Galen's hands with earnest counsel. "Why did the old town undergo such a drastic transformation overnight? Why did the royal scandals spread to the Seven Kingdoms? There must be an invisible hand manipulating these events. The outcomes cannot solely be attributed to the madwoman's abilities and energies." "Do you believe there is an external force involved in the old town's affairs?" Galen inquired, astonished. Wild Chrysanthemum nodded, refilling the tea. "In truth, the old town has never been influenced by our family. Now that all the men of the Tower of Heaven have perished, it is the opportune moment for us to infiltrate the authority of the High Court. Only when the egg is broken can the delectable yolk flow forth." Galen listened intently to the scholar's words, striving to comprehend their implications. "Thus, Maroya is the target we must strive for. This may indeed be a struggle between us and a third-party force. Do you understand now?" Wild Chrysanthemum turned to Galen again, having shared only half of the insights, leaving unspoken the broader implications of the situation in Westeros. He hoped this younger son would grasp the essence of the matter and come to his own conclusions. "I am somewhat enlightened, yet still confused." Galen scratched his head, pondering, if a third-party force exists, why not deploy a large army to eliminate them? Alas, Wild Chrysanthemum wished to seize the tea chopsticks and wrap this boy's wooden head. Just then, the coachman abruptly halted the carriage. The captain of House Rose's guards reported from outside the carriage. "My lord, ahead lies a group of individuals claiming to be victims from the old town, kneeling on the ground." Wild Chrysanthemum smiled faintly, relishing the timely information that had presented itself. Let us see what unfolds. They approached the front of the procession, observing approximately 30 knights blocking the path. The two leading knights, dressed in opulent attire, excitedly crawled toward Galen and shouted, "Please, my lord, let your vassals receive justice." "And you are?" Galen inquired. "My lord, I am the son of the Earl of Honeycomb Castle," said the gray-haired knight on the left. "I am the son of the Earl of Golden Tree Castle," proclaimed the blonde knight on the right. "I am the son of the Baron of Stony Island." Others in the rear continued to shout their introductions. "Was it not said that your families were all annihilated?" Galen asked, perplexed. We are all flower of Buddha," the gray-haired knight stammered. The term flower of Buddha denotes bastards in the Riverlands. Galen exchanged glances with Wild Chrysanthemum, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Galen bent down to assist them. "Can you elaborate on what transpired in the old town? We know nothing of the coup, only some rumors that your families were slaughtered." "Ghosts. It was the ghosts of the wizards who slaughtered our forebears," the gray-haired knight lamented. "Is the rumor of witchcraft true?" Wild Chrysanthemum's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired. "Among us are the family guards who had the fortune to escape by leaping into the sea. They were first-hand witnesses to the tragic events." The gray-haired knight summoned one of the guards from the rear to recount his true experience to Lord Galen. "Yes, my lord," the guard replied, illustrating the horrific alliance between the spectral sorcerer from the Sea of Ghosts and the madwoman, leading to the massacre. After a lengthy recounting, both Wild Chrysanthemum and Galen incessantly questioned the guard for verification. The situation grew precarious. Wild Chrysanthemum's white brows knitted tightly together at the thought of that repugnant, evil sorcerer. "That abhorrent dark magician," Galen exclaimed angrily, then patted the gray-haired knight's shoulder in consolation. "You all go rest in the caravan. Butler, please arrange a carriage for them." Galen instructed the servant. "The bastards say," the scholar interjected, "that Old Town still harbors their hidden armed forces." Galen approached Wild Chrysanthemum, stating, "If we unite these forces and set an ambush for the madwoman, we can surely capture both her and the sorcerer." "What?" Wild Chrysanthemum looked at him in astonishment. "Ha ha. Just joking," Galen laughed heartily. In a fit of exasperation, Wild Chrysanthemum attempted to strike Galen's head, but he deftly evaded. "You rascal," Wild Chrysanthemum chuckled in resignation. In the backyard of the Grand Tower at Old Town, the following morning, Robin emerged refreshed from the courtyard, having gained deeper insights into the twin sisters of the Golden Tree family. The elder was larger and whiter, while the younger was both white and large. Chapter 25. Galen's dream. At this moment, Robin, having exhausted his centrifugal force, fell back and landed ungracefully on the stone slab. Galen glanced at the severed head by his feet in bewilderment. He hadn't anticipated that Robin would dispatch the two bastards so swiftly. After a moment's reflection, he realized that although he too could have slain them, it would have required substantial effort. That reckless courage to risk one's life was something he could not emulate. Galen shook his head, kicked the golden-haired head aside, and stepped forward to offer Robin a hand to help him up. With a sunlit smile, Galen spoke, "Mr. Sorcerer, a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Galen. It is regrettable that I did not witness your remarkable ghostly sorcery." Robin, momentarily distracted by Galen's gaze, recalled a phrase spoken by Cobain: "The more direct a noble's bloodline, the greater their adaptability to the seed of life, and the stronger the enhancement." Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Robin sensed a promising opportunity. "Mr. Sorcerer?" Galen's hand began to ache from the prolonged extension. Wild Chrysanthemum seemed to perceive a hint of malice in Robin's half-closed eyes. "Galen, watch out!" Wild Chrysanthemum cried urgently. In a flash, the glinting steel sword was once again wielded by its master. With a piercing scream from Galen, a long gash was carved into the youth's chest, blood gushing forth, staining the lavish robe adorned with 2 roses. The guards of the Tillier family turned pale with fury, charging forward, while 2 iron knights executed a double strike against Robin. The sudden onslaught struck with the weight of twin mountains, leaving Robin with no choice but to roll on the ground to evade. At that moment, Polong had just vanquished the rebels at the city gate. Seeing Robin in peril, he unsheathed his sword and rushed forward to assist, managing to deflect the subsequent attacks from 2 iron knights. Despite his many flaws, Polong was undeniably a man who fulfilled his obligations for the right price. The city guards, numbering in the thousands, followed Polong's lead and gathered beside Robin, confronting the loyal guards of House Rose. "Stop!" Robin bellowed as he regained his footing. Observing the vigilance of House Rose, he boldly stepped into the midst of the standoff, discarding his sword and raising his hands in a gesture of peace to indicate his lack of weaponry. "It's all a misunderstanding," he declared earnestly to Yeju. Yeju, preoccupied with applying a hemostatic herb to Galen's wound, paid Robin little heed. Robin shook his head towards the guards of House Rose, then shouted to Yeju, post-traumatic stress. I was simply too anxious at that moment, scholar. Sir Galen is not gravely injured, is he? Galen remained conscious, though the herb applied to his wound caused him considerable pain. He exchanged glances with Yeju. The wound is not deep. It did not affect any vital organs. Yeju stated coldly. What about this wizard? Galen whispered, seeking clarity. His temperament is erratic. He may be a madman. Yeju offered her assessment. And if he is not mad? Then he is a figure of immense stature, Yeju sighed. Due to the overwhelming numbers of the Old Town's forces, which far outnumbered those of House Rose, the loyal guards hesitated to act rashly, leading to a stalemate. After a moment of contemplation, Robin realized he could not afford to let this experimental subject escape, nor could he allow relations to sour, as he might find use for him later. Galen, do you not wish to witness my sorcery? Robin called to Galen, who was encircled by shields. Step forth, let us shake hands in reconciliation. I shall demonstrate my abilities. There is no need for bloodshed over a mere misunderstanding. Galen pushed aside the shield, his upper body bound with makeshift bandages, his expression unreadable. How can I trust you, wizard? He inquired. If I truly intended to kill you, hiding inside would yield the same result, Robin replied with a smile. Intrigued, Galen asked, are you referring to ghost sorcery? Is it truly that formidable? Do you wish to experience it? Robin maintained his smile. Yeju tugged lightly at Galen's garment, whispering, agree to his request. Wizard, release your ghost and prove your prowess. If you can reach me amidst such protection. Galen hesitated. You would become an ally of House Tillier. No sooner had he spoken than a ghost seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Let me go? Galen gasped, struggling. The guards gasped in shock, regarding Robin as though he were a creature of monstrosity. With a flick, Galen was thrown to the ground, coughing helplessly as his body reacted to the sudden loss of oxygen. Yeju felt a cold sweat bead on her brow. The situation had escalated beyond mere challenge. It had become entirely uncontrollable. Was he yet another conqueror of legend? Galen pushed aside the Iron Knight beside him and commanded the still vigilant guards, lower your defenses and return to the camp to regroup. Yes, my lord. The captain of the guards replied, complying without hesitation. Galen rubbed his throat as he approached Robin, pausing for a moment before addressing him with a respectful title. My lord Robin, I, Galen, the heir of the Tillier family and guardian of the Southern Realm, extend my greetings to you. A look of appreciation spread across Robin's face as he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. Wizard Robin, he said. Sir Galen, you truly are late, madwoman. It's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding, Robin replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. The Grand Tower has prepared a banquet. Please, sir, the madwoman beckoned. Galen nodded and boarded his family's carriage, trailing behind the cart of the Hyder family. Inside the carriage, the madwoman's expression was grave. Scholar, have I perhaps granted the wizard and the Tillier equals standing a bit too liberally? Galen questioned, his confidence wavering, fearing the queen's reprimand upon returning to the court. The madwoman sighed. I fear this man's ambitions extend beyond mere titles. Within the Hyder family's carriage, the madwoman laughed lightly. Does Galen disrespect you? Shall you strike him down? No, I am not that petty. I need Galen for an experiment, Robin whispered. At the Grand Tower, the madwoman gathered the prominent nobles of Old Town in the grand banquet hall on the 6th floor to welcome Galen, while Robin departed the hall after merely 2 drinks. He made his way to the 103 laboratory at the Blackstone base, where Scholar Coben typically conducted his experiments. At that moment, Coben was not experimenting, but rather analyzing data, deeply engrossed in his research notes. Minter, he acknowledged. The heir of the Tillier has arrived. Will you not entertain our guest? Coben glanced up briefly before returning his attention to the documents. Their relationship had always been informal, devoid of unnecessary formalities. I detest such insincere socializing. What is the latest on the life seed experiments? Robin inquired, moving to the desk and picking up a piece of experimental data. The records were fragmented, merely a small module within a larger project, yielding no discernible results. The life seed is unsuitable for commoners. The success rate for noble implantation has stabilized at 50%. Theoretically, it can enhance human physical capabilities to their utmost limits. And the side effects? Robin pressed. Lifespan decreases with enhancement. At peak mutation, vitality may be halved, Coben replied, setting down the materials, puzzled. Are you considering implantation assessment? Robin nodded. I have found a most suitable subject. Who? The valiant Galen, Robin smiled lightly. As night fell, a full moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow. The sea breeze whistled through the vents of the Grand Tower, resembling the whispers of some indescribable creature. Several peculiar servants hurried through the Grand Tower, pushing a massive wheeled cabinet. That is the heir of the Tillier family. I feel a bit apprehensive, Butterfly murmured to Coben. Coben regarded him with an impassive expression. When you joined the Umbrella, you should have anticipated such realities. Robin happened to overhear their conversation and chuckled, teasingly remarking, rest assured, we shall face no adversaries ahead. He turned to Balin, who was leading the way, and instructed, you, devise a means to handle the guards at the entrance. Very well. This task will be accounted separately as per the Black Hand's orders, Balin replied. Settle the bill with Rose. Balin grinned with satisfaction. Just beyond the next corner lay Galen's chamber, and Balin gestured for Robin and the others to wait. Pretending to be a servant, he carried a tray and, as he approached the guard near the door, calmly took out a piece of cloth to wipe the tray, deftly covering the guard's face with it in a fleeting moment. Quickly, we have but half an hour to change shifts, Robin urged in a hushed tone. Balin began to don the guard's outer garment, while Cobain extracted a smoke pipe filled with a narcotic mist, inserting it through the door's crack to release the vapor inside. The group applied a pre-prepared salve to their mouths and noses to counteract the narcotic. And then Robin produced a key to unlock the door, pushing in a rectangular cabinet. This cabinet served as a makeshift surgical toolkit, containing various scalpels, forceps, thread, and jars. Robin assisted Butterfly in organizing the surgical instruments within easy reach. Cobain pried open Galen's chest, revealing the wound Robin had inflicted earlier that day. Butterfly grasped a silver scalpel, his hands trembling slightly, for this was the future ruler of River Bay. Both Robin and Cobain glanced at him, and Butterfly nodded. Beginning his work, Robin observed Butterfly's surgical precision, a testament to his mastery in the medical arts. Once Butterfly had opened Galen's thoracic cavity, Cobain carefully retrieved a glass vial filled with a clear liquid, within which a droplet resembling a ruby slowly morphed in shape. This droplet was the life seed, acquired through considerable expenditure and the sacrifice of numerous noble bastards. The method of its creation bore a resemblance to alchemical transmutation, albeit with a dissonant harmony. With tweezers, Butterfly extracted the life seed, his movements now slower and more cautious, beads of sweat forming on his brow, which he dared not wipe away. The next step was critical, implanting the life seed into the flesh of the heart. Such a procedure was unattainable by contemporary medical standards, yet Cobain, being a shaman, employed some dark sorcery to assist in the operation. Stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding. Butterfly's voice was laced with urgency. Cobain skillfully placed the sorcerous remedy into Galen's chest cavity. Robin observed closely, noting that the remedy consisted of minuscule creatures, smaller than mosquitoes. With a sigh of relief, Butterfly exhaled a cloud of tension. The most significant risk had been surmounted. The suturing process posed little difficulty. After closing the thoracic cavity, they covered the wound once more with wild chrysanthemum herbs. They meticulously cleaned the room, restoring it to its original state before their arrival. The guard, feigned to be asleep, slumped against the wall in the corner. Time to wrap up, let us retreat. Morning dawned. Soft light filtered through the window, casting a golden ribbon across Galen's room. With a haze of confusion, Galen opened his eyes, haunted by the remnants of a nightmare in which a group of muscular men surrounded him, forcing objects into his body. Chapter 26. The curtain rises. Galen let out a muffled groan, clutching his chest as he sat up. A sharp pain coursed through him, as if his heart had been wrenched from his chest. Galen, are you all right? Wild Chrysanthemum entered the room, her expression tense. A guard had been attacked the previous night. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Galen replied, shaking his head. Wild Chrysanthemum examined his chest, relieved to find no signs of infection or pus. The madwoman doesn't wish to head to the high court just yet. It's best to recuperate here, she remarked. Galen nodded, glancing at his chest, an unsettling feeling lingering as if something remained within him. Days later, on the 30th floor of the Tower of the Gods, the sea breeze wafted through the air, the old town resembling a picturesque painting. Today, a message arrived from Lord Robin, revealing the outcome of the scandal surrounding the Stannis of House Baratheon. The core members of the Umbrella were gathered on the balcony of the 30th floor. According to the information from the Crow, Stannis, in league with Lord Eddard Stark, attempted a coup to seize the throne, only to be suppressed by House Lannister before Prince Joffrey ascended to the Iron Throne, with the Old Lion, Tywin, serving as Hand of the King. Cobain reread the letter. King Robert, Prime Minister Eddard, Lord Stannis of Dragonstone, Lord Renly of Storm's End, they are all dead. He set the letter down, concluding, the Baratheon line has been extinguished. What are your thoughts? Robin, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a wine goblet, stood at the railing, gazing down at the coastline. This is absurd. Are the King's Guard made of flour? The king just died like that. Boron exclaimed incredulously, feeling as though the grand political machinations were nothing more than a childish game. Our White Raven must have been intercepted by the Lannisters, who, upon realizing their impending doom, launched a desperate counterattack on all members of House Baratheon. The madwoman approached Robin, leaning against the stone pillar of the railing. The unsuspecting Baratheons were ambushed by the golden cloaks. The madwoman turned her gaze to Robin, who clinked his goblet against hers. Indeed, that seems to be the case. The Grand Maester, Pycelle, has always been loyal to the Lannisters. If he secretly assisted them, this theory becomes quite plausible, Robin said, turning to address the others. In the early days of the Baratheon dynasty, the brothers of House Baratheon served in the King's council. It was no surprise they were all taken out in one fell swoop. Ladies and gentlemen, the curtain has risen. Robin looked towards Boron. Are our forces prepared? Boron rose, surveying the assembly, organizing his thoughts as he raised his hands to address the gathering. We have 5,000 warriors in the battle group, 28,000 city guards of Old Town, 4,000 slave fighters, and 3,000 sailors from our 300 ships. This is the result of nearly 2 months of continuous recruitment since our acquisition of Old Town, with most being fresh recruits. In a short span of time, significant growth is unlikely, a challenge that cannot be resolved by Gene Long. The integration of troops, officers, and soldiers necessitates considerable time. Upon noticing a hint of dissatisfaction on Robin's face, Bolong widened his eyes and explained, "Boss, if you desire the kind of rubbish akin to a gathering of the impoverished, I could easily rally 100,000 citizens to fight for you right now." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Robin set down his goblet and rubbed his chin, pondering, what tier does our military strength rank among the 7 kingdoms? The level should be comparable to that of the 2nd tier of the 7 guardians, the madwoman interjected. If these dukes were to summon their vassal armies, our military might would diminish even further. The Telier family could muster nearly 50,000 troops on their own, and if all the nobles of the Riverlands united, they could potentially raise a legion of at least 200,000. The madwoman elaborated for Robin's understanding. Is the Rose family truly that formidable? Robin inquired, furrowing his brow. He recalled that during the War of the 5 Kings, the scale of combat had not reached such extensive proportions. The disparity between military strength and population directly influences one another. The number of soldiers is inherently determined by the population size, which in turn reflects military capability. The madwoman sipped her drink and continued, the Riverlands, with its warm climate and abundant resources, boasts the largest population among the 7 guardians. Even without support from Old Town, Highgarden possesses the most substantial military force in terms of numbers. Regardless, the Telier family remains an insurmountable obstacle in our quest for dominance over Westeros, Robin remarked, massaging his temples. He then turned to the madwoman and instructed, please reply to Garland. We shall journey to Highgarden together the day after tomorrow. Does anyone have any objections? Boss, I have an important piece of news, Rose interjected, rising with a smile. Oh, please, do share. After I announced the acquisition of dragon eggs, a merchant guild from Essos expressed interest in securing the rights to resell sugar from Essos, offering a dragon egg in exchange for permanent resale rights to the sugar. Rose explained with a smile. Originally, I had arranged for that merchant to meet with you tonight. No need for negotiations, simply agree to his terms. If we possess dragons, everything will proceed much more smoothly. Robin nodded, his mind made up. Is there any other good news? None, Rose replied. He surveyed the room, and no one spoke up. Very well, let us conclude today's meeting. We shall all contemplate our next course of action, Robin declared, waving his hand to dismiss the assembly. Maroya? Robin called out to the madwoman. Please arrange a meeting with Garland. I wish to have a thorough discussion with this heir of the Duke. Certainly. At the entrance of the Blackstone base, Robin awaited Garland, as they had planned to explore Old Town together. Moments later, Garland approached with Wildflower by his side. Feeling better, sir? Robin greeted with a smile. Absolutely. I am as fit as ever, Garland responded with a radiant smile, adding, in fact, I feel stronger than at any other time. With that, the young man raised his arm to flex his robust biceps. Robin glanced at the few strands of white hair peeking through Garland's bangs and nodded with a gentle smile. Scholar, may I take Sir Garland for a stroll today? Robin inquired of the elderly man beside him. The scholar flashed a smile. Ah, certainly, no problem at all. He patted Garland on the shoulder, to which Garland nodded in response. The two traversed the floating bridge of the War Island, arriving at the port. At the main thoroughfare of the Old Town port, there was a bustling shop, the exclusive purveyor of white sugar by the Keystone Trading Company. What a lively atmosphere, Garland exclaimed. I must return to High Court with a cartload of sugar to share with my father and grandmother. He had not anticipated that Robin was not only a wizard with formidable sorcery, but also a learned inventor. He had tasted this sugar at the welcoming banquet. It was as clear as crystal and sweeter than any honey. Lord Robin, I have heard that your trading company also sells resale rights for white sugar. Perhaps you could sell me the resale rights for Riverbend? Garland chuckled. Certainly. The resale rights for the white sugar of the Seven Realms were intended for the guardians of the Seven Realms. Robin nodded. He sighed, alas. It seems turmoil is about to erupt among the Seven Nations. Garland, acknowledging Robin's words with a nod, was also aware of the news from the Lord of the Realm. Make way. A rickshaw approached, urging pedestrians to clear the path. Garland noticed the emblem on the rickshaw, which bore a striking resemblance to the sign of the white sugar shop. Is this newfangled rickshaw your invention as well? He inquired. Indeed, walking is quite taxing. So I devised a rickshaw for transportation, Robin replied with a modest smile. Remarkable. It is truly unfathomable how many ingenious ideas reside in your mind, Garland expressed, appearing as a typical youth who quickly became enamored with new innovations. You're too kind. As they strolled along the main road, Garland encountered dozens of thriving shops, each with long queues of eager customers awaiting their turn to purchase goods. There were iron swords sharper than ordinary metal, armor forged from water-hardened steel, potent spirits that burned the throat, soaps capable of cleaning the dirtiest stains, delectable sweetbreads, and remarkably cheap sea salt. Exquisite porcelain adorned every shop. He felt compelled to personally sample and test each item, and soon, his astonishment gave way to a numbing sensation. His emotions shifted from admiration for Robin to wariness, then to dread, ultimately culminating in sheer terror, as if he had taken a ride on a roller coaster. Could one person truly accomplish so many revolutionary inventions? Garland pondered, questioning whether the man beside him was merely human or perhaps an incarnation of the smith among the seven gods. These inventions significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of armies. If the soldiers of these ancient towns were equipped with such weapons and armor, who could withstand them? Moreover, Robin possessed that invincible ghostly sorcery for assassination. Garland gasped inwardly. No, Robin was deliberately showcasing these marvels to demonstrate his formidable power. Robin's ambition may extend beyond the old town. It may encompass the very essence of Lord Robin himself. Galen halted his steps and turned to face this enigmatic figure. Summoning his courage, Galen inquired with a serious demeanor. What is your purpose in bringing me here to witness these novelties? Is it a display of power towards the High Court or a mere provocation? Due to his height advantage, Robin regarded Galen with an imposing gaze. He revealed his customary gentle smile, a gesture that could either bridge the distance between souls or lull one's vigilance. Ah, Galen. Galen swallowed hard, looking up at Robin as though he were gazing upon a titan. The sunlight caressed the side of Robin's face, as if gilded in a layer of gold. With the midday sun at his back, Robin cast a shadow that enveloped Galen entirely. Slowly, he extended his left hand towards Galen and earnestly proposed, "Become my son." Chapter 27. The Perfect Life. What jest is this? Galen retorted with indignation, his eyes wide and pupils trembling from rage. Unable to endure the humiliation, Galen launched a punch towards Robin's visage. Robin's lips curled into a slight smirk, remaining rooted in place as he observed. Let me witness your limits, Galen. Boom. An unseen force grasped Galen's powerful blow. Galen let out a low growl, his arm muscles rippling with the intensity of steel. As he audaciously attempted to grapple with the specter, his entire body quivered from exertion, the cobblestones beneath him shattering under the pressure of his force, a testament to his immense strength. Alas, the specter remained unyielding. Noticing the gathering crowd of onlookers, Robin sighed and, with the specter's aid, hoisted Galen and began to stride towards the shoreline. Release me. I demand a duel. Galen struggled relentlessly upon the specter's shoulder. Let us engage in a noble contest as men, you scoundrel. This place is too conspicuous. Let us proceed to the beach, Robin chuckled. Moments later, Galen was unceremoniously deposited upon the sandy shore. Robin glanced at the beach, where numerous citizens still lingered, likely recognizing him, but too wary of the wizard's notorious reputation to approach closely. The city guard, alerted by the commotion, began to make their way over to restore order, eager to cultivate a favorable impression before Robin. The young man, now rising from the sand, wiped his face clean and found a strange sense of calm. Do you still wish to duel? Robin inquired with a smile. Absolutely, Galen declared with gravitas. The honor of the Golden Rose is not to be sullied. If you believe that a thrashing from me will compel you to listen, then so be it, Robin said, shedding his robe and casting it aside. If I were in your position, I wouldn't be smiling so gleefully, Galen replied, his expression void of emotion, his gaze as frigid as ice. Should I eliminate the wizard here, would I not be ridding my family of a grave threat? Since arriving at the Tower of the Skies, my power has been steadily growing, and I possess a certain confidence. It seems you harbor great faith in your abilities. Robin grinned, his smile broadening. Galen gazed at the ever-smiling Robin, a surge of fury igniting within him, rendering his expression increasingly stern. He lowered his center of gravity, tucking his hands beside his head, adopting a stance reminiscent of a grappling hold. Robin's smile remained unchanged as he approached Galen in a normal standing posture. Is he truly advancing like this? Galen narrowed his eyes, his muscular arm unleashing a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Robin's face. He was eager to witness the destruction of that gentle smile. A sharp, crisp sound echoed as flesh struck flesh. Robin raised his right arm, effortlessly deflecting the wind-slicing punch with a mere flick. Not only that, but he also delivered a resounding slap to Galen's face, visibly swelling his right cheek. Galen howled in humiliation, launching another heavy left punch at Robin. Despite being identical to the previous one, the onlookers, both citizens and city guards gathered on the beach, discerned that the roaring Galen was the truly vulnerable one. As Galen swung again, Robin easily blocked the attack with his palm, this time redirecting his strike towards Galen's head. Robin deflected the left punch with his left hand, while his right hand fully enveloped Galen's head. Bang! Galen's head was forcefully slammed into the sand like a basketball. The deafening sound of the impact resonated, even reaching the ears of those far from the beach. Bang! The chilling noise echoed once more. Robin's powerful arm lifted Galen's head only to slam it down again. Galen's head was deeply embedded in the sand. The gathered crowd had no doubt that had Galen been subjected to this brutality on solid ground rather than soft sand, his skull would have shattered like a watermelon upon impact. Finally, Robin released his merciful grip. With only a portion of his face exposed above the sand, Galen gazed at the man before him, a figure both divine and demonic. His mind was clouded, teetering on the brink of collapse, and his right eye gradually welled with tears of emotion. At this moment, Robin looked down at the young man he had subdued, finally retracting his smile. Galen, Robin's deep, resonant voice called, you, like your family, have been blinded by glory, rendering you incapable of discerning the true nature of your opponent. Slowly, Robin unfastened his inner garment. The sea breeze billowed around him, revealing a physique sculpted like a deity. Internally, Robin scoffed at the body he had acquired through 30 custom points. It was more than just an aesthetically pleasing form. It represented a being standing at the pinnacle of human strength. He crouched down, extracting Galen's head from the sand. Noticing the faint trace of blood oozing from his left ear, a sign that his eardrum had likely burst. Come, Robin said nonchalantly. Let us take a stroll along the beach. As Robin stepped away along the cresting waves, Galen wiped away his tears and silently rose, unsteadily following in his wake, his body involuntarily swaying to the left. Your ambitions extend beyond Highgarden. You covet the Iron Throne as well, Galen asserted, convinced that the newly invented goods and armaments were purposefully crafted as instruments to bolster Robin's terrifying lust for power. Indeed, Robin unabashedly conceded. Perhaps not out of arrogance, but rather genuine self-assurance, for he possessed the capability to achieve such aspirations. Galen mused inwardly. A moment of silence ensued before Robin broke the stillness. What prompts me to share so much with you and showcase these intriguing items? You wish for me to act as your son? No. Wait, Galen faltered, his voice trembling. You intend to use me to usurp Highgarden. Not usurp, Robin halted, turning to face him. Placing his hands on Galen's shoulders, he spoke earnestly. It is conquest. Your family once knelt before Aegon Targaryen. Why should you not kneel before me? What have I done to earn such disrespect from your family? Galen retorted, locking eyes with Robin. A conqueror possesses dragons, Galen replied. My spectre, though slightly less destructive than a dragon, seems quite similar in nature. Whoever I desire to perish must meet their end, Robin chuckled lightly, continuing. And have you noticed my hair and eyes? I too am a Valyrian dragon lord. In the future, dragons will undoubtedly rally to my banner. Galen scrutinized Robin's appearance, confident in the strength of the spectre, but skeptical of the claim to true dragon blood. Growing impatient with Galen's indecision, Robin pressed on. What if I were to kneel before you today, yet my grandmother does not approve? Galen questioned. Would you, like House Hightower, annihilate all dissenters? I cannot pledge allegiance to the murderer of my father and brothers, and such brutal methods will only incite resistance throughout the Reach. Galen declared with resolve. The Thorn Queen will assuredly pledge her loyalty to me, Robin replied with a smile. Do you intend to threaten me with the spectre? Galen lowered his head and spoke softly. No, Robin responded, gently cupping Galen's face to re-establish eye contact. I shall ensure your willing submission. Old Town serves as the foundation of grand designs, while Highgarden represents the cornerstone of Robin's dominion over the continent. If a gentle approach can achieve allegiance, Robin would eschew harsh methods. Listen to me, Galen. Robin intently regarded him, speaking sincerely. In the kingdom I shall establish, the royal family will merely be a figurehead. With the law explicitly forbidding direct political involvement, the true power will reside in the hands of the Prime King. The permanent position of the Prime King is the gift I have prepared for Highgarden, and you, my adopted son, shall be the true master of the realm. Will you relinquish power? Galen, not foolish, inquired skeptically. After I abdicate, Robin replied. Do you not fear the Prime Minister may commit regicide? Galen questioned. The Prime Minister has now become the uncrowned king of the nation. Why would he seek to eliminate a mere mascot? Garland momentarily found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Furthermore, I shall bear offspring with your sister, your daughter, your cousin, and so forth. Thus both the royal lineage and the Prime Minister are of my bloodline. It matters not who ascends as king, Robin remarked with an impassive demeanor. Garland's expression stiffened, rendering him speechless. Do you believe the Thorn Queen would refuse the conditions I have presented? Robin inquired. The probability of refusal is quite low. Might I return to the High Court to confer with my grandmother? Garland implored, unwilling to acknowledge a man as a foster father. Very well, Robin sighed, reluctantly conceding to cease his attempts at persuasion, inwardly acknowledging that these individuals are not so easily deceived. Even when both body and spirit have been shattered, they steadfastly uphold their inner principles. Have you sustained any injuries? I know a doctor from a medical faction. I can have him examine you. Robin expressed his concern. All right. Garland nodded, accepting Robin's goodwill. Chapter 28. The Soul Crystal. Upon returning to the Tower of Tall Trees, Scholar Wild Chrysanthemum gazed in astonishment at the disheveled Garland. He trembled, pointing a finger at Robin, wishing to reprimand him, but Garland forestalled him. I am fine, Scholar, Garland softly reassured Wild Chrysanthemum, merely seeking instruction in combat techniques from Lord Robin. Wild Chrysanthemum keenly noted Garland's choice of words, recognizing the hierarchical address. He regarded Garland with confusion, to which Garland simply shook his head. I shall explain in detail later, Garland whispered. Butterfly approached, trailing a servant, and bowed to Robin. Lord Robin. Today Sir Garland and I practiced wrestling. Might I trouble the doctor to examine whether he has aggravated an old injury on his chest? Robin smiled at Butterfly. Garland nodded to Wild Chrysanthemum before reclining upon his bed. Greetings, Scholar Guele. I am Ambrose, a doctor from the medical faction of the academic city. Butterfly introduced herself, extending a hand to Wild Chrysanthemum. Observing the silver mask adorning the doctor's face, Wild Chrysanthemum's tone took on a hint of reverence. Greetings, Doctor. Sir Garland has entrusted you with his diagnosis. Butterfly nodded, briefly clasping his hand before moving to Garland's side. After observing the young man, Butterfly noted that since his implantation surgery, the contours of his face appeared significantly matured, with silver strands subtly woven within his hair. With a sigh, Butterfly commenced a thorough examination, primarily assessing the rejection levels of the life seed implanted in Garland's chest. The foundation base. In the conference hall, Cobain, Butterfly, and Robin were present. Butterfly affixed several of Garland's examination results to an upright board, pointing to one particular datum. The compatibility between Garland and the life seed is exceptionally high, with negligible rejection responses. One could assert that he is our most successful experimental subject to date, Butterfly declared. Then, should our next focus be on researching the reduction of side effects? Robin interjected, leaning against the table, his body turned slightly towards Butterfly. This reckless pursuit of proactive evolution is not his objective. It stands in stark opposition to the ultimate goal of immortality. We have already devised a solution, which is currently under investigation. Cobain turned to Robin and spoke. The Butterfly returned to her seat at the table as Cobain rose to retrieve a small glass vial. Inside the vial lay a crystal, no larger than a grain of rice. Its color was pristine and unblemished, devoid of any impurities or flaws, dazzling like a diamond under the light. Robin took the vial and leaned in to examine it. Its exterior resembled that of a gem-like mineral, yet he was aware that it could not be a mere mineral. This is a crystallization of the soul, Cobain stated directly. I utilized necromancy to refine the impurities of the personality and memories from the last soul, thus obtaining this treasure. What is its purpose? Can it mitigate the side effects of the life seed? Robin inquired with curiosity. The Butterfly also took the vial to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, and its efficacy is remarkable. When I place the crystal beside the life seed, it significantly prolongs the seed's viability, delaying its wilting for an extended period. Cobain replied, gesturing with his finger. Now, we merely need to discover a method for the living to convert and absorb this crystal, which would counteract the life seed's substantial side effects. Do you have any concrete ideas or directions? Robin asked Cobain. Cobain shook his head, indicating that he had no leads as of yet. Robin gently rubbed his chin, pondering ways for humanity to digest the crystal. How does one digest a soul? A spark of inspiration flickered in Robin's mind, and he suggested to Cobain, Master. Upon observing this crystal, I realized it exists in a state that is half material, half spiritual. Cobain regarded him seriously, eager to hear his innovative thoughts. After pausing to organize his ideas, Robin transformed his inspiration into words. Well, the soul crystal transitions from spiritual to semi-material. If we can fully convert the semi-material into material, the human body should be able to interact with it, thus facilitating absorption and digestion. What do you think? Robin inquired. This approach appears to be logically sound. If we extrapolate from this, Cobain contemplated for a moment. The crystal has reached the limits of our technology in compressing the soul. Further compression is not feasible. We can only use matter to alter the soul crystal. Perhaps employing flesh and blood would be a prudent choice, as body and soul are united prior to death. If we were to use flesh and blood, could we utilize that from beasts? Robin asked, observing Cobain as he became engrossed in his research. Knowing he would remain lost in thought for some time, he subtly nodded to the butterfly and exited the conference hall. Once outside the base, he intended to confer with the madwoman regarding the arrangements for the high court. After inquiring with the steward at the base about the madwoman's whereabouts, he learned she had gone to the 401 factory base on the deserted island. The island had been undergoing significant infrastructure developments for the past month, and the madwoman had devoted most of her energy there. Sir, do you require me to notify the count to return? The steward respectfully inquired. No need. I shall go personally, Robin replied, shaking his head. After sailing for half an hour, Robin arrived at the dock of the deserted island, the very blood island he had previously chosen. A small harbor had been newly constructed here, devoid of the clamor and chaos characteristic of the old town of Blood Harbor. The entire island was under military administration, particularly near the harbor. Although it was not a strict 5 steps a post and 10 steps a sentry setup, the difference was negligible. Soldiers were diligently stationed to prevent any leaks of information. In a strategically precarious location not far from the harbor, several watchtowers were actively under construction. Upon disembarking, a rickshaw immediately halted before him. Climbing aboard, Robin instructed the rickshaw driver to take him to Factory 401. The driver set off with determination, racing along the cobblestone path. The scenery swiftly passed by, revealing numerous guard posts erected along the coastline to ensure no one would attempt to escape or land on the island unauthorized. Upon reaching the factory, Robin tossed the driver a silver deer as a tip. The soldiers on duty at the factory, upon seeing Robin, greeted him with solemn respect. Robin nodded slightly and stepped through the entrance. Factory 401 was a munitions facility that Robin had designed, where not only weapons and armor were produced, but also plans were in place to manufacture some basic mechanical components. Currently, Factory 401 had completed 4 production lines: thermal processing of iron, a steel production line, a water-powered textile workshop, and hydraulic armor forging. The use of assembly line production significantly enhanced the manufacturing speed of weapons and armor while drastically reducing production costs. Each step was meticulously divided for processing, which greatly benefited the confidentiality of the technology involved. In the future, this factory would expand to produce bicycles, tents, telescopes, water bottles, basins, and cutlery, with a mint also planned to be established adjacent to Factory 401. Greetings, sir, the factory manager bowed to Robin. These individuals were well aware that Robin was the true master of the old town and treated him with exceptional reverence. Take me to Moroya, Robin commanded. Of course, the manager replied, leading the way. Along the route, handcarts laden with goods were continuously transported to the packaging area outside the factory. As they ventured deeper into several halls, they encountered workers inspecting the quality of the products. The rhythmic hum of the production line followed the manager's lead, gradually becoming a resonant roar that filled the air, eliciting a palpable tremor beneath their feet. This was the factory's rear courtyard, where a natural waterfall cascaded downwards, and beneath it, a water wheel spun vigorously, driven by the torrent of water. A portion of the wheel's power activated several water hammers in the forging workshop, crushing or while simultaneously powering some forging hammers that pounded armor. The booming sound that Robin heard was the collision of the waterfall and the water hammers. The madwoman was fervently shouting something by the hydraulic forging platform, but the noise was overwhelming, rendering Robin unable to discern her words. He approached her from behind and tapped her shoulder. Startled, She twitched and turned to deliver a fierce slap. "Come out. It's too loud," Robin said, grasping her hand. Exasperated. "What did you say?" The madwoman leaned in, pressing her ear closer. Several PhD candidates from the surrounding academic cities bowed in respect upon seeing her. Robin cast a glance at the blacksmiths operating the water hammer, discovering that they were forging parts for a steam engine. "Get out first," Robin commanded. "What?" The madwoman cupped her hand to her ear, exclaiming, "Ah?" before Robin hoisted her onto his shoulder. Outside the factory's rear courtyard, he declared, "We depart for Highgarden the day after tomorrow, and we must take several samples of the military goods we have forged." "I thought you would only bring common goods like sugar and soap," the madwoman replied. "I need to persuade Highgarden. I must bring something substantial." Robin shrugged and said, "This time, we must secure Highgarden. If we do not, all the vassals of the Riverlands present shall perish." "Are you serious?" the madwoman confirmed. "Based on my understanding of Highgarden, the likelihood of a table being overturned is rather slim," Robin said, crossing his arms and stroking his chin. "Moreover, I can offer them the price they seek." "You always manage to create miracles," she said, planting a kiss on him. "Are there any difficulties with the steam engine?" "Alas, the piston is leaking," the madwoman sighed. "If it weren't for your grand descriptions, I would have given up long ago." "Take it slow. You need not be hands-on. Simply ask those funded PhDs for results," Robin chuckled. He mused to himself, lamenting the gunpowder formula that, while capable of igniting, could not explode. It seemed that the laws of physics differed between their worlds. The formula required repeated adjustments and trials before it could truly be utilized, and results were not to be expected in the short term. "All right, let us return to the Celestial Tower," the madwoman said. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of departure arrived. A throng of citizens gathered once more at the old town's gate, thousands of horse-drawn carts laden with goods resembling a long serpent, parked on the flat ground before the town's entrance. Amidst this bustling scene, the serpentine convoy gradually stretched and slithered forward. Robin and the madwoman occupied the most luxurious carriage in the middle of the procession, watching as the old town walls receded into the distance, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. "The most beautiful castle in all of Westeros, Highgarden, here I come." Chapter 29. Little Rose. A swift steed galloped down Rose Avenue. A rider in a green cloak bearing a golden rose banner. Passers-by noticed and cautiously stepped aside. This was a courier from House Tyrell, and the rose banner signified an urgent mission of utmost importance. Those who failed to yield could meet an untimely demise, and if one impeded the courier's urgent task, congratulations. You would receive a thorough confiscation and extermination service. The rider merely slowed slightly as he approached a checkpoint, tossing a golden rose card. The soldiers at the post immediately raised their weapons to grant passage. Upon entering the white-walled citadel, the horse was left panting heavily, blood frothing from its mouth. As they reached the second level of the white walls, the horse collapsed heavily to the ground. The rider, unable to dismount in time, had his right leg pinned beneath the steed. He raised a letter high and shouted, "An urgent missive from Sir Wildflower. Please help me deliver it to the Hall of Thorns." Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the captain of the local city guard immediately discarded his weapon and hurriedly approached to seize the letter, not daring to linger as he rushed into the third white wall. The Hall of Thorns, the venue where the Rose family deliberated military matters, was ensnared by an overwhelming mass of thorns. The walls, windows, and even the ceiling of this chamber were cloaked in these prickly plants, rendering it perilous to approach. Thus, it is evident that sorcery, wizards, and phantoms are indeed real. Moreover, this little sorcerer harbors grand ambitions, seeking to compel our family and the nobility of the entire River Bay to submit to him. The shrill voice of the Duke of Inflatable Fish echoed through the hall. By the seven gods, ever since those two white doves arrived, an array of bizarre occurrences has befallen us. The Queen of Thorns, irritated by her son's piercing voice, dug at her ears. "If you keep inflating, will you not explode on the spot?" she retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Mother, it is truly infuriating that such absurdities are transpiring on our territory. I must go and slay that villain. He has murdered my father-in-law and dares to come to the high court with such audacity, clearly disregarding me. The guardian of the southern realm." The Duke of Inflatable Fish exclaimed vehemently. The Queen of Thorns shrugged her shoulders and, in a somewhat encouraging manner, replied, "If you are unafraid of phantoms, then go now. They should still have half a day's journey to the high court, ample time for you to muster your forces." Feigning determination, the Duke rose to exit, but at the door, he winked at his captain of the guard. The captain of Fire Palm, momentarily slow to react, finally approached to pull the Duke back after receiving several pointed glares. "Your Grace, I suggest it would be wise to first deliberate a strategy before taking action." advised the steward, Vipo, who stood behind the Queen of Thorns. Since you so urge me, I shall refrain from haste. Heh, the Duke replied, finding a convenient excuse to return to the war table. This table, crafted from ancient oak, was a model of River Bay, adorned with numerous crests representing various noble families. Mother, what shall we do? The Duke asked, his face betraying his anxiety. Upon hearing her son's plea for guidance, the Queen felt a pang of frustration. Her son, rather than addressing issues independently, always turned to her for solutions. If only I were in better health, I would gladly discipline this rebellious child, she mused internally. Let us hear from Stone Lotus first, the Queen suggested. Stone Lotus was the esteemed title the Queen bestowed upon Vipo, akin to how the ancient scholar, Yairii, was referred to as wild chrysanthemum. The flower language of Stone Lotus signifies wealth and abundance, while that of wild chrysanthemum denotes steadfastness and wisdom. According to the contents of the letter from Wild Chrysanthemum, the sorcerer Robin's magic was exceedingly terrifying, a force beyond what ordinary mortals could contend with. The sorcerer demonstrated formidable personal combat prowess while coercing the young lord, employing peculiar weaponry and commodities beyond description, alongside an unverified lineage of dragon blood, Stone Lotus elaborated. The Queen of Thorns nodded, raising her hand to signal him to continue. This individual undoubtedly possesses the strength and audacity to claim the throne, Stone Lotus remarked. Yet, this lad is merely a bastard, the inflatable fish scoffed. Due to his illegitimate birth, the legal claims of Wizard Robin are exceedingly feeble, nearly inconsequential in the realm of Westeros. No noble would easily submit to him, when all nobles are commanded to yield. They exhibit a demeanor akin to that of the Duke, contemptuous, defiant, and resistant. Stone Lotus cleared his throat and continued. Thus, he has offered Lord Garland an exceptionally generous deal, crafting a permanent position of Prime Minister tailored for our family. The wizard may possess the right to aspire to the throne, yet the path before him will be far more arduous and convoluted than that of Aegon, the conqueror of House Targaryen. Ser Firehand interjected. I believe the wizard must be an exceedingly cruel man. His past experiences reveal that he has conducted vivisections, slaughtered nobles, engaged in debauchery with slaves. The litany of his transgressions is seemingly endless. The Queen of Thorns nodded in agreement. This is precisely my dilemma. Had the wizard been a scion of a noble lineage, untainted by such vile acts, I would have eagerly pursued his favor. Alas, since he is a pestilence, we might as well lay an ambush with a grand army to eliminate him. The inflatable fish grinned maliciously. He is far easier to kill than Aegon. For the wizard lacks dragons and cannot soar through the skies. Alternatively, we could employ poison. Mother, do you not still possess that large vial? The Queen of Thorns was interrupted mid-sentence by a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. She felt that the 7 gods' greatest punishment for her was bearing this rebellious son. At that moment, the assembled vassals felt so awkward they could have traced a map of all Westeros with their toes. Ignoring her son, the Queen of Thorns declared with resolute clarity, it is undeniable that Wizard Robin has numerous flaws. However, she emphasized her tone. He also represents a monumental opportunity that has not arisen in millennia. The vassals and the inflatable fish regarded the Queen of Thorns with solemnity, awaiting her judgment on Robin's fate, which would also determine the fate of House Tyrell. The Queen spoke with conviction. I have decided to grant him a chance, and likewise, an opportunity for House Tyrell. Firstly, Stone Lotus shall immediately send Loras to House Tarly, for if we are to be annihilated by the wizard, he shall be the last seed of Highgarden's roses. We shall summon all the nobles of Highgarden to wage war against the wizard and restore House Tyrell. Secondly, we shall escort our entire household 10 miles outside the city to Flower Crown Valley to welcome Wizard Robin, bestowing upon him the respect befitting a king. Thirdly, Ser Firehand is to lead all the current guards of Highgarden to lay an ambush at Flower Crown Valley. 19,000 guards should suffice. Lastly, I shall assess the worth of this wizard. If he proves to be yet another mad king, Ser Firehand will lead the entire army to eliminate the wizard and eradicate all remnants of House Hightower. This will conveniently bring Old Town under the protection of the Golden Rose. Let us act swiftly. We have but half a day to prepare. At once, my queen. Ser Firehand clasped his hand to his chest, pivoting sharply to depart from the Hall of Thorns. Your command, my queen. Stone Lotus bowed and followed closely behind Ser Firehand as they exited. At this moment, only a mother and her child remained in the hall. The Thorn Queen's face radiated a tender maternal warmth as she gently caressed her son's hair, her aged voice softly murmuring, the wild chrysanthemum possesses a rigid disposition. For decades, it has never exaggerated. The Golden Rose now stands at a crossroads of fate. Are you suggesting that we truly face the possibility of annihilation? The inflated fish's bulging eyes widened in alarm, his expression a portrait of distress as he blurted out, "Mother, what shall we do?" Suddenly, a resounding thwack rang out as the inflated fish received a sharp cuff to the forehead. The crown veil held a unique significance for the Targaryen family. 3 centuries prior, the rulers of the Riverbend were not the Golden Rose family, but rather the Gardner family, established by the eldest son of the Green Hands. The last king of the Riverbend, Gardner IX, perished in the fiery wrath of the Conqueror's War. At that time, the steward of Gardner IX, Harlan Targaryen, surrendered without a fight and pledged fealty to Aegon. In return, Aegon granted him dominion over the Vale and Riverbend, appointing him as the protector of the South and the governor of the Mander River Valley. The Thorn Queen stood with the Targaryen family in a pavilion nestled within the valley, across from a magnificent statue. This towering edifice, soaring over 10 meters high, depicted 2 figures and a dragon. One figure knelt on one knee, bowing his head to receive a crown from the other, while a dragon's head loomed menacingly in the background. Suddenly, the situation had escalated to such dire straits. The inflated fish shook his head, sighing. He had never anticipated that such a minor character could provoke such upheaval within their family, the Guardians of the South, to the extent that his mother had even arranged contingencies against potential annihilation. "Grandmother, who are we waiting for?" asked the sweet, melodious voice of Miss Marjorie, timidly clutching the Thorn Queen's arm. Miss Marjorie was revered as the jewel of the Vale, the only daughter of the Guardians of the South and the youngest daughter of the Duke. The subjects of the Vale affectionately referred to her as the Little Rose of the Vale, and some unabashedly hailed her as the Princess of the Vale. The young girl had reached her grandmother's chest in height, adorned in a green velvet coat, her neck alabaster and radiant, embellished with the golden rose emblem woven in golden thread across her chest. Though still a budding flower, her bosom was already full. Her face perpetually bore a faint smile, with gentle, doe-like eyes and long, chestnut curls cascading lazily over her shoulders, a smile both bashful and sweet. "We await a future king," the Thorn Queen whispered tenderly, stroking her granddaughter's hair. "A king?" Little Rose gazed expectantly toward the valley's entrance, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Thorn Queen lifted her gaze toward the kneeling statue across from her. "Ancestor, you made a correct choice and claimed the entirety of the Riverbend. Now, I shall lead the Golden Rose to wager anew. I desire the 7 kingdoms." Human greed knows no bounds. Even with ample evidence cementing Robin as a scoundrel, the Thorn Queen chose to seize this precious opportunity. "Grandmother, grandmother, a caravan is entering the valley. Is it the king?" Little Rose exclaimed excitedly, shaking the Thorn Queen's arm. The convoy gently traversed into a valley adorned with blooming roses. The valley was a riot of colors, with flowers in full bloom, exuding fragrant aromas that seemed to weave a tapestry of a fairy tale. Guards clad in emerald robes stood erect along the main thoroughfare, exuding a solemn dignity as if genuinely welcoming the arrival of a king. Chapter 30. The showdown. Gazing upon the spectacle within the valley, one could indeed perceive that Robin was being honored as a sovereign. The path was strewn with blossoms, the gallant guards holding ceremonial swords, while the aristocrats of the Duke's family, with their golden roses, awaited in the pavilions. However, as Robin commanded the Phantom to ascend to the pinnacle of the valley, he noticed that the convoy was gradually being flanked by the emerald-clad army at both entrances of the gorge. These soldiers, donned in iron armor and wielding weapons, cast vigilant glances at the convoy, their faces etched with seriousness and resolve, seemingly poised to launch an assault at any moment. Robin found the situation somewhat amusing. If this army were to encircle him on the plains, they might stand a chance of capturing him. But merely blocking the valley's entrances? The Phantom could easily scale the towering 30-story spire. "What is the matter, Robin?" the madwoman inquired, perplexed by his sudden laughter. "Nothing. It seems the Rose family has prepared an additional gift for us. I shall prepare a little something in return," Robin replied, closing his eyes as he shifted his consciousness into the Phantom's form. Noticing this, the madwoman understood that Robin had uncovered some issues regarding the Rose family. She recognized that he was now maneuvering the Phantom. "Lady Maroya, Sir Robin, the head of the family awaits your esteemed presence at the Crownflower Pavilion," came the voice of Wild Chrysanthemum from outside the carriage. "Please hold on. I need to arrange my appearance," the madwoman responded. Wild Chrysanthemum, standing outside the carriage with a furrowed brow, noted that they had already been informed of their arrival time. It was hardly polite to keep the master waiting. The Thorn Queen similarly regarded the immobile Heidel carriage with confusion. "Garland, during your time spent with the sorcerer, what manner of man do you perceive him to be?" inquired Velis, the Duke's eldest son, to his brother beside him. "A man of ambition, Tyrannical and arrogant, brimming with confidence to the point of hubris, Garland replied, frowning as he recalled harrowing memories. An impatient inflatable fish was about to unleash a torrent of insults, but was silenced by the Thorn Queen's raised hand. Outside the valley, it appears there is some commotion, the Thorn Queen remarked, straining to listen. Grandmother, the king has emerged. Little Rose exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Robin, adorned in resplendent black armor and a sculpted breastplate, donned the pinnacle of craftsmanship in satin armor. The steel armor, forged through hydraulic mechanics, possessed an indescribable industrial elegance. It was not only lightweight but also remarkably sturdy. The edges of his thick cloak were intricately embroidered with mink fur, and the clasp resembled a miniature dragon, a family insignia of his choosing. Upon hearing the news of the Thorn Queen's approach from the city, Robin felt a surge of joy. He donned this meticulously prepared regal attire, wishing to leave an indelible first impression on the noble families within the future kingdom. However, circumstances often unfold in unexpected ways. From the arrangements outside the valley, he discerned that this welcoming would not be a simple affair. Should he fail to subdue the formidable Thorn Queen, the outcome could very well be disastrous. Robin dismounted the carriage, extending his hand to assist the madwoman as she descended. The weather remained somewhat chilly. Yet in pursuit of elegance befitting the occasion, she opted for attire that was not overly warm. Are you cold? Robin discreetly inquired near her ear, mindful of her condition, as she was already 2 months pregnant. The madwoman shook her head, maintaining a sweet smile towards the surrounding vassals of the Hightower family as she walked. The Thorn Queen approached, accompanied by the members of House Rose. The Roses marveled at Robin's appearance and demeanor. Were it not for their knowledge of his identity as a sorcerer, they might have mistaken him for a demigod from the Age of Heroes. Sister, exclaimed a noblewoman beside the inflatable fish, joyfully grasping the madwoman's hands. It is truly wonderful to see you, Allery. The madwoman reciprocated the sentiment with equal delight. I heard about father. The noblewoman hesitated. The madwoman silently nodded, her mood dimming, as her gaze shifted to Robin, who was conversing with the Thorn Queen. You must be the sorcerer, Robin. The Thorn Queen, now in her 50s, bore a face etched with wrinkles, yet her eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity, as if capable of seeing into one's soul. I hear you prefer to be addressed as a sorcerer? The Thorn Queen smiled. Robin stepped forward. Indeed, it is I, Lady Olenna. Frankly, it is quite surprising that you are aware of my peculiar preferences. The Thorn Queen and he exchanged a handshake, their grip lingering. Her hand conveyed a formidable strength, reminiscent not of an elderly matron, but of a vigorous middle-aged individual. The Thorn Queen nodded with a smile. Naturally. It is difficult not to learn about you after receiving those 2 letters from White Crow. Moreover, Galen has mentioned you several times in his correspondence, referring to my grandson as if he were his own son. Robin felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a child being caught misbehaving by a parent. I have always had high hopes for the young Galen. He is an upright, filial, and honest boy. If possible, I would certainly like to adopt him as my son. Robin replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. There will be opportunities, the Thorn Queen said, pulling him closer to introduce him to the members of House Rose. My son, Mace, here. She gestured. Greetings, Lord Mace, Robin smiled. The inflatable fish, noticing his mother's deliberate omission of his title, frowned helplessly as he shook Robin's hand in silence. This is my daughter-in-law and my grandchildren, Allery, Velis, and Marjorie. The Thorn Queen introduced them in turn. Robin noticed that the future Knight of Flowers, Loras, was absent. Yet he refrained from mentioning it, opting instead for polite nods and handshakes. When he reached the Little Rose, he playfully winked with his right eye, causing the young girl to giggle delightfully. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, the Thorn Queen and Robin settled beside the stone table within the Crown Flower Pavilion. I believe we should delve deeper into certain matters. The Thorn Queen lifted the rose tea from the table and gently blew across the surface of the cup. What? I wonder, does the lady wish to comprehend? Robin inquired with a smile. The Phantom. Your confidence and foundation currently rest upon this invincible beast. Demonstrate to me the prowess of the Phantom. The Thorned Queen regarded Robin with an unperturbed gaze. You must at least prove that the Phantom can rival the dragons of the Conqueror, lest all this be mere idle chatter. Robin nodded with an air of nonchalance. And with a mere thought, the Phantom leaped from the precipice atop the mountain. A resounding thud echoed as the creature landed beside the flowering pavilion. Both those within and outside the pavilion were taken aback, and the green cloaks even drew their swords, surrounding the area. The Thorned Queen stepped out of the pavilion and simply waved her hand. The green cloaks quickly understood her intent and retreated. With a sigh, she returned to the pavilion, casting a glance at the spherical object resting upon the table. It was the severed head of Fire Palm, the captain of the High Court's guards. Fire Palm had executed her orders, commanding the army to lay in ambush outside the valley, yet now his head adorned her table, a stark testament to the terror of the phantom that the Thorned Queen had just witnessed. Robin instructed the nearby servant, who remained composed, to remove it for a proper burial. These servants were not ordinary folk, but seasoned knights masquerading as protectors of the Thorned Queen. Now, only the Queen and Robin remained within the pavilion. You indeed possess the qualifications to question the throne, the Thorned Queen remarked, her expression inscrutable. Both your phantom and your countenance leave no room for criticism. Lady Olenna, you seem to harbor reservations regarding me? Robin leaned slightly forward, resting his hands upon the stone table. You must be aware of the two kings of House Targaryen, the cruel Maegor and the mad Aerys, correct? The Thorned Queen sipped her tea. Do you wish to liken me to these two tyrants? Robin smiled. Is there a distinction? The Thorned Queen's eyes flicked over the bloodstains remaining on the table. Certainly, they embody mindless brutality and incompetent madness, Robin asserted. Oh, do you imply that you are more savage than these two? The Thorned Queen retorted with derision. Deep down, she had completely lost faith in Robin. The sorcerer was, without a doubt, a figure more deranged than the most cruel monarchs in the history of House Targaryen. Even an alliance with him would yield no favorable outcome. A mad king with intellect is a chilling prospect indeed. With the leader of the army dealt with, relying on military force to suppress him might prove futile. Thus, one could only hope the sorcerer would drink the tears of Lyria before him. Robin found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by the Thorned Queen's remarks. After a moment of silence, Robin's facial muscles gradually tensed, the corners of his mouth drooping slightly, betraying a profound discontent and fury. Yes, you are correct. I am indeed a being more brutal than a mad king, he declared in a low voice. I shall cease my pretense. Internally, Robin cursed, finding the woman exceedingly difficult to contend with, realizing that direct confrontation was inevitable. The Thorned Queen was momentarily taken aback, finding herself at a loss for words. I am determined to conquer and dominate this land. Is Tillier to stand in my way? A fierce glint flickered in Robin's eyes as he coldly inquired. Are you truly prepared to endure my wrath? If you choose to reject my goodwill, I shall annihilate every member of the Tillier family without exception, including Loras, who is absent today. Robin's words struck like a blade, piercing the very heart of the Thorned Queen. With no backup plan in sight, the annihilation of her lineage loomed imminent. Her mouth slightly agape, breath quickening, her expression became vacant for several seconds, unable to utter a single coherent word. The Thorned Queen trembled as she reached for her teacup, yet found it impossible to raise it to her lips. Why do you not respond? What are you waiting for? For me to drink this poisoned tea and perish on the spot? Robin's countenance was steeped in mockery as he broke into a grin. He lifted the poisoned tea before him, one hand pressed against the table, declaring, You see, I possess a sorcery that renders me immune to toxins. All your attempts at resistance appear to me as utterly ridiculous and childish. After downing the tears of Rhys in one gulp, Robin closed his eyes for a few seconds before reopening them to gaze at the Thorned Queen. Suddenly, the teacup in her hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. All her psychological defenses had been dismantled by Robin's relentless assault, leading her to a state of mental collapse. The Thorned Queen seemed to lose her vitality in an instant, her body succumbing to weakness, but Robin was quick to support her. Lying in his embrace, the Thorned Queen gradually regained some awareness, whispering hoarsely, The Tillier family surrenders. Chapter 31. The Green Hand. Robin allowed the Thorned Queen to rest in his arms for a while, helping her regain some strength before straightening her posture and guiding her back onto the stone bench. The continuous psychological blows appeared to have aged the Thorned Queen considerably. Her spirit diminished. He felt somewhat remorseful for being so harsh towards Tillier, perceiving it as either bullying the elderly or tormenting the young. Robin internally mocked himself. With a tone of earnest reassurance, he said, Madam, why would you believe I would bring misfortune to Tillier? Merely because I eliminated one of your vassals? Or due to my dark sorcery experiments? Noticing the Thorned Queen's refusal to listen, Robin's tone shifted to one of heartfelt persuasion. A perfect monarch can wield both cruelty and compassion simultaneously. These two traits are not inherently opposed, but rather complement one another in governance. I refer to this principle of rule as benevolence within and brutality without. The meaning should be quite clear. Treat your subjects with kindness while dealing ruthlessly with your enemies. Such a policy can effectively govern a nation, bringing wealth to the populace, glory to the nobility, and power to your House of Roses. Alas, the subsequent conquest of Westeros relies heavily on the House of Roses. If they are unwilling to follow him into battle, the struggle may continue indefinitely. I confess, I have a slight penchant for conducting live experiments and an obsession with breathtaking beauty. Robin gestured with his pinky finger before the Thorn Queen. The Thorned Queen lifted her head, which had been bowed low, cast a glance at Robin, and then returned her gaze to her teacup. Noticing that the Thorned Queen seemed to exhibit a slight reaction, Robin pressed on. But have you ever considered that this could perhaps be a virtue? I shall dedicate myself to diligent research in the laboratory, entrusting the vast powers of the kingdom to the Prime Minister, while I remain devoted to gathering beauty, unencumbered by political strife. Ultimately, who stands to benefit? You must proclaim it loudly. Who is it? Robin rose to his feet, rolling up his sleeves, determined to persist until she spoke. This was the first time the Thorned Queen had been lectured by such a brazen individual, subjected to an unrelenting barrage of ideas. Almost instinctively, she murmured, "It is Tyrell." Precisely. Robin settled back down, pouring himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat, disregarding the possibility of poison as he gulped it down. Internally, he lamented that this was more exhausting than persuading a girlfriend in his previous life. Ruling as a monarch was truly a taxing endeavor. We are all adults, not children like Garland. We cannot view matters solely through the lens of right and wrong. We must analyze the gains and losses. If Tyrell pledges fealty to me, the benefits are immense. Why then do you feign such a sense of being coerced and aggrieved? Your attitude is akin to biting the hand that feeds you, while simultaneously enjoying the fruits of my sorcery. Spitting as he spoke, Robin continued, "I have made my..." Stop. Halt. The Thorn Queen could no longer endure his incessant prattle and waved her hand to interrupt him. "I understand your point, my lord, but allow me to pause for a moment. Since I am here to submit to you, Tyrell shall devote his full strength to our common cause. I swear it by the 7 gods. Let us cease this frivolous chatter and discuss the current situation directly. We need to strategize." Robin finally breathed a sigh of relief, straightening his posture and gesturing for the Thorned Queen to continue. "Now that you aspire to seize the Iron Throne, do you possess a family? What identity do you wish to adopt in ruling us great nobles?" The Thorned Queen retorted. Robin pondered briefly before articulating a few of his original plans, hoping the Thorned Queen would provide her insights, as she was the seasoned veteran in the political arena. "I have 3 arrangements regarding my family. First, my paternal line. The Heian family has no legitimate heirs. As an illegitimate son, I could return to claim the title of Count of Herlenberg. Second, there are 2 orphans from the Targaryen family across the Narrow Sea. We could capture one of the women as a consort to gain a tenuous claim to the realm. Third, I could fabricate my maternal lineage to connect to the Targaryens, thereby augmenting my claims. The specific Targaryen ancestor for this fabricated lineage has yet to be determined. As a side note, I possess the true blood of the Dragon King, potent enough to hatch a dragon. This has been verified through sorcery. I have already acquired a dragon egg, which is currently en route. Are you intending to marry a child of the Targaryens to make her your queen?" The Thorned Queen reiterated her earlier intention to advocate for Little Rose to become a queen, not as a monarch, but as a companion. "I never intended to marry," Robin explained, shaking his head. "You may not be aware, but I have awakened a power akin to that of the green-handed Gars. My encounters with others are nearly always fruitful. And even those women and maidens who are barren are not spared. Your prowess is indeed abundant," the Thorned Queen remarked, taken aback once more. "With my penchant for beauty, it is likely that within a few years, my illegitimate offspring will number beyond counting. I do not wish for these children to grow up under the weight of others' disdain. I shall treat all my children equally in my heart, which is why I shall not marry. There will be no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. All my children shall inherit their maternal family name, and they shall not bear any derogatory surnames, such as Flower or Snow, to distinguish my lineage. Each child must carry my name as part of theirs. They must incorporate Robin as a middle name, for instance, Aegon Targaryen." The Thorned Queen began to contemplate the potential applications of Robin's unique ability in future endeavors. "Please continue," she urged. "As long as you can refine this system to perfection, it may indeed hold merit." She raised her hand slightly, tilting her head to regard Robin. "These children shall naturally benefit from the profits of my trading ventures, aiding their upbringing. Their mothers, should they remain loyal to me, will automatically receive a position within the court of lovers I establish, which consists of 9 tiers, each granting different powers and varying shares of the trade profits." "How does your royal family arrange such matters?" The Thorned Queen sipped her tea. "The Maroya of the Hightower family, having aided my endeavors during my most challenging times, will be granted a perpetual bond between our bloodlines as political recompense from the crown," Robin replied. "So, your family will consist solely of yourself for eternity?" The Thorned Queen felt a wave of incredulity. "Yes," Robin confirmed, taking another sip of tea. The Thorned Queen nodded, beginning to accept Robin's unconventional reasoning. After all, it is the mind of a mad king that devises such bizarre schemes. Working alongside a madman, if one cannot restore sanity, it is best to feign madness oneself. Do not share these peculiar systems with future ministers just yet. We must first address the immediate challenges. The Thorn Queen laid out her thoughts for Robin. First, your 3 proposed solutions for the mainland's claims are sound, but she emphasized, you must first resolve the claims of the Riverbend or subdue the vassals of Riverbend. Although the Golden Rose has ruled Riverbend for 3 centuries, the great nobles of this land still resist the will of the Rose. Are you suggesting that even if the Tully family supports me, these great nobles will still refuse to pledge their allegiance? Robin comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Queen of Thorns nodded and continued, stating that the nobility of the Riverlands is derived from the bloodline of House Greenhand. After the Gardner family, founded by the eldest son of the Green Hand, was annihilated by Aegon, the remaining nobles of the Green Hand bloodline exist in a state of mutual defiance. Fortunately, you preemptively dealt with Hightower. Otherwise, the difficulty of pacifying the Riverlands would have multiplied manifold. Thus, my family name must be Greenhand. Robin gazed at the Queen of Thorns. And in that instant, he comprehended the solution to the Riverlands' claims. Gardner? That won't do, the Queen of Thorns refuted. The Gardner family has been eradicated for centuries. Let us simply call it Greenhand. Robin mused upon this family name, Robin Greenhand, Greenhand Robin, Beast Robin Grass. Can we not change it? Robin sighed. It's perfectly fine. Why change it? The Queen of Thorns retorted. Very well, Robin acquiesced. They then proceeded to discuss Robin's family crest, strategies to subdue or eradicate the diehard factions of the Riverlands, and the state of affairs within the kingdom. Those waiting outside the pavilion remained until dusk before the pair emerged. Robin supported the Queen of Thorns as they approached, having conducted a meeting for several hours, which had taken a considerable toll on both their mental and physical faculties. Garland, the Queen of Thorns called. Garland hastily approached from among his siblings, steadying the Queen's right arm, and softly inquired, Grandmother, what is it? Kneel before your adoptive father. Chapter 32. The plan. Upon hearing his grandmother's command, Garland dared not refuse or speak further, immediately kneeling on one knee before Robin. Garland, I greet you, my adoptive father. He humbly bowed his head to Robin. The Duke of Inflatable Fish and the madwoman, along with others, gathered closely, encircling Garland and Robin. Everyone witnessed the unwavering resolve in the Queen of Thorns' eyes. This was an indisputable decree. Garland's kneeling was merely the first step. In the future, they all would bow before this man. They were now witnesses to Garland's act of fealty. Little Rose's eyes sparkled with joy, her mood uplifted as she felt she was witnessing a legend unfold. It was akin to the legendary tales within books, the king, a true king, who was about to knight his squire. No, rather, adopt a son. With a clang, Robin unsheathed the Valyrian steel sword from his waist and placed it upon Garland's right shoulder, having reforged it from his own bachelor necklace and the Valyrian steel reserves of House Hightower. The sharp sword crafted from Valyrian steel glimmered with a captivating cold light, even in the dim evening glow. The blade was long and straight, resembling a silver stream, smooth and lustrous. The hilt was even more ornate, adorned with a lifelike dragon-shaped guard. The dragon's scales were intricately detailed, each one meticulously carved. The dragon's eyes bulged with intensity, as if poised to leap forth at any moment to deliver a fatal blow to its adversaries. In the name of the warrior, I beseech you to be brave. The sword transitioned from Garland's right shoulder to his left. In the name of the Father above, I implore you to be just. The sword returned to his right shoulder. In the name of the Holy Mother, I beseech you to protect the weak and the innocent. Now, to the left shoulder. My first child, Galen. My sole request of you is this, loyalty. Absolute loyalty. Robin stated solemnly, his countenance tense. As it was Robin's first time recruiting a follower, he was unfamiliar with the procedure and thus resorted to the knightly ceremony of fealty. Fortunately, Galen responded in kind, declaring, in the name of loyalty, my adoptive father. May the 7 gods witness, from this day forth, I shall be known as Loyal Galen. Robin nodded in satisfaction, sheathing his sword, still hesitant to bestow it upon Galen. He stepped forward, smiling, and helped Galen to his feet, delivering a hearty pat on the young boy's shoulder. Excellent. Loyal Galen, very well done. Galen bashfully scratched his head, casting a sidelong glance at his grandmother, who nodded gently in affirmation. It is time to return. It is quite late, the Thorn Queen remarked. My Lord Robin, I shall share a carriage with Mace. I have some matters to discuss. Indeed, Mother, the inflatable fish replied. Grandmother, I wish to ride in the same carriage as the king. Little Rose piped up, pouting. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for you to play with the king. Your grandmother has important business to attend to. The Thorn Queen lovingly ruffled her granddaughter's hair. Very well, but do remember to find me tomorrow, little Rose responded cheerfully. Winking one eye just as Robin had done. Robin nodded with a smile. Here, carry me to the carriage, little Rose called to a tall and well-proportioned female guard. Very well, Robin observed, regarding the guard's retreating figure with curiosity. It was evident she was a trained warrior, clad in a simple yet practical black bodysuit and knee-high leather boots, exuding an air of cool mystery. Robin, we must take our leave, the Thorn Queen reminded him, pondering to herself how truly indulgent it was to overlook even a female guard. Very well, Robin averted his gaze, assisting the Thorn Queen into the carriage before joining the inflatable fish inside. Once settled, Robin smiled warmly at the inflatable fish, who, however, was scanning the surroundings, while the Thorn Queen remained impassive. Mace, the Thorn Queen called softly, her tone revealing a hint of dissatisfaction with her son's demeanor. The inflatable fish, resigned, greeted Robin. My lord. Robin acknowledged with a nod. Observing his son's recognition of their roles, the Thorn Queen began to recount the particulars of Robin to Mace. With that, it was Mace's turn to elucidate the estate of Highgarden, detailing its assets, wealth, and food reserves. Robin was taken aback by the inflatable fish's profound understanding of Highgarden's internal affairs, speaking with remarkable clarity. He had certainly heard of the reputation of this inflatable fish duke. Noticing Robin's expression, the inflatable fish understood his thoughts. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Lord Mace oversees the internal governance and civil affairs of Highgarden, does he not? Robin inquired. The inflatable fish nodded in affirmation. Robin expressed his understanding, grasping the situation. Highgarden comprised over 30 noble houses, with knightly families far exceeding that number. The Thorn Queen continued to elucidate the political landscape of the Riverbend. Robin habitually took out a pen, categorizing the essential information as if engaged in a scientific experiment, and then proceeded to analyze and synthesize the data. The Thorn Queen observed Robin's focused actions and nodded in appreciation. Indeed, this individual possessed certain remarkable qualities, yet the weight of his notorious reputation often obscured them. As Robin scrutinized the data on the page, he contemplated the stratification of noble power within Highgarden. Level 0, the Tyrell family, the Hightower family, the Redwine family of the Arbor, and the ruling house of Hightower. Level 1, the Tarley family of Hornhill and various houses established by the offspring of House Valerion. Level 2 and below, minor noble houses and knightly fiefs. The Level 0 families exhibited no conspicuous deficiencies in military, political, or economic realms. Conversely, while the Tarley family at Level 1 boasted formidable military strength, their economic limitations rendered them reliant on the Tyrells, serving as the sword of the Golden Rose in ruling the Reach. Due to the kingdom's turmoil, I have summoned all vassals to Highgarden to discuss strategies. As the Thorn Queen noted Robin's cessation of writing, she continued, over a dozen nobles have already arrived at Highgarden, and more are en route. Madam, how long has your summons been issued? Robin inquired. Nearly a month, the Thorn Queen sighed, shaking her head. Some vassals are quite far away. The Old Town contingent must be among the furthest, yet Garland and I made the journey here in just 6 days, Robin smiled. The Thorn Queen shrugged her shoulders and replied, those who have arrived at Highgarden are primarily families loyal to the Golden Rose, such as the Tarleys and the Willis. The ones yet to come are mainly descendants of House Valerion and their vassals. Thus, the families present in Highgarden are our allies who will kneel beneath my banner alongside the Golden Rose, while those who have not arrived are the families we must subdue. Robin concluded. The Thorn Queen nodded, acknowledging the general accuracy of his assessment. However, influential families like the Tarleys still require your personal efforts to win over. She continued, it is precisely because these families are remnants of House Valerion that I wish for you to impersonate the aspects of their legacy. Employing gentle means to bring them to submission. I understand. I will integrate your strategies concerning House Valerion with my existing resources to refine our approach. Please let me know if you have any concerns, Robin stated as he pulled out a blank sheet of paper, writing as he spoke. Strategy for the Reach. Version 20. I will disguise myself as a divine reincarnation of House Valerion. Highgarden shall host a grand tournament, specifically orchestrated to enhance my reputation. I will defend the arena solo for 10 consecutive days, permitting anyone to challenge me. You must continuously promote my presence. 10 days will suffice to spread my renown throughout the Reach, attracting challengers from all corners. This tournament shall be named the 10-Day King's Battle. Upon concluding my defense on the 10th day, my status as the faux heir of House Valerion will reach its zenith. At which point your Tyrell family will kneel before me in the gaze of the entire populace of Highgarden. 3 centuries later, the Lord of the Riverbend once again graced the Highgarden. The Thorn Queen and the inflatable fish gazed in astonishment as Robin calmly penned a script, treating the domain of the Guardians as a chessboard for strategy, albeit with a sense that this plan still bore a certain roughness. Robin handed them the first sheet of paper and continued to write, articulating the strategy therein. What use is power without beauty? A dash of wealth is essential. The 30 versions of the Riverbend strategy commenced with his first expansion. The purpose and motive behind Highgarden's arena was, in fact, a tournament for courting, where those who could endure until the 10th day would be granted the hand of Lady Marjorie, the Rose of Highgarden. Upon stepping into the arena first, I publicly declared myself the reincarnation of the Green Hand, asserting that I sought not beauty, but the crown of Highgarden. I boldly proclaimed my willingness to exchange Old Town and all my wealth for it. The Duke was immediately incensed, though he acquiesced to my demand. He insisted that I remain undefeated for 10 consecutive days. Should I achieve legendary status through 10 victories, he would honor me as king. I further declared that anyone who could vanquish me would claim all my riches, sugar, sea salt, fine iron swords, wrought steel, and soap. The power of kingship, boundless wealth, and unparalleled beauty would surely ignite the entirety of the Riverbend, perhaps even etching my name into the annals of Westeros. As Robin filled the second page, he looked up to find the Thorn Queen and the inflatable fish utterly speechless. Is there a problem? Robin inquired with a smile, extending the second sheet to the Thorn Queen. None, the inflatable fish replied, coming to his senses. The Thorn Queen, shaking off her stupor, took the densely filled page. It seemed that this unconventional approach might indeed be feasible, though she felt a twinge of uncertainty. After a brief discussion with the inflatable fish, they discerned a critical point. You must truly stand in the arena, undefeated for 10 days without the aid of ghostly sorcery. The Thorn Queen raised this concern. No problem, Robin mused, stroking his chin. Do you have any green hair dye? For what purpose? The inflatable fish queried. How can I be called the Green Hand if my hair is not green? Haha. Robin grinned widely. Chapter 33. The Highgarden Charm. The Wildflower Bachelor will have hair dye. I shall summon him to inquire, the inflatable fish Duke said as he rose from the carriage. Robin continued to discuss the plan with the Thorn Queen, supplementing it with intricate details, primarily concerning the steps for generating momentum. The Tyrell family possessed a comprehensive courier system, alleviating concerns about disseminating the news of his renown. I have brought a substantial quantity of goods, which must be sold under my name. Let these people be aware of my vast enterprise, in their minds. My wealth must at least be elevated to the level of the governors of the free cities, Robin asserted. I will arrange for all of the Tyrell merchant guilds to cooperate, the Thorn Queen replied. The carriage came to a halt as the driver announced, My lady, we have arrived at the arbor gate. First, let us attend to your hair. Tomorrow, I shall have Marjorie and the Wildflower show you around Highgarden. Time is of the essence. We shall commence our scheme the day after tomorrow, and the pieces are soon to arrive, declared the Thorn Queen. Robin nodded, assisting the Thorn Queen as they exited the carriage, where the inflatable fish and Wild Chrysanthemum awaited outside. My lord, please follow us. Wild Chrysanthemum bowed and gestured invitingly. Robin inclined his head slightly, trailing behind him. The night was devoid of moonlight, shrouded in darkness, with little scenery to behold, save for the intoxicating fragrance of flowers that filled the air. The high court is protected by 3 white walls, and we reside within the innermost courtyard of blossoms. Wild Chrysanthemum explained as they walked. Upon passing through another city gate, they entered the renowned botanical labyrinth. He turned, raising a torch high, its flame illuminating the surroundings. Robin beheld the vibrant flowers and verdant trees in the garden, the winding paths and pebble walkways, fountains, and sculptures. Tomorrow, I shall bring you here to explore. Wild Chrysanthemum continued, leading the way. The hair dye you desire is readily available in my bachelor tower. Then I must thank the bachelor, Robin replied with a smile. You shall be my sovereign in the future. It is the duty of a subject. Wild Chrysanthemum returned the smile. The old and new gods alike are revered in the high court. The people regard Greenhand galas as the incarnation of the old gods. I find your scheme quite commendable. He chatted as they walked. Let us shed as little blood as possible. These individuals will also be my subjects in due course, Robin stated. I never expected such words to escape the lips of a ruthless dark sorcerer. I hope you may maintain this benevolent heart, Wild Chrysanthemum remarked in surprise. Robin chuckled softly, offering no response, merely some expendables. A waft of chrysanthemum fragrance signaled their arrival. The torches atop the tower illuminated the bachelor tower, nestled in the center of a chrysanthemum garden, surrounded by a riot of colorful blossoms. When Robin emerged from Wild Chrysanthemum's bachelor tower, his hair now dyed a vibrant green. A maid awaited at the entrance of the garden. "My lord, I shall escort you to your quarters," the maid curtsied. "Let us proceed," Robin nodded. The maid, clad in the distinctive green gown of the high court, though modest in coverage, displayed high slits that nearly reached her thighs. From behind, Robin observed her elongated legs glimpsed between the folds of her skirt, exuding an allure of pure sensuality. Perhaps this is the essence of the high court. He had long heard of their openness. After a brief walk, they halted before a garden adorned with orange roses. The maid bowed once more. "My lord, this garden shall be your place of respite." Just as Robin was about to step inside, the maid chimed playfully, "The lovely Miss Yalin, untouched by any suitor, must be cherished by you, my lord." "Ah, the night of fallen blossoms," Robin chuckled softly as he stepped inside. A melodious sound of the harp wafted through the air, soft and enchanting, evoking a sense of tranquility and relaxation. The orange roses adorned the garden, encircling a crystal-clear pond like a vibrant scarf, enhancing the garden's enchanting beauty. Beside the pond sat a fair maiden, gently plucking the strings of her harp. Bathed in the warm glow of surrounding candles, her skin radiated a soft luminescence, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. Robin approached and stood beside her, observing intently. The musician appeared somewhat anxious, her fingers stiff upon the strings, the rhythm of her melody disrupted by the intruder. The young woman possessed a slender figure, with an exquisite waist and ample bosom, embodying the essence of youthful beauty, a blend of purity and sensuality. "Miss Yalin," Robin called softly. Yalin Tillier sighed inwardly, thinking of the unrefined man who did not even wait for her to finish her piece. "Greetings, Lord Robin," Yalin replied, rising from her harp and offering a gentle curtsy. "It is rather cold outside. Shall we converse indoors?" Robin suggested with a smile. All right," Yalin nodded, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She took the initiative to link her arm with Robin's as they strolled towards the adjacent two-story wooden building. "Miss Yalin, as night falls, perhaps we should consider bathing and retiring for the evening," Robin spoke gently. "I have already bathed." Yalin's voice was barely audible, her head lowered shyly. "Wait for me in bed, dear," Robin whispered into her ear. Summoning her courage, Yalin lifted her gaze to him and shyly proposed, "Why don't we bathe together?" The following day, as sunlight streamed into the second-floor bedroom, Robin groggily opened his eyes, realizing the sun was already high in the sky. The enchanting maiden from last night had vanished without a trace. Descending to the first floor, he found the same maid from the previous evening standing by the wooden staircase. Clad in the same thin dress, her ample curves were unmistakably accentuated, making her a voluptuous and captivating woman. After respectfully bowing, she brought him warm water for his morning ablutions. Robin was attended to like a true nobleman, accustomed to such service in the towering castle. During breakfast, he remarked, "Today, I shall seek out Miss Marguerite and Wild Chrysanthemum. I will require your guidance along the way." "No need to rush, my lord. I am also part of the breakfast." The maid replied with a flirtatious smile. "Very well then, what are you waiting for?" After finishing his meal, Robin used a poisoned dagger to refresh himself to peak condition before joining the maid to meet Wild Chrysanthemum. The sun blazed brightly that day, and the weather felt quite warm. Along the way, he observed women bathing nude in the flower pools, the open atmosphere of the court broadening Robin's horizons. At the bachelor's tower in the Chrysanthemum Garden, Robin reunited with Wild Chrysanthemum, who informed him that Little Rose had grown impatient waiting for her arrival and had left due to her early visit to the tower. Little Rose had intended to seek out Robin, but Wild Chrysanthemum, aware of Robin's breakfast obligations, had deterred her from doing so. The two exited the inner white walls and entered the maze of plants. The unfamiliar intruder in this labyrinth is easily disoriented, stumbling into dead ends or falling victim to the traps within. Wild Chrysanthemum continuously elucidates the path for Robin, assuming the role of a guide. Robin is captivated by the plethora of flowers that adorn the way, a myriad of species so diverse that he can scarcely name 90% of them. This botanical maze is replete with stone sculptures, fountains, and marble columns, while grapes and roses embellish the walls and statues, the ancient architecture entwined with vines. Are the women of the high court so uninhibited? Robin inquires, as he notices a group of maidens frolicking naked in a pool. It is a liberation of the body, a pursuit of freedom. We have no right to cast judgment. Wild Chrysanthemum calmly observes the group of young women. Indeed, I find this culture quite appealing. With no intention of reproach, Robin replies with a smile. Wild Chrysanthemum chuckles. After all, you possess the power of the verdant hand. I believe you will be quite pleased with the destination I have in mind for you today. Where might that be? Robin muses, already forming an inkling. The flower street. Wild Chrysanthemum beams in response. Flower market, perhaps? Robin feigns ignorance with a grin. Wild Chrysanthemum simply smiles in silence. Such a place would certainly not be found within the white walls of the High Court, but rather in a nearby locale known as the Natural Market, which houses a significant portion of the High Court's populace. At its peak, it is said to accommodate over 100,000 souls. Upon their arrival at this bustling street, Robin and Wild Chrysanthemum discover that even in daylight, it is abuzz with activity. The women don silk short-sleeved tops, while those of lesser means wear cotton garments. With a mere bead of sweat, the fabric clings to the skin, rendering it akin to nudity. Wild Chrysanthemum leads Robin deeper into the street, where flirtatious glances are cast his way, and bashful maidens discreetly slip him notes. Robin carefully tucks each note into his pocket, feeling the warmth of their hospitality, aware that he could perhaps indulge a few more. When you seek out these ladies as per the addresses on the notes, it is advisable to bring along a golden dragon. Engaging with them without offering something in return may lead to dire consequences from their families. Wild Chrysanthemum advises with a knowing smile. Robin nods, chuckling lightly. Surely, there will be no schemes exploiting the thrill of pursuit to deceive and extort? You need not worry. These arrangements are legitimate commercial transactions subject to the laws of the High Court. Any fraudulent behavior will incur severe penalties, Wild Chrysanthemum reassures him. Inwardly, Robin commends the High Court as they stroll and converse. Wild Chrysanthemum continues to enlighten him about which establishments provide quality services and which are particularly accommodating. Their banter punctuated by light laughter and camaraderie. Emerging from the lengthy flower street, Wild Chrysanthemum guides him towards the commercial district of the Natural Market. Your goods are already being sold in the finest shop within the market. She points towards a large store at a crossroads, where customers are lined up in a lengthy queue. The demand for these items is so high that we must limit purchases daily to ensure the supply lasts until your strategy reaches fruition, she informs him. Robin gazed at the shop, noticing that the sign had been entirely renewed, adorned with intricately carved characters that heralded the onset of his promotional campaign. It appeared that the hunger marketing strategy inadvertently employed by the Therial family was yielding favorable results, he mused. Turning to Wild Chrysanthemum, Robin remarked, My chamberlain, Lady Rose, has also arrived. She should expedite production in the old town, and the second batch of goods ought to be forthcoming. I have already informed Lady Rose, Wild Chrysanthemum replied. After discussing the merchandise, they resumed their journey, as Wild Chrysanthemum intended to familiarize Robin with several elite venues in the High Court. These establishments, inaccessible to common folk due to their exclusivity, would remain elusive without the guidance of a seasoned patron. Even if one managed to locate them, entry would be denied without a familiar face to vouch for them and verify their financial standing. As they meandered through the Sweet Hotel, the Heart Bar, the Widow's Dance Hall, and the Hall of Joy, Robin accumulated a plethora of membership cards in his possession, unlimited spending cards procured for him directly by Wild Chrysanthemum. The nonchalant manner in which she obtained these golden cards suggested that the establishments had formidable backing. After a long afternoon of exploration, the elderly gentleman was somewhat breathless. Concerned for his well-being, Robin accompanied him back to the Chrysanthemum Garden. Before parting, Wild Chrysanthemum outlined the subsequent plans, based on your description of her abilities. The woman you favor will be able to ascertain her pregnancy status within a day. If Miss Yalin and Lady Shui Xian confirm their condition tomorrow morning, Director Shirlian will take you for promotional endeavors in the afternoon. Understood. I shall rest well. Robin nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the Chrysanthemum Garden, Robin noticed the maid, Lady Shui Xian, approaching him from a distance, and he took the initiative to greet her. My lord, do you require rest now? Lady Shui Xian inquired with a charming smile, performing a graceful curtsy. Indeed, let us proceed, Robin replied, taking a step forward. My lord, we shall not be at the Orange Rose Garden tonight. Lady Shui Xian gently tugged at his sleeve. Oh, which garden shall we visit? Robin raised an eyebrow with a smile, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. The resplendent garden of Lady Eileen, the Carnation Garden, Lady Shui Xian responded, lowering her gaze. Chapter 34, The Philosopher's Stone before the main course. Might we indulge in some dessert? Robin embraced Lady Shui Xian. The dim light of the torches illuminated him, casting a radiant aura around his tall figure, his exposed skin and muscular contours evoking admiration. My lord, there is a small grove nearby. Lady Shui Xian whispered breathlessly in his embrace. The Carnation Garden was a riot of colors, with various hues of carnations blooming, creating an atmosphere imbued with love and warmth. Lady Eileen strolled gracefully within the garden, her fingers idly rubbing the silk handkerchief in her hand. Why has he not yet arrived? Did not my husband claim to have seen that wizard return to the courtyard? Lady Eileen Narigi had been wed to Sir Ross Therial for 7 years. And now at the age of 20, she remained childless. The relatives of Sir Ross had long expressed their dissatisfaction with Lady Eileen, deeming her barren and urging Ross to seek a divorce. However, Lady Eileen and her husband shared an unwavering devotion, and she would never consent to such a fate. Yesterday, her husband learned from the Duke's cousin that a wizard with magical abilities could assist in their quest for conception, which filled Madame Eileen with immense joy. However, were there any taboos regarding this treatment? Her husband left her alone at home to await the wizard's arrival, causing her some trepidation. Suddenly, the garden gate creaked open. The wizard had arrived. Madame Eileen turned in delight, only to find that the wizard was quite handsome. With striking features, he was undeniably a perfect specimen from every angle. Madame Eileen? Robin inquired. It is I. Greetings, wizard. Please, come in. Madame Eileen warmly invited Robin inside. Surprised by her eagerness, Robin smiled and nodded in response. They sat across from each other in the living room, both hands resting on the armrests of their chairs, her heart racing. How shall we commence the treatment? She asked with a hint of anxiety. Robin displayed a look of puzzlement before discreetly scrutinizing the beautiful woman before him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding a beguiling allure, with long, dark wavy hair cascading over her ample bosom, clad in a light green silk dress with a plunging neckline. Her voluptuous form was accentuated by the semi-transparent bodice. Her delicate face bore a deep expression of worry and tension, making her even more captivating. Sensing that Madame Eileen might enjoy role-playing, Robin cooperatively remarked, "The treatment will not be easy. It will be quite exhausting." "What do you mean?" she inquired, perplexed. Robin rose and approached her. "Madam, please stand and assist me with my method." Complying, Madame Eileen stood before the wizard, their breaths palpable in the charged atmosphere. "We shall now proceed with the first step of the treatment, shedding external barriers." Robin began to remove his garments. Upon hearing such an unusual request, her chest heaved dramatically, as though she had made a resolute decision. With a decisive tug, she tore away her outer skirt. Robin momentarily regained his senses, and in that fleeting instant, he perceived the embodiment of wickedness and grandeur. He couldn't help but marvel at the Creator's magnificence. "For the sake of healing, I am willing to do anything," he declared, as his slender fingers slowly unfastened her bodice and undergarments, revealing her pristine skin and perfect curves. As they stood in the living room, their honesty laid bare. Her alabaster skin glimmered in the candlelight, creating a striking visual impact. "Excellent. The next step is crucial," Robin said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Madame Eileen turned her head away, fully aware of the wizard's implications, her exquisite features now adorned with a blush that rendered her even more enchanting. Outside the Carnation Garden, Duke Inflatable Fish and Sir Ross leaned against the courtyard corner, indulging in tobacco. "Ross, you need not worry, even if you and Eileen remain childless. I am here for the family. Those old bones will not tear your household apart." Duke Inflatable Fish sighed. Sir Ross took a deep drag, exhaling heavily, the sound of heavy poker chips echoing from his abode. "Eileen's greatest dream is to have a child, and I wish to spare her a lifetime of suffering." Ross slid down the wall and crouched on the ground, burying his head deeply in his knees. The inflatable fish offered no further consolation. It merely bent down to gently pat its childhood friend's shoulder before departing from the Carnation Garden. "Oh, my cherished homeland, the nurturing mother that bore me. What fate awaits this beautiful land?" With a melancholic sigh, the inflatable fish's silhouette faded into the night. The following morning, Robin declined Lady Eileen's invitation to continue her treatment. While washing up downstairs, he instructed Narcissus to relay a message to the madwoman and Rose, asking them to wait for him in the botanical maze. After enjoying a standard breakfast, Robin, guided by another maid named Sakura, met the two women in the plant maze. "The great wizard is indeed quite busy, isn't he? We haven't seen him for 2 consecutive days," the madwoman remarked as she approached Robin, catching a whiff of the floral scent lingering on him, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Rose, standing nearby, chuckled softly, not mocking Robin. Both she and the madwoman had been pregnant for some time and had not attended to Robin's needs. Allowing him to unwind seemed reasonable. "Shall I share the strategy devised by the Thorn Queen with you?" Robin smiled, diverting the topic. "I have already instructed Blood Island to expedite production using the 2-shift method you mentioned," Rose replied. Robin nodded and led the two women to a gazebo entwined with vines. The maid patrolling the maze brought over chairs and a tea table for them. "My lord, what would you like to drink?" Robin considered the fact that both women were with child and decided on a pitcher of fruit juice. By the way, Bachelor Cobain sent a letter via Raven. It appears there has been a breakthrough regarding the crystallization of souls. The madwoman handed Robin a letter along with a black glass vial. After opening the letter and reading it, Robin passed it back to the madwoman. The materialization of the soul has been successfully achieved, she murmured. As a master of mysticism herself, the madwoman had been following Cobain's research closely, understanding the profound implications this technological breakthrough held for their grand plan. Robin twisted open the sealed glass vial, revealing a solitary red crystal resting quietly within. The interior of this specially crafted vial was treated to block light. Yet the red gem emitted a gentle crimson glow, its surface smooth and radiant. It was so alluringly beautiful that one could not help but desire to possess it. Robin quickly shut his eyes and swiftly covered the vial's opening with its lid. This gem possessed a faint ability to amplify human thoughts, easily detectable by any ordinary person. The madwoman took a sip of the fruit juice poured by the maid. "What is it?" she inquired. Robin reopened his eyes and shook his head. "Nothing. Just a small stone inside. It reminded me of a certain magical artifact." My reaction was perhaps overly dramatic. Rose did not interrupt their conversation. She was blissfully ignorant of matters related to mysticism, content to play the role of a good luck charm. Robin conjured a specter, then projected his consciousness onto it, gazing back into the vial. This time, amidst the soft radiance of the red gem, there swirled a translucent white mist. The swirling smoke occasionally coalesced into diminutive white skulls. They silently lamented while desperately clawing towards the red diamond, only to be ensnared and dragged back into the crystal by the crimson light. What a remarkable phenomenon, Robin mused. Bachelor Cobain mentioned that this entity must be implanted in the human brain to take effect. "Are we to perform surgery on Galen?" the madwoman inquired. "Well, there's no need to rush. Let me finish this arena affair first, and then we shall operate on Galen," Robin replied, taking a hearty gulp of juice. "Do you mean you will be the surgeon?" The madwoman chuckled. Robin laughed, exclaiming, "Huh? You still question my scholarly prowess? Although I have been preoccupied with consolidating power recently, I possess no less than 14 research accomplishments in the field of mysticism and have ultimately earned a doctorate in the subject. Just a simple incision, after all." "I wouldn't have guessed," the madwoman replied, shaking her head with a smile. Robin carefully stowed away the black glass vial and rose, instructing, "This stone, formed from the contamination of the soul's crystallization with biological flesh and blood, shall henceforth be known as the Philosopher's Stone. I will send a letter of encouragement to Professor Cobain regarding his findings. That will suffice for today. For the next fortnight, I shall reside in Flower Street. Any urgent matters can be directed to Robin the Green Hand. I trust the locals will recognize me there," he added, winking playfully at Rose. The madwoman spat in mock annoyance, while Rose chuckled, playfully shrugging her shoulders. Upon exiting the pavilion, Robin intended to seek a rekindling of his connection with the shy yet beautiful Miss Yalan. Just then, the maid Sakura approached with Little Rose in tow. At last, Robin discerned the appearance of the female guard behind Little Rose. This guard possessed silvery gray hair and a deep scar on her left cheek. Her eyebrows were slender and elongated, arching slightly upward, exuding an aura of formidable elegance. "Brother Robin," Little Rose exclaimed, calling out sweetly upon spotting him. Having been previously admonished by the Thorn Queen, she understood she could not address him as king until the crown was worn, so she resorted to a more familiar term. With a hearty laugh, Robin stepped forward, lifting the little girl and playfully raising her high, eliciting delightful giggles from Little Rose. He then placed her atop his shoulder. Clinging to his neck, Little Rose softly explained, "I waited for you for such a long time yesterday, but you never came, so I had to go back." No worries, Robin reassured her nonchalantly. "Miss Marguerite, is this your guard? I've noticed you bring her along on your outings," he inquired. "Yes, indeed. She was assigned to me by my grandmother not long ago. And she is truly formidable. Even the largest knights cannot best her," Little Rose affirmed, nodding vigorously. Robin, with Little Rose still perched on his shoulder, extended his right hand with a gentle smile, saying, "Greetings, I am Wizard Robin." The female guard raised an eyebrow, recognizing Robin's intention to draw closer. She extended her hand to shake his, her voice as clear as a mountain spring, replying, "Greetings, young lion Harry." Chapter 35, Ciri, who was preparing for maternity leave. Though Robin's demeanor appeared unruffled upon receiving a response from the female guard, the intense contraction of his pupils betrayed the shock within. "Do you know me?" Ciri inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Robin shook his head, chuckling. "No, I merely find your nickname delightful, little lion." The two released their grip, and Robin gently set Little Rose down on the ground, adjusting the girl's bangs. I have urgent matters to attend to today, so I must leave you for now." With that, he turned and walked toward the direction of the vine-covered pavilion. "How annoying. You adults are always so busy," little Rose pouted, displeased. Ciri raised the hand that had just been clasped in Robin's, her mind racing to recall the moment they had greeted each other. "No, this sorcerer Robin must know me." When he heard my name, he instinctively tightened his grip. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Ciri shouted at Robin's retreating figure, but he merely waved his hand without looking back. In the blink of an eye, Robin's silhouette vanished around the corner of the corridor. At that moment, Robin trudged along, deep in thought, having calmed his mind and engaged in a mental storm of ideas. He recalled the intricate details of this woman. Name, Ciri. World, The Witcher. Identity 1, Princess of Cintra, granddaughter of Queen Calanthe, the Lioness of Cintra. Identity 2, Identity 3, Abilities, Elder Blood, Source of Magic, now lost. Her foremost ability is the Elder Blood. It grants her the power to traverse time and space. The Elder Blood must be the reason she appeared in the world of Game of Thrones. Recalling the nuances of the Witcher tales, he remembered that this woman had once used her Elder Blood to cross into the world of Cyberpunk 2077. This extraordinary bloodline power of temporal and spatial traversal is among the highest forms of extraordinary abilities in the Witcher universe. So why does she not return to the Witcher world? Her homeland has a multitude of deeply rooted connections awaiting her reunion. A sudden insight struck Robin as he pinpointed the key element, the magical tide of Game of Thrones. "Robin, what are you doing at the pavilion entrance?" The sound of his clapping drew the attention of the madwoman inside. Robin, momentarily startled, emerged from his reverie and smiled. "I encountered a rather tricky situation. Maroya, in your reply to Mentor Coben, add my request to seek out previous means of magic suppression and methods to restrict time-space magic. This demand is of utmost priority." The madwoman gazed at Robin in confusion. She had participated in the establishment of the Research Institute, her rank merely a step below the grand plan. What could have prompted Robin to issue such an order? "Go take care of it now," Robin instructed. After nodding, the madwoman rose to dispatch the raven. Robin surmised that the magic suppression methods from the Game of Thrones world would be of little use against Ciri, for the Elder Blood's energy level was simply too high. Instructing Coben to gather personnel for research was merely a source of psychological comfort. Seated upon a chair in the pavilion, Robin rested one hand upon his head while the other gently massaged his forehead, lost in contemplation. Ciri had, through a misfortune, lost her source of magic, relying solely on external forces to invoke the ancient blood. Now, with the tide of magic receding, she found herself unable to escape this realm for the time being. Rose maintained her demeanor of a dutiful girl, choosing not to disturb Robin as he pondered, merely placing a glass of juice before him. Robin took a sip of the juice, continuing to deliberate on how to address the situation with Ciri. First and foremost, he realized he must acquire the power of the ancient blood, possessing the ability to traverse time and space, which equated to infinite possibilities. In pursuit of this aim, two paths unfolded before him. One was to employ gentle methods, gradually winning Ciri's affection, thereby harnessing her strength to seize or plunder the powers of other worlds, rendering immortality no longer a mere fantasy. The other option was to capture Ciri, allowing her to take several maternity leaves. Thus, if his offspring inherited the ancient blood's powers, it would prove more advantageous. A sigh escaped Robin's lips, burdened by the weight of indecision. Both methods bore significant uncertainty. The likelihood of winning her over gently was minuscule. Ciri, as depicted in the tales of Witchers, harbored inclinations towards her own gender. Furthermore, she had ties in the Witcher world, which would likely deter her from engaging with men in this realm. As for the second approach, there was no guarantee that their child would wholly inherit the ancient blood's powers. Ciri, as the destined maiden of the Witcher world, was indeed unique. "How many individuals did we bring over?" Robin inquired of Rose. "Approximately 200 members of the trading company and about 1,500 soldiers," Rose estimated after a moment's reflection. Robin drained the remaining juice in one gulp and forcefully set the glass down upon the table, clarity dawning in his mind. "Summon the steward of the High Garden. I have matters to discuss with him." "Understood," Rose replied, rising to depart. A short while later, Rose returned alongside the steward, Shirlien, into the vine-laden pavilion. "My lord, you summon me?" Shirlien inquired, his posture humble. Robin nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Steward, I wish to inquire about how Miss Marjorie S. Maid appeared in Highgarden. This young lady materialized in the labyrinth of plants 3 months ago," Shirlien recounted. "Initially, we intended to execute the intruder, but Lady Olenna intervened. When we sought to ascertain the reasons, the girl feigned amnesia. Robin noted the coincidence in Ciri's arrival at the time of the Game of Thrones, aligning closely with his own. Was this mere happenstance? When our guards attempted to apprehend her, we soon discovered her formidable combat prowess. Several of our guards were no match for her. Seeing that the girl posed no threat to life, Lady Olenna had counseled Ciri to surrender, and thereafter she had been serving as a guard in Highgarden. Recently, due to her gender, she had been reassigned to serve as a personal guard to Miss Marjorie. My lord, you wish to take this Ciri under your wing, do you not? Shirley smiled knowingly. Robin did not deny it. He simply nodded in affirmation. Shirley cautioned Robin that Ciri possessed a fierce temperament. Having previously rebuffed the advances of both guards and nobles alike, arrange for her to be placed in a suitable location. I intend to claim her, Robin commanded without hesitation. Shirley nodded and inquired, now? Indeed, Robin replied. Understood, my lord. I shall instruct the warriors to feign dining at the Oak Grove restaurant, where the High Court guards will partake in their luncheon. I will ensure the other guards depart, Shirley stated. Well done, Robin remarked, rising to pat Shirley on the shoulder. Shirley acknowledged him with a nod and exited. Rose, please notify Maroya and summon the soldiers immediately, Robin instructed. Certainly. At the Oak Grove restaurant. Ciri entered the spacious and brightly lit dining hall as per usual, but soon sensed something amiss. The attendants present were strangers, deliberately avoiding her gaze while secretly observing her every move. Is it that peculiar Robin orchestrating this? She pondered with furrowed brows. Could he be a lackey of the ruthless hunters pursuing me? In a calculated manner, Ciri turned and fled, only to find herself ensnared in a meticulously laid trap as she entered the oak dining area, becoming heavily encircled. She was cornered in the small plaza outside the restaurant. The soldiers of the Hightower family raised their round shields, converging on Ciri and constricting her space for movement. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Nearby, on the third-floor white wall of the restaurant, Robin, the Thorned Queen, the inflatable fish, and the madwoman observed the ambush unfold from their elevated vantage point. What makes this individual so significant that you take such elaborate measures? The Thorned Queen inquired. I have a fondness for formidable women to bear my offspring, Robin replied with a dismissive smile. The inflatable fish appeared to understand, while the Thorned Queen wore an expression of disbelief. The madwoman and Rose silently watched the standoff below. At that moment, the battle outside the restaurant erupted. In an astonishing move, Ciri charged towards the Hightower's shield wall. With a resounding crash, several soldiers were sent reeling, struck by an unseen force, colliding with the restaurant's grand entrance. A significant breach opened in the shield formation. The madwoman's pupils contracted. Was this the power of humanity? Although she had not sent anyone flying outright, the force capable of dislodging 3 or 4 soldiers was anything but ordinary. Ciri picked up a round shield from the ground and continued her assault against the encircling forces, her expression reflecting urgency as she surveyed the throng of soldiers in the plaza. I must break free before the army completely seals off all avenues of escape, she strategized. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, accompanied by a chilling silver flash, as 2 soldiers near the breach found their calves severed. The sound instilled dread in the hearts of nearby soldiers, causing their attempts to repair the shield wall to falter. Seizing this moment, Ciri relentlessly expanded her offensive, resembling a white wolf savaging sheep within the confines of a pen. In the midst of fierce clashes, Cirilla found herself at the edge of the military formation. Within the confines of the 3rd level of the white walls of Highgarden, if she could break free from the encirclement, scale the wall, and find a steed, her escape would be assured. She continued to ponder ways to extricate herself. Remarkable swordsmanship, Robin remarked. Combined with extraordinary physical prowess, ordinary soldiers stand no chance against her. The inflatable fish gasped. Can the Dawnblade Arthur truly achieve such feats? The Thorned Queen shook her head. This woman is no ordinary being. Comparisons to normal individuals are futile. Alas, had Robin not intervened forcefully, she might have been utilized for House Tyrell. Robin could not allow Cirilla to continue her slaughter. These were his own troops. With a clang, he drew the steel longsword from his waist and hurled it towards the white wall. The sword traced a graceful arc in the air before plummeting into the battlefield. Just as the blade was about to meet the ground, a bandaged black claw deftly caught it in reverse grip. Spectre. The Thorned Queen leaned forward, her hands pressed against the white wall. Amidst the tumult of battle, Cirilla's heightened emotions allowed her to perceive the sudden appearance of the spectre, yet she remained unfazed, viewing it merely as a creature akin to those in the Witcher's realm. She relentlessly hurled the corpses of fallen soldiers towards the spectre, and after exhausting the bodies around her, she surged forward to confront it. With a hiss, the spectre wielded the steel longsword as if it were a mere dagger, unleashing a flurry of intersecting streaks of light. The sword strokes seemed unimpeded by flesh or bone, slicing through incoming projectiles with an ease reminiscent of a hot knife through butter. Those observing from the white wall, despite their distance, could discern the sheer magnitude of the specter's power by the torrents of blood that gushed forth. The scene was exceedingly gruesome. With a clash, Cirilla's steel sword collided with the specter's longsword, the cacophony of their clash resonating deeply within the hearts of onlookers. In an instant, Cirilla's sword was knocked from her grasp. Even her inhuman strength proved insufficient against the specter. She attempted to crouch down and launch herself sideways to evade the upcoming strike, but a black claw descended from above, seizing her waist and yanking her violently into the air. With a thud, the specter gently tossed Cirilla to the ground, rendering her unconscious. Robin inspected Cirilla's limp form before the specter, confirming she was not feigning unconsciousness. He then unceremoniously discarded her like a sack of grain to the soldiers. They swiftly equipped her with pre-prepared steel shackles, adhering to their instructions to escort her to the encampment outside the Hightower family estate. The specter carelessly discarded the longsword, which whistled through the air as it spiraled toward the white wall. Robin opened his eyes, intending to catch it, but misjudged the specter's strength, shouting, "Duck!" Everyone promptly bowed their heads beneath the battlements of the white wall. Clang! The longsword embedded itself deep into the wall, the hilt trembling slightly even after its strike. Robin was still haunted by his recent experiences, gripping the grass tightly, almost sending himself away. Chapter 36. He has arrived. As everyone rose from the battlements, they discovered Robin, with both hands firmly grasping the hilt, gradually extracting the Valyrian steel sword from the massive stone of the city wall. The Thorn Queen's eyelids twitched. Such brute force utilized to draw out the sword was not something an ordinary person could achieve. "Lord Robin," the Thorn Queen began, "in the past 2 days, I have instructed Stone Lotus to have the bards compose poems about your exploits, which have been disseminated throughout the taverns and the streets for 2 consecutive days. You are now a figure known to all." "That sounds excellent. What do the poems convey?" Robin sheathed the Valyrian sword. Stone Lotus stepped forward to respond. "There are primarily 3 pieces: the Seer of the Towering Spire, Robin's Endless Treasure, and the Ascension of the Green Hand." He elaborated in order. "The Seer of the Towering Spire recounts how you quelled the rebellion for the Hightower family and subsequently acquired the ancient ghostly sorcery. Robin's Endless Treasure sings of your valiant pursuit of the Hightower rebels in the depths of the sea, where you obtained the endless riches of the Pirate King, including numerous Valyrian technological secrets. The Ascension of the Green Hand tells of a prophecy. Your mother was the envoy of the Green Hand, who planted the divine essence of the Green Hand within you. But you must sow the seeds of 10,000 women to fully awaken your divinity." Robin, with one arm crossed over his chest, stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating the 3 poems. The first legitimized his ghostly sorcery and added a touch of legend, thus endorsing the validity of his claim to the Towering Spire. The second transformed his wealth and inventions into fortuitous acquisitions, igniting the greed of the populace. "If I pursue the rebels, I too could become rich." The third served as a prelude to his future renown, providing him a plausible means to impersonate a reincarnation of the Green Hand. "Excellent. Let us commence the plan this afternoon," Robin affirmed with a nod. Stone Lotus continued. "I have already spread the word in the largest flower shop on Flower Street that you will grace the street tonight, embarking on the path of the Green Hand's ascension." Robin silently commended Stone Lotus. Her capabilities were indeed remarkable, and she had orchestrated everything meticulously. "Very good, Stone Lotus. The future kingdom requires talents like you," Robin encouraged. At this moment, the Thorn Queen interjected. "There are a total of 12 branches of the powerful Green Hand in the Bay of Rivers. The Golden Tree family, a branch of the Green Hand, will undoubtedly regard you as an enemy due to your annihilation of their kin. Now, as we are usurping the political prestige of the common ancestor of the Green Hand, these individuals will inevitably seek to trouble you. You must employ gentle measures to fend off their assaults. As long as we can endure until the contest of courtship is proclaimed by Mace in 7 days, the tides of fate will turn, rendering them powerless to resist." "Understood." Robin nodded. The Thorn Queen, still somewhat concerned about Robin's impulsiveness, reiterated, "You must not use your ghostly powers to annihilate others. This will disrupt the overall dynamics of the ensuing tournament. I certainly comprehend the considerable effort required to govern a region subdued through oppression. Even the most loathsome of flies shall be swatted in due course, rest assured," Robin remarked with a smile. The Thorn Queen nodded in acknowledgement before gracefully departing alongside the inflatable fish. Shirley extended an invitation to Robin and his companions for lunch, after which they set off towards Flower Street. The Emerald Flower Shop, a 3-story establishment, stands as the largest butcher shop on Flower Street, adeptly catering to the needs of both lowly commoners and highborn ladies and gentlemen alike. From the basement to the topmost floor, the quality ascends with each level. Today, the Emerald Flower Shop buzzes with an extraordinary fervor as a large, conspicuous notice board at its entrance proclaims, "The legendary Greenhand Robin shall grace the flower shop this evening." The name Robin had inexplicably surged to prominence just 2 days prior, captivating the high court as minstrels recounted his tale throughout taverns and alleyways. 3 classic and eloquent poems narrate the inspiring saga of an underdog. Robin's father, favored by the Greenhand deity, sent him, an illegitimate child, to the scholarly city. Through relentless dedication, he achieved his doctorate, only to abandon academia for military service, aiding the eldest daughter of Hyder in quelling a rebellion and restoring order, subsequently acquiring unparalleled ghostly sorcery. During his pursuit of the remnants of the insurrection at sea, he amassed boundless wealth and a wealth of advanced knowledge. The novelwares now sold in the grand shops of the old town undoubtedly lend credence to his tale. Even more astonishingly, it is said that this individual has awakened the divinity of the Green Hand, attaining godhood through the mere enjoyment of love. Citizens of the High Court express skepticism towards such fantastical claims, for most would question the veracity of these flights of fancy. The influence of the Green Hand in the Riverland is immense, with the populace nearly venerating it as the earthly apostle of an ancient deity. Robin's ambition to ascend by leveraging the Green Hand has, without a doubt, incited considerable public outrage. Stirred by those with ulterior motives, this resentment has been magnified and disseminated. When the Emerald Flower Shop announced Robin's impending arrival, the aggrieved citizens of the High Court congregated outside, eager to confront him. At the entrance of the Emerald Flower Shop, people stood shoulder to shoulder, nearly devoid of space to maneuver, whispering amongst themselves about Robin. By afternoon, these incensed citizens, incited by certain individuals, began to chant Robin's name in unison. "Robin, where are you? Come forth to meet your demise. Robin, do you dare insult the ancient deity?" As Robin and Shirley-Ann arrived in a carriage at Flower Street, Shirley-Ann observed the surging crowd, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow as he muttered, seemingly losing control of the situation. "Where are the city guards?" This marked the first time Shirley-Ann's composure faltered as he shouted at a nearby servant. Gazing at the throng of citizens that continued to swell, now numbering close to 10,000, he realized the potential chaos that could ensue should they incite a rebellion. At this moment, the purple energy surged within Robin, as the malevolent deity began to corrupt his very soul. Robin sought to calm the agitated Shirley-Ann, laughing heartily as he remarked that a grand performance lacks meaning without an audience. Shirley-Ann opened his mouth, at a loss for words, and could only clench his fists in anxiety. "Maintain order, let there be no stampede," Robin urged, patting him on the shoulder before commanding the driver ahead to clear the way for our soldiers and bring the carriage to the entrance of the Emerald Flower Pavilion. "Yes, my lord," the driver replied. The crowd around them erupted in cries and complaints as the soldiers forcefully cleared a path. Some individuals, infuriated, shoved against the carriage, suffering injuries from the soldiers' rough handling. "Whoa, the carriage has stopped. We have arrived at the entrance, my lord," the driver announced respectfully. Upon noticing the emblem of the Tahar family on the carriage, someone began to shout, "It's the Tahar family carriage. Robin must be inside. Robin, come out. Come out." Before the most boisterous among them could further incite the crowd, Robin stepped out, only to find someone attempting to trip him. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick. "Ah!" the unfortunate soul yelped. The purple energy glimmered abruptly in Robin's eyes. Shaking his head, he leaped onto the roof of the carriage, retrieving a stack of paper to fashion a makeshift megaphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Robin," he declared, beaming as if greeting fans, one hand holding the megaphone while the other waved to the surging crowd. The violet glow in his eyes intensified, coalescing into luminous points. "I am the green-handed Robin. Ha ha ha," he proclaimed, embodying a flamboyant presence. Amidst the crowd, some instigators began to shout, "Fraud. Everyone, relax, ha ha," Robin called out. "Kill the fraud. Oh, slay the fraud." Finally, the purple light in Robin's eyes erupted in full splendor. Madness flickered within his gaze as he mused, "The High Court's fans are too exuberant. They crave a flawless revelry, and my lord deserves a lavish sacrifice." A wispy black mist began to swirl around him, increasing in volume and density, as dark particles surged ominously behind him. The encircling crowd was aflame with fervor, their emotions boiling like oil on fire, and they could almost perceive the phantoms. They quickly recognized the dark particles enveloping Robin. "What is that?" they gasped in astonishment. The ghost of Mamu began to coalesce beside Robin. A ghost, Some recalled the poem The Seeker of the Tower. It is the ghost, the one from the poem. Yet the instigators in the crowd began to orchestrate their schemes. Sensing a calming in the crowd's emotions, they frantically waved their arms and shouted to incite further unrest. He is just an evil sorcerer. Robin is deceiving us. He possesses no green-handed bloodline. Robin is a fraud. Come, everyone, shout with me. A buck-toothed man beckoned to those around him. Robin the fraud. He bellowed to the sky. Robin the fraud. Robin the fraud. He roared. Robin the fraud. The orderly shouts of anger were deafening. Robin stood atop the carriage, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly violet hue, as the smile on his face gradually faded amidst the frenzied and synchronized curses of the crowd. He pressed his lips tightly together, surveying the group of detractors with a gaze as cold as frost. Slowly, he drew the steel-long sword from his waist and hurled it into the sky. Amumu, the specter, grinned widely, his terrifying roar echoing as he leapt into the air to catch the steel sword. The Thorn Queen, having hurriedly arrived after receiving a report from Shirley, gazed from a distance, and upon witnessing Robin's action of throwing the sword, she rolled her eyes and fainted. "Mother!" exclaimed the inflatable fish in shock. The scene shifted back to the entrance of the Emerald Flower Pavilion. Upon catching the steel sword, the specter landed heavily amidst the crowd. Screams erupted as it trampled two unfortunate spectators. The slaughter had commenced. Chapter 37. Complete descent into darkness. Amumu plunged into the throng, wielding his blade with reckless abandon. The cold gleam of the sword akin to the breath of death. Sharp cries of agony pierced through the air, followed by a cacophony of fearful shouts and sobs. People began to panic, rushing and shoving, desperately attempting to flee this crowded and perilous place. Robin, perched atop the cart, glowed with a purple light. A chilling smile plastered across his face, revealing a row of menacing white teeth. Suddenly, two soft sounds emanated from his back, followed by the swelling of two large bulges. "Ha ha, you shall all perish." A bizarre laughter escaped his throat, raspy like a blade scraping against glass. The transformation of his body compelled Robin to hunch over. The sound of flesh tearing grew louder, and soon his clothing burst apart. A pair of crab-like appendages erupted from his back, unfurling like the wings of a demon. The hard, smooth exoskeleton of the claws glimmered with a cold and malevolent light, their tips sharp and powerful enough to effortlessly crush various metallic objects. Amumu's slaughter continued, severed limbs and broken bodies flying in all directions as blood sprayed like a fountain. Robin straightened his hunched body, the growth of his appendages coinciding with his corruption. His form became enveloped in violet skin, his muscles chiseled as though crafted from the hardest stone, while his right chest swelled into a towering peak. His calves transformed into the hooves of a bull. "Unimaginable ecstasy awaits you. Ah ha ha ha," it roared, fixating on the screaming, fleeing crowd. The monster bent its legs, distorting the rooftop beneath its feet. This creature, once known as Robin, leapt over a distance of several meters, grasping the leg of a man with protruding teeth, lifting him upside down. Crack, crack. The two claws behind it snapped together with lightning speed, reducing the man's body to three segments that fell to the ground. Embrace the ultimate pain of all creation, revel in perfection. It howled in triumph. On the other side of Flower Street, Amumu, who had just been a cold-blooded killing machine, suddenly halted his movements. Amumu stood frozen in place, a gravelly voice emanating from its mouth. The summoner is gone. The black specters of the demi-humans, the most potent among them, can develop sentience after prolonged release and usage. Amumu was evidently one of these beings. At that moment, it appeared as though Amumu had triggered a program within itself, forcibly halting the directive previously issued by Robin. It was set to execute the highest priority command embedded in its subconscious, to eliminate the summoner upon the disappearance of their consciousness. Amumu turned to face the completed demon of lust, who likewise noticed the malevolent mummy nearby. The two extraordinary creatures confronted each other in the vibrant streets. "My little pet seems intent on usurping its master. How intriguing that my former persona left behind a contingency," the demon of lust remarked with a mocking grin. Amumu remained silent, its body slightly crouched, focusing intently on raising the long sword in its grip, a stance familiar to Robin. This posture allowed for immediate advancement, rotation, displacement, and striking, embodying a state of heightened vigilance in battle. Conversely, the demon of lust smirked, adjusting its own posture into a similar crouch, mirroring Amumu's sword stance with uncanny precision. The battle was poised to erupt. Then, as if in unison, both creatures surged forward, leaving behind two fleeting afterimages, each imbued with terrifying kinetic energy as they collided. Bang! Sparks flew. Amumu's sword was caught in the grasp of the demon's pincers. Although the pincers were formidable, the sharp blade penetrated halfway, purple liquid oozing from the wound. Humph! The demon of lust scoffed, raising its human-like arms now covered in scales and equipped with sharp claws. Possessing considerable offensive capability, Amumu, however, was not foolish enough to remain stationary and bear the brunt of an assault. Utilizing the recoil from their clash, it leapt back a half-step, then propelled itself forward once more, targeting the demon's chest. Clang! The demon of lust blocked the attack with its right pincer, while the other lunged towards Amumu's thigh. Amumu sensed the rapid shift in the combat dynamics and deftly maneuvered its sword in a graceful arc to deflect the incoming right pincer. Having undergone over 2 months of solitary instruction from Poland, Robin had mastered traditional Western swordsmanship, a discipline emphasizing tactical thinking and strategic gambits. Each strike represented a wager, with every localized advantage potentially determining the outcome of the entire confrontation. Yet, both Amumu and the demon of lust hailed from the same origin, intimately familiar with each other's attack patterns, resulting in a fierce exchange of blows that left them evenly matched. Clang! Clang! The sounds of their clashes echoed continuously. The two creatures, one wielding a sharp weapon, the other possessing multiple pincers, engaged in a relentless cycle of attack and defense, neither gaining a significant upper hand. They began to utilize the terrain, introducing unknown variables to tip the scales of battle in their favor. On either side of the flower street, the flower shops fell into dire misfortune. The chaotic scene saw them racing into the wooden structures of the shops, reducing them to ruins before retreating to even more complex and challenging locales. Wood shavings and bricks swirled through the air amidst the aftermath of the battle. The demonic roars echoed relentlessly, chilling and ferocious. As minutes passed, nearly 100 meters of the street lay in devastation. Judging by the wounds on both sides, the color-sinful demon appeared to suffer more grievously and messily. Numerous sword wounds on its body bled profusely, and one of its pincers on the right side was severed. The little pet seemed to grow somewhat impatient, chuckling heartily. The color-sinful demon laughed maniacally, using its pincer to parry Amumu's sharp sword. Its combat style shifted to a defensive posture as it sought to prolong the encounter. Amumu furrowed his brow. My summoning time is nearly over. Guess what, little pet? If my summoning time expires and I summon another ghost, will that ghost still be named Amumu? The color-sinful demon cackled ominously. Hearing this, Amumu hesitated for a moment, almost caught by the demon's pincer on his arm. Fortunately, the demon was in a defensive stance and did not launch an offensive, perhaps seeking to toy with this troublesome adversary. Summoner. Amumu's gravelly voice emerged for the first time amidst the fray. His hollow eye sockets narrowed in profound anger. You're anxious, aren't you? Ha! The color-sinful demon guffawed, deflecting Amumu's long sword and creating distance. Suddenly, Amumu crouched low, his bandaged body nearly pressed against the ground. A sharp sound echoed, the claws scraping violently against the surface. The color-sinful demon gaped, astonished. What is this technique? Amumu, surprisingly, dragged the heavy steel sword behind him, charging forth with his body leading the attack. As he reached the demon, he abruptly pivoted, shifting his center of gravity. The demon's thick fur bristled in astonishment. Yet, Amumu pressed on, transferring his weight successively through his ankles, shins, knees, and spine, building up momentum. Ultimately, like drawing a great bow, he arched backward, delivering a downward slash with the sword's edge from a diagonal angle. The color-sinful demon attempted to raise its pincer once more. Clash! In the face of Amumu's ferocious strike. Fueled by centrifugal force, the pincer was cleaved in two. The sword's momentum remained unyielding, plunging into the demon's chest. The demon, straining with all its might, leaned forward to augment the pincer's blocking force downward. Yet this very action left it unable to evade the sword's residual force. You dare to invent your own sword technique? The color-sinful demon stared in disbelief. With a swift motion, Amumu withdrew his sword and swung it towards the demon's neck. The demon's head flew into the air, landing before its headless corpse. A multitude of black particles floated upon the demon's corporeal form, while ethereal violet energy emanated from the severed neck. The purple energy entwined with the black particles, swirling and bubbling together as cold water meets boiling oil, until ultimately, the black particles consumed the luminous violet energy. The laws of matter triumphed over the principles of ethereal energy. No, the demon's head screamed. In its gaze, the bare-skinned Robin emerged from the dense black mist. With a cold expression, Robin cast a glance at the demon's head, which was then engulfed by the black particles, vanishing from the material realm. At that moment, Amumu smirked slightly upon witnessing Robin's arrival, before dissipating into the wind. Robin, with an impassive demeanor, surveyed the hellish flower district, where human corpses and severed limbs lay scattered, blood flowing across the ground to form small streams. The once verdant flower shop had transformed into ruins, with a 3-story structure reduced to 2. It was difficult to fathom that this carnage had originated from his own orders. Robin shook his head gravely. The sudden emergence of the demon interrupted his original plans. Not only were subsequent strategies for the arena battles now jeopardized, but the tragedy unfolding in the Flower District could also incite Tilly's betrayal. It became evident that the Color Sister had been observing him all along, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Fortunately, Amumu had manifested unexpectedly. Had the demon escaped back to the subspace, the situation could have spiraled beyond redemption. For the first time, he found himself in such close proximity to true death. This corruption had fully merged the purple energy of the color sin with Robin's soul. When Amumu had slain him, it triggered the resurrection laws embedded within his physical form. The black particles of the body and the violet energy of the soul clashed within Robin for the first time, each evenly matched. Though the violet energy vastly outweighed the black particles in mass, the latter were virtually inexhaustible. Ultimately, the black particles triumphed through sheer numbers, consuming the violet energy. After all, the battlefield was a material realm. Had it occurred in the subspace, the outcome may have been different. This clash of extreme energies resulted in another consequence. The high-quality color sin energy had completely fused with Robin's soul, rendering the black particles incapable of consuming the energy independently. In the end, the black particles enveloped both Robin's soul and energy together. Even after his rebirth, his soul did not reappear within his body. He felt a mysterious connection to his own soul, sensing it floating in a vibrant ocean of colors. This boundless ocean might be the Alea consciousness of the Game of Thrones planet or the primal essence of the world itself. Through the awareness of his soul within this colorful sea, he could exert a slight control over the colorful particles therein. Robin extended his palm before his eyes. Crackle! The sound of burning wood resonated. A small fireball ignited in his palm, and with a firm fist, Robin clenched it, causing the fireball to explode into countless sparks. Yet not a single spark harmed his hand. Without any ethereal fluctuations, Robin conjured a miniature fireball through the principles of physics. My soul immersed in the primal essence of the world. How could you, Color Sister, ever corrupt me? Ever since learning of the color sin's fixation upon him, Robin's mind had borne an immense burden, nearly driving him to madness. Now, having liberated himself from the threat of the malevolent deity, he finally released the pent-up tension within, his body and spirit feeling as though they had been unshackled in an instant. Chapter 38. Yield to him. Robin took a step towards the exit of Flower Street. Although his soul was now separate from his corporeal form, a singular consciousness still governed both, eliminating any risk of a fractured personality. Unless the color sin were to send a formidable demon to cleave the world asunder and retrieve his soul from the ocean of matter's essence, no malevolent deity could corrupt him at present. Robin. The voice of the madwoman echoed from a distance. Robin looked up to find 2 armies facing off at the end of Flower Street, soldiers from the High Court and Hathor. Rose rushed over, her expression fraught with concern, wrapping her cloak around Robin. My lord, are you unharmed? Robin gently shook his head and approached the front lines of the Hathor army. Let's discuss the situation. He addressed the madwoman. After your slaughter of the High Court citizens, their city guard completely sealed off Flower Street. We wanted to reach you, but the city guard would not allow passage, claiming you had transformed into a demon. Just as we were about to force our way through, we saw you emerge in the nude. My lord, please put on some clothing. Rose procured a garment from a soldier. Robin acquiesced, allowing Rose to assist him in dressing. Let us return to the camp, Robin said, casting a glance at the High Court's white walls before turning towards Hathor's encampment. The madwoman and Rose followed closely behind him as they departed. The High Court city guard made no effort to pursue the retreating Hathor soldiers. Upon returning to the camp, aside from instructing the madwoman to scout the vicinity of the High Court, Robin also had her deliver a letter to the Thorn Queen, asserting that these events were mere coincidences and clarifying that someone was inciting the crowd from the shadows. However, the grim reality of the massacre was undeniable. No matter how Robin argued, it seemed futile. The Thorn Queen did not respond, nor did she show any intention of contacting him. Robin resigned himself to a life of recuperation in the camp, spending his days joyfully playing with Ciri, exploring the mysteries of existence, and gaining insight into the world of Witchers. Since he could not venture into the Witcher world in the immediate term, gathering information seemed prudent. When the tide of monsters surged, it would be time to explore the Witcher realm. During this period, Robin also dispatched individuals to investigate the happenings around Flower Street, inquiring if anyone had witnessed his resurrection. The responses indicated that after Amumu had clashed with the Colorsin demon, the High Court had dispatched the city guard to seal off Flower Street, leaving no one privy to the subsequent events within. Days swiftly passed, and the name of Wizard Robin had become a nightmare for the denizens of the High Court. The malevolent descent of the dark deity is no trifling matter. In that moment, Robin found himself unable to restrain his impulses. Otherwise, he would not have issued such frenzied commands to Amumu. The massacre in Flower Street claimed over 200 lives, according to statistics. Robin instructed Rose to take the proceeds from recent sales to the natural market to compensate the civilians who suffered fatalities and injuries in Flower Street. Children who lost their families, if they so wish, may attend the Old Town's Academy free of charge, and Robin vowed to support them until they reached adulthood. Deep down, Robin acknowledged that this act of atonement carried a hint of self-interest. He genuinely wished to preserve the benevolent facade of the Golden Rose family. His experiments on human subjects were, after all, valuable contributions. It was indeed a waste to squander such resources. A week later, under the cover of night at the natural market, the 9 remaining noble families of the Green Hand were clandestinely convening in a tavern. The noble heirs of the Green Hand from the river bend included Gardener, Oak Shield, Oak, Sweet, Fox, Maiden, Archer, Red Lake, Hunter, Destroyer, Vine, and Golden Tree. The eldest, Gardener, had been exterminated, and all male members of the Golden Tree line were annihilated, leaving only a pair of twins whom Robin had taken under his care. The sweet lineage of Peak Nest City had also been eradicated. Thus, only 9 families were present in total. The most powerful among them, Oak Shield, commenced the discussion. He had just elucidated the situation regarding the sorcerer, stating that this information was first-hand knowledge shared by himself and 4 other clan leaders, thus utterly credible. Now, let us hear everyone's opinions. Oak Shield gestured with open arms, presiding over the meeting. I believe we are ill-equipped to provoke this demon, Fox conceded. The Spectre's stealth assassination capabilities are formidable. The Hightower family serves as a prime example. A few days ago, Fox proposed inciting the common folk to sabotage Robin's grand design, positioning herself as the mastermind. Afterward, she will undoubtedly face retribution. Now she merely wishes to kneel before Robin and plead for mercy. Indeed, we initially thought the sorcerer's true form was his weakness. Little did we expect this scoundrel to transform into a demon, rendering our mortal armies utterly impotent against such might, Maiden concurred. However, I wonder why he would engage in battle with his own summoned creature. If we could uncover this secret, perhaps we might attempt another strike. Hunter calmly interjected, the extraordinary power at play. Among us, only Red Lake possesses a legacy. What say you? Red Lake? In a soft voice, Red Lake replied, if we liken the specters to our anomalous companions, their combat becomes comprehensible. Surely, the sorcerer must have violated his pact with the specter, leading to their internal conflict. However, even without the specter, the sorcerer's demonic transformation grants him capabilities beyond our reach. Then let us align ourselves with him. The sooner we approach, the greater the chance we might secure a place in the Royal Council, Vine interjected. Indeed, it may be wise to ally with him. With such power, even if the sorcerer were a mad king, none could challenge him. Vine nodded in agreement. The Destroyer smirked. Are you not afraid that the wizard will place you on the operating table? This fellow has been conducting human experiments. The wizard is undoubtedly a more ruthless character than the Mad King. The Oak Shield hesitated and pondered. You must be aware of the fates of Hyder and the Golden Tree. Do you think our instigation of the common people might incite the wizard's wrath, leading him to come for us at night and slay us all? The girl's voice trembled. We cannot fight back, so we cannot just sit and await our demise. The archer sighed. The Oak Shield declared, then let us fight with all our might. No way. If someone is to die, let it be you, the fox immediately objected. Seeing the onset of their quarrel, the Oak Shield stepped in to mediate. Since some wish to fight to the death, while others desire to surrender, why not decide by vote? Let it be so, the girl agreed. Very well, the Oak Shield responded. Now, those in favor of risking their lives against the wizard Robin, please raise your hands. Standing among them, the Oak Shield proclaimed loudly. With a clap, he raised his right hand high without hesitation. The Oak Shield surveyed the other leaders. Are there any others in favor? The remaining leaders met his gaze calmly. Some even shrugged and chuckled lightly. The Oak Shield inwardly scorned them, weaklings, lacking even a modicum of knightly sacrifice. Of the 9 leaders who voted, only one hand was raised in favor of the brave fight. The Oak Shield then announced, we of the Green Hand lineage collectively consent to submit to the wizard Robin. After a brief silence, the archer posed a question. Have we considered what will happen if Robin is truly mad and refuses our allegiance? Very likely. The hunter nodded. Moreover, We 5 leaders incited the common people, which might provoke him to rage and devastate Flower Street. I've heard that the wizard is currently at odds with Tiller as well. What shall we do then? The vine inquired. The gathering fell into a momentary silence. I have an idea. Let us discuss it together and see if there are any issues. The fox spoke up. What idea? The destroyer asked. Just say it. The oak shield chided. The fox shot a glare at the oak shield, but continued. Due to the massacre of numerous civilians in Flower Street, the Thorn Queen has had to distance herself from Robin to quell public outrage. Robin is still residing in the camp outside the city. Some pondered this, while others displayed expressions of realization. Are you suggesting that we both pledge allegiance and act as mediators to reconcile Tiller and Robin? The oak shield queried. The fox nodded. They are merely at an impasse. In time, they will likely reconcile. The common people, the oak shield interrupted her. A few insects' lives are inconsequential. When have we, the great nobles, ever regarded these insects as human? The destroyer interjected, speaking with a sardonic tone. The other leaders feigned ignorance to the destroyer's words, although they tacitly shared the sentiment. One should not voice such thoughts aloud. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, the oak shield resolved, slamming his hand on the table. This is merely one facet of mending relationships, the fox remarked with a sly grin. Is there more? The hunter inquired, bewildered. Does not Robin seek to gain political prestige among the Greenhands? We, the descendants of the Greenhands, could publicly acknowledge his legitimacy, the fox replied, seemingly finding her purpose. She continued, does not Robin have a fondness for adopting sons? We shall all profess him as our adoptive father. He is also enamored with exquisite beauties. Thus, we might offer him our legitimate daughters, perhaps even paving the way for a future queen. We shall cater to all his whims, even if it means indulging his affection for me. Ahem, the oak shield feigned a cough, subtly reminding the fox chief to maintain her composure. Very well. We shall execute the plan proposed by Chief Floris. Everyone must perform their respective duties and act immediately, the oak shield declared loudly. Are we to implement all her suggestions? The young woman sought confirmation from the oak shield. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, all of them. Chapter 39. The Northern Uprising. The oak shield and the fox had successfully united all remaining branches of the Greenhands to yield to the witch and were planning for the daughter of the mediator. Chief Oak spoke incessantly in the Thorn Hall, displaying none of the foolish demeanor he had in the natural marketplace. The Thorn Queen and the inflatable fish listened patiently to his discourse. Mother, what shall we do? The inflatable fish asked the Thorn Queen, furrowing her brow. The Thorn Queen pondered for a moment. We cannot simply acquiesce to their designs, while the Oak Shield and his cohort act as mediators. We of the Tiller cannot owe anyone a favor without reciprocation. Let Yalin take our beautiful maidens to serve Robin outside the city, and we shall organize a grand welcoming ceremony to usher Robin back to the High Court. Yes, my lady, replied Stone Lotus. Mother, what of Galen? The inflatable fish inquired. While at the High Court to manage public opinion by feigning a cold war with Robin, Galen found himself in a precarious position, caught between Tiller and Robin. He was dispatched to the 7 sacred halls outside the city, living a life akin to that of a hermit. Let Galen approach Robin with a vine whip to seek forgiveness, the Thorn Queen said dejectedly. The inflatable fish fell silent, fearing that the enraged Robin might end Galen's life. After all, Galen had taken to calling himself the loyal Galen. Such an act of relative disloyalty was, without a doubt, a breach of his oath. Alas, the Thorn Queen sighed, feeling that since encountering Robin, the values she had upheld for decades were being forcefully twisted by his overwhelming power, constantly pushing her boundaries. Sir Ockert, this year your territory's tax will be halved, the Thorn Queen announced to Chief Oak. The latter bowed in surprise, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, my queen. The Thorn Queen sat regally, giving him a slight nod, secretly thinking, your dilapidated estate yields less tax annually than a knight's fief near the High Court. Chief Oak's ancient city of Oak was situated in hilly terrain, lacking a robust commercial environment and with mediocre agricultural output, making him the poorest among the 12 branches of the Greenhands. However, Old Oak City stands as the most formidable among the 12 remnants of the Greenhands, renowned as a bastion of military resources in the Riverlands, and has long been the object of Tully's overtures. The Golden Rose frequently extends benevolent economic assistance to Old Oak City. When Oakwood observed that the Thorn Queen had ceased speaking, he courteously excused himself with a smile. Stone Lotus went to summon Chief Tully, for we must deliberate on the state of affairs across the continent. The Thorn Queen spoke as she prepared herself a pot of rose tea. Yes, my lady, Stone Lotus complied. Moments later, he entered alongside a tall and imposing warrior. His muscular physique exuded explosive strength, evoking a sense of reverence for his power. Lord Tully, the Earl of Hornvale, was hailed as one of the finest warriors in Westeros. "Good afternoon, my lady, my duke," Earl Tully greeted with a slight bow. The inflatable fish nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, come and enjoy some freshly brewed tea." The Thorn Queen offered him a cup. Earl Tully accepted it, took a sip, and inquired, "I hear that those jesters are once again conspiring?" He had noticed Oakwood upon entering. Tully, too, was among the remnants of the Green Hands, yet after a century of intermarriage with Tully, he had been completely subdued by the Golden Rose. "Alas," the Thorn Queen sighed. "Is it related to the Dark Sorcerer? I have heard he is a demon. If it requires vanquishing foes, I shall gladly take the lead," Earl Tully proclaimed, puffing out his chest. "My lord, your bravery is unparalleled, yet that is a beast." A creature as terrifying as a dragon, the Thorn Queen rose to pacify her vassal. Earl Tully squinted, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, eager to volunteer again, only to be restrained by the inflatable fish. "Mortal men cannot contend against such forces," the inflatable fish cautioned. Earl Tully pursed his lips, nodding contemplatively. Internally, he lamented that Tully intended to yield. The Thorn Queen's steadfast morals had been forsaken under the pressure of annihilation. She approached the war table at the heart of the Thorn Hall, where the model made of millennia-old oak now encompassed not only the Riverlands, but also the geography and noble influences of all Westeros. "According to the ravens we have received in the past couple of days, there has been a significant shift in the continent's dynamics," the Thorn Queen stated as she moved a wolf piece from the north towards King's Landing. Earl Tully and the inflatable fish joined her at the oak war table. "Duke Eddard of the North has raised his banner and is marching his forces towards King's Landing. This letter I received today is from him, inviting us to join the North in besieging the capital," the Thorn Queen indicated towards the north. The inflatable fish remarked, "Just yesterday, we received a letter of alliance from the false King Joffrey. Now the North has also joined. Furthermore, merchants from Dorne have relayed that Prince Doran has condemned the Lannisters' heinous regicide and is already mustering his army," the Thorn Queen added. "Dorne and House Lannister share an ancient grudge. Their early entry into the fray can be anticipated," the new captain of the guard interjected. "The war that has engulfed the entire continent has commenced." Count Talib gazed solemnly at the war table. "Landa, do you comprehend why we have capitulated to Robin?" The Thorn Queen turned her gaze towards Count Talib. He nodded gravely, uttering but two words, "War?" "Robin is scarcely different from the Conqueror. The Spectre is even more formidable than a dragon," the Thorn Queen remarked calmly. "As long as he remains sane, we shall present a king, and the Riverlands will stand at the heart of Westeros." She moved the skull piece inscribed with Robin's name to the center of Highgarden, tapping her finger upon the skull. "Is the lady preparing to welcome Robin back into the city?" Count Talib inquired. The Thorn Queen slightly inclined her head, lifting a miniature crown from the war table and placing it atop the skull. "At that time, the commoners will riot," the inflatable fish interjected. Count Talib instantly comprehended. He bowed his head with alacrity. Talib's soldiers would suppress the rabble. "You have borne much, my lord," the Thorn Queen consoled. She was aware that this task was a dirty one, bound to affect the nobility's reputation. However, the Tyrells were ill-suited for such a role, particularly within their own castle. Should the soldiers of the Golden Rose quell their own peasantry, it would undermine the social stability of Highgarden. A blade, long nurtured, must be wielded when its master calls upon it. At the camp of House Hightower, a makeshift training ground had been established. Robin, clad in a thin linen tunic and secured at the waist with a simple leather belt, retrieved a blunted training sword from the rack at the edge of the field. He strode into the arena, where 5 elite soldiers stood at the ready, awaiting their duel with Robin. With a casual flick of his wrist, he spun the sword, transforming it into a radiant arc of light. The tip traced an elegant curve through the air. With a crackle, flames erupted from the iron blade. The soldiers in the field felt the tension mount as beads of sweat formed on their backs. They exchanged wary glances, each reading the anxiety mirrored in their comrade's eyes. Robin brought the fiery sword close to his face, tilting his head to scrutinize it. It was merely ordinary flame, incapable of flight. After numerous tests, he discovered that while his soul could manipulate all colored particles within the sea of materia, he could only draw forth red and black particles into his essence. Perhaps this was linked to the blood of the dragon within him. Once suffused with red particles, he could control certain elemental flames in reality. Yet, such flames were only potent enough for roasting a whole lamb. Should his soul be filled with black particles, he sensed that it could depart the sea of materia and return to his corporeal form. However, Robin refrained from doing so, aware that once departed, he could not return to the safety of the sea. Until he found a solution to the threat of corruption, he would not permit his soul to leave this sanctuary. Upon reaching the center of the field, Robin twirled his fiery sword once more, and with a resounding whoosh, it unleashed a vast circular inferno. The flame-wreathed sword stood proudly at his side, his body slightly crouched as he prepared his stance. He tilted his chin towards the soldiers. "Come on." The soldiers hesitated. But Robin did not. He transformed into a streak of light and charged towards them, his agile combat steps allowing him to swiftly reach the two soldiers flanking him. Clang. These seasoned veterans clearly possessed true skill, parrying Robin's strike with their swords. Accompanying the clash of blades were sparks flying in all directions. The other four veterans quickly closed in. Clang, clang, clang. Robin deftly maneuvered between their coordinated attacks, honing his experience in encirclement combat and training his evasive footwork. The incessant sounds of weapon collisions erupted in a brilliant display of sparks across the training ground. At that moment, Rose entered the training area, calling out, "My lord, the High Court and the remnants of the Green Hands have sent someone over." Robin and the soldiers halted their assault. As a nearby maid jogged over to help him wipe his sweat. "Huh." Finally relenting, Robin laughed heartily, tossing the iron sword into the air, where it landed steadily in the weapon rack. He brushed aside the maid and walked towards the exit. "Let us go see these people." Inside the largest tent of the Hightower camp stood two groups of individuals, both composed entirely of stunningly beautiful young women. One group, led by the shy yet enchanting Miss Yalin, represented the High Court. Their elegance and charm were akin to a bouquet of blooming flowers. The other group, represented by the sweet Lady Aileen, belonged to the remnants of the Green Hands. Their skin was fair and smooth, with hair of various hues, some cascading like black waterfalls, others like golden waves, and some like soft brown silk, each competing for beauty with the High Court ladies. Particularly striking was the sweet Lady Aileen. In her 20s and radiantly voluptuous, clad in a light gray silk gown that showcased her long, shapely legs. Her cascading black hair framed a face that, while stunningly pale, exuded an air of coldness. Lady Aileen hailed from the Bisberry family of Honeycomb City, a family known for its unique women who bore the exclusive title of sweet. This sweetness, however, did not refer to their smiles or personalities, but to a peculiar trait of some Bisberry maidens, who, upon their first menstruation, would secrete a uniquely fragrant honey from their bosoms. The madwoman sat beside the main seat of the tent, her expression darkened by indignation. The remnants of the Green Hands were shameless to an unprecedented degree. After Robin annihilated Honeycomb City, these ruffians now sought to offer their daughters to him. It was as if they were feeding Lady Aileen to a thief. It would indeed be strange if she didn't wear a frosty expression. Robin arrived at the tent and, seeing the group of young ladies and matrons, shook his head in despair towards the madwoman. Is this truly how they perceive me? Alas! Upon hearing the madwoman recount Lady Eileen's background, Robin displayed an expression of deep anguish, vehemently denouncing the remnants of the Green Hands as beastly scoundrels. Chapter 40. Hail to our king, the madwoman observed Robin as he loudly rebuked them while openly staring at Lady Eileen's chest, her frustration palpable. She gently patted her chest, which trembled in anger, calming her emotions. The Thorn Queen and the remaining members of the Green Hand extended an invitation for you to take command of the High Court the day after tomorrow, at which point they shall formally pledge their allegiance to you. Robin shifted his gaze and took his seat at the head of the table, scrutinizing the figures of the beautiful women before him, teasingly remarking that they must be an atonement gift from the nobility of Riverbend. After all, they had sent both their legitimate daughters and their wives. The madwoman shook her head in response. "My lord Robin," Miss Yalin timidly called out, hoping that Robin would spare her sisters some dignity. Robin nodded at Yalin, understanding her intent. "Rest assured, I shall treat you kindly." Accepting these noble maidens and ladies would signify the thawing of past grievances. Robin certainly had no intention of humiliating them further. The Heidel camp had similarly received news from the continent. A war that would engulf the entire continent was imminent. And if they did not seize this opportunity to conquer the Seven Realms, it would take them significantly longer, perhaps even several times longer, to achieve that goal in the future. "Lady Aileen, please remain for now. I shall visit you again this evening," Robin commanded. The madwoman sighed softly, leading the other women to help arrange their accommodations. Miss Yalin also stayed behind, and Robin asked for a harp to be brought to her. Last time, they had been in such a rush that they hadn't finished a single piece. Now, they could truly savor the music. Robin smiled. Yalin bit her rosy lip. Her cheeks flushed, and she buried her face in her chest once more. Lady Aileen was well aware of Robin's intentions. She began to appear somewhat flustered. "My lord, I believe I alone can satisfy you," she stammered, her voice dwindling to a whisper as she lowered her head in uncertainty. "Aileen, This man is your family's sworn enemy. How can you utter such shameful words? Robin discerned her inner turmoil and stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Do not blame yourself or feel ashamed. Fate has placed your family on the opposing side. Yet, you have the power to choose anew. Will you be above me or below? Miss Yalin took her place at the harp that the attendant had set up for her. She dared not observe the activities of the two in the center of the tent, bowing her head as her fingers glided over the strings. The graceful notes of the harp emanated from her deft hands, resembling a cascade of pearls falling upon a jade plate, clear and melodious. It began softly and slowly, akin to a brook babbling through a valley, gradually intensifying, like waves crashing against rocky shores. The following day, Robin, despite a night of relentless toil, showed no signs of fatigue. Only his wrist bore a slight tingling sensation, as if the nerves were still reacting to the dozens of cuts he had endured overnight. He now sat in a slightly smaller tent, receiving Galen, who had come to plead for forgiveness. Galen knelt upon the stone floor, bowing his head as he presented a long, vine whip to Robin. From Robin's perspective, Galen had shed his youthful appearance. His back muscles were broad, resembling two solid stone slabs. The raised arms were muscular, resembling two iron rods brimming with strength. The impression they conveyed was akin to those fitness trainers who consumed inferior protein powders, their bodies comprised of bulky muscles, yet lacking harmony and fluidity in their contours. Robin sat in a chair, one hand propping up his chin, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze fixated on the thinning hair atop Garland's head. The black strands had become sparse and fragile, nearly overshadowed by the encroaching white. Robin's eyes flickered as he pondered. It had only been a little over a month since Garland had implanted the life seed, and his body had already undergone an extraordinary transformation, nearing the limits of human capability. In the world of Game of Thrones, the average human lifespan hovered around 50 years. Once the life seed had fully mutated, it would be halved. Those who had undergone the transplantation and mutation would meet their demise around the age of 25. Garland was only 16 this year. He must integrate the Philosopher's Stone, otherwise, his body would succumb to the onset of aging. Robin rose, the flickering candlelight casting shadows over Garland. Sensing the movement, Garland involuntarily trembled slightly. "Father," he uttered in a hushed tone, his mind conjuring images of the slaughter in the Flower Street, fear flooding his thoughts like a tidal wave. "Garland," Robin said, casually picking up a vine whip. "Please forgive me, Father." His voice quivered with a hint of tears. The psychological pressure Robin exerted upon him was immense. Memories of being violently confronted by Robin on the beach in the old town flooded his mind, alongside the terrifying figure of the guardsman from Crown Valley, and the gruesome remnants of the dismembered on Flower Street. "Father is far too terrifying. Please forgive me," Garland pleaded. Bang! Garland struck his forehead against the stone floor of the tent with fervor. "Forgive me." Bang bang. He repeated the motion, delivering two more solid knocks to his head. "Forgive me." With a crack, he shattered the stone with his forehead. Robin's eyes twitched. He was acutely aware of Garland's physical condition, realizing that such self-inflicted punishment could fracture his skull. "Enough," Robin commanded sharply. Garland lifted his bloodied head, gazing up at the terrifying man with a look of desperation. Robin crouched down, meeting his gaze with a blank expression. After a moment of silence, he extended his left hand to support Garland's neck. In Garland's bewildered eyes, Robin's right hand delved into his own garments, retrieving what appeared to be a stone. With a swift motion, he pressed the object against Garland's wounded forehead. "Ah!" Garland screamed in terror, the searing pain radiating through his skull. He attempted to lean back, but Robin's grip on the back of his head restrained his movement. "Do not shy away." Robin gritted his teeth and commanded, relentlessly pressing the Philosopher's Stone into Garland's brow. After several minutes of relentless effort, Garland succumbed to the excruciating pain and fainted. Robin stood, shaking the blood from his right hand, and turned to the stunned servant beside him. "Bandage Garland's forehead. When he awakens, inform him that he is not to remove the bandages without my command." "Yes, my lord," the servant stammered in response. Robin exhaled a breath of frustration. Was it not merely an implantation procedure? Such simplicity, his skills as sharp as ever. "My son, this brutal operation serves as your punishment for unwavering loyalty." Robin stepped away from the tent. The following afternoon, at the Grand Court, before the Blooming Gate, the guards stood ready near the city gate, forming an impenetrable barrier. The main thoroughfare leading to the High Sanctum, known as the Thorn Path, had been cleared, with soldiers forming a double layer of solid human walls on either side. The inner layer of guards, adorned in splendid attire and wielding exquisite weapons, assumed the role of an honor guard. They resembled a vibrant dragon, winding along the thorn path. Before the blooming gate stood a herald clad in resplendent garments, raising his horn high, poised to sound the welcoming call for the king. The nobles of the grand court, arranged in accordance with their power, with Queen of Thorns leading the procession, stood on the flat ground before the blooming gate. Little Rose excitedly fidgeted with her skirt, her large, glistening eyes fixed on the distant Hathar family encampment. Not just the young girl, but all present at the city gate gazed longingly in that direction, anticipation palpable in the air. Yet, among them were also some resentful commoners, fists clenched, glaring at that same spot. However, before they could act on their animosity, they were escorted away by the patrolling soldiers of House Tully. The luxurious carriage of the Hathar family slowly emerged from the encampment, halting before the gathered crowd. Robin, steadying himself with his Valyrian steel sword, opened the carriage door and stood with calm composure. Clad in gleaming black armor and an intricately embossed breastplate, the details of his battle attire, meticulously refined by the artisans of the grand court, exuded a sense of majesty and solemnity, albeit stripped of practicality. The crowd gazed up at him, a deep crimson cloak billowing in the wind, his resolute visage embodying the essence of a born leader. Robin gripped his sword, casting a penetrating gaze over the assembly, his eyes deep and unwavering. "King, my king." A cacophony of whispers surged forth, as everyone before the blooming gate bowed low, akin to wheat bending before the harvest. The guards knelt respectfully on one knee, signifying their loyalty and reverence. "Rise, my friends," Robin nodded, gesturing for them to stand. At the sound of his voice, the nobles, merchants, and commoners alike rose once more. Robin descended from the carriage and approached the Queen of Thorns, personally assisting her to her feet as a gesture of gratitude towards House Tully. The queen inclined her head slightly, uttering no excessive words. He returned her acknowledgement with a gentle smile, patting the elder's shoulder. Next came Duke Inflated Fish, Count Tully, and the other vassals of the grand court. Upon reaching the remnants of House Greenhand, Robin chose not to treat this group with any particular disdain due to their previous instigation of public discontent, extending them the same respect as all others. Last night, the remnants of House Greenhand had come to pay their respects, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, and Robin saw no need to dwell on the matter. After all, they had even offered their wives and daughters. What more could one desire? Thus, Robin reconciled with the remnants of the Green Hand. When the Fox Chief proposed the notion of becoming a sworn father, Robin gracefully declined with a smile, questioning the audacity of such a proposition. The ceremonial horn sounded, signaling Robin to lead his vassals along the thorny path to the High Seat Sanctuary, where the coronation of the Riverbend King would take place within the Temple of the Seven Gods. A ceremoniously attired officiant, her staff raised high, guided Robin from the front. Following him was a procession of young maidens, dressed as ladies of honor. Though their steps were neither light nor graceful, many walked with a noticeable limp, evidence of their recent wounds. Behind them were the noble lords of Riverbend, their expressions a complex tapestry as they regarded the daughters and wives ahead. Chapter 41. The Targaryen dynasty. The populace of Highgarden lined the thorny path, casting their fearful and bewildered gazes upon Robin and his entourage. The commoners were filled with dread, for the very demon who had slaughtered them now donned the mantle of Riverbend King, while their own nobles dutifully followed in the wake of this fiend. In their hearts lingered a profound uncertainty regarding the fate that awaited them under the reign of this merciless monarch. Meanwhile, the knights trailing the great lords were ablaze with excitement. Glory was within their grasp, yet for them, glory did not signify justice, but rather dominion and power. These knights were both rulers and the ruled. Upon realizing that their new king was akin to a conquering sovereign, their aspirations to transcend their class ignited fervently. Aside from the commoners, every character in this royal procession was imbued with anticipation, yearning, and ambition directed towards Robin. No one cared for the thoughts of the multitude of commoners, for in this medieval society, they were merely enslaved variants of serfs. The High Seat Sanctuary, nestled at the heart of a labyrinthine garden, boasted a spire that soared toward the heavens, seemingly reaching for the sun and moon. This grand and enigmatic ancient fortress, constructed from massive blocks of white stone, bore the scars of time, its surface roughened and mottled. Yet, this only augmented its majesty and solemnity, imparting a profound sense of history. Archbishop Luther awaited Robin and his party at the entrance of the sanctuary, accompanied by all the clergy of Highgarden. Upon Robin's arrival, Archbishop Luther greeted him with a warm bow, as though welcoming a family member, and personally brushed the dust from Robin's armor with his sleeve. Robin acknowledged him with a kind nod. Archbishop Luther's smile grew even more affable as he glanced at the madwoman behind Robin, who offered a slight nod in return. Only a few present were privy to the fact that before joining the church, Archbishop Luther was known as Luther Hightower. The madwoman's earlier claim that half of the archbishops in the realm were of Hightower lineage was not an exaggeration. 6,000 years ago, the faith of the Seven was brought to Westeros by the Undulls, establishing its headquarters in Old Town, where it flourished for over 5 millennia. It was only 300 years ago that Aegon the Conqueror relocated the Faith's center to King's Landing. Archbishop Luther guided Robb from the side, intentionally lagging half a step behind, earning Robb's silent admiration for the man. Upon entering the sept, Archbishop Luther led Robb and his companions towards several towering statues. Robb cast a glance at the interior of the Grand Hall, where the dome was adorned with exquisite images of the Seven and the figure of the Hand, Garth. Stained glass depicted both the Seven and the mythical tales of the Hand. Standing before the statues, Archbishop Luther commenced a solemn coronation ceremony for Robb. The hall was filled with nobility from the Riverlands, ranging from dukes to lesser knights, totaling around 100, alongside monks and ladies-in-waiting, bringing the audience close to 200. All awaited in hushed anticipation for that significant moment. The archbishop began with gentle words, praying to the divine, bestowing blessings upon Robb, imploring that he be granted wisdom and strength to become a great ruler. From behind Luther, a monk presented a cup of holy water contained within a crystal vessel. To Luther's right, the head of House Tully approached, the Lord of the Riverlands bearing a golden crown adorned with intricately carved emeralds depicting the hand and the faces of the Seven, set with pearls. Robb's gaze settled upon the crown. It was evident that this was not a last-minute creation, but rather a well-prepared offering from House Tully. Archbishop Luther accepted the holy oil from the monk, reciting sacred prayers as he gently anointed Robb's forehead. Luther nodded slightly to the Lord of Tully, stepping aside. The Lord, his expression grave, approached Robb, slowly raising the emerald crown. However, Robb did not bow his head. The Lord's eyelids twitched nervously, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Any misstep in this solemn ceremony would be immortalized in history. Robb offered a reassuring smile, extending his hands beneath the crown. The Lord, his fish-like eyes wide and lips pressed tight, was overwhelmed by anxiety, uncertain how to proceed without error. Suddenly, he recalled his mother's presence. He glanced towards the Queen of Thorns, who sighed and gently nodded, massaging her brow. The Lord exhaled in relief, placing the crown into Robb's hands. The entire assembly held their breath, awaiting this momentous occasion. Robb slowly lifted the emerald crown, gently placing it atop his head. In that instant, he proclaimed his ascension to kingship. Turning to face the gathered witnesses, he presented a figure of authority and solemnity, prompting an immediate eruption of applause. The applause of the spectators resonated within the sanctum like a surging tide, echoing ceaselessly, as if it could shake the very foundations of the hall. Robin surveyed the attendees, noticing the myriad expressions on the faces of the nobility. The madwoman, though smiling, had tears glistening in her eyes. Upon catching Robin's gaze, she instinctively covered her lips with her hand. Rose beamed with childlike delight, while little Rose's eyes sparkled with wonder as she murmured the name of the king. She bounced eagerly, attempting to rush forward, yet was restrained by the headscarf-clad Gallon, who bowed deeply with trepidation while holding her sister. The Thorned Queen offered a subtle smile, nodding in acknowledgement of his gaze. The onlookers, sensing his attention, inclined their heads in homage to the newly crowned king. Ladies and gentlemen, Robin began, pausing to allow the gathering to quieten. The applause gradually subsided, and the atmosphere shifted as everyone seemed to hold their breath, listening intently to his words. Today I declare, on behalf of the green-handled family, the sovereignty of the Riverbend. Robin proclaimed loudly. The madwoman instructed a servant to unfurl a green palm banner behind him, while she draped a cloak embroidered with the green palm over his shoulders, fastening it with care. Wait, your majesty, called the Fox clan leader, raising her hand towards Robin. He turned to her, a look of gentle curiosity on his face. Yes? He inquired softly. The madwoman leaned close, whispering into his ear, Madame Flores. The eldest daughter of the green-handed Gars has established a family whose might ranks just below that of the Oakshield family. Madam, do you have any thoughts? Robin asked with a slight nod and a warm smile. Your Majesty, you are the promised Lord of Riverbend, and Flores shall forever remain your loyal hound. The fox, startled, immediately knelt before him. Robin regarded the noblewoman who knelt at his feet, observing her choice of a deep red gown with a plunging neckline, offering an unobstructed view of her ample bosom from his vantage point. Madam Fox, you are quite intentional. Robin maintained an impassive demeanor, waiting for her to continue. The fox lady, feeling the weight of his gaze, slowly raised her head, swallowing hard as beads of perspiration trickled down her face, following the curve of her decolletage. Noticing where his attention lingered, she felt a flicker of confidence and swayed her chest slightly, causing her ample assets to sway enticingly. "Your Majesty, I humbly present a proposal for your consideration," she said, her heart steadied as she ventured to gamble on the next step. "Pray, do share," Robin replied gently. The madwoman cast a sidelong glance at the brazen fox lady, whispering under her breath, "Wily vixen." Though her words were soft, the silence in the hall was palpable, ensuring they were heard by all. With Robin's encouragement, the fox lady's face lit up with a smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, reminiscent of a cunning fox in delight. "Your Majesty, you established the green-handed family to promote Riverbend, yet now the entirety of Riverbend has succumbed to your valor." She swung her chest again and continued, questioning the necessity of establishing the House of the Green Hand to salvage his image. Rob reluctantly raised his gaze to meet her eyes. "What is your perspective?" Rob retorted. "I believe we could establish a family with a strong claim in Westeros." "The claim of the Green Hand is not significant in other regions," Lady Red Fox proclaimed loudly. Upon her words, some nobles in the hall began to whisper among themselves. They had been persuaded to follow Rob, not merely to seek glory on the continent, but to realize that the House of the Green Hand was indeed ill-suited for expansion beyond the Riverlands. The Queen of Thorns and the Oak Shield exchanged a glance, then knelt in unison, beseeching their king to choose another family claim. With the two titans of the Riverlands kneeling in council, the lesser nobles had no choice but to bow down like reeds swaying in the wind. Moreover, opting for a stronger claim in Westeros would benefit the entire interest group centered around Rob. "Your Majesty, please choose another family claim." Rob began to grasp the validity of Lady Red Fox's words. This woman should not be underestimated. She would easily serve as a capable strategist in the kingdom. With that in mind, Rob twisted a strand of his silvery bangs and then slowly let it fall. After gathering his emotions, he wore an expression of helplessness and frustration. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of mockery. He then spread his hands, though his fingers trembled slightly. Initially, he aspired to ascend the throne under the identity of the Green Hand, only to be met with your resolute opposition. "I have decided to no longer conceal my lineage." His tone betrayed a hint of helplessness and embarrassment, as if he had been cornered and compelled to unveil his secret. "My true identity is, in fact, the second child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell, and their only son. To escape the calamity of the war that annihilated my family, I was entrusted to the care of House Tully. I am the most legitimate heir of House Targaryen, Robb Targaryen." He gazed down at all those kneeling in the hall, none daring to meet his gaze, their heads bowed in submission. Robb declared in a thunderous voice, "The Targaryen dynasty shall be restored upon the continent of Westeros." The vassals exclaimed in unison, "Long live our king, Robb Targaryen the First. We pledge our undying loyalty to His Majesty Robb. May the Seven bless you, Your Majesty. My sword is sworn to fight for you." Chapter 42. The Dawn of the Dragon King era. The nobles knelt before Robb, one knee on the ground, a fist placed over their hearts, bowing their heads in homage. They chanted their loyalty to the king, pledging to serve him, ready to brave fire and water for their sovereign, expressing their dedication and willingness to sacrifice everything for their king. Robb undoubtedly harbored doubts about the sincerity of their proclamations, yet he found no harm in indulging in the moment, allowing himself to revel in the sounds of their fealty until their voices gradually diminished. Luther approached Robin with a solemn demeanor, addressing him, "Your Majesty, the nobles have already pledged their allegiance before the statues of the seven gods and the old gods. The subsequent ceremony awaits your decree to confer titles upon your vassals. Please proceed to the Oak King's Hall at the heart of the wondrous garden." Robin nodded in acknowledgement, as Little Rose wriggled free from Garland's grasp and rushed to stand before Robin, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I wish to hold a title. You must confer one upon me." She puffed out her small chest, attempting to present herself as capable. Garland hurried over, intent on retrieving his sister, but Robin raised a hand to halt him. He scooped up the little girl, nodding at the officiant to indicate the continuation of their procession. "What position do you aspire to, Little Rose?" Robin teased, gently tapping her nose. Little Rose's skin was fair and delicate, akin to porcelain, evoking an irresistible desire to touch it. "I want to be a title holder," she declared, her cheeks flushing crimson, and she buried her face in shyness. Robin chuckled softly, amused by her precocity. After entrusting Little Rose back to Garland, Robin held his head high and led the assembled nobles toward the sanctum. The grand procession of nobles resumed its march toward the wondrous garden, where 7 ancient oak trees stood majestically at its center. The bark of these venerable trees was etched with deep wrinkles, chronicling the long years and countless storms they had withstood. Encircling a vast platform, these mighty oaks formed the Oak King's Hall, constructed by an ancient lineage of gardeners. They stepped onto the platform nestled among the oaks, the green stone tiles beneath their feet remaining solid and even. Historical manuscripts recount that the rulers of the Riverbend once convened with their subjects here to deliberate on matters of state. The Thorned Queen walked alongside Robin, elucidating the history of this hallowed ground. The manuscripts described how the crowns of these millennia-old oaks intertwined to form the vaulted ceiling of the hall, with countless branches stretching outward, creating a layered wall of verdant foliage. Alas, the conqueror had set this ancient hall ablaze, along with the emblematic oak throne of the Riverbend king, reducing it to ashes. The Thorned Queen gestured towards the raised platform at the center of the oak trees, stating, "We have fashioned a throne anew from ancient oak. Your Majesty, please take your seat." Robin, unreserved, stepped confidently onto the platform and approached the oak throne. Perhaps due to the haste of its construction, the throne appeared somewhat rough-hewn, yet Robin paid it no mind, for his true throne lay not here. The real throne should reside in the heavens, not upon this weathered wood. With a flourish, he tossed his cloak aside and seated himself upon the throne. The assembled nobles bowed in respect. Miss Yalin approached with the corresponding scroll of titles, beginning with the members of the Privy Council. Robin accepted the scroll and inscribed names upon it. Once confirmed by Yalin, she stepped forward to announce Robin's decree. "House Tyrell of Highgarden, Lady Olenna, please step forward to receive your title," Yalin proclaimed loudly. The Thorned Queen stepped forward with gravity, kneeling before the platform. "Lady Olenna, I hereby appoint you as the hand of the king for the Targaryen dynasty," she declared, raising her hands to receive the scroll of titles along with the insignia of the king's hand. She knelt once more, expressing her loyalty and gratitude, only retreating after receiving a response from Robin. The subsequent appointment process unfolded without deviation. The members of the new dynasty's council were as follows: Hand of the King, Queen of Thorns, Prime Minister, Chancellor of Finance, Rose, Chancellor of Justice, Inflatable Fish, Chief of Intelligence, Red Fox, Minister of Naval Affairs, Oak Shield, Grand Scholar, Cobain, and Archbishop, Luther. The position of the Royal Guard was vacant, due to Cobain's absence. The proclamation of his appointment was merely read aloud, with a raven dispatched to notify him later, and the official document would be delivered to Old Town by the kingdom's envoy. From the composition of the new kingdom's core administrative body, it was evident that the Gold Rose family held 2 seats in the council, a testament to Robin's political investment in them. However, the promise of a permanent prime minister, once made by Robin, was conspicuously absent from the proclamation, similar to the physical punishment that Galen faced for his less than unwavering loyalty. The betrayal by the Gold Rose family was an unforgivable error, leading Robin to diminish the previously negotiated political benefits. The Blue Hands remnant had initially secured only 1 seat in the council as Minister of Naval Affairs. Yet, due to Lady Red Fox's outstanding performance today, Robin decided to grant her an additional position. This was not merely due to her physical attributes, but rather because she had indeed offered valuable suggestions for the kingdom's future. As for the Hightower family, the greatest benefactors of Robin's patronage, arrangements would be made during subsequent proclamations. The governance structure bore striking resemblance to the former Targaryen dynasty. The only distinction in Robin's realm was the removal of the queen's position. After the announcement of the appointments, the countenances of the vassal nobles varied. Some were exhilarated, others were filled with excitement, and a few lamented their earlier hesitance to align with the powerful. Among the most elated was Lady Red Fox, who had boldly taken a gamble and emerged victorious. Her heart brimmed with joy and excitement. Previously, the Flores family was among the weakest in the Bay region, often relegated to trailing behind their more powerful counterparts. To her astonishment, this bold wager had yielded tangible rewards. However, being politically astute and exceedingly clever, she understood that Robin's generous allocation of benefits was not merely for the sake of the previous council. One objective was undoubtedly to diminish the Blue Hand's influence within the new dynasty. Henceforth, she would have to remain a loyal subject of Robin. Any further entanglements with Oak Shield would surely lead to her being schooled in the ways of cunning. As for the second matter, it seemed she might soon be facing a reckoning. Rising from the throne, Robin approached the dais, and Yalin respectfully stepped back behind him. Before Robin could speak, Galen proactively knelt before the platform. "Father, I request to serve as a member of the Royal Guard." Galen's expression was resolute, eager to reaffirm his loyalty. Inflatable Fish and Queen of Thorns gazed at Galen in shock. "What will become of the Tyrell family if you become a guard? The Royal Guard cannot marry or have children." They exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. At this moment, Garland's loyalty to Robin may have eclipsed his sense of duty to the family. Inflated Fish cursed inwardly, rebellious child. Robin nodded calmly, gesturing for him to rise. Your loyalty should manifest on the battlefield, charging forth for me, not merely standing guard by my side. You, along with Count Talib and my former minister Boron, shall command the majority of the army in the future kingdom. The specific protocols will be deliberated in the royal council. I understand, Father, Garland replied, tapping his chest before retreating among the ranks of the courtiers. Robin surveyed all the vassals present and called out, loyal subjects of my kingdom. Your Majesty, the knights responded, thumping their chests. I am here, my emperor. The nobles bowed in reverence. Robin nodded, raising a hand to quell the noise. Once the platform fell silent, he spoke. You should be able to discern the silver hair upon my head and the violet hue of my eyes. The courtiers nodded, their attention unwavering as they focused intently on their sovereign. Indeed, I possess the blood of true dragons. This is indisputable, Robin continued. Now that the magical tide has receded for several centuries, why do I emphasize my draconic lineage? Because I bear another title. I am a powerful sorcerer, a fact that most of you have witnessed firsthand. I have made predictions about the future. In less than a decade, the magical tide shall surge once more, and magic will return. Upon hearing this, astonishment painted their faces, and they exchanged glances, silently questioning the veracity of this shocking revelation. Robin paused, allowing them to absorb the information before raising his hand once more, commanding their attention anew. Do you comprehend the significance of these two revelations? Robin inquired, offering them no time for response. He answered his own question, stating, it signifies that when the magical tide returns, I shall be capable of hatching dragons. He then approached Miss Yalin, guiding her to the forefront of the platform, pointing to her abdomen with a firm tone, proclaiming, my child shall also have the potential to hatch dragons. The vassals, originally displaying a myriad of emotions, now found their expressions frozen in disbelief. As if time itself had halted, their eyes widened, brimming with shock and incredulity, struggling to believe their own ears. Suddenly, a sword song rang out, shattering the silence. Robin drew his Valyrian steel sword, crossing his hands upon the hilt, raising the blade high upon the platform. The courtiers, pulled from their stupor, redirected their focus to the man before them. With solemnity, Robin addressed the stunned assembly. My child shall not revert to the Targaryen lineage, but shall continue to bear the surname of the maternal line. It suffices to incorporate Robin as a middle name, akin to Luspaton. What do you think this implies? The vassals had already learned of this news from the Thorn Queen and began to ponder the subsequent implications of Robin's policy. Suddenly, with a resounding clang, Robin struck the Valyrian steel sword down, interrupting their thoughts once more. The vassals, reeling from the weight of the continuous secrets, found themselves once again drawn to the figure upon the dais. Robin, pleased with their dazed expressions, continued to proclaim, this signifies that, through my exceptional fertility, I shall establish dozens of Dragon King families. No, hundreds, even thousands of Dragon King families. Pointing the Valyrian sword at a noble from a nearby river bend, he declared, your family shall become a Dragon King family. And you, and all of you. He slowly gestured with his sword among the assembly. All your families shall become Dragon King families. A throng of lesser nobles could no longer contain their excitement and rushed to the foot of the dais to confirm the accuracy of the news. Your Majesty, is this truly the case? One noble inquired, trembling as he approached to kiss Robin's feet. Robin smiled gently, his lips curving slightly, while he looked down upon these nobles. He did not respond verbally, but merely nodded lightly to the eager crowd. The chieftain of the Red Lake, Mouth Agape, was taken aback by the revelation. He glanced at the sweet Lady Aileen in the ceremonial procession, his wife. So, does this mean my family is now a Dragon King family? He muttered in disbelief. Chapter 43. Absolute authority. The astute knights began to seize the opportunity to promote their women. Your Majesty, my wife is exceedingly alluring, and my daughter has just reached womanhood this year. Perhaps you would grace my home with your presence tonight? Another knight suggested. Mine is more beautiful, for I have triplet daughters. Your Majesty should first join me for a drink at my castle. The nobles began clamoring to invite the king to their fiefs. Robin raised his hand to silence the fervent nobles once more, stating, families desiring to enhance their bloodlines may register with Miss Yalin after the royal ceremony. We must adhere to a first-come, first-served basis. Now, quiet down. I shall address matters concerning the royal family. With another strike of the Valyrian sword, and upon seeing the assembly fall silent, he called out, Maroya, come forth. Maroya approached with a smile, bowing her head in respect, Your Majesty. Robin drew her close and announced, "The firstborn son that Maroya and I shall have will succeed me as king, and the children of this line shall continue the royal lineage." The seemingly composed madwoman looked at the assembly below with a serene smile, though her heart raced with excitement. She had finally attained what she had long desired. Alas, Robin had not wed her. The vassals were astonished by the madwoman's fortune, pondering that had they known, they would have been the first to support Robin's endeavors. The Thorn Queen shook her head and chuckled, aware that Robin's words were not yet complete. Robin raised his palm, indicating that the role of the king, following my abdication, would be purely symbolic, ceremonial, and ritualistic. The madwoman pressed her lips together. Although she had long been informed by Robin that the royal family's actual influence had diminished to mere glory devoid of power, a trace of bitterness still flickered across her face. Robin continued with a solemn tone, asserting that the governance of the kingdom would rest entirely with the prime minister elected every 7 years, and only one of my bloodline could assume this position. Under this system, any family possessing my lineage, provided they are competent, could potentially wield the highest authority in the land. After my abdication, you shall all share the governance of the realm alongside the prime minister. However, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous, Robin struck his steel sword against the ground twice, producing a resonant clang. The nobles immediately ceased their chatter, turning their attention to Robin's ensuing words. "Yet, while I am in power, I demand absolute authority. No command of mine shall be overridden by the council or the prime minister. Any vassal who defies my decisions shall face execution at my hand. It remains to be seen whether you, my vassals, will accept this bargain." Upon finishing his statement, Robin quietly observed the nobles, awaiting their response. The political system of Westeros is, in essence, a variant of limited monarchy, where the monarch's power is partially divided and restricted by the Council of Ministers. The deal proposed by Robin to the vassals is a trade, relinquishing royal power to the nobility after his abdication in exchange for his absolute authority during his reign. This system is referred to as absolute monarchy, or more vividly, dictatorship. In the current socio-political climate of Game of Thrones, autonomy and unilateral action heavily rely on the great nobles, yet Robin plans to implement numerous policies that surpass the understanding of this era. Some of these policies will be specifically designed for grand schemes, often conflicting with the interests of both the elite and the populace, and the council is unlikely to endorse them. In such cases, extreme measures will be necessary. By proposing this deal for exclusive power, Robin lays the groundwork for a legitimate pretext to eliminate council members in the future, akin to a preventive inoculation. After Robin's abdication, any noble family of his bloodline will be eligible to vie for the position of prime minister, who will wield all the powers of the state. What else could they be but kings without crowns? It remains to be seen whether these nobles can withstand the allure of being crownless monarchs. Currently, it is Robin's coronation ceremony, with all nobles in attendance, and the restoration of the kingdom provides a perfect opportunity to alter the political structure. Once the political landscape stabilizes, it will be far more challenging to propose and pass such demands. The Thorn Queen once more supported her forehead, feeling weary. She understood that Robin was a man prone to stirring up trouble. She bowed and requested, "May your majesty grant us a moment to discuss this policy? I shall give you the time it takes for a candle to burn out." Robin nodded. The Thorn Queen then instructed the families of strength level 1 and above to organize the nobles into several small circles for discussion. Once these powerful nobles gathered opinions within their circles, they would collectively exchange insights to determine the final outcome. Taking advantage of the time the vassals were engaged in discussions about the power trade, Robin raised his gaze towards the ceremonial team on the left side of the platform. At that moment, the faces of the young ladies were adorned with smiles, engaged in soft whispers. These young women initially believed that indulging in an affair with Robin and conceiving a love child would adversely affect their lives. To their astonishment, Robin had bestowed upon them a dragon's seed, a true stroke of fortune. Robin turned to Yalin beside him and instructed her to bring the noble ladies forward, as he wished to elucidate the regulations of his court of lovers. Yalin nodded and descended from the high platform. The nobles below parted, creating a space for their wives and daughters to approach. A chorus of delicate calls, reminiscent of birdsong, filled the air as they bowed their heads in reverence. Robin calmly nodded, indicating that he had summoned them to impart the rules of his court of lovers. Although he remained unmarried and without a queen, he intended to establish a court to accommodate those ladies willing to remain faithful to him. The court would consist of 9 tiers, ranging from the most junior beauties to the highest-ranking princesses, each tier enjoying distinct privileges. Once Robin had nearly finished explaining the rules to the ladies, the other nobles concluded their discussions and approached him. The Thorn Queen, wearing a serene expression, stepped forward to represent the nobles of the kingdom. Your Majesty, we are willing to engage in a transaction with you, she stated, fixing her gaze upon Robin. But how can you assure us that you will abdicate? The Thorn Queen extended a hand, palm open, to signify her earnestness. We are all aware that you are a sorcerer, and your mentor, Corbin, was a master of necromancy. You have also mentioned that magic will resurge in 10 years. We cannot continue to serve a necromantic sovereign indefinitely. Robin let out a chuckle, his tightly furrowed brow revealing a hint of embarrassment as he mused inwardly that selecting this woman as prime minister might have been a misstep. The Thorn Queen, mirroring his laughter, offered a smile reminiscent of Robin's, subtly arching her lips to convey a touch of mockery. Excellent. Very well. Robin maintained his smile, gesturing towards the nobles below. Your ability to consider this matter reflects your thoughtful deliberation. Afterward, Robin's expression shifted as he tapped his temple, appearing contemplative. Moments later, he turned his palm upward and gestured in the air. Thus, let us establish a stipulation for our agreement. Should I cease to be among the living, I must abdicate, and the kingdom shall implement a prime ministerial autocracy. He spread his hands wide, inquiring if they were now satisfied. The Thorn Queen lowered her head in thought before glancing at the Oak Shield clan leader, who gave a slight nod. Still not entirely assured, she looked to the secondary nobles behind her, seeking their input. The nobles and knights inclined their heads slightly towards the Thorn Queen. Your Majesty, we consent to the autocratic covenant, the Thorn Queen declared, raising her gaze to Robin. Autocratic covenant, a fitting name, Robin commended. I shall ensure that this covenant is inscribed into the kingdom's laws by the Minister of Justice, guaranteeing its proper and complete enforcement. Your Majesty, I am curious about how the Prime Minister will be elected following the dictatorial regime. At this moment, the chieftain of the Red Lake shouted abruptly. Indeed, the Prime Minister will be the regent and cannot be chosen lightly, muttered a nobleman. The Prime Minister must gain the approval of all, remarked a knight. Upon hearing the words of the chieftain of the Red Lake, the Thorn Queen's expression darkened, as the noble statements implied their disapproval of the Prime Minister's election during the Royal Council. The Golden Rose family had garnered the most votes in the Royal Council, making this method of election most advantageous for their own family. Oakshield squinted slightly, noting that the Green Hand faction also held 2 votes in the Royal Council. He too wished to retain the election rights within the council. I believe that electing the Prime Minister through the Royal Council is indeed a most judicious decision, Oakshield stated with a smile. Robin interrupted him, raising his voice to overshadow Oakshield's, declaring, the inquiry posed by Sir Red Lake is indeed insightful. I previously mentioned that once I abdicate, you shall all govern together. The Prime Minister's election will be determined by a vote in the Noble Grand Assembly every 7 years. What do you all think of this proposal? Excellent, Your Majesty, truly astute, Sir Red Lake exclaimed with a smile. Your wisdom is unparalleled. The lesser nobles chimed in enthusiastically. With a sovereign as sagacious as you, the kingdom shall undoubtedly prosper. A nobleman extolled. The Thorn Queen's countenance darkened. Originally, this regent prime minister was to be her family's sole domain. Robin had established this position specifically for the Golden Rose, yet now it had slipped from their control. She regretted her earlier decisions, feeling an unexpected resentment towards her long-held benevolence. Oh, 7 gods. Could it be that Robin will incessantly trample upon morality and law? Was it right for me to support him? She pondered within her heart. At least, for the Golden Rose family, it was the correct choice. We have not been annihilated, and our family may even advance further. However, for the world, it is an utter folly. Robin did not disrupt their elation. After allowing the vassals a moment to compose themselves, he continued, Today, I have one final law to announce. Another? The nobles gasped, fearing that their hearts might seize from the shock. Robin spoke slowly. It concerns the law regarding dragon eggs. Henceforth, the possession of dragon eggs is strictly prohibited within the kingdom. Any discovered or acquired dragon eggs must be surrendered to the crown. The kingdom will assess their value based on size and other factors, compensating the surrenderer accordingly. The distribution of dragon eggs will operate on a merit-based exchange system, where contributions to the kingdom, whether through taxation or territorial expansion, will be duly recorded. These merits can be exchanged for all resources within the kingdom, including titles, land, dragon eggs, and favored positions, among others. Remember, the clandestine possession of dragon eggs is a grave offense, punishable by death by hanging at the very least. The lesser nobles contemplated opposing Robin's law, but recalling their earlier commitment to the covenant of monarchical authority, they hesitated. The prospect of being the first to voice dissent was daunting, and thus, silence enveloped the assembly. Even the esteemed Oakshield and other high-ranking nobles remained silent. The exchange rules for the dragon eggs favor the upper aristocracy, As the core management of the kingdom, they undoubtedly possess ample contributions and merits. We concur, Your Majesty. The Red Fox was the first to voice agreement. Indeed, this will prevent the dragons from slipping beyond the kingdom's control, vulnerable to exploitation by other forces. The Thorn Queen nodded towards Robin. Chapter 44. The fourth battle situation now, my esteemed colleagues. You must employ every means at your disposal to gather information regarding the dragon eggs. We aspire to establish a magnificent empire akin to the freehold of Valyria when the tide of magic returns in a decade. Robin surveyed them solemnly and proclaimed, loyal subjects. You must understand that our shared endeavor extends beyond Westeros. Robin contemplated the ancient blood of Ciri, pondering the potential of conquest that may transcend the realm of Game of Thrones. All vassals were momentarily entranced by Robin's persuasive rhetoric, their eyes glimmering with anticipation and hope. The potency of Robin's sorcery imbued his words with considerable credibility. Even during the magic prohibition in Westeros, many legends of forest witches persisted, some unfolding in their midst, such as the birthing curse of the madwoman. Robin was acutely aware that his vision of the Dragon Lord family was predicated upon the return of the magic tide. Should the magic tide fail to arrive in 10 years, they would have to swallow their disillusionment. The children had already been born. Could they possibly be undone? Very well. Let us conclude the investiture ceremony for now. Robin waved his hand. The ministers shall remain. We must continue refining the kingdom's specific designs and future plans. Garland, Lord Tarly, you shall join the meeting as well. Robin called to the three who were about to depart. At your command, Your Majesty, Lord Tarly replied. The vassals gradually paid their respects and took their leave. Farewell, Your Majesty. You must visit my castle. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Until we meet again. My king. Soon. Only 6 individuals remained in the Oak King Hall for the upcoming meeting. Your Majesty, shall we convene in the Thorn Hall for our audience? There is a miniature model of the continent there, the Thorn Queen suggested. Robin nodded, leaping down from the oak dais. Let us proceed, he said, taking the lead towards the exit. The Thorn Queen observed Robin's urgency, sensing an undercurrent of impatience. It seemed as though time was slipping away, and he had much yet to accomplish. What could be weighing on his mind? She wondered. Mother? The inflatable fish tugged at her sleeve. P.S. moving too far ahead. We should follow. Very well, the Thorn Queen replied, regaining her focus. In the Thorn Hall, the 7 who had gathered surrounded the map table. Lord Tarly maneuvered the pieces on the sand table while explaining the state of the continent to Robin, who stood at the center of the group. His face radiated confidence and gravity, reminiscent of a commanding general who held the reins of the battlefield. The strategies he articulated were clear and logical, as if he could foresee the future of the war-torn landscape. As Robin listened to the information conveyed by Lord Tully, he scrutinized the man before him. Lord Edmure Tully was no ordinary figure. During the War of the Usurper, when House Baratheon revolted against the Targaryens, the conflict at the Weeping Town saw House Tyrell supporting the Targaryens, resulting in a decisive battle. The forces led by Lord Tully inflicted the sole defeat upon Robert Baratheon at the Battle of the Weeping Town. Undoubtedly, Lord Tully was an exceptional commander, deserving a place among the top 3 military leaders across all of Westeros. However, his current liege was the Rose of Gold. A well-known medieval adage states, "The lord of my lord is not my lord." If Robin continued to rely on this individual, the influence of the Rose of Gold within the dynasty would become excessively pronounced, and Lord Tully would need to be placed into military service. Military power should not be recklessly entrusted to ambitious nobles. Robin desired to wield this sharp blade, Lord Tully, in his own hands. As Robin contemplated this, he found himself slightly distracted, yet the essence of Lord Tully's discourse did not elude him. Thus, the current state of the continent was as follows. The Stark and Tully alliances were poised for direct confrontation with the Lannisters. Robin summarized Lord Tully's words to ensure his comprehension was accurate. The Vale and Stormlands, having lost their leaders to Lannister treachery, were engulfed in chaos and unable to engage in the conflict. The Riverlands and House Martell of Dorne were amassing troops in preparation for war, ready to enter the fray at any moment. North, House Stark, engaged in battle. Riverlands, House Tully, engaged in battle. Westerlands, Crownlands, House Lannister, engaged in battle. Riverlands, House Targaryen, preparing for war. Dorne, House Martell, preparing for war. Vale, internal strife. Stormlands, internal strife. Ongoing conflict. Location, Riverlands. Combatants, Stark-Tully alliance versus Lannister, Crownlands. Indeed, Your Majesty, our current strategic imperative is to ascertain 2 points. First, who shall we target? Second, whom shall we ally with? And who will represent us? Lord Tully affirmed Robin's description, his deep and resonant voice providing strategic direction. Robin clasped his right hand across his chest, supporting it with his left. Gesturing forward as he invited discussion, "Let us share our thoughts. Prime Minister, you may begin." Queen of Thorns nodded, pointing towards the lion piece representing the crownlands. "I believe we should strike at House Lannister. The incestuous pretender, Joffrey, lacks the rightful claim to the Iron Throne, a truth widely acknowledged across the continent. To directly assault the crownlands is both legally and morally justified, unquestionably the optimal choice." The Queen of Thorns articulated her rationale for the decision. Regarding potential alliances, she deemed House Stark of the North a commendable option. At this moment, Count Osbert of the Oak Shield spoke out against the proposal, saying, "My lady, why do we not allow the Starks and Lannisters to engage in a mutually destructive conflict, and then seize the opportunity to eliminate both factions on the battlefield? The North poses a significant obstacle to our conquest of the continent as well." While they expend their forces against each other, Osbert pointed towards the Stormlands. Halting at the ancestral seat of House Baratheon, Storm's End, "We could seize the lands of Storm's End." He looked up at Robin, seeking his approval. Robin thoughtfully rubbed his chin, posing the question, "Lander, what is your perspective?" Both Lady Olenna and Count Osbert regarded him with keen eyes. "In my view, these two strategies represent the kingdom's most prudent options at present." Lander maintained a serious demeanor. "We might as well mobilize our forces to the Stormlands and capture Storm's End. Concurrently, we could dispatch envoys to Duke Eddard Stark of the North, proclaiming the might of our king and suggesting that should the North submit, we would join them in their assault on the Lannisters." Lander's tone grew resolute and assertive. "If the North refuses to yield, we shall first conquer the Stormlands, allowing them to exhaust their strength against the Lion King." "I find the Prime Minister's plan to be commendable," declared the inflatable fish. The Red Fox remained silent, her sole focus being to follow Robin's lead. She supported whatever he endorsed. Robin furrowed his brow, seemingly deliberating over the most effective resolution. His fingers lightly drummed on the table, seeking a rhythm that might inspire insight. While both proposed strategies and Blander's amalgamated version were evident, Robin found Blander's plans slightly more favorable, yet he chose neither. Shaking his head, Robin regarded the assembled ministers with a solemn expression. "I aim to conquer the continent with the utmost speed, minimal casualties, and the least collateral damage, rather than advancing step by step through conventional military tactics. Do you understand?" He lifted the skull that symbolized him and forcefully slammed it onto the table representing King's Landing. Osbert's countenance turned grave. It was his first encounter with Robin's style of governance, wild and audacious. He inwardly acknowledged, no wonder he is capable of such ruthless deeds. Count Tarly remained impassive, yet his gaze lingered on the skull piece, momentarily lost in thought, silently critiquing, who dared to inscribe the king's name upon a skull? Such recklessness. The Red Fox displayed no outward emotion, but felt that this night would be a sorrowful one. Garland, standing at the periphery, turned pale as he witnessed Robin's wrath, struggling to control his trembling teeth. The sound of the piece being smashed startled the inflatable fish, prompting him to glance toward his mother. The Queen of Thorns felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. This piece had been her craftsmanship, and she had forgotten to secure it. "Your Majesty, what do you imply?" She feigned calmness in her inquiry. Robin turned, sitting himself upon the oak model of Westeros. "We shall directly deploy forces to King's Landing and inform Eddard Stark that we will besiege King's Landing alongside them." Robin continued with a composed voice. "Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I shall persuade this Duke of the North to kneel before me in my own fashion. The Martell family, with their raven, has conveyed the urgency to assemble and besiege King's Landing. Once they arrive at the capital, their submission will no longer be within their control." The royal advisors were taken aback by this audacious strategy, their lips parting slightly as if to cry out, yet no sound escaped their mouths. Galen clenched his fists in excitement, fully aware of his father's prowess. "Is His Majesty being overly audacious?" Count Tully inquired with a stiff neck. Although he had thoroughly assessed the strength of Robin the Ghost, he had yet to witness it firsthand, leaving him somewhat uneasy. After all, this was a war involving hundreds of thousands. The cost of defeat could be measured in countless lives, and even death would be a light penalty. Oakshield swallowed hard, remaining silent. "I have faith in His Majesty's power," the Red Fox declared with unwavering resolve. Queen Thorn shook her head at Count Tully, asserting, "My lord, there is no flaw in His Majesty's strategy. I trust in the Ghost's might." "Indeed, I may have spoken out of turn." Blue Dawn hesitated, bowing his head in apology to Robin. Robin waved dismissively, his demeanor calm. "With the strategy firmly established, I shall now appoint the military leaders of the realm," Robin proclaimed. turning back to the war table, his voice resonant. In this war, I will directly lead as the military marshal. Count Tully, Galen, and my former loyal subject Boron. You three are appointed as army generals, each to command a legion towards King's Landing. Count Osbert, you shall serve as the naval marshal, fully responsible for the coastal defenses of the riverlands. Galen and Count Tully bowed in acceptance of their appointments, with the official documents to be presented post-meeting. Your Majesty, I too wish to partake, Oakshield interjected anxiously, eager to engage in the kingdom's first battle. Robin gestured for calm, urging him to remain patient. During our absence on the battlefield, you must diligently prepare the ships, consolidating the fleet of Old Town. Once the navy is thoroughly organized, our first action will be to besiege Lannisport, but refrain from assaulting. Await my command from King's Landing. Robin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, Fear not. For greater glories await you, whether it be in the Iron Islands or the Free Cities, grand naval battles lie ahead. How long until our forces can be assembled? Robin inquired of Count Tully. Approximately 1.5 months, Count Tully responded decisively. Chapter 45. Samwell Queen Thorne convened the nobles of the Riverlands. However, she did not order the immediate mobilization of the army. Each noble must promptly send ravens to inform their knights. Robin estimated that within this month and a half, they could only gather the primary battle-ready soldiers, while the ragtag peasant militia would require additional time to assemble. In this world, the difficulties of transport and communication posed significant constraints on troop movements. Subsequently, Robin, Queen Thorne, and others delved deeper into discussions regarding the marching routes, the allocation of the 3 legions, their composition, and logistical matters. This endeavor is evidently far from being fully planned. They require several more days to engage in thorough discussions and devise a comprehensive strategy. Today, Robin is solely responsible for establishing the overarching strategy, while the specific implementation methods will be meticulously analyzed and orchestrated by the royal ministers. Ultimately, it is only with Robin's endorsement that this vast machinery of the kingdom will commence its operations. After the meeting concluded, Robin gestured for Count Talib to remain, and Landau followed his directive to stand beside him. Galen, you too shall stay, Robin called out. We shall proceed to the training grounds at once. I have long heard of Count Talib's renown as a formidable warrior, and I have been eager to witness his prowess. Landau, maintaining a composed demeanor, merely bowed slightly and humbly replied, Your Majesty is too kind. Please lead the way. Robin signaled to Galen with a calm tone, Understood, Father. Galen respectfully nodded in response. The trio made their way outside the High Hall, the training grounds located adjacent to the third white wall, approximately a 10-minute walk away. Landau and Robin strolled side by side, engaging in light conversation. I hear the Count has 5 children. With such a lineage, your family is bound to flourish, Robin remarked with a smile. However, the previously serene Landau's expression darkened upon hearing Robin's praise. It was true that he had 5 offspring, but the eldest son, Samwell Tarly, had encountered difficulties. At the same age as Galen, he was inherently timid and lacked confidence, with a corpulent physique that rendered him slow and clumsy. Landau, a renowned star of Westeros, hailed from the Tarly family, known for its valor in battle. Their ancestors had even bequeathed a Valyrian steel greatsword, Heartsbane. Yet, in such a martial lineage, the emergence of such an heir was undoubtedly a source of sorrow for both himself and the entire Tarly family. Though it was difficult to articulate, Landau candidly shared the situation regarding his children with Robin. Our family motto is, I am the vanguard, yet my eldest son, Sam, cannot even outrun a few feeble soldiers, let alone earn the title of vanguard. Alas, Landau sighed, shaking his head. Robin was well aware of the issues plaguing the Tarly heir. In the future, to ensure that his second son could inherit the family legacy, Landau would send Samwell to the Night's Watch at the Wall, destined to serve there for a lifetime. However, in the unfolding tale, Samwell did not remain at the Wall. Instead, he mingled with Jon Snow. In response to the threat posed by the White Walkers, Samwell ventured to the Citadel in search of knowledge regarding their weaknesses. Upon entering the Citadel, this portly figure began to unveil his remarkable academic prowess. In a remarkably short span of time, he successfully employed the forbidden healing arts from the texts to cure what was deemed an incurable affliction, grayscale. With 2 generations of exceptional talent within the Tarly family, Robin contemplated incorporating both father and son into his fold. Since your eldest son is inadequate, do you not have a younger son? Robin inquired. Blander gently nodded his bald head and slightly turned to respond. The younger son is my youngest child, although he displays considerable bravery. He is merely 5 years old at present. I intend to observe him for a while longer. He did not conceal his desire to change the heir, but expressed it candidly. Given Robin's manner, he believed that the other party would not be constrained by the traditional customs of the continent and would comprehend his predicament. Did your eldest accompany you to the High Court? Robin asked. Blandor nodded in return. Yes, he came along, part of the patrol squad. I plan to train him further. And if he proves utterly inept, I shall summon Sam. I find this child quite intriguing. Robin smiled as he spoke. Indeed, Your Majesty. Blandor called upon a member of the patrol to bring Sam to the training ground. Robin refrained from further conversation, and soon they arrived at the training area. Upon seeing Robin, the soldiers on the training ground knelt on one knee in salute. Robin smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to rise quickly and not disturb his enthusiasm. The ground here had been compacted, becoming solid and firm. On the left edge of the field stood neatly arranged rows of wooden horses and stakes. On the opposite side of the field was a large target area for archery and various training exercises. Robin and his companions stood beneath the tall trees at the entrance, enjoying the cool shade while quietly observing the guards in training. Your Majesty, will you provide instruction personally? Blandor inquired hesitantly. No, we shall not engage today. Robin replied with a smile, shaking his head, his arms crossed over his chest. Let Galen demonstrate for us. Galen looked at him in confusion, tilting his head slightly, wondering. Did you not come to witness Blandor's prowess? Go ahead, find 5 warriors to spar against. Give it your all, leave no room for mercy, Robin commanded, without further explanation. Galen paused for a moment, then nodded and entered the field. 1 against 5. Indeed, Galen is valiant, Blandor remarked with a slight smile, his interest piqued. The Majesty seems confident in Galen's victory. Victory is assured, Robin asserted firmly, then turned to Blandor, emphasizing with a weighty tone, because he is my adopted son. Blandor raised an eyebrow, merely smiling without responding, and redirected his gaze to the training ground. Galen removed the ceremonial attire he had donned for the coronation, revealing his exaggerated physique for all to see. His upper body was remarkably muscular, as if countless bricks were hidden beneath his clothing, stretching it tight. His robust arms were encased in muscles as hard as iron chains, while his waist was thick as a mighty python. The youthful face paired with the physique of a formidable bodybuilder created a striking contrast, yet all could easily discern the immense strength contained within this form. Landa closed his lips, pondering the origins of the remarkable physique before him. The muscles were exaggerated to an almost unnatural degree. 5 guards, clad in light armor and wielding spears and shields, swiftly formed a circular formation, enclosing Galen in their midst. Without hesitation, they brandished their 5 blunt-headed spears, simultaneously lunging toward Galen. With a resounding shout, Galen swung his iron sword in a fierce arc, deflecting the 5 spears aside. He then clamped the 5 spears tightly with his left arm and side, channeling all his strength into his spine, which erupted in a powerful surge. In the face of such overwhelming force, the 5 guards were hurled together like gourds caught in a tempest, crashing to the ground in disarray. Their spears were effortlessly seized by Galen. Landa had anticipated an exhilarating duel, only to witness it conclude in such a display of raw strength. Ha ha ha. I told you so. Robin laughed heartily. Landa nodded in agreement, applauding Galen's splendid performance. It was indeed an unexpected battle. Being quick-witted, he was already deep in thought regarding Robin's intentions. Robin sought an opportunity to witness Galen's triumph in a contest of unequal power. Along the way, he had deliberately mentioned his timid eldest son. What could be the underlying purpose of that remark? The valiant Galen, the timid Sam. It seemed the new king was hinting at something, Landa mused. Robin did not afford Landa the luxury of further contemplation, stating directly, Galen's strength has been enhanced by my sorcery. Are you suggesting that Sam could also be endowed with such physical prowess through sorcery? Landa asked, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Robin smiled and nodded gently. Do not rush. Wait for your eldest son to arrive. Landa contained his excitement, having fully grasped Robin's intent. Galen approached and, at Robin's gesture, respectfully stood to the side. Moments later, the patrolling soldiers of Talus brought forth a hefty figure, a portly man jogging awkwardly. He resembled a clumsy, waddling bear, his steps heavy and cumbersome. Father, Sam wheezed, finally noticing Robin standing beside Landa. He hesitated momentarily, attempting to kneel before Robin. However, this motion caused his round belly to spill out from his ill-fitting leather armor, appearing somewhat laborious. Your Majesty, greetings. Sam's voice trembled, betraying his anxiety and trepidation. Robin scrutinized Sam, noting the boy had inherited his father's dark hair, gray eyes, and tall stature. Yet, Sam's excessive girth rendered the Talus family's otherwise strong features devoid of any semblance of authority. Robin kindly nodded at Sam, not waiting for him to rise. Clang. He drew the long sword from his waist and placed it upon Sam's shoulder, causing the rotund Sam to tremble with trepidation, his hands bracing against the ground. Sam Valtari, do you wish to pledge yourself to me as a foster son? Robin inquired with a smile. Sam Valtari, flustered and on all fours, lifted his gaze towards Count Tally. Confusion and unease clouding his eyes. Brandishing a stern expression, Randall glared at his eldest son and admonished sharply, Fool, do not delay in expressing your gratitude for His Majesty's grace. Chapter 46. Willing to serve you in death, I am willing, dear foster father, the chubby boy timidly replied. His round, moon-like face adorned with pale eyes, gazing up at the imposing figure before him. I hope I did not frighten you, Robin remarked, deeming the ceremony unnecessary as he sheathed his sword. Extending his right hand amicably, he encouraged, Rise now. It appears you need to cultivate your courage. Grasping Robin's hand, the boy attempted to rise, yet unexpectedly lost his balance and fell heavily once more. Randall's brow furrowed, ready to unleash another tirade, but Robin swiftly intervened, raising a palm to halt him and gently shaking his head. Robin bent down, grasping the boy's arm and effortlessly lifting his 200+ pounds. Brushing the dust from Sam's attire, the boy's small eyes darted nervously as his sweaty, pudgy fingers fidgeted against his velvet garment, and he mumbled, Foster father, I beg your pardon. Do not fret. Bravery can be forged through experience, Robin reassured him while meticulously adjusting the boy's collar. However, wisdom cannot be cultivated through mere training. I am far more eager to witness the surprises you shall unveil in your academic pursuits than in feats of valor. Randall observed in astonishment the tender exchange between Robin and his son. Their intimate gestures and words seemed genuine rather than feigned. Initially, he presumed Robin's desire to adopt his eldest as a means to garner favor, yet it appeared that Robin sincerely cared for and cherished the boy. Dear foster father. Sam's heart, stirred by such gentle words, found himself at a loss for how to articulate his feelings. The boy's mother had tragically perished during childbirth due to his considerable size, and shortly thereafter, his father remarried. Throughout Sam's childhood, he seldom encountered his father, who was either on the battlefield or en route to one. As the legitimate heir of the family, Sam faced a daunting upbringing under the care of his stepmother. The treachery of power struggles within noble households was both dark and ruthless. His stepmother would unjustly insult and blame him upon Randall's departure, only to don the guise of a dutiful wife and mother upon his return. A man like Count Randall, embodying the archetype of a hardened warrior, evidently lacked sensitivity towards the nuances of human warmth, rendering him oblivious to the tragic experiences endured by the boy during his formative years. No one has ever cared about my feelings. No one has shown concern for my happiness, nor does anyone know of the abuse I have endured. The chubby boy stifled the tears threatening to spill. Blue Dow's father always insisted that he behave like a man. Within the Tali family, the males were not afforded the privilege of weeping. I have no right to shed tears, Sam murmured, lowering his head and biting his lip. Noticing the stir of emotions within Sam, Robin immediately associated it with Blue Dow's character, realizing that this boy's childhood had likely been devoid of paternal affection. A gentle smile graced his lips as he opened his arms wide to the chubby boy. In the astonished gaze of Blue Dow and Gallon, he embraced Sam tightly. Sam trembled in Robin's embrace, his eyes moistening as he finally succumbed to tears. Feeling the warmth of his adoptive father's embrace and the strength of his arms, his heart gradually found solace. Robin gazed at him with benevolent eyes and said, My second child, I believe you are special. The 7 gods have stolen your courage, but I shall restore it to you. I am special. I will possess courage, the chubby boy whispered. Robin gently wiped the tears from his round face and spoke softly. This world does not solely rely on punishment and reprimand to mold a boy into a man. I will transform you in my own way, my child. You shall be reborn. Never before had the chubby boy experienced such intimate gestures. His round face flushed momentarily. Robin nodded affirmatively and then addressed Gallon. Gallon, take your younger brother to explore the gardens. I have matters to discuss with Count Blue Dow. Yes, father, Gallon replied respectfully. A complex expression crossed Gallon's face as he regarded his younger brother, a wave of confusion washing over him. Why was this chubby boy favored with such gentleness by their father, while he himself had to endure grueling trials? Brother, shall I take you to see the botanical maze? All right, brother, the chubby boy replied, following Gallon as they departed. Sam thought to himself, it seems that from this moment forth, my fate has taken a remarkable turn, blessed with a kind, kingly father and a formidable older brother. Robin watched with delight as the two brothers left. The grand plan had finally welcomed a valiant champion. Sam's intellect would contribute significantly to its success. In recent times, Robin had been engrossed in the machinations of power, negotiating interests with the nobility. This existence bred within him a profound sense of aversion and fatigue. Were it not for the necessity of power as a foundation for the grand plan, he would disdain the pursuit of the Iron Throne. Power is not strength. In a world of the extraordinary, personal greatness remains the true, ultimate aspiration. Your Majesty, does this child Sam truly merit such treatment? Blue Dao inquired respectfully. He could scarcely believe that a dark sorcerer could be so gentle and kind to a child, especially one who had once slaughtered an entire street. However, Robin's demeanor did not seem to be feigned, prompting Landor to inquire directly to avert potential future complications. After all, Sam was undeniably his own flesh and blood. Landor, do you believe I am so close to this child merely to win your favor? Robin asked with a smile, shaking his head. You have no true understanding of your child's remarkable talents. He possesses an extraordinarily powerful intellect and wisdom. I shall personally take Sam as my disciple. Are you suggesting that Sam will have the opportunity to learn your sorcery? Landor exclaimed in astonishment. Robin neither confirmed nor denied this, smiling as he responded. Sam will inherit all my extraordinary teachings, and I shall devote myself entirely to his training. I have said it before, Sam is special. Landor found himself at a loss for words to express his gratitude, though he understood that Sam might not master the art of ghost sorcery. The myriad of remarkable spells that Robin possessed were indeed formidable. He declared with conviction, Your Majesty, such a great favor. The Tully family is willing to serve you unto death. You need not go to such lengths. Sam's relationship with me will further my true endeavors. I have yet to reveal my leverage, Robin chuckled. True endeavors? Landor queried, puzzled. In a few days, when Scholar Cobain arrives, I shall have him elaborate, Robin replied, choosing to withhold further details for the moment. He had grown weary of repeatedly introducing grand plans, feeling akin to a mere salesman. He would leave the recruitment to Cobain. Now, I wish to offer you the genuine leverage to win over the Tully family, Robin stated, locking eyes with Landor. Landor gazed at Robin in astonishment. There was indeed leverage? Robin raised a hand to silence him, urging him to listen attentively. The leader of the valley has been slain by the designs of the Lion House, and now finds himself embroiled in internal strife. Once you subdue the valley, Eagle's Nest will be a reward I bestow upon the Tully family. Robin made an enticing promise. The Tully family must extricate themselves from the Golden Rose family. As Robin placed great importance on Landor's military prowess, the most effective course of action would be to elevate them to direct vassals. Your Majesty, I am at a loss for how to repay you, Landor expressed, truly moved to the brink of tears. In his heart, the honor of his family outweighed all else. Now, Robin was directly promoting the Tully family to become one of the 7 guardians. What a tremendous favor. Robin smiled and patted Landor on the shoulder. Do well. I never shortchange my loyal subjects. I entrust my life and honor entirely to you, my king. Landor bowed his head, thumping his chest solemnly. Days passed. Following the coronation and the re-establishment of the Targaryen dynasty, Robin promptly commanded the Mad Queen to release the ravens, summoning Boron and Cobain to the High Hall. Boron, as Robin's old minister and a crucial pillar of the future dynasty, would assume the role of the army general in this conquest. Robin planned to involve him in the kingdom's first war, assigning relatively manageable tasks so that Boron could accrue experience. Cobain, as the scholar, would accompany the royal court, assisting in daily affairs and contributing to the council meetings, making decisions on various academic matters. Since Robin took command of the Old Town and commissioned Cobain to establish the Umbrella Research Institute, he has deliberately allowed Cobain to accumulate leadership and management experience. Only when confronted with significant challenges and core technological research do Robin and Cobain personally engage. Cobain's daily responsibilities primarily involve guiding research directions and overseeing the initiation and acceptance of research projects. Tasks such as material collection, optimization of experimental tools, testing of samples, and risk management are entrusted to the Institute's scholars. The solitary research approach of the past has long been dismissed by Robin. His ambition is to create a vast experimental ground throughout the world of Game of Thrones, in a realm where magical powers are relatively weak. Relying on thousands to unravel the secret of immortality is undoubtedly a fool's errand. Gaining absolute supremacy over the continent is merely the first step in his grand design. Transforming this land into a testing ground for his larger scheme is Robin's true objective. As for the Iron Throne, one need only ask the astute modern individuals who, upon entering the Game of Thrones realm, would vie for a mere broken iron chair, utterly useless and easily discarded. After a moment of internal lamentation, Robin concluded his daily review. His previous days in the stock market had cost him dearly, leaving him with nothing but the habit of reflection. At that moment, Miss Yalin gracefully entered, carrying a tray of wooden tokens. "Your Majesty, it is time for the daily card drawing," she gently reminded him. Robin, with a troubled expression, pushed aside the tray, filled with tokens representing noble ladies. He grimaced, massaging his lower back with a sigh, declaring, "Today is a day of rest." Yalin stifled a laugh at his words. "I have pressing matters at hand. We are on the brink of war with the Lannisters. I need to interrogate the female spy, Shiri, whom we captured recently." Without further elaboration, Robin rose and exited the room. Chapter 47. The Chosen One. As Robin reached the doorway, he donned a long cloak. Its most distinctive feature was the hood, which enveloped his entire head, leaving only his eyes and nose visible. Ever since his coronation, wherever Robin went, he was met with a flurry of respectful bows and salutations, which had become tiresome. Thus, it became his custom to wear a hooded cloak reminiscent of an assassin's attire when stepping outside. Those familiar with him would recognize it as Robin discreetly venturing out, offering only a nod in acknowledgement, while strangers would merely perceive him as somewhat peculiar. The Rose Prison, located deep within the Botanical Maze, serves as a facility for housing high-profile criminals. This prison is not accessible to just anyone. It is an opulent confinement designed specifically for nobles. In a society characterized by noble privileges, captured enemy nobles during warfare are typically not executed or mistreated. Instead, they are well-fed and cared for, awaiting their families to redeem them with gold or other conditions. In the Rose Prison, not only are the guards strikingly beautiful women, but it is also equipped with a swimming pool, a massage room, and a plethora of luxurious amenities too numerous to detail. Ciri finds herself confined within one of the most opulent independent villa cells. Her limbs are adorned with separate steel bracelets, each connected to long iron chains, which extend to the four corners of the room. Whenever a maid enters to deliver food or when Robin pays a visit, the chains are tautly pulled by the guards outside, suspending Ciri in a star-like position mid-air. This method of confinement has been meticulously designed for her. Her extraordinary physical prowess has rendered traditional shackles ineffective, having already led to the demise of several attendants. At this moment, the enigmatic and alluring silver-haired woman is draped in a delicate, flowing white robe, gracefully moving about the villa to stretch her body. The fabric of the robe is as gossamer as a cicada's wing, seemingly ready to be whisked away by the slightest breeze. It clings closely to her figure, accentuating her exquisite curves and graceful silhouette. The neckline is slightly open, revealing her elongated neck and collarbone, while the contours of her ample, yet modest bosom faintly emerge beneath the garment. The hem of the robe reaches just above her knees, exposing her long, powerful, and fair legs. She leisurely strolls to a round table fixed to the floor and takes a seat beside it. In the center of the table lies a wooden fruit bowl brimming with fresh grapes. She plucks one and savors its flavor, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Savoring the juice on her fingers, she emits a soft pop. With her back straight and her posture elegant and dignified, she resembles a courtly lady. Yet, her movements exude a wild, carefree spirit, akin to an untamed leopard, ever poised to break free from her restraints. As she emerges from her moment of sensory delight, a profound sadness wells in her eyes. The man who dominates her life frequently visits this prison, extracting information about the world of monster hunters from her. His insatiable greed drives him not only to desire his own ancient bloodline, but also to covet the entirety of the monster hunter realm. A sudden creak announces the opening of the cell door. Ciri instinctively shudders. It is not yet mealtime, so he must be arriving once more. Robin enters the room with a calm demeanor, effortlessly shedding his outer robe and casually hanging it on the coat rack by the door. His actions as natural and composed as a gentleman returning home from work. "Ciri, I'm back," Robin calls out with a smile. Ciri remains seated, her back to him, her hand subtly resting beside the wooden fruit bowl. Her ear tilts slightly, gauging the distance between herself and Robin, poised to spring into action at any moment. Though she has failed multiple times, as long as this man continues to seek intimacy with her, she will always find an opportunity. Robin and Ciri have exchanged intimate proximity on numerous occasions, leaving him well aware of her intentions. With a snap of his fingers, he captures her attention. The guards outside the room heard the command, and the chains were swiftly pulled taut. "No," Ciri cried out, once again suspended in midair. Her body formed a large letter T. Robin approached Ciri, scrutinizing her form while recalling the intricate details of the woman before him. "Ciri Fiona Elin Rhiannon, a name that resonates as a legend throughout the Witcher universe. The titles she bore could stack as high as mountains: the Queen of Nilfgaard, Princess of Sintra, Duchess of Brugge, and Countess of Sodden, heir to the Isles of Skellige, Lord of Atre and Aelor, and the Duchess of Riven and Yamarak. Few possessed such an extraordinary lineage. Born with an unparalleled source of magic, coursing through her veins was the ancient blood of the world's pinnacle, the daughter of the most powerful emperor known in the Witcher realm. Yet, her fate was equally tumultuous. Born into royalty, she had also wandered the streets, raised by witchers. Accompanied sorceresses, lived a life of peril with a band of rogues, and engaged in ceaseless discourse with learned professors. She had tasted freedom and endured the bitterness of enslavement. Thus, Robin discerned a captivating contradiction in Ciri's T-shaped form. She resembled a boisterous mercenary, drinking, feasting, and fighting. Yet, within her brow and movements, she occasionally betrayed her noble origins. Robin had made a pact with Ciri. Should she bear him offspring, he would grant her freedom upon the return of the magical tide. The more children she bore for Robin, the greater his support would be, providing armies for restoration, aiding in the resistance against the wild hunt that pursued her, and more. However, having endured countless tribulations and witnessed the treachery of humanity, Ciri harbored no faith in Robin's honeyed words. She had never relinquished her desire to escape his grasp, and her resolve for freedom had never wavered. Naturally, Robin had grown accustomed to the ineffectiveness of his deceptive tactics. You should consider how our collaboration could benefit us both. My army could enter your world, and you would gain powerful allies and support, Robin earnestly stated. All right, I've agreed to you countless times. Just unshackle me first. Ciri replied with a smile. Robin pursed his lips, looking at Ciri with a resigned shrug. I did release you once, but you squandered my trust by attempting to kill me and flee. With a swift motion, Robin tore Ciri's white robe, revealing the cool attire he had specially designed for her. Her figure was tall and slender, proportionally harmonious, exuding an aura of elegance and strength. Unlike the noble ladies like Miss Yalin and Lady Aileen, Ciri's physique was more athletic, featuring distinct, flowing muscle lines that conveyed a remarkable sense of power. The loose, flowing robe was torn away, revealing an unexpectedly voluptuous and upright bosom. The flawless curves held one's gaze captive. Her waist was slender and taut, devoid of any excess flesh, showcasing her remarkable physique and disciplined fitness regimen. Her hips were full and rounded, creating a striking contrast with her waist, exuding an aura of feminine allure. Thus, we must re-establish trust. Do you understand? Robin did not wait for Ciri's response. Is the trust you speak of merely catering to my whims? Ciri retorted defiantly. Have you heard of Stockholm Syndrome? Robin replied with a smile. What is that? After completing the interrogation task, Robin calmly approached the cabinet, deftly unlocking it, and retrieved a hefty tome. Robin gently flipped through the pages, which clearly documented significant information regarding Ciri and the world of the Witchers. To ensure confidentiality, Robin had meticulously recorded the details in Chinese. The notebook contained thorough accounts of the nations and various extraordinary forces within the Witcher realm, allowing Robin to infer the overarching situation based on his understanding of that world. In the Witcher realm, two major powers were embroiled in war, the Nilfgaardian Empire and the Northern Kingdoms. As the conflict unfolded on northern soil, it was also referred to as the Northern War. According to the information obtained from Ciri today, she had departed from the Witcher world in the year 1268. Suggesting that the Nilfgaardian Empire's second wave of invasion had recently concluded. The Second Northern War had ended. This invaluable intelligence was to be securely stored within the cabinet, awaiting the moment when Robin would unify Westeros and elevate the Dragon King's domain to its zenith. His ambitions would then shift towards this world teeming with countless extraordinary beings. Today marked the final session of Ciri's training. After this, she would focus on nurturing her pregnancy. Carefully recording the latest information on a new page, he donned his robe and exited the cell. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight broke through, 13 days had elapsed since Robin's coronation, during which the nobles had been rallying their armies. The forces of the Reach had made camp in the plains outside Highgarden, their banners fluttering in the morning breeze. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, gently illuminating the encampment of the Reach's troops. Soldiers stirred from slumber, the embers of the campfires flickering in the morning air, casting a warm glow. As the sun ascended, the soldiers began to assemble, preparing for their morning exercises. Randall and Robin rode atop their majestic steeds, surveying the entire camp. Behind them trailed a cadre of nobles from the Reach, clad in splendid armor. Robin observed the soldiers busily organizing tents, tending to horses, and preparing food, Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Only 2 days remained before the army would embark. Chapter 48. The Dragon Egg. Having concluded their inspection of the encampment, Robin and the nobles were preparing to return to Highgarden when a scout hurriedly approached with news. "Your Majesty, allied forces have arrived." Upon hearing this, Robin and the others swiftly reined in their horses and turned to the direction indicated by the scout. In the distance, a cavalry unit was rapidly approaching, clad in uniform armor and wielding spears and shields, exuding an aura of strength. The towering banner at the forefront signified that these were the Knights of House Hyder. A faint smile graced Robin's lips as he remarked to his companion, "Landau, look. We have new warriors joining us. Dispatch orders to prepare for their arrival." Landau gestured to a nearby knight, who promptly approached to await directives. "Clear a section of the camp," Landau commanded. The knight immediately relayed the order, and the camp buzzed with activity as soldiers organized themselves to welcome their new comrades. Robin, mounted on his steed, led the nobles forward to meet the incoming cavalry. As the two cavalry units converged before the encampment, Boron dismounted and knelt before Robin. One hand clenched in a fist against his chest, respectfully proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Knights of House Hyder, part of the standing army, have gathered here to heed your summons." Robin nodded, raising a hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. "Excellent. What of Master Coben? The Chancellor and over 200 scholars are with the forces stationed at the rear." Boron replied as he rose. From Boron's letter, Robin was informed that House Hyder had brought over 30,000 soldiers. Anticipating that organizing such a large force would require considerable time, he decided, "I shall not wait for him. You may proceed with the camp arrangements and convene the organizational meeting afterward." With a subtle nod, he calmly instructed, "Landau, Galen, and Sam are to be notified as well." "Yes, Your Majesty," Landau responded, albeit uncertain of the nature of the organizational meeting, yet he complied without hesitation. Boron, however, understood the significance of the gathering and regarded Robin with curiosity, casting a sidelong glance at Landau. Coincidentally, Landau also turned to observe him, and their eyes met in silent acknowledgement. Boron flashed a grin, imbued with a hint of playful camaraderie, while Landau, maintaining his composure, offered a slight nod in response. Robin gestured for the accompanying nobles to disperse before redirecting his horse towards the natural marketplace, eagerly awaiting word from Boron regarding the army's arrangements. "Galen, Sam, come here," Robin called, and the two promptly approached, flanking him on either side. "Father, what is this organization?" Galen could not contain his curiosity. Robin turned his gaze to Galen's bandaged head, smiling as he replied, "There is no need to rush. You shall learn by evening." "Father, about that meeting," Galen began, but was interrupted by Sam, who chimed in, "Brother, since Father has said we will understand by tonight, it is best not to pursue it further now." Galen frowned slightly, but nodded in acquiescence to Sam. As evening approached, within the encampment of House Hyder, within a tent fortified with vigilance, Robin, Cobain, the madwoman, Rose, Boland, along with Garland and Sam, were gathered around an oval table. Cobain stood beside a blackboard at the front of the table, holding an object resembling chalk. As he elaborated on their plans, illustrating corresponding diagrams on the board, the genesis of the grand plan was the concept of proactive evolution, outlining the purpose of the Umbrella Corporation and the intricate relationships among its three main divisions, the Research Institute, the Consortium, and the Combat Division. Currently, the Research Institute had achieved remarkable breakthroughs: the Life Seed, the Soul Crystal, and the Philosopher's Stone. Cobain spoke fervently, gesticulating in the air, stating that their institute had successfully combined the Life Seed with the Philosopher's Stone to develop the second generation of Life Seeds. There was no longer a need for 2 surgical implantations. Instead, the effects of the Life Seed could be achieved through direct oral intake. Boland's palms tightened slightly. Although he had already heard rumors of Robin conducting human experiments, the product of those experiments, Garland, sat right beside him. Nevertheless, as Cobain meticulously detailed their monumental achievements from ground zero, Boland felt an overwhelming shock resonate within him. According to Cobain's statistics, the grand plan had already claimed the lives of over 3,000 individuals. The realization of this distant ultimate objective would surely demand the lives of countless others, an outcome that remained uncertain. Even Boland, who typically regarded human life as expendable on the battlefield, felt a chill of horror at the audacity of this plan. Now that he had embarked on this treacherous journey, retreat was no longer an option. Boland cast a glance at his eldest son, despite Sam's slight display of sympathy for the sacrificed lives. The chubby boy seemed exceedingly curious about the experimental process. At that moment, Garland abruptly raised his hand, interrupting Cobain. With enthusiasm, He exclaimed, "What an extraordinary achievement. Scholar Cobain, could you summon a test subject to demonstrate for us?" Garland smiled. Upon hearing Garland's request, Boland abruptly turned around, his expression akin to that of a ghost. His eyes wide with disbelief. Robin, Cobain, Rose, and the madwoman all regarded him with keen interest. "Is my request too excessive?" Garland's smile faltered, his hand awkwardly lowering. Sam similarly looked at his elder brother, his agile mind swiftly correlating Garland's physical characteristics with the reactions of the experimental subjects described by Cobain. In an instant, he comprehended the peculiar tension in the atmosphere. "Brother, have you forgotten something?" Sam prompted. "Forgotten what?" Garland inquired, perplexed. All right, Robin interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Garland, you may now remove your headscarf." Garland was not foolish. Upon hearing Robin's words and observing the reactions of everyone present, he quickly grasped the implication. "When did I become a test subject?" He cursed inwardly. No wonder that upon returning from the old town, his powers have been steadily increasing. He had thought himself exceptionally gifted, but it turns out. Trembling hands caressed his forehead as he unwound the layers of bandages, remnants of dried blood still clinging to them. At the center of Galen's brow, a minuscule red gem pulsated with a faint glow, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Surrounding the gem, a multitude of slightly protruding blue veins resembled serpents coiling upon his forehead. Blue Dow's pupils constricted slightly, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. He began to hesitate, questioning whether he should allow Sam to undergo the enhancement procedure. "What is on my forehead?" Galen inquired, reaching up to gently touch the area, feeling a small, hard protrusion akin to a grain of rice. Rose handed Galen a compact mirror, which he promptly grasped and held before him. Upon seeing the crimson philosopher's stone, Galen's mouth fell agape in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. "I believe Sam looks splendid as he is," Blue Dow remarked, concern for his son evident in his voice. He beseeched Robin, "Could we postpone this implantation procedure? Your Majesty, did you not previously express that you valued his intellect above all? Even without a formidable physique, it should not pose an issue, correct?" Just as Robin was about to acquiesce, Sam abruptly rose, determination etched across his face. "No, I wish to undergo this operation. I want to prove to my adoptive father that I possess the courage to face challenges, though the success rate stands at only 80%. If my elder brother can survive, so can I." "Ha ha, Sam, you truly are my most admired child," Robin chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Please, take a seat. I shall not permit you to take such risks. We can proceed once the life seed stabilizes." Sam was deeply moved by Robin's words, nearly overwhelmed with tears. Galen opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words, the ache within him too profound for expression. His gaze shifted between Robin and Sam. "Wait, father, dear brother, you share such a close bond here. Have you considered my feelings as the experimental subject?" Ultimately, despite being touched, Sam did not shed tears. While Galen's eyes began to glisten, a solitary tear cascading down his cheek. Cough, cough. Corbin cleared his throat to redirect attention. "Allow me to continue. As I was saying, the latest generation of life seeds. This new variant has integrated the Philosopher's Stone, eliminating the need for implantation. One can simply ingest it for successful parasitism. The side effects are almost negligible, and the enhancement ceiling remains unchanged, though the speed of enhancement is considerably slower than the first generation. Moreover, the mortality rate for noble parasitism has plummeted to below 5%, while the survival rate for commoners has risen to 5%. Corbin retrieved a transparent glass vial from his pocket, gently placing it on the table before pushing it toward Robin. Robin examined the vial closely, scrutinizing its contents. In a bottle filled with nutrient solution, a meatball the size of a peanut resides, adorned with numerous delicate tendrils that writhe and stretch outward, rendering the meatball reminiscent of a minuscule celestial body, cloaked in tendrils, adrift in the transparent liquid. Is this the new generation of life seeds? Its appearance bears an uncanny resemblance to cancer cells. Robin handed it to the nearby madwoman, prompting all present to gaze upon it. "What does it mean that the enhancement speed has slowed down by several dozen times?" Robin inquired. The initial seed took less than 2 months to augment Galen to the pinnacle of human physicality, Corbin elucidated, whereas this new version of the life seed, devoid of side effects, requires over 5 years to complete the process. Currently, the nobility within the Hytar army has secretly ingested the life seeds, and we are in the process of gathering and analyzing pertinent data. The parasitic site of the new life seed differs from the original. It resides in the lungs. We have unearthed some ancient methodologies for respiratory exercises aimed at enhancing lung capacity, which seem to expedite this strengthening process. This secret technique has been imparted to the nobles for practice. 200 scholars accompanying the army are diligently assessing the efficacy of the respiratory exercises, continually adjusting and refining the practice. Let us simply refer to this exercise as the breathing method, Robin suggested with a smile. Agreed, Corbin chuckled in response. Robin nodded appreciatively at Corbin's remarkable ability to refine the life seed in such a brief span. Fully aware that these achievements were the culmination of the collective efforts of thousands of scholars from the academic city and the towering spire. Corbin offered a slight nod in acknowledgement before returning to his seat at the oval table. Once Corbin concluded his discourse, Rose rose and exited the tent. Moments later, she returned with 4 attendants bearing a gem-studded golden chest, which they placed at the center of the oval table. The eyes of all present were instantly drawn to the magnificent chest. She placed her hand upon it and smiled at Robin, saying, "Your Majesty, this is the dragon egg we procured from Asia." Chapter 50, Malevolent Thoughts. With a slurp, the white dragon licked with increasing fervor, retracting its tongue and smacking its lips. The crimson glow within its 6 eyes had intensified to an unfathomable degree, rendering the pupils indistinguishable, the entire eyeball consumed by a blood-red hue. Robin sensed a surge of frenzied emotional waves emanating from the dragon's body. His eyes remained tightly shut, unable to open, his face drenched in the dragon's saliva. He could merely use his hands to brace against the dragon's head. Corbin observed from the side, gradually sensing something amiss. Initially, the dragon's behavior appeared to be one of affection and appeasement towards its master, but it soon morphed into an unsettling demeanor, as if it viewed Robin as a delectable morsel to be savored. "Robin, get away from it," Corbin urgently shouted, his voice laced with panic and concern. Robin acutely sensed the transformation within the white dragon. A ferocious aura emanated from its being, gradually extinguishing the affection he once felt for his master's father, replaced instead by a tempest of rage and madness. With a sudden cry, Robin struggled to open his eyes, only to be confronted by a colossal maw obscuring his vision, rushing towards him. "Damn it!" Robin cursed once more. The white dragon fiercely engulfed his entire head within its maw, leaving only his neck exposed. Just as the frenzied beast prepared to crush him, a pair of obsidian claws seized its jaws. The phantom exerted every ounce of strength to resist the dragon's grip. Yet, perhaps due to the white dragon's regained vitality, it proved impossible to prevent the jaws from sealing shut. The enormous teeth at the front of the dragon had already sunk deeply into the back of Robin's skull, inflicting grievous injury. At that critical moment, a dull thud resonated through the air as a shadowy figure struck the dragon's head. It was Landa, who, recognizing the dire situation, decisively struck the white dragon with the hilt of his sword. Following the assault, the pressure of the dragon's jaws slackened, allowing the phantom to pull Robin free from its grasp. Swiftly, the phantom mounted the dragon, using its full weight to subdue the creature. Under Cabin's command, soldiers hastily retrieved iron chains designed to restrain experimental subjects. With the soldiers' assistance, the white dragon was securely bound, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling, rendered immobile. Robin spat a mouthful of blood, cradling the back of his head, and staggered to the side of the white dragon, delivering a forceful kick. "It can't be a mad dragon, can it?" The madwoman pondered, picking up a bandage beside Gallon to tend to Robin's wounds. "Perhaps. I sense the white dragon's emotions are gradually stabilizing." Approaching the dragon's head, Robin observed the diminishing crimson glow in its eyes. Cabin picked up a candle from the wall and slowly approached the dragon, squatting down to illuminate its gaze. He scrutinized the dragon's eyes, carefully noting the changes. "Its madness seems to be linked to the blood-red light within its gaze," Cabin remarked, furrowing his brow. The crimson glow in the dragon's eyes vanished completely, revealing crystalline, translucent pupils. No longer did it struggle. Instead, it tilted its head, gazing at Robin with an expression of innocence and vulnerability. "Release the chains binding it," Robin ordered. Sensing the white dragon's return to normalcy, once liberated, the dragon joyfully leaped, then crawled to Robin's feet, displaying an affectionate demeanor. "You nearly harmed 2 of your own upon hatching. From now on, you shall be known as Evil Thought," Robin said, stroking its snout and feeling the delicate yet resilient scales. The dragon, now named Evil Thought, nuzzled against his palm. Robin chuckled, surprised by the dragon's affectionate nature in its normal state. From now on, arrange for the dragon guards to monitor Evil Thought closely. If its eyes flicker with red light, it should be restrained for a time. Robin instructed Landa. "Yes, Your Majesty," Landa replied, bowing his head. "Master Cobain, do you sense the magical energy?" Robin inquired while caressing the dragon's head. "No, I still cannot perceive the magical plane as usual, Cobain replied, shaking his head. It seems my first prophecy was erroneous. We must wait until the year 298 of the conquest for the tide of magic to return, Robin remarked. Your Majesty, the successful hatching of a dragon is undoubtedly exhilarating. It not only attests to the purity of your Targaryen bloodline, but also alleviates the concerns of those nobles who aspire to join the Dragon Lords, Blando stated, observing Robin's intimate interaction with the White Dragon. Regrettably, my daughters are still too young, Blando lamented. The Targaryen dynasty will experience unprecedented unity, and our plans to conquer the continent will proceed more smoothly, the Mad Queen concurred. Robin smiled and patted Blando's arm, reassuring him, do not worry. My bed will always have room for them. Blando chuckled, not believing that Robin's words were merely self-serving. It has been confirmed that true dragon blood flows through Robin's veins, and those nobles who were previously hesitant would be eager to offer their daughters to him. It is foreseeable that Robin's bed may indeed become quite crowded in the future. At that moment, Cobain interjected, we must prioritize the collection of colossal dragon eggs like malice. If discovered, we should seize them, even at the cost of destroying cities and kingdoms. With over 30 dragon lord families in the ancient freehold, the Targaryen family ranks among the lesser ones. This colossal dragon egg may very well belong to the true dragon of Valyria. The Mad Queen asked, are you suggesting that malice could surpass Balerion, the Black Dread? Balerion, known as the Black Dread, was the dragon ridden by Aegon the Conqueror during the Conquest Wars. Recognized as the largest dragon known in Westeros, Cobain affirmed. Indeed, Cobain replied. Blando announced the birth of malice in Highgarden. I shall bring it to inspire the soldiers during the oath-taking ceremony in 2 days. Yes, Your Majesty, Blando responded. General Blando, there are 2 matters requiring your cooperation with the Research Institute, Cobain said to Blando. Blando nodded, signaling him to continue. Now that we are all under the aegis of the protection umbrella, we must adhere to its regulations. Once the Research Institute has demands, Blando, you have no grounds to refuse. Given that the stability of the newly developed life seeds has been thoroughly tested, we now require extensive data on the reactions of these seeds to the breathing technique. Therefore, we need to conduct widespread parasitic experiments among the nobles of the army. Understood. Blando nodded. I shall arrange a banquet to cover the mass parasitism. Cobain smiled and nodded. All the life seeds currently in the Institute's inventory have been extracted from prisoners during the last coup in Old Town. As malice has already consumed over 100 life seeds, our stock is facing a severe shortage. Blando pondered the raw materials for life seeds, human souls, and the flesh and blood of nobles. I shall entrust the intelligence regarding the illegitimate child of Highgarden to the Black Hand of the War faction, responded Landau, indicating his reluctance to personally involve himself in the matter. As a prominent noble, should he be discovered covertly hunting noble bloodlines, his political career would be irrevocably tarnished. No problem, I shall arrange for the Black Hand's hunting operation, stated Poland. Observing their collaborative progress in the experiment, Robin finally felt a sense of relief. The Umbrella's power was steadily growing, and the grand plan was accelerating in both speed and efficiency. Landau, Poland, this expedition differs significantly from previous wars. Robin raised a hand, signaling them to heed his forthcoming words. Regarding the soldiers we are conscripting, I do not intend for them to return to the noble castles and estates. Landau stood upright, fully attentive to Robin's discourse. Poland leaned against the long table, arms folded across his chest, listening intently. In the campaign to conquer Westeros, you must find a way to integrate these noble retainers, establishing a formidable standing army. Do you understand? Without hesitation, Landau thumped his chest, assuring the completion of the task. Poland furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement. No problem. Robin was aware that this task was no small feat. Wresting soldiers from the nobility would be arduous. Yet he believed that the capabilities of the 2 before him would suffice. Thus, the meeting concluded. Garland was silently overwhelmed in the corner. 2 days later, the Riverlands mustered their troops. On the plains outside Highgarden, groups of soldiers were meticulously arranged in squares as per Robin's instructions. The entire expanse of the plain was dominated by the Riverlands army, with soldiers standing orderly behind their family banners. A wooden platform, about 10 meters high, was erected at the forefront of the formation, where Robin stood surveying the entire plain, flanked by the nobles of the Riverlands. Unlike Robin, the nobles did not gaze upon their soldiers. Instead, they shielded their eyes with their hands, fixating on the young dragon, the dark thought, circling above. Even under the piercing sun, with tears blurring their vision, their fervor remained undiminished. Behold the dragon. After a century and a half, it soars once more across the skies of Westeros. The king had not deceived them. His majesty flowed with true dragon blood, and they, along with their wives and daughters, had struck gold. The cries of the dragon echoed in the air. The dark thought danced gracefully, swirling and gliding, as if performing an aerial ballet. It seemed to revel in the joy of unrestricted flight while surveying its domain. The soldiers gazed upward in awe, marveling at its beauty and majesty. Some even perceived this as a divine manifestation, earnestly praying and worshipping it. As the dragon's roar drew nearer, the nobles on the platform struggled against the fierce winds, squinting against the onslaught. With a tremendous thud, the dark thought descended upon the platform, causing the wooden structure to creak under the strain. Astonishingly, the creature, having hatched merely 2 days prior, had already grown to the size of a water buffalo, its stature more than doubled. Beneath the radiant sunlight, its scales shimmered with a dazzling silver hue. Chapter 51, We Shall Make History. It seemed that the avarice in the eyes of the nobles ignited a ferocious instinct within the malevolent entity, causing its 6 eyes to blaze with a crimson light. With a piercing roar, the malevolent entity bared its fangs and unleashed a shrill cry that reverberated painfully against the eardrums of the nobles, who were compelled to cover their ears with their fingers. Some nobles, in sheer terror, stumbled to the ground, acutely aware that the last time a white dragon was born, it had cost Galen an arm, which still lay incapacitated in the high court. Silence, Robin exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he turned toward the malevolent entity. Do you wish to be muzzled and shackled once more? The creature complied, closing its mouth and snorting at the nobles. It then approached Robin, gently rubbing its dragon head against his palm, akin to a cat yearning for affection. A continuous purring emanated from its throat, as if it were nuzzling Robin in endearment. Robin smiled and shook his head, tenderly stroking the creature's snout. Amidst this affectionate exchange, the turmoil within the malevolent entity began to subside, its frenzied state calming as the crimson glow in its eyes gradually waned, returning to their normal state. Your Majesty, the malevolent entity, symbolizes your majesty and strength. Its presence will undoubtedly fortify our kingdom, declared one noble loudly. Indeed, the malevolent entity shall empower our army, rendering us invincible. Another noble echoed. The nobles lavished Robin with praise, extolling the benefits the great dragon would bring to the realm. Blue Dow stepped forward, interrupting the sycophantic flattery, and informed Robin that they were prepared to make a pre-battle proclamation. His eldest son had been adopted by Robin, who had begun to delegate military planning and management responsibilities to him. Although Blue Dow did not hold the title of deputy marshal, he had effectively begun to exercise its authority. In recent days, Count Talib had shown unwavering loyalty to Robin, disregarding even the commands of the Golden Rose, demonstrating a steadfast commitment to follow Robin unflinchingly. Very well, my vassals, Robin said with a smile. I appreciate your compliments. Let us not keep our warriors waiting too long. Let us commence our war mobilization. The nobles respectfully complied with his command. From the side, four attendants approached, carrying a large copper horn over a meter in diameter. This rudimentary sound amplifier, developed by the old town, effectively magnified sound, allowing a greater audience to hear. Robin positioned himself near the horn's curved mouth, inhaled deeply, and then proclaimed loudly into the opening, My warriors, today we embark on a journey to a wondrous place, King's Landing. Do you know what our purpose is? To vanquish the formidable Lannisters? No, we are here to make history. We are here to conquer all of Westeros. Robin clenched his fist tightly, raising it high above his head. The nobles mirrored the king's gesture, vigorously raising their fists in unison. The soldiers were invigorated by Robin's declaration of battle. Their hearts surged with fervor and passion. Each raised their fists high above their heads, vigorously waving them in the air. Robin spread his palms downward to silence the crowd, and continued to shout with fervent enthusiasm. Indeed, we are the architects of history. We shall be the heroes of the Targaryen kingdom and the Reach. When we return home in glory, our neighbors will raise their thumbs in admiration, proclaiming, Behold, our great heroes have returned triumphant. Forward, my warriors, grasp your swords. The annals of the Targaryen dynasty will be inscribed by the blades in your hands. Conquer King's Landing. Conquer Westeros. Robin bellowed the rallying cry, drawing his Valyrian steel sword and pointing it skyward. Conquer King's Landing. Conquer Westeros. The noble knights roared in response. Robin's impassioned oration ignited a fire within their hearts, stirring their blood and fervor. They were prepared to embark on a journey, fighting resolutely for future victories and glory. As Robin gazed upon the spirited army arrayed on the plain, he too felt a surge of enthusiasm. He envisioned how splendid it would be if this scene were accompanied by the theme of Game of Thrones. "Your Majesty, an impeccable speech," Laner praised as he approached. Robin nodded in acknowledgement, taking a few sips from a vessel of clear water offered by the Mad Queen. "Let us embark, my general." Laner returned a solemn salute, then stepped forward to signal the commencement of their expedition. Over 200,000 soldiers from the Reach marched in orderly ranks, advancing with precision. At the forefront of the formation, a massive banner waved proudly, emblazoned with a three-headed red dragon on a black field. This herald represented the dynasty and has now become the faith of all noble soldiers from the Reach. The sheer number of troops was overwhelming, a sea of heads, each face resolute with determination. Whether by Robin's promotion of the Dragon King lineage, the invincible specter of sorcery, or the dark allure of dragons soaring through the skies, they were imbued with an unwavering belief in victory. "Lady Olenna, has Garland's condition improved?" Robin inquired of the Queen of Thorns, who stood nearby. "Your Majesty, Garland has regained consciousness, but he is not yet fit to accompany the army," she replied, observing the vast host of soldiers. After Garland sustained grave injuries, Robin had appointed Lord Redwine of the Arbor to command in his stead, for the Redwine family is among the most powerful nobles in the Reach. "Once he has fully recovered, I shall reinstate him as the commander of the army. The unexpected events during the dark sorcery's emergence will warrant some compensation for the lad," Robin remarked as he gazed upon the army preparing to march. "It is of no concern, Your Majesty. He has contributed to the kingdom," the Queen of Thorns said with indifference. Robin nodded slightly and turned to Laner, asking, "How long will it take us to march from Highgarden to King's Landing?" "At a regular marching pace, it will require approximately 3.5 months, Laner replied. Robin's brow furrowed in frustration, grappling with the harsh realities of the medieval age. The war has yet to commence, yet nearly half a year has already been consumed in the march. A conflict aimed at unifying the continent demands several years merely for the journey. This protracted expenditure has been the primary impetus for Robin's desire to resort to unorthodox methods to achieve unity. "Let us accompany the army," Robin commanded. "As you wish, Your Majesty," replied Landau. The forces of the Riverlands are divided into 3 divisions. The left army, led by Poland and Oak, is tasked with assisting the center army in launching assaults. They will traverse the Silver Mountain Path to execute a surprise attack on Deep Hollow Castle, severing the connection between the Western Territories and King's Landing. The center army serves as the command center and the main force, personally led by Robin with Landau directing military operations. They will advance directly along the Rose Avenue to King's Landing, undertaking the principal combat responsibilities. The right army, commanded by Chief Redwyn of the Isle of Green, will navigate the waterways, embarking from the Mand River to King's Landing, also responsible for shielding the center army and transporting essential supplies. What follows is the tedious and relentless march. Even on the spacious and smooth Rose Avenue, Robin ordered the troops to quicken their pace, yet they could barely cover 50 miles a day, as the soldiers required sustenance and rest. As time flows, they have been on the march for over 2 months. Aside from brief respites at the castles they passed, they have not halted for any significant duration and have encountered no noteworthy adversaries. Now, they are approaching the infamous Bitter Bridge, the boundary between the Riverlands and the Crownlands. An ancient stone arch bridge spans the Mand River, originally known as Stone Bridge. 2 centuries prior, soldiers of the church, armed and rallying the impoverished, revolted, only to be ruthlessly ambushed by the merciless Maegor, resulting in the slaughter of over 10,000 peasant soldiers upon the bridge. It is said that the Mand River ran red with the blood of the fallen for a stretch of 20 miles, leading to the bridge's ominous renaming. Standing upon the Bitter Bridge, Robin could not help but feel a surge of emotion. He had traversed into the world of Game of Thrones for half a year. Yet remarkably, half of that time had been spent on the arduous march. Suddenly, the surface of the Mand River erupted in massive splashes and whirlpools, as if some colossal creature were thrashing within. Moments later, a dragon's head, resembling that of a whale, emerged from the water, its jaws clenching a wildly struggling beast, a 10-meter-long, plump lizard lion. The immense dragon's head loomed like a small island upon the river's surface, its jaws lined with serrated teeth, piercing the lizard lion's flesh, blood gushing forth from its wounds. With a triumphant cry, it seemed eager to present its catch to Robin, who, with a dark expression, forbade it in High Valyrian. In the 3 months on the road, aside from the ever-growing bellies of the women, the most notable change has been that of the White Dragon, a creature of malevolent intent. Daenerys's black dragon had grown to over 30 meters in just a year, a feat that Robin had previously criticized as a cheat. Now Robin comprehends the true essence of demise, the malevolent thought. In merely 2 months, this sinister entity has grown to an astonishing length of over 40 meters. with a terrifying wingspan exceeding 50 meters. During these 2 months, Coben and the accompanying scholars have diligently studied this malevolence, continually providing it with life seeds. Due to a critical shortage of life seeds, bandits, robbers, and wild folk along the way have met a grim fate, captured by the army from the depths of the mountains to serve as expendable resources. Not a single criminal confined in the castles along the route was spared. All were delivered into the belly of the malevolent thought. Under Coben's grandmotherly nurturing techniques, the growth rate of this entity is nothing short of astonishing, its size increasing by several meters each day. After meticulous research, Coben discovered that although the malevolent thought has devoured a substantial quantity of life seeds, digesting most of them for nourishment, a portion has successfully parasitized within its body, with scholars identifying their presence near the creature's thorax. They ultimately concluded that the malevolent thought is a dragon capable of initiating active evolution. Initially, Landau intended to employ cunning tactics such as ambushes to seize King's Landing. But upon witnessing the malevolent thought, he gasped in astonishment and murmured, "Let us simply steamroll through." Robin gazed at the malevolent thought frolicking joyfully in the river's center, likening it to a mosasaurus gleefully rolling in the mud. The malevolent thought tossed an almost lifeless lizard lion into the air, then opened its massive jaws wide below, waiting. As the lizard lion plummeted, it snapped its jaws shut, instantly severing the creature in half, blood splattering everywhere, while the colossal dragon's head reveled in the crimson shower. Its 6 eyes half closed in ecstasy from the brutal pleasure it derived. This was not an act driven by hunger. It was merely indulging in a cruel game for its own enjoyment. Adjacent to the Bitter Bridge lies the territory and stronghold of the Caswell family, where Robin's troops have begun to set up camp outside the castle. Within this stronghold, Robin encountered an unexpected individual, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. Chapter 52. Beneath the walls of King's Landing, Peter, of diminutive stature and average build, possessed a strikingly handsome visage. His gray-green eyes sparkled with cunning intelligence, and a small tuft of beard adorned his chin, while his dark hair was interspersed with hints of gray. Robin's first impression of this man was that Littlefinger's demeanor was particularly distinctive, his eyes glimmering with the shrewdness and agility of a fox. He adeptly concealed his true intentions, greeting Robin with a facade of warmth and amiable smiles. "My lord Robin, you are as the bards sing, handsome, majestic, and impeccably refined," Littlefinger reverently praised. Robin offered no response to Littlefinger's flattery, remaining seated in his place of authority, casting a disdainful glance at the man before taking a sip from his teacup. Littlefinger continued to stand there with a smile, undeterred by Robin's cold reception. He had anticipated such an interaction before arriving at the military camp by the bay as an envoy. "Your Majesty, please allow me to articulate the intentions behind my mission from King's Landing to your esteemed army," Littlefinger said with a smile. Robin scoffed once more at Littlefinger's use of honorifics. "The false King Joffrey had commanded me to ally with your Majesty, promising to betroth his sister to you and to bestow upon you the title of Prince of the Riverlands." Littlefinger's vest began to dampen with cold sweat. The inscrutable smile on Robin's face weighed heavily upon him. He began to ponder the information regarding this self-proclaimed Targaryen. He could summon invisible ghost assassins, hatch dragons that had vanished for centuries, and engage in grotesque experiments on his own nobles, mercilessly slaughtering commoners and annihilating ancient houses. Any one of these revelations would strain credulity for a normal person. Yet, Varys, the information master of King's Landing, unwaveringly asserted that his informant, the little bird, had witnessed it firsthand without error. "Huh," Robin mocked. The vassals standing in the hall shook their heads in disdain. They had watched the wickedness flourish to this monstrous scale, hardly taking the Lannisters seriously anymore. Littlefinger's gaze swept across the nobles in the hall, noting the derision and scorn etched upon their faces, alongside the unwavering confidence radiating from them. These signs confirmed the trustworthiness of Varys' intelligence. Given Robin's brutality, he realized he might not escape this castle alive. He swallowed nervously, his mind racing to rephrase his approach. Preserving his life was paramount. He must yield. With a thud, Littlefinger dropped to one knee, a sycophantic smile plastered upon his face. "Your Majesty, the foolish capitulation of the pretender king is undoubtedly an affront to you and merits the most severe punishment." The nobles erupted in laughter at Littlefinger's comical performance, akin to a conjuring trick. The smile on Littlefinger's face faltered as he sensed the specter of death looming over him. His knees buckled, and he fell prostrate, crawling towards Robin as he trembled, uttering, "Your Majesty, I am willing to surrender. I am of use. I can persuade the guards at the gates of King's Landing to open them, and I can significantly increase the port revenues of your city." Suddenly, a ghost appeared before him, seizing the collar of his garments and lifting him effortlessly as one would a kitten. Robin rose, his expression impassive as he regarded him. "Do you know what I despise the most? Betrayal." Robin led the way out of the castle, followed closely by the assembled vassals, while the ghost trailed behind, clutching Littlefinger. From the moment Robin had traversed into the realm of Westeros, he had sentenced this cunning man to death. Littlefinger's past deeds were notorious, poisoning Jon Arryn, causing Lysa's demise, instigating the War of the Five Kings, and sowing discord between Joffrey and Tyrion. His insatiable thirst for power knew no bounds. He would stop at nothing, even betrayal, to achieve his ends. His actions were devoid of any moral compass, driven solely by his ambition and desires. The individual aimed to establish a tyrannical dynasty, and could not tolerate any disruption or discord within the court. As for the deceitful promises made by Petyr Baelish to open the city gates, they were as flimsy as mere paper. At present, I find myself in a situation akin to that of Daenerys Targaryen upon her arrival on the shores of Westeros. Possessing an invincible dragon and a formidable army, it is certain that I shall directly obliterate the enemy's homeland. Shall I emulate Daenerys by seizing a tower? They arrived at a small hill, where the dragon, Viserion, was nearby, feasting upon a bull. Upon noticing Robin and his companions, it curiously leaned its massive head closer. This marked the first time Petyr laid eyes on a dragon, its colossal form and fearsome spiked head mere meters away from him. He could distinctly scent the sulfur emanating from its maw, an aroma that sent shivers down his spine. Foreseeing his grim fate, Petyr pleaded incessantly, "Your Grace, please, do not." Without hesitation, Robin delivered a swift kick, sending Petyr tumbling down the slope. The dragon sensed the murderous intent in Robin's heart and extended its head toward Petyr. Robin raised an eyebrow, preparing to personally enact one of the most iconic executions from the Game of Thrones saga. He gazed down at Petyr and calmly uttered in High Valyrian. The dragon slightly parted its enormous jaws, revealing its crimson tongue. A torrent of searing white flames gradually coalesced in its throat, before erupting forth with astonishing might and ferocity. The unrelenting cascade of fire poured down like a waterfall, and within mere seconds, Petyr was utterly incinerated to ashes. The vassals bore witness to Petyr's remains being whisked away by the gentle breeze, fully aware that this served as a profound warning from Robin. "In my kingdom, there shall be no room for treachery." Leaving behind a single phrase, Robin turned away, his expression impassive. The vassals knelt, bowing their heads in solemn reverence, proclaiming loyalty, loyalty beyond words. 10 days later, beneath the walls of King's Landing, the forces of the Riverlands assembled, a dark mass stretching infinitely, tightly encircling the city as fortifications. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive air, as if the very essence of the air had grown heavy. A roar. The dragon's call echoed through the skies, resonating with a heart-stirring intensity. As Viserion matured, its voice deepened, becoming more robust and resonant. A roar. A roar. Cersei Lannister, alongside her children King Joffrey, the imp Tyrion, and Maester Pycelle, stood atop the walls of King's Landing, gazing up at the sovereign of the skies. Their eyes followed Robin and Viserion as they soared through the air, constantly shifting in angle and altitude. After circling the skies for a considerable time, Robin guided Viserion to a gentle descent behind the Riverlands army. Robin navigated through the gaps left by the forces, and in the span of 10 days, Viserion had grown once more, now measuring over 50 meters in length. The malevolent entity known as Evil Thought boasts 2 sinuous dragon horns that arch gracefully backward from its crown, glistening like silver in the sunlight, resembling colossal blades poised to pierce the heavens. Its formidable physique is enveloped in a dense layer of dragon scales, each glimmering like a silver shield, enveloping the entire body with unwavering fortitude. Between the scales, faint crimson patterns emerge, hinting at the inferno that rages within the giant's core. With a resounding thud, as Evil Thought traverses the ground, its robust legs stand like towering columns, effortlessly supporting its immense form. Each stride resonates with a steady, powerful rhythm, causing the very earth to tremble beneath its weight. As the dragon strides, all present are engulfed by the primal strength and majesty of this ancient being. Robin sits firmly in the dragon's saddle upon the beast's back, gazing upon the capital of the 7 kingdoms. In times of yore, prior to the establishment of King's Landing, the mouth of the Blackwater River was merely a wild expanse of forest, home to a handful of fishermen, with King's Landing itself being naught but a modest fishing village. The conqueror Aegon made landfall at the mouth of the Blackwater, erecting his stronghold atop the highest hill with earth and timber. This conqueror transformed King's Landing into the heart of Westeros. And I shall elevate it to the center of the world, Robin mused, filled with lofty aspirations. The city watchmen on the walls of King's Landing, clad in their golden robes, appeared as if faced with a formidable foe. The defenses, heavy crossbows, archers, and ballistae, were meticulously arranged along the battlements. They gazed in terror at Robin and the great white dragon, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of their adversary. How could they possibly defend the city against such a colossal creature? A profound sense of dread and unease enveloped them all. Perched atop evil thought, Robin's vantage point exceeded the towering walls by over 20 meters, allowing him to perceive the defenders' desperate resistance. His elevated gaze met that of several elegantly attired nobles atop the parapets, unmistakably members of House Lannister. The dragon emitted a thunderous roar, a proclamation of Robin's authority. A messenger from the Targaryen dynasty emerged from the ranks, advancing to a position 100 paces from the wall. Drawing a deep breath, the envoy summoned all his strength to declare, "Before you stands the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne, the rightful king of the Undulls and the First Men. The Dragon King of Valyria's freehold, guardian of the Seven Kingdoms, father of dragons, lord of sorcery, the Unburnt, the Green Hand, innovator of civilization, and king of the world, His Majesty Robin." Chapter 53. Cersei's pride. The emissary's resounding proclamation echoed beneath the battlements, yet silence met his call. Lando furrowed his brow, gesturing impatiently for the messenger to approach the wall. Reluctantly, the envoy advanced, acutely aware that crossing the 100-pace threshold would expose him to the archer's arrows. A threat of imminent peril. Undeterred, the messenger continued, "Lannisters and citizens within the walls, I am the envoy of the Targaryen dynasty. I come on behalf of the king and his army to deliver a final ultimatum. Surrender now, and you may yet preserve the lives of yourselves and your families. Otherwise, what awaits you is annihilation and death." Upon the walls of King's Landing, the diminutive figure known as the Imp could barely see over the battlements. Standing atop a stool to gaze at the distant white dragon, the core members of House Lannister, witnessing the shouting emissary below, wore expressions of contemplation. Only King Joffrey, in a fit of rage, vociferously refused to yield. Yet, all eyes turned to Queen Cersei, awaiting her verdict. The current circumstances evidently rendered them incapable of withstanding the dragon's assault. Their most formidable defensive weapon consisted of merely a few heavy crossbows. And even if these siege engines could slay the dragon, their cumbersome nature raised doubts about their accuracy. "Your Grace, I fear we lack the means to resist." Varys subtly inclined his head and conveyed to Cersei, "We cannot surrender, mother. I would be turned to ash by dragon fire. My little finger in Robin's grasp did not survive." Joffrey implored Cersei in terror. Cersei, arms crossed tightly over her chest, stared vacantly at the white dragon, unresponsive to anyone, lost in contemplation, seemingly weighing her options. Anxiously, Joffrey approached her, gripping her arms with desperation, pleading into her ear. Despite bearing the title of king, he remained but a 6-year-old child. Cersei, shaken by Joffrey's frantic motions, still remained fixated on the dragon. Suddenly, a tear cascaded down her cheek, illuminating a moment of profound despair. "I wager that dragon requires but a single breath to utterly obliterate the walls," remarked the Imp with a tinge of malice. Casting a sidelong glance at the malevolent force, he took a generous swig of wine offered by a servant, fully aware that such opportunities for indulgence were dwindling. Perhaps in the next moment, he too would be reduced to ash beneath dragon fire. "Look, the white dragon ascends again," Varys exclaimed. All gazes followed the soaring creature. The malevolent force circled in the sky before suddenly diving towards the segment of the wall by the Gate of the Gods. "By the gods, it's coming," the Imp screamed. At that moment, everyone atop the wall cursed the Imp's ill-fated words. As the dragon approached, it opened its massive jaws, its chest expanding as it voraciously inhaled air, incandescent flames coalescing in its throat. "Wait, why are those up there fleeing?" A Targaryen envoy, brimming with bravado below the Gate of the Gods, sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned his gaze upward and was met with the horrifying sight of the dragon descending upon him, as the malevolent force unleashed a torrent of fire. By the gods, the envoy perished. The dragon's fiery breath surged forth like a colossal tide, sweeping across the thoroughfare leading to the Gate of the Gods. The majestic city gate, having withstood the trials of centuries, crumbled to ruin in an instant, unable to endure even a fleeting 2 seconds. The dragon's breath surged forth, obliterating all obstacles in its path, dissipating only after traversing over 100 meters. In that moment, dark thoughts ascended into the sky, leaving behind a wasteland and a throng of terrified onlookers. The once broad and level thoroughfare lay in utter devastation, marred by charred remnants and scattered debris. The mighty gate of King's Landing was utterly annihilated, and the surrounding structures suffered varying degrees of damage, with some reduced to mere ashes. The imp gazed at the shattered wall, now resembling a precipice, his breath coming in ragged gasps, each inhalation seeming to tear at his chest, while his heart raced violently, threatening to burst forth from his ribcage. Just as he sank into contemplation, the furious 6-year-old King Joffrey stormed up beside him. With a resounding slap, Joffrey delivered a heavy blow to the imp's face, the force of which sent his head snapping to the side. "You wretched little creature. Your cursed tongue nearly brought about our doom." Joffrey's face contorted with rage, a visage twisted by fury. Cersei, Varys, Pycelle, and everyone on the wall secretly wished they had been the one to deliver that slap. "Your Grace, we must retreat at once. The wall is no more, and the enemy outnumbers us by dozens. We stand no chance," Varys urged the others. "What is there to flee to? The entire city of King's Landing is besieged. Even the harbor is blockaded," Cersei replied, her complexion ashen. The atmosphere atop the wall turned stifling, reminiscent of a frigid winter, as despair settled in, especially upon hearing the normally resolute queen's despondent words. "What shall we do?" murmured Pycelle, pacing restlessly atop the wall. It was the first time he regretted concealing the message from Robin White Dove. Had he known, he would have allied with House Stark to annihilate House Lannister. It was too late now, and his choices had proven to be foolish. Cersei, wiping the tears from her face with her sleeve, resolutely rose and walked toward the parapet. Her demeanor bore the unmistakable influence of her father, steadfast and domineering, along with the Lannisters' distinctive inclination for manipulation and power. Additionally, deep within her soul resided an unquenchable pride. "I am the queen of this continent, the queen regent. I shall not perish beneath the blades of wretched soldiers." She ascended to the wall's edge. "Your Grace." "Mother, no." Just as Cersei prepared to leap into the void below, another Targaryen envoy rushed to the foot of the wall, calling out loudly, "His Majesty Robin remains willing to accept your surrender, but there is one condition. Queen Cersei must spend the night upon his bed of state. The fate of the Lannister family hinges upon the ability of Queen Cersei." Cersei retracted her leg in an instant, her hands cradling her face as tears streamed from her eyes, overwhelmed with joy. She then leaped from the city wall, embracing Joffrey tightly and confidently declaring, "We need not face death." Joffrey, caught in his mother's embrace, was too young to comprehend the significance of Cersei's words. The malevolent entity unfurled its colossal dragon wings, soaring and gliding above King's Landing, issuing a heart-stirring roar. Robin rode the malevolent entity past the Godswood, traversing through Shoemaker's Square, gazing down upon the bustling city. His sight was filled with a panorama of thriving districts, opulent mansions, pavilions, barns, brick warehouses, wooden inns, market stalls, taverns, graveyards, and brothels, one after another. Even from such heights, he could still hear the clamor of the fish market. Broad boulevards wound through, alongside meandering narrow streets, and alleyways so narrow that two could not walk side by side. The marble walls of the Great September of Baelor encircled the summit of Visegnaz Hill, where 7 crystalline towers ascended majestically. On the opposite Renly's Hill lay the charred remnants of Dragonstone, the fallen ruins of a colossal dome, and the long-closed bronze gates that had remained so for a century. Between the two hills, the Silent Sisters' street stretched straight as an arrow, while sturdy fortified walls enveloped the exterior. The citizens bustled below like ants, diligently scurrying about, as the malevolent entity flew over Flea Bottom, the Red Keep. The palace of the 7 Kingdoms monarch came into view. It loomed over King's Landing from Aegon's Hill, comprising 7 massive fortified towers, an immense and imposing keep. Domed halls with enclosed bridges, barracks, dungeons, and storages, all constructed of pale red stone. It was Aegon the Conqueror who commanded the castle's construction, completed by his son, the cruel Maegor. Upon its completion, he executed every mason, carpenter, and architect involved, vowing that only the true heir of the dragon could unveil the secrets of the Dragonstone fortress. Yet now, the banners fluttering atop the walls were crimson rather than obsidian, and the place where 3 dragons once belched flames had become the domain of the roaring lion of House Lannister. After circling above the Red Keep, the malevolent entity directed itself towards the dragon lair atop Renly's Hill. There, it gazed towards the city gates and witnessed Targaryen soldiers surging through the breach in the walls, with the guards, gold cloaks, and red cloaks offering no resistance. In discussions of battle strategy, Robin had previously instructed Lando to endeavor to seize King's Landing through gentler means. The infamous reputation had only spread through the Riverlands, yet to reach all of Westeros. He wished to demonstrate some clemency to pave the way for the eventual subjugation of the Lords of the Seven Kingdoms. With the siege strategy firmly established, Robin commanded the malevolent entity to descend into the dragon lair. The once towering stone walls had crumbled, leaving only remnants of shattered walls. As if recounting tales of former grandeur, with debris and rubble scattered across the ground. The dragon lair, too, required reconstruction. Robin gazed upon the colossal edifice, his foot striking the ground littered with fragmented bones, uncertain whether they belonged to a dragon or a human. In the future, the Targaryen dynasty would undoubtedly possess a multitude of dragons. Should Robin decide to confine these majestic creatures together, they would indisputably become ecological marauders. Thus, dispersing the dragon population across the continent emerged as the most prudent choice. Robin intended to bring the strongest dragons along with his own progeny to King's Landing, where this dragon lair would serve as the sanctuary for these magnificent beasts. The sustenance required to nourish a single dragon would impose a considerable burden upon the earldom, and the scarcity of resources would compel these nobles to seek greater external wealth. In pursuit of more resources and riches, they would unify under their own volition to conquer and plunder other realms. Chapter 54. Harrenhal. At the heart of the dragon lair's ruins stood a grand statue, a remnant of the former Dragon King. Despite the ravages of time, its majesty and grandeur remained discernible. The statue's head had been shattered, and one of its wings lay broken, yet it stood resolute, as if guarding the remnants of this shattered dragon nest. A soft, sinister whisper echoed throughout the lair. Surrounding the dragon lair plaza were smaller structures, once auxiliary facilities, now reduced to mere ruins. Their walls and roofs had collapsed, leaving only a few stone columns and beams. Turning around, Robin's gaze fell upon the flickering eyes of the dragon, noting the faint crimson glow beneath its 6 sockets. He sighed and softly beckoned the tempestuous beast, urging it to lower its head in preparation for a soothing gesture. The dragon emitted a plaintive call, then obediently laid down in the plaza, its massive head resting before Robin. Even now, the height of its head surpassed Robin's stature, a testament to its rapid growth. The red light in its eyes seemed to swell with an ominous intensity. Gently stroking the bridge of the dragon's nose, Robin found it comforted enough to close its eyes. Yet, the crimson glow persisted, penetrating its eyelids and rendering them a fiery hue. Thus far, no means had been discovered to suppress or eradicate its frenzied state of mind, a condition that likely stemmed from its consumption of an excessive number of life seeds. Without these life seeds, mere sustenance of flesh and blood could not sustain its existence. Presently, the world remained under a magical prohibition. A dragon's departure from magic would only lead it to a slow demise. It could be said that the dragon's very life hinged entirely upon the life seeds. Only when the tide of magic returned would it cease its consumption of life seeds. The more it indulged, the more frenzied it became. The more it consumed, the larger it grew. As the number of life seeds devoured by the dragon increased, so too did the intensity of its madness. Robin sensed that, in due time, he might no longer be able to soothe the creature, and at that moment, this primordial beast would intermittently spiral out of control. A war machine, towering over 100 meters, revels in a bustling metropolis, a scene that epitomizes humanity's most harrowing catastrophe. The transition from the ominous red gleam in its eyes to complete madness occurs within a mere 15 minutes. Conversely, the restoration to normalcy demands 30 minutes. In light of these conditions, Robin intends to construct a dragon prison exclusively for this malevolent entity. When the forewarning of the red glimmer in its eyes manifests, he plans to bind it temporarily with robust steel chains, releasing it only upon its return to sanity. The main thoroughfare leading to King's Landing has been transformed into a scorched, deep trench, 5 meters wide and approximately 100 meters long, carved by dragon fire. Within the trench, pools of molten lava bubble ominously, emitting hissing sounds and radiating intense heat and smoke. One can only fathom the terrifying temperatures of the searing white dragon breath. Upon Blue Road's initial command to dispatch soldiers to apprehend members of House Lannister, the soldiers refrained from traversing this molten path, opting instead to veer westward, entering King's Landing through the iron gates. The Targaryen soldiers moved with precision through the outer city, ascending the battlements that soared over 20 meters high from the arrow towers. They swiftly removed the once fluttering banners of the Lannister lion, hoisting instead the 3-headed dragon flag of House Targaryen. The soldiers' primary objective was to seize critical military installations in King's Landing, with the former Gold Cloaks and Red Cloaks now imprisoned, the nobles of the Riverlands. stepping into this administrative capital of the continent, could not help but reflect on the grand ambitions of their sovereign. They were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. At Harrenhal in the Riverlands, a colossal fortress erected before the Conquest War graces the northern shore of God's Eye Lake. It stands as the largest bastion among the Seven Kingdoms, yet since the Conquest War, it has remained a dark and desolate place. This fortress has long been the inheritance Robin yearned to reclaim. However, it is currently under the dominion of Duke Tywin S. Lannister army, serving as a formidable stronghold against the Fishwolf coalition. Within the Tower of the Hand, Tywin, along with his eldest son Jaime and a host of vassals, convenes an urgent meeting to deliberate the current state of warfare. Anxiety and despair intertwine on their faces, creating a weighty tableau. Clearly, they are beset by profound concerns regarding the prevailing situation, with some already teetering on the precipice of despair. This war, an unforeseen upheaval, has caught them entirely unprepared. From the outset, they have faced limitations and found themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. The shadows in Tywin's eyes are thick and unyielding as he mentally curses the wretch who leaked the scandal of Cersei and Jaime's incestuous affair, wishing nothing more than to see that scoundrel dismembered. Since learning of Cersei's assassination of the entire Stark family, the astute and cunning Tywin has sensed the looming demise of the Westerlands. From a moral and just perspective, Joffrey, a confirmed illegitimate child of incest, is utterly unworthy of occupying the Iron Throne. His existence is an affront and a desecration to any noble, not to mention those subjects willing to pledge their loyalty to him. This portends the inability of our side to find any allies willing to form a coalition or provide assistance. It is a war destined for failure. Even the mighty lion Tywin finds himself powerless to alter its course. Nonetheless, all his children are in King's Landing, and he must confront this chaotic situation. The Duke of the North, Eddard, has taken the lead in rebelling against Joffrey, resolutely expressing his determination to avenge his late brother, King Robert. Subsequently, the Tully family of the Riverlands, related to Eddard, also joined this conflict. After being appointed as Hand of the King by his impetuous grandson Joffrey, Tywin swiftly led his forces to fend off the northern advance at the Green Fork, while his son Jaime commanded the troops against the Tully forces. The father and son split their forces, each engaging the enemy separately. Jaime encountered the Tully army at Stone Mill, a defeat. Tywin faced a bloody battle at the Green Fork against the North, a defeat. The Lannisters suffered a catastrophic loss from the outset, as their cause lacked righteousness, leading to low morale among the troops, compounded by the overwhelming numbers of the wolves. With no other recourse, the father and son retreated to Harrenhal to fortify their position. However, before the wolf and lion could continue their fierce battle, news suddenly emerged from the Riverlands proclaiming Robb's ascension and the restoration of the Targaryen dynasty. Robb directly set his sights on King's Landing, leading a vast army that surged forth like a tidal wave. The people of the North, witnessing someone rise to oppose the Lannisters, were invigorated, launching even fiercer attacks. Were it not for the formidable defenses of Harrenhal, the Lannisters would have already faced ruin. This also accounts for Tywin's inability to return to aid King's Landing, as he was already fighting for his own survival. Calculating the usual march speed, the Riverlands army had likely reached King's Landing. Jaime shifted a dragon-shaped piece on the war table, placing it beside King's Landing. It was evident that the capital had been besieged. Rumors spoke of the Targaryen claimant having hatched a dragon and possessing a form of assassination magic known as shadow binding. Is Robb of House Stark? Jaime inquired. Dragons have been absent for centuries. How could they possibly return? Grumbled the Mountain, a wicked smile creeping across his face. So the Lady of Harrenhal is the mother of that fellow. I shall go and behead her, heh. With that, the Mountain strode out of the room with great haste. Not his biological mother. Let the Lady of Harrenhal remain. She may yet serve a purpose. Kevin called after the Mountain, attempting to intervene, but to no avail. Tywin shook his head at his brother, his expression impassive, declaring, Robb is a bastard. It matters not. The Lady of Harrenhal poses little threat. Jaime rested his chin in his hand, his gaze lingering on the Targaryen dragon piece on the table, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he hesitated and said, perhaps we should consider surrendering directly to the Riverlands. After all, we find ourselves in a dead end. It may be wiser to allow others to assist in breaking this stalemate. Why did you not stop the Mountain? Kevin inquired, furrowing his brow in response. James, caught off guard, shrugged helplessly. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at the entrance, accompanied by the voice of a guard. My Lord Prime Minister, news has arrived from King's Landing. James opened the door and took the letter, casually flipping through it, only to discover that the wax seal was not that of House Lannister. but bore the emblem of the three-headed dragon, a missive from the new Targaryens. He handed the letter to his father. Tywin tore open the envelope and began to read intently, his expression gradually shifting from concern to calm. After finishing the letter, he tossed it into the fireplace. "What did Robin say?" Kevin asked. Tywin replied coolly. "King's Landing has fallen." James's eyes widened in disbelief. "Then Cersei and Joffrey, how did it happen?" Kevin pressed on. "The gates of the gods were obliterated by dragon fire." Tywin raised an eyebrow at James. "Cersei and the others are currently unharmed. This new Targaryen king has quite the appetite. He demands our submission and claims he will do his utmost to preserve the strength of the West. According to the letter, he intends to ride his dragon to Harrenhal on the 15th day after the ravens are sent forth, aiming to mediate our conflict with the North and the Riverlands. Does he possess such power? Did he mention the size of the dragon?" Kevin inquired further. 100-meter-long behemoth. Tywin nodded slightly. James toyed with the three-headed dragon chess piece, contemplating that it might be a fortuitous turn of events, considering they had been besieged at Harrenhal for over 2 months, nearly on the brink of collapse. Tywin rose from his seat. Noting from Robin's letter that the new king had not explicitly aligned himself with them, but had instead used the term mediation, suggesting he would serve as a neutral intermediary. The conflict with the North might soon transition to the negotiation table. Tywin calculated. Today is the 5th of January, 293. He will be here in 3 days. At that moment, the mountain barged in recklessly. Tywin frowned as he observed the blood staining the mountain's hands and asked expressionlessly, "Have you truly slain Lady Stone?" The mountain grinned widely, indeed. Chapter 55. The Cycle of Death in King's Landing. Within the dragon caves of the Rhaenys Hills, after a thorough exploration by skilled craftsmen, Robin and his companions discovered that beneath the dragon cave lay an underground lair. This lair resembled a vast and intricate subterranean labyrinth, delving hundreds of meters below the surface. Countless dragon-like sculptures and murals adorned the walls, depicting the magnificent battles of Targaryen dragon riders and their dragons. Roar, roar, deep within the heart of the lair. A thunderous roar reverberated, as if a primordial beast was unleashing its fury. The colossal stalactites and stalagmites hanging from the cavern's ceiling trembled, threatening to plummet at any moment. Here lies the grandest dragon's lair in the dragon cavern, once the stronghold of the mightiest dragon, the Black Death God, now occupied by a colossal white dragon. At this moment, however, the white dragon's wings and feet are firmly shackled to the ground by chains forged from steel, and its head is ensnared in a steel framework, rendering it immobile. Cabin, Bolong, and the madwoman stand nearby, their expressions as desolate as ashes. The madwoman, in particular, is in tears, as if mourning the loss of someone profoundly significant. Bolong trembles, his words stumbling in shock at the loss of their master. A chilling sound reverberates through the air, akin to the slicing of flesh by a blade. It appears something sharp is piercing the dragon's hide at the throat of the malevolent entity. The sound of leather being torn echoes ominously. A sword tip emerges from the creature's throat, but due to the extraordinary toughness of its skin, the wielder of the steel sword resorts to a sawing motion to breach the dragon's hide. Cabin, Bolong, and the others gape in astonishment at this surreal spectacle. "By the 7 gods," Cabin exclaims. The madwoman gazes on with tear-filled eyes, while Bolong looks on, wide-eyed in disbelief. As the wound at the creature's throat widens, a familiar bandaged head emerges. They immediately recognize it as Amumu's head. Amumu struggles to free his upper body, bracing his hands against the dragon's neck, and finally extricates his spectral form from the dragon's body. Feeling excruciating pain, the malevolent entity thrashes violently, but the steel shackles, specifically designed for it, remain steadfastly anchored in the cavern's solid rock, preventing any escape. Amumu discards the steel sword and begins to probe into the gaping wound at the creature's neck. At last, he grasps something and starts to pull with all his might, swiftly extracting a human form. Who else could it be but Robin? Drenched in dragon's blood, Robin lies quietly in a pool of crimson. After a few moments, he suddenly springs up from the ground like a lobster. After surviving this ordeal, he surveys his surroundings, realizing he is within the cavern, then bows his head, resting his hands on his knees, his chest heaving as he gasps for breath. Once Robin realizes he cannot pacify the malevolent entity, his primary task after seizing control is to construct this dragon prison. Not long after the prison's completion, the entity descends into madness once more. Despite Robin's attempts to soothe it, his efforts yield no results. Ultimately, he allows it to lie down, and he, along with his soldiers, confines the creature. Following its imprisonment, the entity spirals into frenzy. As Robin stands too close, the creature unexpectedly extends its tongue. ensnaring him within its dragon-esque kiss. This marks Robin's first experience of cyclical death, trapped within the dragon's neck, repeatedly enduring the suffocating process of dying and resurrecting, losing count of how many times he has perished. Fortunately, he bore the steel sword. Otherwise, relying solely on Amumu's claws to carve out a hole would have been an endeavor of indefinite duration. "Robin, are you well?" The madwoman, her face streaked with tears and her eyes swollen, clutched him tightly in her embrace. "You all should leave this place," Robin gasped, his expression grave. "It is not safe here for you, with a child on the way. I must thoroughly investigate the issue of the malevolent thoughts with Mentor Cobain." "Yes, be careful," Rose replied, wiping the remnants of tears from the corners of her eyes. After persuading the reluctant madwoman to depart, Robin silently began to cleanse the blood from his body. This encounter with the dragon had imparted a profound lesson, underscoring the urgency of addressing the madness stemming from malevolent thoughts. There was no time to squander. Once the two women had left, Robin freshened up and donned clean attire, managing to quell the horror of being consumed by the dragon. He approached Cobain, intending to inquire about the progress made by the Umbrella Research Institute regarding the study of the symptoms of madness induced by malevolent thoughts. Sensing Robin's purpose, Cobain spoke first. "Come, I shall elucidate the treatment plan proposed by the Miracle Organism Project Group for addressing malevolent thoughts." Observing Cobain's confidence, Robin understood that they had made headway in resolving the issue. He nodded and followed suit. At that moment, the malevolent thoughts had also regained their tranquility, as soldiers worked together with tools to loosen the clasp, preparing to liberate it. The scholars were tending to the wounds on the neck of the malevolent thoughts, pouring basin after basin of life seeds into its mouth. The bleeding from its wounds had ceased, and delicate granulations of flesh, aglow with a crimson hue, twisted and grew together, facilitating the rapid healing of its injuries. Cobain and Robin moved beside the wounds to observe. "The existence of malevolent thoughts truly constitutes a miracle," Cobain remarked, "which is why I named the project group Studying It Miracle. To address the malevolent thoughts, we must mention our institute's latest research achievement, the Life Code." Robin listened attentively. Cobain pointed to the wound and continued, "Every one of us, every living being, possesses a stable life code. This life code enables humanity to retain its form and stabilizes the foundational structure of life, allowing us to live normally. However, it is precisely this life code that constrains the limits of humanity. One's maximum strength cannot exceed 1,000 pounds, and running speed cannot surpass jumping height." Robin listened intently to Cobain's explanation, clearly aware that this was one of the most profound theoretical studies on proactive evolution. Dragons are inextricably linked to magical power. Cobain gestured in the air. The malevolent thoughts lacked the magical sustenance required for complete development during its incubation, resulting in its incomplete and unstable life code. It should have perished, yet by a stroke of fortune, its life code was mended by the life seeds. However, this compensation is merely ephemeral. Once the energy of the life seed is depleted, the life code of the malignant thought will inevitably collapse. As long as no magic is infused into its being to facilitate the development of its original species system, it remains inextricably linked to the life seed. Hence, this is the fundamental reason for the malignant thought's infinite growth. Robin interjected, having always known that the malignant thought could only survive through the life seed. Yet it was only now that he learned the reasons and origins from Cobain. "I have just acquired this information," Cobain nodded, continuing. "The project to study the life of the malignant thought was established upon its inception, and the project team only presented their findings yesterday. This theory of life codes will undoubtedly be of immense assistance to the grand plan," Robin asserted confidently. Cobain nodded in agreement, adding, "The cure for the malignant thought's madness must begin with its incomplete life code." Chapter 56. The Surgery of Malignant Transformation. The madness of the malignant thought is caused by the mental residue within the life seed that it cannot fully digest. This residue accumulates within the soul of the malignant thought and eventually manifests, leading to mental collapse and insanity. "Why isn't T. Gallon gone mad?" Robin inquired. "Because he only utilized one life seed, a trivial amount of residue for an adult soul," Cobain replied. Robin envisioned the exaggerated image of the malignant thought consuming life seeds as fodder and gestured for him to continue elaborating on the treatment plan. "What we need to do is forge a colossal soul crystal to serve as a vessel for storing external mental residue, and we will artificially embed it in the vicinity of the life seed's parasitic lungs," Cobain explained, guiding Robin to the side of the malignant thought's chest, marking a circle on its surface with his hand. "Will this work?" Robin expressed skepticism. Cobain replied earnestly, The fragmented life code of the malignant thought endows its dragon form with limitless potential, and the soul crystal is inherently compatible with the physical body, theoretically. It can be successfully embedded and operate stably. That seems reasonable in theory, Robin nodded, though internally he scoffed. Look here, Cobain pointed to the malignant thought's right chest. Its dual lungs harbor a total of 12 life seeds. Thus we must forge 12 steel conduits to connect the life seeds with the colossal soul crystal embedded in its chest. This will artificially create a circulatory system for the metabolic expulsion of mental residue. The malignant thought, perplexed, blinked its 6 large eyes and tilted its head, gazing at the old man who frequently fed it, unable to comprehend the human expressions. In the future, should we succeed in advancing our understanding of the brain, we could even connect the control of the colossal soul crystal to the malignant thought's brain. This would enable it to utilize the vast stored mental residue within the crystal as a weapon, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. A peculiar image flickered in Robin's mind. Is there any danger involved in this, considering we are operating on the malignant thought's chest? Robin asked. There is indeed a slight risk, Coban chuckled awkwardly. However, having endured through the harrowing ordeal of the malevolent thought's inception, this minor surgery should pose no issue. This moment marks the final opportunity for the malignant thought to undergo surgery. Should it continue to grow and become excessively large, we may ultimately lose our chance to operate. Robin nodded in agreement, glancing at the enormous wound on the creature's neck, which had already scabbed and begun to heal. Its remarkable ability to recover through the application of medicinal substances instilled Robin with a degree of confidence regarding the impending surgery, for regardless of the outcome, survival seemed assured. Have all the preparations been completed? Robin inquired further. The process of producing the second-generation life seed had left behind many crystalline shells from the Philosopher's Stone, and the gigantic soul crystal shell had already been amalgamated. Coban signaled to his assistant to bring the massive crystal shell over. We are still in need of the conduits forged from Valyrian steel. You will need to personally smelt those, Coban remarked, glancing at the Valyrian steel sword at Robin's waist. He then produced a blueprint from his pocket, detailing the design and curvature of the 9 conduits. Robin examined the plans, then tucked them into his cloak. I shall deliver the conduits tonight and expedite the surgery. The day after tomorrow, I must depart for the Riverlands to assume the role of arbitrator, he stated. Remember to retrieve the shattered heart, the ancestral sword of the Landau family. Without it, we shall lack a surgical knife, Coban reminded him. Robin nodded silently before departing to prepare the additives for smelting the Valyrian steel conduits. That night, Robin arrived at the dragon's lair, holding the 9 slender Valyrian steel conduits. Coban and a group of scholars were gathered around a large vat, vigorously stirring a viscous black substance. What is this? Robin inquired, observing the dark paste as he handed the conduits to the surgical assistant. Concentrated and refined poppy milk, enough to incapacitate an army of 1,000, Coban explained. Is this useful? Robin questioned, glancing at the slumbering malevolent thought, which had now grown to nearly 90 meters in length. His mind questioning how such a legendary creature could possibly be subdued. While it cannot incapacitate the malignant thought, it may alleviate some of its suffering, Coban replied. Let us have the malevolent thought lie back and be shackled with the steel frame, Coban gestured to Robin. Very well. Coban took the Valyrian steel conduits crafted by Robin and began to inscribe necromantic patterns upon the steel, reducing its rejection of flesh. Robin approached the malevolent thought, gently caressing its dragon horns. After a moment, he commenced issuing commands in High Valyrian, instructing the creature to lie on its back. As the malevolent thought shifted, the ground quaked as if unable to bear its immense weight. Its wings, akin to 2 colossal sails, stirred a powerful gust of wind through the air. The soldiers united in effort, firmly securing the massive shackles and steel frame to the creature's form. The next step involved elevating the poppy milk to the malevolent thought's draconic maw, and at Robin's command, the creature obediently consumed the bitter essence of the poppy milk. Coban waited for a while for the poppy milk essence to take effect and instructed the scholar to cover the eyes of the malevolent spirit with a black cloth. He informed Robin that they could proceed with the surgery. Robin nodded and unsheathed the Talion clan's sword, Shattered Heart. Such a delicate operation did not require the presence of a ghost. If he were to possess the body of a spirit, his control over the subtle forces would be compromised, potentially leading to surgical failure. First, the spiny armor of the chest needed to be pried off. Coban stood over the malevolent spirit's chest, directing the operation. Robin followed his instructions, skillfully extracting each massive, spike-like piece of armor. The body of the malevolent spirit quivered slightly, suggesting that the poppy milk essence was indeed effective. Without the dragon scales, the skin was marred by dark red patterns. There was no need to use hemostatic scales on the wound. The dragon's self-healing ability was sufficient to prevent excessive bleeding from minor injuries. After clearing a basin-sized area on the malevolent spirit's chest, Caben compared the data in his hands and accurately indicated several locations. Robin meticulously removed the scales from these spots, which were the sites of parasitic life seeds. Caben remarked that, from the shape of the cleared dragon skin, it was evident that each of the malevolent spirit's lungs contained 6 life seeds. The blank patches of skin where the seeds had been extracted were connected by lines to the central empty area on the spirit's chest. Caben placed the steel conduit on the malevolent spirit's chest and carefully compared its position with the area from which the scales had been removed, ensuring a perfect match. It was now time to open the chest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Caben felt the temperature of the dragon's body was significantly higher than the surrounding environment. Akin to standing beside a colossal hearth, the heat almost unbearable. Let's begin with the right lung, Robin suggested. Caben nodded, having received a jar filled with nightblood worms from his assistant. These creatures possessed a moth-like instinct, flocking to fresh blood to form clots, preventing excessive internal bleeding. The remains of the worms would naturally dissolve into biomass, to be absorbed by the flesh. Seeing that Caben had prepared for the hemostatic measures, Robin gritted his teeth and plunged Shattered Heart into the first life seed position within the right lung, carving out a large cavity. Dragon blood erupted forth, splattering Robin's face. Caben immediately poured in the nightblood worms, and within moments, the fresh blood coagulated. The malevolent spirit began to tremble violently, sensing the pain and struggling, which made it difficult for those standing on its massive body to maintain their balance. They clung tightly to the dragon's form, striving to stay upright. Chapter 57. The true dragon arrives. Robin focused intently on excavating the flesh from the malevolent spirit's chest, his muscles taut, sweat trickling down his forehead. After a considerable effort, he finally glimpsed the life seeds, carefully clearing the surrounding flesh until a plump, blood-rich seed gradually came into view. The life seed, with its dark red, fleshy tendrils, took root within the malignancy of the lung, incessantly delivering a mysterious liquid into its depths. A smile of elation graced Cobain's face as he stepped forward to sprinkle some dream blood insects, then accepted the surgical knife handed to him by his assistant. Gripping the handle firmly, he decisively severed one of the life seed's tendrils and swiftly inserted it into the valiant steel conduit. His actions were marked by determination and expertise. The assistant offered him more black hair, which Cobain wound around the junction of the valiant steel conduit and the life seed's tendril, subsequently inserting the other end of the conduit into the colossal soul crystal's hollow shell. The valiant steel conduit emitted a faint red gas within the transparent shell, suffusing the enormous soul crystal with a delicate blush. The connection was successful. Cobain's expression bore traces of exhaustion, yet satisfaction. Sweat adorned his forehead and face. But he remained undeterred, fixated on the conduit as it steadily delivered psychic residue into the crystal. During this time, Robin had excavated the fleshy track for the placement of the valiant steel conduit. He first hollowed out the site for embedding the giant soul crystal before connecting additional life seeds. Cobain exclaimed with excitement. Robin nodded, his brow furrowed, yet his gaze resolute. Once more, he grasped the Shattered Heart sword with both hands and plunged it fiercely into the chest of the malignancy, twisting the hilt to create a circular wound a meter in diameter. He then diligently excavated downward along the wound, each swing of the hilt embodying resolve and strength. At that moment, the malignancy began to thrash violently, overwhelmed by pain. The individuals atop the dragon's chest struggled to maintain their footing, resorting to leaning against the malignancy's chest to continue the thoracotomy. Enough! Enough! Cobain grasped Robin's hand, turning to command the 4 assistants carrying the crystal. Quickly place the crystal shell inside. Hurry! The diamond-like, radiant soul crystal was gently set into the gory abyss, with only a third of it protruding from the surface of the flesh. It shimmered with a mysterious pale red glow. Robin did not pause. Continuing to excavate other life seeds, he tirelessly dug, while Cobain focused on the connections. The 11 valiant steel conduits were successfully linked, forming a complete circulatory system. The soul crystal shell nestled in the malignancy's chest was now infused with the psychic residue, transformed into a vivid crimson, pulsating like a beating heart, flickering rhythmically with blood-red light. At this juncture, Robin felt utterly drained, as though all strength had been siphoned from him. His clothing was soaked with sweat, clinging to his form. His hands trembled uncontrollably, as if articulating his fatigue. Quickly, feed the life seeds to the malignancy, hasten its recovery. Cobain shouted urgently towards the scholars near the dragon's head, his voice brimming with eagerness and hope. Buckets of life seeds were poured into the malignancy's maw, and the ghastly wound on its chest began to heal rapidly. The flesh and blood tracks, which accommodated the healed flawlessly, restored to perfection beneath the protective covering of dragon hide, and securely enveloped by scales. Subsequently, the 12 exposed pits, brimming with the seeds of life, began to slowly writhe and close, tightly encasing the blood-red crystal at the center of the chest, leaving only the diamond-shaped surface of the crystal protruding outward. Some flesh had even integrated into the crystal, truly melding with the crimson gem. As the wounds healed, the sinister thoughts ceased their struggle, and the dragon's chest began to rise and fall steadily. Robin lay sprawled upon the chest of the malevolent entity, sensing its emotions attain tranquility and peace, a faint smile gracing his features. On January 18th, 294 of the Conquest era, it was the day Robin arranged for the mediation of the wolf, fish, and lion families. The venue for this gathering was set at the sacred lake of the Divine Eye, adjacent to Herrenberg, where a hallowed isle known as Thousand-Faced Isle resided. Its sanctity stemmed from the twilight of the Dawn era, a time when the ancestors waged a protracted war against the children of the forest. Ultimately, the enlightened individuals from both sides convened on Thousand-Faced Isle to pledge an oath that brought an end to the conflict. To commemorate this hard-won peace, every fish beam tree on the island was carved with a face, allowing the old gods to witness the signing of the oath, hence giving rise to the isle's name. Robin selected this extraordinary location for the resolution of their disputes, devoid of any profound significance. The notion of world peace was merely a child's fantasy. His intent was simply to showcase his absolute strength and demonstrate his invincible dominance. I demand that you cease hostilities. It must be done. Anyone who disobeys this decree shall face the wrath of dragonfire. The world shall operate according to my rules, with no exceptions. The meeting was arranged upon a broad hill on Thousand-Faced Isle, providing a commanding view of the surroundings, ensuring no ambushes could occur. The Thorn Queen arrived early, having commanded her subordinates to construct a sturdy platform, thereby establishing a solemn and formal venue for the assembly. She glanced at the time, realizing the hour for the meeting was drawing near. Neither within Herrenberg nor in the northern military camps stationed outside was there any sign of movement. The Thorn Queen furrowed her brow in concern. Nearby, the inflatable fish murmured, "When that demon lord arrives, if he discovers anyone has arrived later than him, he will surely fly into a rage. Stark and Lannister shall be in dire straits." The Thorn Queen did not respond, but instead gazed toward the sky. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed, growing louder as it approached. As the sound drew near, a colossal beast, measuring 100 meters in length, gradually emerged into view, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression as it soared from the distance. At that moment, the Stark and Tully military camp stirred, soldiers pouring out of their tents, anxiously looking skyward. Lannister soldiers atop the walls of Herrenberg quickly scrambled to gaze at the soaring dragon. The true dragon has come, the soldiers exclaimed in astonishment. The old lion, witnessing the terrifying beast, no longer dared to neglect Robin's commands. He immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare a swift vessel, eager to set sail for the Isle of a Thousand Faces. "Does father need to bring soldiers?" James inquired. "A few personal guards will suffice. Make haste." The old lion's tone betrayed a palpable urgency. Chapter 58. The North, the West. The annihilation of Hudgian malicious thoughts soared above the surface of the lake, its waters crystal clear, where the tips of wings gently grazed the surface, creating ripples. A fleet of small boats, heading towards the Isle of a Thousand Faces, encountered misfortune. The ripples stirred by the dark thoughts were not trivial, they unleashed immense waves. The small vessels capsized amidst the tumultuous waters, soldiers and nobles alike plunging into the depths in terror. Perched upon the dragon's back, Robin wore a cold smirk. How could these nobles disregard his words? It was only fitting that they be taught a lesson. To cast them into the water was merely a mild reprimand. Next time, they might face the searing flames of the dragon. Robin mused. His intention had been to impose a slight punishment upon these individuals for their tardiness and disrespect, hoping to instill in them the significance of not incurring his wrath. However, Robin had not anticipated that the nobles from the north and west were currently embroiled in conflict. Both sides wary of one another as they arrived for the alliance, clad in heavy armor. The armor, forged of iron, weighed a considerable amount, over 100 pounds when fully donned. The implications of such weight, should one fall into the water, were dire. The great nobles struggled to stay afloat, the weight and constriction of their armor hindering their balance and ability to swim effectively. As the gaps in their armor filled with water, their burdens increased, making it ever more likely for them to sink. Within moments, dozens of nobles sent up splashes, only to gurgle and disappear beneath the surface of the Divine Eye Lake. On the high platform of the Isle of a Thousand Faces, the Thorn Queen, the inflatable fish, and Blue Dow watched in astonishment as Robin executed this audacious maneuver. Damn! Blue Dow, usually stoic, instinctively let a curse slip. The inflatable fish clutched his scalp tightly, trembling as he slowly knelt on the platform. This was too exhilarating. He had initially thought Robin would merely administer a minor punishment, but the Dark Lord had struck with a fierce hand. With a crash, the Thorn Queen's teacup fell to the ground, equally stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. Suddenly, a dark presence descended near the platform, its chest adorned with a massive red diamond, pulsating like a heart, radiating a bright and mysterious crimson glow. With a composed expression, Robin rose from the dragon's saddle, gliding down from the creature's wing to the platform. He approached the table with heavy steps, saying nothing as he picked up a bottle of strong liquor and drained it in one go, leaving not a drop behind. The Queen of Thorns and others cast their gazes upon him, their eyes filled with both dread and admiration. "Do you believe I did it intentionally?" Robin, blushing, turned to them and inquired. The inflatable fish instinctively shook his head, only to later frantically nod up and down in a fit of realization. The northern soldiers by the shores of God's Eye Lake, along with the western warriors surveying from the heights of Harrenhal, were left utterly stunned as they witnessed their lord and nobles being dragged into the depths of the lake by Robin's dragon. Their emotions plummeted from a boiling fervor to a chilling freeze, engulfed in shock, fear, and confusion, culminating in a raging tide of anger. In an explosive moment, both sides howled in outrage. Those loyal to their lords, the steadfast sworn guards, shed their garments and leaped into the lake, clinging to a final glimmer of hope to rescue their liege. Some harbored intentions of retrieving bodies, seeking to bestow a final dignity upon the fallen. Yet others, with ulterior motives, contemplated profiting from the corpses, eager to seize opportunity amidst the chaos. In this tumultuous scene, the myriad shades of human nature were laid bare. This tragic incident in the lake was not without survivors. A few knights, lacking the funds for armor, were spared by fortune. Among them was a particularly notable figure, Robb Stark, the eldest son of Eddard. Due to his tender age, Eddard had commanded him to refrain from the battlefield, allowing him only to gain military experience in the camp. Thus he wore no heavy armor, but merely a leather jerkin. Upon reaching the shore, Robb beheld the drenched and disheveled state of nearby knights, then suddenly turned to gaze into the depths of God's Eye Lake. "Father," he cried out in despair, collapsing to his knees at the water's edge. "Perhaps you should worry about your own safety," Kayvon scoffed, having survived due to his role in the Western logistics, which spared him the burden of armor. From the shore, they looked towards the hill where several ranks of Targaryen soldiers had formed, charging down with intent evident in their tightly gripped blades. The remaining knights, a mere dozen, encircled Robb and Kayvon, determined to shield them. However, in their desperate escape, they had lost most of their weapons, left with only a handful of daggers. These erstwhile adversaries now faced a common foe in the Targaryen dynasty, setting aside past grievances to unite for a final stand. The Targaryen soldiers tightly encircled them, yet did not rush to attack. After a brief pause, they parted to create a path, through which Robin and Lando entered with an air of composure. The number of drowned remained indeterminate. Only Eddard's son and Tywin's brother had survived, as reported by a knight. Lando's gaze was profound and detached. He coldly advised Robin, "Your Majesty, the time has come to make a choice. To slay or not to slay." In truth, Robin finds himself devoid of options. Lando's inquiry merely solidifies Robin's resolve. With a sigh, he waved his hand dismissively and commanded coldly, "Slaughter." At that moment, he recalled several poignant quotes from the Game of Thrones. The North remembers, "Winter is coming, and a Lannister always pays his debts." These phrases now resonated vividly in his mind. The soldiers, upon receiving their orders, mercilessly executed the remaining nobles of the North and the West at the riverbank. Those gathered by the lakeshore bore witness to this grim spectacle, their hearts ignited by a fierce blend of shock and indignation. A tumultuous clamor and furious roars erupted from the crowd, as if they intended to upheave the very clouds above. Yet, Robin lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the soldiers on the shore. The sound of violent gusts, akin to the flapping of sinister wings, echoed through the air. The powerful winds swept the branches of the heart trees by the lake aside, making them sway as though submitting to this force. The tempest stirred by the wings of malevolence churned the lake's surface, sending waves crashing and spray soaring. Suddenly, a colossal beast, measuring 100 meters, soared over Robin's head, charging towards the agitated throng on the opposite bank. In his mind, Robin murmured in High Valyrian, "Devour them all, malevolence." The creature let out a piercing cry, its chest adorned with a soul crystal pulsating with an accelerated rhythm. A mere few hundred meters was but a fleeting moment for this titan. It opened its gaping maw, its chest swelling as if it sought to consume the very cosmos. Blazing white flames coalesced within its mouth, burning with an intensity that threatened to reduce all to ash. Its 6 crimson eyes reflected indifference and cruelty, heralding the impending calamity. Chapter 59. The just retribution of Targaryen. With a thunderous roar, a stream of incandescent dragon fire erupted from Malevolence's throat, spreading across the ground with a width of over 10 meters. The searing flames seemed poised to ignite the entire world. Rocks melted instantly under the heat, transforming into shimmering glass-like forms. The surrounding trees were reduced to mere ashes, vanishing without a trace. As for the throng of soldiers, the scene could only be described as apocalyptic. Robin's eyes mirrored the scene of devastation, his expression tranquil, lost in thought. Lando turned to face Robin, speaking earnestly, "Your Majesty, this massacre may not necessarily bode ill for the new Targaryen dynasty or for you." Robin remained still, his expression impassive as he observed the carnage unleashed by malevolence. Lando lowered his head slightly, continuing to muse. The old Targaryen dynasty fell to the coalition of the Baratheons, Starks, Arryns, and Tullys. Ultimately, the Lannisters betrayed the Mad King, opening the gates of King's Landing. Tywin's son committed regicide, and Tywin's vassal violated Rhaegar's wife. Robin was, of course, aware of the history Lando recounted, the war of the usurper, the stag, wolf, eagle, fish, and dragon. After vanquishing the army of House Targaryen, the coalition forces advanced toward the royal capital, King's Landing. Realizing the inevitability of defeat, the old lion, Tywin, betrayed his king and allied with the coalition, leading to the downfall of the once mighty Targaryen dynasty. The last 2 scions of House Targaryen wandered the seas, exiled from their homeland. Blandr continued, "Since you are intent on restoring the Targaryen dynasty, these families are indeed your adversaries, especially as you wield the identity of Prince Rhaegar's son. The Lannisters are your most irreconcilable foes and must be eradicated. Your unexpected elimination of the Starks, Lannisters, and Tullys serves as a fitting retribution for the old Targaryen lineage and Prince Rhaegar. This act aligns with your royal narrative and the historical legacy of House Targaryen. It is a righteous endeavor. Not only will you evade excessive censure, but you shall also gain immense prestige." Robin contemplated Blandr's words, recognizing that the socio-political milieu of Westeros supported the notion of blood for blood. The coldness that had enveloped Robin's countenance began to dissipate, his gaze softening as it fell upon his vassal. The flattery that Blandr offered seemed incongruous with his forthright nature. Blandr was known for his candor and honesty. After a moment of reflection, Robin discerned the motivations and ulterior motives behind Blandr's actions. Should the wolves, fish, and lions cease hostilities and yield directly to Robin under his arbitration, would the nobles of the Riverlands have rallied their forces to King's Landing merely for a fleeting experience? They had set forth to conquer the continent together, to partake in the spoils, yet now, despite their conquest, they found themselves bereft of reward and burdened with exorbitant military expenses. Blandr spoke for the interests of the Riverlands army and House Tully. Furthermore, what of Robin's promise to safeguard the Vale? Jon Arryn's son still lived, and Eddard Stark, being Jon Arryn's ward, would never permit Robin to harm the offspring of his foster father. The entanglement of interests was too intricate. In light of these considerations, Your Majesty, you need not bear excessive psychological burdens. Blandr looked up at him briefly before continuing. The task you assigned previously, to absorb the private armies of the Riverlands nobility, has progressed slowly. A prolonged conflict could provide a pretext to finalize the conscription of those forces. Robin shook his head slightly and turned his gaze toward the opposite shore of the lake, where malevolent flames had reduced the northern camp to cinders, pursuing the scattered remnants of fleeing troops. "What do you believe our next course of action should be?" Robin inquired with a measured tone. Blandr, having weighed various factors, replied earnestly, "Your Majesty, permit me to orchestrate our military endeavors." "Proceed," Robin urged. "Please ride your dragon to Storm's End and Winterfell, and exterminate the legitimate heirs of the Stark and Tully families." Blandr spoke, his eyes glinting with a cold resolve. After a moment's deliberation, Robin acquiesced to Blandr's proposal, but sought to refine it. "Have the soldiers construct wooden boxes. I believe it would be more prudent to capture the heirs of these 2 ducal houses, to prevent others from raising their banners in rebellion against us." and to hold the surviving vassals of Hujin and the North in a position of leverage. His Majesty exhibits remarkable wisdom, Landau remarked with a nod. Robin cast another glance at the ruins and scorched earth across the river before turning back to the platform to await the return of the dark thought. He murmured to himself, "A general's success is often built upon the bones of the fallen. Many more shall perish in the future." Upon returning to the original conference platform, the inflatable fish-faced creature greeted him with a smile and poured a glass of strong liquor, which he handed to Robin. Robin accepted the drink, his gaze landing on the Thorn Queen as he inquired with a smile, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "Your Majesty, this course of action is most decisive and beneficial for the Targaryen kingdom," the Thorn Queen replied reluctantly, fully cognizant of the implications of Landau's words. "Moreover, the North and the West have not accepted the bread and salt you offered. The rights of hospitality have not been invoked," she continued calmly. "The rights of hospitality is a sacred law upheld by the 7 kingdoms of Westeros for millennia, regardless of rank. When a guest arrives beneath a host's roof and accepts the bread and salt offered, the rights of hospitality take effect. During the duration of the visit, neither party may harm the other. Violators would transgress sacred law, believed to be unacceptable to both the old and new gods. As per the doctrines of the old gods and the 7. Olenna, your insight has become far more profound since I first encountered you," Robin chuckled, raising his cup toward the Thorn Queen. Clink. They lightly tapped their glasses and drank deeply. "In a moment, I shall ride Dark Thought to capture the direct descendants of the Tully family in Flowing City. You and Landau must deliberate on a battle plan for the kingdom against Hujin and the North. I expect to see it upon my return," Robin commanded. "Your will." "Your Majesty," the Thorn Queen affirmed with a serious nod. Half an hour later, Dark Thought soared back, the gusts from its wings causing the guards on the platform to struggle to maintain their footing. The soldiers watched with tense expressions, awaiting the creature's next move. After circling majestically in the air, it landed heavily on the ground with a resounding thud. Dark Thought affectionately extended its dragon head toward the platform, seeking Robin's touch. Much like a docile pet, with a smile, Robin reached out to gently stroke the dragon's head. After a brief respite, a knight approached the platform to report, "Your Majesty, the wooden prison is ready." Robin and Landau walked over to the wooden prison, which resembled a container made from the fish beams of Thousand Face Isle. Above the wooden box were 4 stout iron chains, fashioned into large handles for Dark Thought's claws to grasp securely. Inside the prison were several rope locks to secure individuals against the walls or floor of the box, making it entirely suitable for temporarily confining a few captives. "Very well. Let us proceed," Robin called to Dark Thought, preparing for departure. Now, Dark Thought's height had reached 30 meters, making it quite a challenge to mount the dragon saddle. Even climbing up would require considerable time and effort. Robin settled upon the tip of the dark entity's snout, which effortlessly lifted him onto its back, onto the dragon saddle. It was convenient and swift. Landau had arranged for 2 knights to enter the wooden crate, serving as temporary sentinels. Suddenly, a fierce gale surged forth, and the dark entity flapped its wings, ascending into the sky. It spiraled once before diving down, its enormous claws gripping the iron chain handle of the crate, lifting it with ease. With Robin aboard, they vanished into the horizon. Chapter 60. The Black Angel. The Tully family reigned over the Trident River Basin, guardians of the Riverlands. The ancestral fortress of the Tully was approximately 400 kilometers from Heron Castle. After flying for over 3 hours on the back of the dark entity, Robin finally caught sight of the confluence of the Tungsher River and the Red Cross River, where Flowing City lay. It bore a resemblance to the heavenly gate of his past life, both cities established at the meeting point of 2 rivers. From high above, the striking sight of the red Flowing City's unique landscape filled Robin with a pang of nostalgia. As they approached Flowing City, the dark entity circled in the air. Robin contemplated his course of action. He resolved against taking members of the Tully family hostage, opting instead for a complete extermination. The Riverlands were situated near the royal territory, lacking any formidable terrain for defense, making the task of dealing with the nobility there exceedingly straightforward. The Tully family found themselves in a predicament similar to that of the Golden Roses in the River Bay. Both emerged from humble beginnings, with numerous nobles in their domain defying authority. Even if Robin were to eradicate the Fish family, no noble would rise in their defense. Instead, many would eagerly welcome the royal forces. Black particles began to swirl around Robin, coalescing into the form of a mumu beside him. He closed his eyes, merging his consciousness with a mumu's corporeal form. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped a mumu's back, and with a resounding whoosh, a pair of colossal wings, spanning over 9 meters, unfurled in an instant. Robin attempted to flap the wings, and a Mumu's form stabilized in midair, resembling a majestic eagle in flight. The more the subhumans perished, the more horrific their deaths became. With heightened emotions, the particles, or black phantoms, grew in strength. Robin had experienced countless deaths within the dark entity's throat, and since departing from its essence, he felt the black particles intensifying significantly. Perhaps a Mumu had the potential for evolution. Today, the experiment with the concentration of black particles had indeed culminated in successful evolution. A peculiar sound, akin to grinding sand, echoed upon the dragon's back. Robin leaped into the air, folding his wings tightly against his sides, plummeting towards the ground at a near-vertical angle. The rushing air enveloped him, evoking a heart-pounding thrill, akin to a parachute jump he had never attempted in his previous life. As the distance between a Mumu and the ground diminished, the scenery below became increasingly vivid, quickening Robin's heartbeat. Just as he was about to strike the earth, the gathered black wings unfurled completely, feathers as dark as ink, soft and smooth, their tips shimmering with a deep, ethereal black glow under the daylight. A dark angel gradually descended over the city of Benlu, a sight that could be eloquently described as magnificent, divine, and beautiful. Regrettably, this moment of mysterious splendor went unappreciated, for the inhabitants of Benlu were captivated by the malevolent thoughts swirling in the skies above. Their emotions, though tinged with excitement, were not yet heightened to the point of perceiving the specter. The angelic apparition flapped its wings and glided a significant distance above the Crimson Castle. The dark radiance emanating from the tips of its wings swept across the stone columns of the castle, cleaving them in twain as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, leaving behind distinct fissures in an instant. A piercing crack reverberated throughout the castle, accompanied by the thunderous sound of shattering stone. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as the columns collapsed, tragically striking a passing servant. Dust billowed into the air. Robin, caught in the urgency of the moment, hastily flapped his wings to ascend to a less populated area. He extended the tips of his wings before him, scrutinizing the dark glow. Carefully, he picked up a pebble from the ground and placed it within the dark radiance. The instant the pebble made contact, a portion of it was consumed, vanishing without a trace. This dark light appeared to be perpetually collapsing inwards, reminiscent of a ravenous black hole, devouring any object it touched in a fleeting moment. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the devouring ability exhibited during the resurrection of subhuman entities, yet it was evidently not yet at the level of rule-based consumption. Cutting through matter required a modicum of time, a remarkable power in its own right, Robin mused. With a swift flap of his dark wings, Robin began to search for a target within Benlu. Occasionally, one or two individuals on the ground would catch a glimpse of the specter, but to no avail. Ultimately, Robin located Duke Horst Tully, the father of Edmure, within the master bedroom of the castle. After swiftly extinguishing his life, Robin dissolved the specter's consciousness and returned to his corporeal form. Edmure Tully, having no heirs, had seen the mission accomplished. When the servants of Benlu discovered the old Duke lifeless in his chamber, Robin had already vanished from the skyline, riding the waves of malevolent thoughts. This incident plunged Benlu into a state of panic and chaos, as the people whispered in terror about the sudden appearance of the enigmatic Dark Angel. Some believed it to be a messenger of the Mo, while others boldly asserted that the angel was indeed Robin's specter. For Robin's dragon had been seen soaring above the city. Each nightfall, the citizens of Benlu would shutter their windows and doors, fearful of the angel's return. Upon Robin's return to Chimyon Island, he was informed by the soldiers stationed at the Alliance platform that Landau and the others had already entered Herrenberg. Riding his malevolent thoughts, Robin soared towards Herrenberg, commanding the darkness to hunt as he stepped into the ancient fortress. He held little recollection of this stronghold, once belonging to the Heian family, as his customized achievements were solely based on the infusion of knowledge, lacking the experiential memories of a tool's life. Ultimately, Robin encountered the High Ministers in the 100 Furnace Hall of Herrenberg, where a new round of court convened. Robin sat upon a grand black throne, presiding over a council where various viewpoints and strategic plans were incessantly discussed. He felt as though he had just endured several international flights, his mind weary and spirit dulled. Ultimately, the council reached several resolutions. In the Riverlands, they would eliminate 2 loyalist noble castles, enticing other nobles with promises of profit to join the newly established Targaryen dynasty, coercing their soldiers into the campaign against the North. In the North, the plan was to first capture the Stark heir, then use the title of Duke of the North to tempt House Bolton of the Dreadfort and House Manderley of White Harbor to join in the suppression of the North. The one who contributed the most would be granted the title of Duke of the North. In the Vale and Stormlands, The noble families were ordered to submit to King's Landing, with the threat of dragonfire baptism should they refuse. In Dorne, Robin, masquerading as the child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell, Elia being the late Dornish princess and sister of Prince Doran, planned to personally persuade his distant uncle to submit to the Targaryen realm. He dismissed the council members and, attended by handmaidens, sought rest in the Tower of the Burning King. The following dawn, Robin commanded that the wooden prison be secured upon the back of the dragon, Vengeance. He then instructed that a sumptuous velvet bed be placed within the wooden confines, equipped with various travel necessities. He intended to ride Vengeance from Harrenhal to Winterfell, a journey spanning nearly 2,000 kilometers across half of Westeros, requiring close to a full day of flight. The frigid northern weather was daunting. One could scarcely endure a day of icy winds atop Vengeance, a torment Robin wished to avoid. The wooden prison had transformed from its former title. It had become a cozy chamber. Robin reclined luxuriously on the plush velvet bed, flanked by two stunning women, whose presence added delightful intrigue to the journey. 2 tables were affixed beside the bed, secured to the floor to prevent any movement during Vengeance's flight. These tables were laden with an array of delectable snacks and fine meats, allowing him to indulge at his leisure throughout the lengthy voyage. With a resounding roar, Vengeance took to the skies. "Your Majesty, would you care for a drink?" One of the women inquired with a smile, bending gracefully towards Robin. "Please bring me a glass of 282 vintage Arbor Gold," Robin replied softly. "Certainly, my lord." Winterfell, the ancestral stronghold of House Stark and the heart of their power, was regarded as the capital of the North. Situated in the very center of the Seven Kingdoms' northern expanse, connected to King's Landing and the Wall by the King's Road. With another mighty roar, Vengeance soared through the air. "Scholar, is that truly the legendary dragon?" Young Sansa exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Vengeance circling above the castle. "Indeed, it appears the rumors from the Riverlands hold truth. A true dragon has once again graced House Targaryen," Master Luwin replied gravely. Unlike the curious Sansa, in an instant, Master Ruven recalled the rebellion that had seen Eddard and Robert overthrow the old Targaryen dynasty. At that moment, he understood that the visitor bore ill intentions. A profound sense of anxiety and unease enveloped his heart. His expression grew grave as he contemplated how to confront this terrifying crisis. Aunt Catelyn Tully hastily made her way from the great hall of Winterfell to the balcony, having been engaged in a routine prayer to the Seven when a thunderous roar of a dragon startled her. "Master, what is happening?" Catelyn's face was a canvas of bewilderment. Ruven shook his head and pointed towards the sky. "By the Seven," Catelyn gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The monstrous entity, the WYRM, flapped its vast wings, descending to a lower altitude. Gradually, its formidable form aligned with the height of the keep. The Stark family on the platform of Winterfell could now clearly behold the entirety of the dragon. The sleek contours of its head exuded a unique beauty, while the 4 sinuous horns piercing skyward added an air of majesty. Below its brow, 6 eerie red eyes glimmered with an unsettling light. A colossal crystal embedded in the dragon's chest pulsated like a heart, emitting flashes of red light with each throb. "Mother, there is someone on the dragon's head," young Sansa exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Aunt Catelyn, her face as cold as frost, fixed her gaze on the figure, filled with vigilance and uncertainty. As the WYRM drew nearer, the form and visage of Robin became increasingly distinct. His silver hair was somewhat tousled, lending him an air of rebelliousness, while his sculpted features bore a strikingly handsome yet aloof demeanor, with an undeniable spark of intelligence in his eyes that commanded respect. Robin, poised and composed, stood atop the immense dragon's head, leaning on his Valyrian steel sword, hearts break, smiling down at them. The imposing white dragon, the majestic castle, the strikingly handsome king upon the dragon's head, and the exquisite noblewoman on the castle platform merged under the soft glow of sunlight, as the mist wove a fantastical tapestry of beauty. Chapter 61. Until death do us part. Amidst the dragon's powerful breaths, Aunt Catelyn remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Your Grace, what matters bring you to Winterfell?" Robin maintained his usual demeanor, his eyes glinting with a gentle light, yet in such a moment, that warmth felt chilling. "My husband is not currently in Winterfell. If you are a guest, I shall offer you bread and salt," Aunt Catelyn replied with calm resolve. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Robin Targaryen, king of the new Targaryen dynasty," Robin proclaimed. "I have heard of your esteemed name," Aunt Catelyn acknowledged with a nod. Robin, disinclined to veil his intentions, declared, "In light of Eddard Stark's transgressions against the old Targaryen dynasty, I, as the rightful heir, shall hold you accountable. My lady, please accompany me and the Stark heirs back to King's Landing. After all, you would not wish for Winterfell to be reduced to ashes amidst Dragonfire, would you? Upon hearing Robin's demands and threats, the tension in the air became palpable, and the Lady Stark's pupils constricted with an overwhelming sense of dread. Her thoughts immediately turned to her husband, who was away at war. Maintaining a facade of composure, she addressed Robin, inquiring, "Where's my husband, Eddard?" She warned him that if he wished to know, he must accompany her back to King's Landing. Asserting that her patience was finite and urging him not to force her hand, Robin merely shook his head and scoffed, choosing not to respond. "Perhaps you would do well to rest for a day in Winterfell, while I confer with my lady before making any decisions," suggested Ser Roderick, hoping to delay Robin's actions, as they currently had no effective means of countering him. Suddenly, the great beast, Viserion, unleashed a torrent of flame from its maw, scorching a spire of Winterfell to molten ruin in mere moments. The Lady Stark, biting her lip, appeared pale and her gaze flickered, searching for an escape. Fear rendered her body uncontrollable, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. Even as the wife of a powerful duke, her authority and military might proved utterly futile against such a monstrous force. It was a calamity she could not withstand. Sighing heavily, Robin shook his head and retreated into the wooden cabin along the dragon's neck. The Stark family, perplexed by his sudden abandonment of their pursuit, were caught off guard when a shadowy claw snatched the Lady Stark around the waist, while another arm lifted young Sansa. With a thunderous flap, the ghostly wings of Viserion swept down, cleaving the advancing Stark soldiers in half. Observing their lady under attack, the soldiers on the Winterfell walls unleashed a barrage of arrows at the dragon. Yet their efforts proved futile. The dragon's scales repelled their assault, leaving not even a scratch upon its formidable hide. Undeterred, the soldiers resorted to javelins, throwing axes, and siege crossbows, but still could not pierce the dragon's iron-like armor. After discarding the two ladies into the cabin, Robin directed Viserion to return to Ser Roderick, threatening him to locate Eddard's remaining two children and his illegitimate son, Jon Snow. Seemingly vexed by the soldiers' persistent interference, Viserion turned and unleashed a devastating breath of fire upon them. The searing flames erupted from its jaws, sweeping along the walls and incinerating everything in their path. The soldiers, gripped by terror, scattered in all directions, but none could escape the fiery onslaught. The inferno blazed fiercely within the castle, engulfing Winterfell in a sea of flames. The intense heat and choking smoke wreaked havoc on the structures and facilities within. Inside the wooden cabin, the Lady Stark cast a glance at Robin, who sat with closed eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, drew a dagger from her waist. At that moment, Robin, still focused on controlling Viserion, sensed a disturbance within the cabin and immediately urged the dragon to hasten its return. As Ghost carried Arya and Bran back to the wooden cabin, they were immediately met with the grim sight of two beautiful maidens, who had been attending to Robin. Now lifeless on the ground, Robin lay on the bed with his eyes closed, pinned down by the wolf ant, who was poised to plunge a dagger into him. Ghost stepped forward, seizing the dagger, the sound of its removal echoing in the air. "You have slain my handmaidens. From now on, you shall personally attend to me." With that, he cast both the dagger and the maidens' bodies from the cabin. Robin opened his eyes and swiftly reversed his position, pinning the wolf ant beneath him. She was strikingly beautiful, with chestnut hair, blue eyes, and a figure that exuded a delicate fragrance. It seemed that Bran, just born this year, had yet to be weaned. "Green Ant." The wolf ant glared at him with palpable disdain. "How did you know I had such a nickname?" Robin chuckled, binding her to the bed. "Rest assured, I would never conduct my affairs in the presence of children." In High Valyrian, he invoked the spirit of malevolence, for his journey was far from over. His next destination was the Wall. The malevolent spirit soared high, ascending into the azure sky until it gradually disappeared from the site of Winterfell's residence, leaving behind a faint shadow. The Wall, a monumental edifice of ice and snow, stood at the northernmost edge of the Seven Kingdoms, serving as a formidable barrier between the realm and the lands of the wildlings. It is regarded as one of the 9 wonders of the Game of Thrones universe. Robin's purpose for coming here was to find Benjen Stark, Eddard's brother, who served as a member of the Night's Watch at Castle Black. Should Eddard's lineage meet a tragic end, there was a significant possibility that Benjen would forsake his vows and rally against Robin in Winterfell. The Wall stretches nearly 500 kilometers in length and towers over 200 meters high, which is approximately 2/3 the height of a great tower. It is difficult to fathom how this magnificent structure was constructed by the builder, Brandon. Living in the Age of Heroes, He indeed possessed some divine powers to achieve such a feat. Robin opened the window of the wooden cabin to gaze upon the majestic scenery of the wall. The towering ice edifice remained steadfast against the biting winds, glistening under the sunlight, while frost and snow spread across its surface, cloaking the colossal ice wall in a thick veneer. "Can I see it too?" A tender voice inquired softly beside him. Turning, Robin discovered it was Little John. Throughout the journey, the wolf ant had closely guarded her 3 cubs, while John, as Eddard's illegitimate son, sat forlornly in the corner of the wooden crate. Robin gently rubbed the boy's frost-bitten cheeks before lifting him onto the bed, wrapping him in a warm blanket like a little sphere. He then placed him in front of the window. "Look," Robin said with a smile. A chilling roar of the malevolent spirit resonated, causing a slight tremor against the wall. Snow cascaded from its surface, and icicles tumbled down. Castle Black has arrived. This ancient fortress serves as the stronghold of the Night's Watch. Robin refrained from indulging in superfluous dialogue and took a firm stance. Surrender the individual or face the destruction of the castle. Lord Commander Georg Mormont, steadfast and resolute, firmly declared that he would not relinquish the person. Any attempt to remove Banyan would have to be made over his lifeless body. For a moment, Robin found himself at a loss, momentarily stunned by the bluntness of the old bear's words. The potential devastation of the Black Castle could spark significant turmoil, as it served as a crucial line of defense against the wildlings. Moreover, it was imperative to prepare for the defense against the White Walkers beyond the wall. As he pondered, a bald elder, leaning on a cane and stooped with age, shuffled before the sinister entity. To Robin's surprise, the entity did not assume an aggressive posture, but instead snorted in displeasure. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the entity's previously fearsome image. "Dragon, you have finally returned to our family," the old man exclaimed, trembling as he knelt before the entity. "Who are you?" Robin inquired. The elder cast aside his cane, supporting himself on his knees as he stood. "I am Aemont Targaryen, Rhaegar's child, and your great-uncle." Robin recognized the elder's identity. He was the aged Night's Watch scholar, blind and over a century old, and also the brother of Daenerys's great-grandfather, his nominal second uncle. A snow-white raven flapped its wings and gracefully landed on Aemont's shoulder. Its head tilted, observing Robin with an almost human gaze. Robin's pupils constricted, his expression tensing. "It is my eye," Aemont the scholar gently remarked. Robin grasped his meaning. Aemont was a warg. What puzzled him was why this detail was omitted from the series. Could it be that Aemont used the White Raven to scout for the White Walkers, only for it to ultimately fall to the Night King? Might this also explain why Aemont was blind in the original narrative? The death of a warg's animal companion would indeed inflict grievous harm upon them. Such deductions seemed plausible, yet they remained mere conjecture. The truth eluded him. "I have recently reinstated the Targaryen dynasty, and I am currently engaged in the war to unify the 7 kingdoms." Robin mused, cautiously suggesting, "I hope you can leave the Black Castle to assist me in restoring the Targaryens to their former glory." Robin instructed the entity to lower him from the dragon's back, then approached and grasped the elder's left hand, earnestly reiterating, "Our family needs you, needs your strength, dear great-uncle." Aemont raised his wrinkled face, gazing at Robin as he softly replied, "Every man of the Night's Watch has been tested for his loyalty to the oath at least once, and I have faced that trial thrice. The most arduous of these was hearing of the Targaryen family's demise during the War of Usurpation. The Night's Watch oath echoes, 'The long night is coming, and now I shall watch until my death. I shall not take a wife, hold lands, or father children. I shall wear no crown, seek no glory. I shall remain true to my duty, living and dying in this place. I am the sword in the darkness, the guardian upon the great wall. I am the fierce flame that wards off the chill, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the slumbering, the steadfast shield that protects the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch, now and every night henceforth. In this moment, you have bestowed upon me my 4th trial. This time, I am resolute in my commitment, unwilling to harbor regrets or leave any sorrows behind. I shall devote the remainder of my days, every ounce of passion and brilliance, to the Targaryen lineage, until my very last breath." Maester Aemon began to unfasten the buttons of his dark robe one by one. "Maester," Old Bear attempted to intervene. Robin cast a sidelong glance at Old Bear, wicked thoughts having already transferred the dragon's kiss to his crown. Old Bear hesitated, extending his hand in silent protest, yet he dared not approach directly. Maester Aemon resolutely removed his black garb, casting it into the biting wind. The garment tumbled in the frigid air, ultimately whisked away by the gusts. Robin turned back, his tone grave as he whispered to Maester Aemon, "Long live the Targaryens." He then shed his bearskin cloak and draped it over Maester Aemon's shoulders. The maester nodded gently in acknowledgement. Now, let us return to our previous discourse. Robin faced Old Bear once more. I am aware of your identity, Jeor Mormont. Once, you were the head of House Mormont and the ruler of Bear Island, yet you chose to join the Night's Watch, relinquishing your position for the sake of your son. Old Bear merely regarded Robin in silence. However, your son was sentenced by Eddard Stark for slave trading last year, and to evade punishment. He voluntarily exiled himself across the narrow sea. What is it that you wish to convey? The family shame laid bare, Old Bear impatiently inquired. Eddard has met his end at my hands. The order of the North henceforth shall be dictated by the Targaryens. I hereby pardon your son's transgressions and permit his return to Bear Island to reclaim his title as Lord. Robin fixed his gaze upon him. Old Bear, upon hearing of his son's absolution, was evidently stirred, yet he remained resolute, teeth clenched, steadfast in his stance. There is no need to burden Jeor further. I know where Banyan is. Let your ghost accompany my white raven. Eamon approached Robin, and the white raven took flight from his shoulder. Robin nodded slightly. Surprised that Eamon was aware of his ghostly sorcery, it seemed the maester was well informed. Amory coalesced beside Robin, swiftly following the white raven into the Black Castle. After Amory executed Banyan, Robin and Eamon were transported upon the dragon's back by wicked thoughts. Robin turned to gaze down at Old Bear, declaring, My promise to you still stands. Your son may return to inherit House Mormont. Guard the wall of Last Hearth for me, for when I next arrive at Black Castle, a momentous event shall unfold. Farewell, Night's Watchman Jeor. The sound of the dragon's roar faded into the distance.